My name is Jin, and I am the protagonist of this tale, a man out of place and out of time. My name is Jin, a transmigrant. Once I too fantasized about roaming the pirate world, dominating the seas with unrivaled might. Yet reality struck me like a dull, merciless blow. No system, no cheat like Golden Finger, not even a decent external aid. Still, it did not matter, for at least I possessed one advantage: foresight. Relying on my knowledge of the storyline, I believed I could cling to powerful figures and ride their coattails to a glorious future. But that naive dream was utterly shattered when I was 10 years old. That day, my trembling fingers clutched a crumpled newspaper. On it was printed a name that made my blood run cold: Golden Roger. It was not the Pirate King Gold Roger, but Golden Roger. In that instant, I understood that this world had already veered far away from the trajectory in my memories. The era of rocks was still at its absolute peak, while this so-called prophet who had only finished one piece by skimming short clips on Douyin, stood utterly unprepared. And so the very next day, just to secure a meal, I clenched in my hand a recruitment notice for menial workers at the West Sea branch of the Navy and joined without looking back. Since even that deserter King Kobe could rise from a mere chore boy to a headquarters colonel in 2 years, how could I, a transmigrant, possibly fail to do the same? Reality proved that I truly could not. For years, an entire 4 years. With no background and no connections, I exhausted myself, spent money to grease every possible palm, and still only crawled my way up to a second-class soldier in logistics. Our famed naval instructor Zephyr had only just earned the title of Black Arm and been promoted to headquarters vice admiral. He had yet to even consider nurturing a new generation of Marines. Though a prestigious naval academy at headquarters existed, its slots were exceedingly precious. As for me, Jin, I was merely a 3-0 product from the West Sea branch. No hockey, no devil fruit, no talent. Aside from a bit of brute strength, I had nothing at all. As for rising through military merit, do not joke. In an era when the Rocks pirates rampaged across the seas, that was nothing more than marching to one's death. Thus, if I was bound to die, either way, I might as well wager everything on a greater gamble. Devil fruits, this was my answer. As long as I could obtain even a single one, I could rewrite my fate completely. And the opportunity lay in the God Valley incident. 6 devil fruits, the heavenly reward promised to the celestial dragons. This was the chance I had waited 4 long years for. For this day I lived frugally to the extreme, bartered and schemed among the mafia groups of the West Sea, risked my life, and even mortgaged my organs to borrow every usurious loan I could find. A full 30 million belly, together with countless bribes and favors, finally bought me a coveted naval slot among the many escorts for the Celestial Dragon's study tour. For years of endurance, all for this single moment. This was no longer merely a bet with my life on the line. What I intended to wager was the future of this entire world. See Circle Calendar Year 1484, God Valley. Jin forcibly dragged himself out of unconsciousness and snapped his eyes open. Conqueror's hockey again. It was already the 50th time Jin had been knocked out. He struggled to push his torso upright. Then, glancing around, he realized he lay at the edge of the dense forest on the outskirts of God Valley, with the coastline not far away. At that moment, memories surged back like a tide. The Celestial Dragon's hunting game, the sudden tempest, the ambush by the Rocks pirates, the arrival of Roger and Garp. Then that clash of Conqueror's hockey, potent enough to tear the sky asunder, followed by the engulfing darkness that devoured everything. Damn it! Jin slammed his fist into the ground. What time is it now? How long was I unconscious this time? The battle. With that thought, Jin staggered to his feet, his legs trembling slightly from the lingering resonance of Rocks and Roger's Conqueror's hockey. Through the dense canopy above, he could see the sky stained a bizarre shade of dark red, while distant muffled thunderous booms rolled unceasingly. It can't be over already. In an instant, fear coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. According to his memories, before losing consciousness, the Battle of God Valley should already have erupted. Roger and Garp were locked in a decisive confrontation against the Rocks pirates. And those 6 devil fruits that could alter destiny. Jin bit through his own lip, the metallic taste of blood spreading through his mouth as he forced himself to calmly analyze the situation. The fish fruit and the pawpaw fruit should still be somewhere on this island. Jin's voice abruptly choked off. In truth, he knew better than anyone that this brutal slaughter, which would last no more than a single day, had long since reached its end. When that skyrending conqueror's haki suddenly faded, it marked the final conclusion of the Rocks era. Especially now when no more battle cries echoed across the island. Only scattered cheers from the Marines remained. It's all over. The thought wrapped itself around him like a serpent, its fangs buried deep in Jin's heart. The fish fruit had fallen into the hands of that future young auntie. The pop-off fruit had been devoured by Bartholomew Kuma, and as for the remaining devil fruits, they had likely been divided and claimed long ago. For years of meticulous plotting, over 20 million belly borrowed at the cost of my life and organs. In this moment, all of it had become a joke. So in the end, Jin's fists trembled uncontrollably, the anger he had suppressed for so long finally erupting. With Jin's roar, his fist crashed into the oak tree beside him. That single punch made the trunk shudder, and a white apple dropped from the branches above, striking his head with uncanny precision. The impact stunned him for a brief moment, and his gaze instinctively fell upon the object that had struck his skull. Before his eyes lay a peculiar apple, its white fissured surface resembling shattered crystal. A devil fruit. Jin snatched the devil fruit up in an instant, his pupils contracting sharply as his fingers reflexively tightened around it. He jerked his head up toward the branches where ordinary apples, green and red, hung sparsely and swayed gently in the wind, forming a stark contrast with the enigmatic fruit in his grasp. Jin fixed his gaze on the pale devil fruit, its crack-like patterns shimmering with eerie luster beneath the sunlight. Crunch. Without the slightest hesitation, once certain it was indeed a devil fruit, Jin opened his mouth wide and took a fierce bite. The moment the flesh touched his tongue, an indescribable flavor triggered a wave of nausea that washed through his entire body, yet Jin forcibly swallowed it down. Jin collapsed to his knees. This taste. Just as he was about to curse, at the very instant the fruit's flesh slid into his stomach, his entire body convulsed instinctively. Bones, muscles, blood. All seemed to be pierced by countless subtle shock waves, every single nerve vibrating at a high frequency. His vision warped, the ground beneath him heaving like surging waves, and the air around him quivered unnaturally. Buzz. Suddenly the world fell into bizarre silence. Jin's pupils shrank violently. He felt with startling clarity that his body was vanishing. No, he was not disappearing, he was transforming into some more fundamental existence. Moreover, he seemed capable of creating and controlling these vibration particles. Realizing this, Jin decisively lowered his gaze. Under the command of his will, his arm assumed a semi-transparent trembling state, as though composed of countless minute vibration particles that quivered gently with each breath. With that thought, Jin cautiously clenched his fist. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted suddenly, the air before him shattering like glass, a fan-shaped blast sweeping outward. Within 10 meters, every tree was pulverized into dust. This is Quake. Jin stared at his hand in disbelief. No, he could feel with absolute clarity that he was not relying on any external medium to unleash this power. In this moment, he himself was the source of vibration, the very embodiment of tremor between heaven and earth. With a single thought, Jin's entire form dissolved into a formless shockwave in an instant, piercing through a broken tree trunk. As expected in this elemental state, he passed cleanly through the sundered wood and reassembled himself on the other side. Logia's elementalization. Yes, it's Logia. Jin, wild with joy, suddenly froze. Wait, the Quake fruit is supposed to be paramecia. How did it become Logia after I ate it? Logia type heaven Quake fruit. A wild grin spread across Gu-In's lips as he bestowed an earth-shattering name upon his newfound power. Then he lowered his gaze to his palm, slowly spreading his 5 fingers. In an instant, countless fine vibration particles gathered in his palm, condensing into a pure white energy sphere. Ripples of distorted air burst from its surface like a miniature tremor source compressed to the extreme. Whitebeard's is a paramecia-type Quake fruit, which triggers vibrations through physical medium, but at the cost of his own body bearing the backlash. Gu-In sneered, suddenly clenching his fingers. The light sphere collapsed instantly, transforming into countless trembling particle streams that coiled around his arm. But my Heaven Quake fruit directly embodies the very origin of vibration. He abruptly raised his left fist, mimicking the posture of Whitebeard from memory. Vibration particles instantly covered and condensed onto his fist. The air twisted wildly around the knuckles as if a devastating impact was about to erupt. But Guin did not throw the punch. Instead, he slowly receded the power. He didn't need to imitate anyone because his ability was already superior to the Quake fruit. What Whitebeard can do, I can do. Guin muttered to himself, his gaze sharp as a blade. And what he cannot do, I can do as well. The destructive power and attack range were the greatest among all known 3 types of devil fruits, hailed as the strongest paramecia-type fruit. Now with the characteristics of Logia, Guin could not only strike the world itself and vibrate space like the Quake fruit, but also directly dominate the tremors of the sky, atmosphere, and ocean in the form of a Logia. Not merely shaking the world, but making vibration itself a weapon in his hands. While Guin was marveling at his newly acquired power, far away on the western side of God's Island, war raged. The remnants of the Luo-Ku-Si pirates were retreating in panic, with figures of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and others flickering in the smoke. But Guin merely cast a cold glance, then withdrew his gaze and turned his eyes toward the island's center. There Luo-Ku-Si fought against Roger and Ka-Pu in their decisive battle. Now, a smirk curled at the corner of Guin's mouth, and invisible vibration particles began to appear around him. It's time to take some real spoils back. In the central area of God Valley, the luxurious platform once used by the celestial dragons for hunting games had long been reduced to rubble. In the center of a huge crater, Luo-Ku-Si Ji-Bei lay on his back, blood pooling beneath him into a dark red lake. This king, who once dominated the sea, was now gasping heavily, each breath accompanied by coughing up fragments of his internal organs. After Roger and Ka-Pu gravely wounded Luo-Ku-Si, the god's knights escorted the celestial dragons away, and the world government left him alone to face the impending Buster Call island eradication. Pirates and marines joining hands. He parted his blood-stained lips, revealing a sneer of bitter irony. Truly, utterly ironic. Roger Ka-Pu, just as he prepared to close his eyes and welcome death, boom. The ground suddenly trembled and small pebbles danced in the vibration. Luo-Ku-Si's dim pupils contracted slightly. This familiar vibration pattern. Footsteps approached from afar, and a young boy in a marine uniform stepped into this death zone. The sunlight shone from behind him, casting a long shadow before him. Is it Newgate? No, how could that guy come? Luo-Ku-Si struggled to roll his eyes. When he used observation hockey to see that the newcomer was just a 14-year-old boy with short black hair, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. But then he noticed the special vibration ripples surrounding the boy. That was not Newgate's ability. On this side, Guin was using his ability to precisely shatter some rubble, hoping to find some treasures to sell. But after searching for a while, he found nothing. Strange, the celestial dragon's hunting game rewards can't be this scarce. Guin couldn't help but complain. But Luo-Ku-Si and Roger's Conqueror's Hockey is truly terrifying. If it weren't for that Conqueror's Hockey, I wouldn't have been knocked unconscious over 50 times. Gains and losses. Luo-Ku-Si in the pit heard Guin's muttering, and his pupils contracted sharply like pinpricks. This 14-year-old marine boy had been knocked unconscious by the clash of Conqueror's Hockey between him and Roger over 50 times. To be aware, even a general-level Marine headquarters officer would be unconscious for a full day under the full pressure of their Conqueror's Hockey. But this boy regained consciousness at an astonishing speed after each blackout. What did that mean? It meant that during that earth-shattering Conqueror's Hockey duel, he had regained consciousness from his coma once every 2 minutes on average. An ignorant monster. Thinking this, Luo-Ku-Si suddenly thought of something. He opened his mouth and shouted with the little strength he had left, "Hey, Marine brat." A not so loud but clear shout came. "You don't need to look anymore. There's nothing here you want." "Ha ha. Impossible." Hearing the laughter, Guin swallowed slowly, turned his head, and looked toward where the voice came from. Then, trembling, he stepped forward and finally stopped 3 meters away from the huge pit. "You're still alive." Guin looked down at the true overlord of this era, the strongest of this age, Luo-Ku-Si. Ji-Bei. Luo-Ku-Si. Guin murmured. Luo-Ku-Si struggled to focus his vision. When he saw the boy clearly, it confirmed his guess. Especially Guin's eyes. They held neither pity for a dying man, nor the awe one should have before a sea overlord. That gaze was too clear as looking at an exhibit in a museum. Guin, looking at the dying Luo Kusi, could only sigh. After all, in his heart, Luo Kusi's existence felt like a barrier between reality and a paper character, so he had no other thoughts. "Hey, Marine brat." Luo Kusi's voice was hoarse. "Are you here to witness the change of an era?" "I'm just looking for something valuable," Guin said calmly. "Huh? Something valuable, huh?" Luo Kusi suddenly burst into laughter, blood pouring from his mouth with each laugh. "Marine brat, you are interesting." His gaze suddenly sharpened. "Your ability is not like Newgate, it's heaven Quake." Guin slowly raised his right hand palm up. With his movement, the surrounding air began to twist, and a purer vibration energy than the Quake fruit gathered in his hand. In an instant, the surrounding air twisted, and a vibration energy of purest essence flowed between his fingertips. This vibration did not shatter space like Whitebeard's, but was closer to some kind of primordial power. Luo Kusi's eyes showed a gleam of understanding. "So that's it. Heaven Quake, huh? More terrifying than Newgate. You want something valuable, don't you?" Luo Kusi continued. "How about a deal with a dying man?" "Deal, eh?" Guin frowned. "That's right." Luo Kusi looked away. "A valuable..." Guin followed his gaze and saw a pitch-black long sword stuck diagonally in the scorched earth, its blade reflecting cold light. Seeing this, Guin walked over directly and pulled out the sword. It was not a traditional katana, but a straight, double-edged black sword about 1.5 meters in length. The hilt was exquisite, the scabbard missing, and the blade was pitch black like an abyss covered with dark red cracks through which a faint luster flowed. "This sword is one of the supreme grade blades. Use your ability. Give me a dignified burial. I don't want to die under the world government's buster call bombardment." Luo Kusi's voice grew weaker. "After it's done, this sword will be yours. Name? You will give it a name." Luo Kusi coughed up blood again. "Okay." Guin looked at the black sword in his hand, was silent for a moment, then nodded seriously. "As you wish, the deal is accepted." Vibration particles condensed in Guin's palm, compressing wildly. "Ha ha ha." Luo Kusi suddenly let out a hoarse laugh. "Interesting. Too interesting. Kid, what's your name?" "Guin." Guin answered calmly. "Guin Lei Ji Nuo, Dashi Guma." Not hearing the middle name, a strange light flickered in Luo Kusi's eyes. "Not AD." Luo Kusi sighed. At the same time, the image of Roger and Kapu attacking him together flashed through his mind. Then he turned his gaze to Guin. "Pirates and Marines. Then I'll be willful once too. Take my sword and make a name for the world again. Terrifying and ignorant monster." Guin Lei Ji Nuo Dishigama. The vibration particle sphere slowly descended. The powerful vibration completely shattered Luo Kusi's body and the air itself, burying him on this God's island. On the west side of the Valley of Gods, Guin prepared to retreat towards the naval ship. The black knife in his hand felt icy cold, its blade like ink faintly shimmering with a chilling light. He gently traced the edge with his fingertip, and with a thought the vibrating particles cascaded over it, like flowing water perfectly carried by the blade, without any rejection. As expected, this is one of the supreme Great Blade 12 works. Guin murmured to himself, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Suddenly he swung his hand back. Swish! A pure white wave of vibration sliced through the air, sweeping across like a silver moon, precisely cutting through a massive rock in the distance. The rock first cracked silently into two halves, and then the residual vibrations penetrated it, causing the entire massive stone to collapse with a loud boom, scattering into countless small fragments. This is not a slash. Guin knew very well that he had no talent for swordsmanship. This was merely another application of the tremor fruit. Yet even so, this knife could perfectly channel the power of vibration, even intensifying its might. In the time that followed, Guin tried several more times. Each swing felt as natural as an extension of his own arm, as if this blade was always meant to belong to him. However, gazing at the unadorned blade, his thoughts momentarily paused. This is a relic of rocks. If recognized, it would likely invite unnecessary trouble. After a brief silence, Guin took the standard issue medical kit from his waist and unrolled a pristine white bandage. His fingers deftly wound the bandage around the blade until it was entirely wrapped, with not a hint of its sharpness exposed. From now on, you shall be called Bawang. He gently caressed the hilt, a slight smile tugging at his lips. My very own knife. Black knife. As his words fell, Geen discarded the naval rifle, slinging the strap over the hilt of the knife, and with a swift motion secured the black knife firmly behind him. On the outskirts of the Valley of Gods, the distant sound of ship horns echoed across the sea. The battle was completely over. The world government could not leave this island, so, after handling everything, the Navy began an emergency evacuation. Geen stumbled along the beach. Like most others, his naval uniform was tattered and covered in dust. Only the long knife wrapped in white bandage on his back set him apart from the rest. "Hey, there's someone over there." A familiar voice called out, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Geen looked up to see Ensign Derek rushing towards him with several naval soldiers. "You're still alive." Derek paused for a moment, then his face broke into an exaggerated look of ecstasy as he rushed forward and embraced Geen. "Geen, you're alive. That's wonderful." His voice was filled with excitement, even tinged with a touch of choked emotion. Geen was caught off guard by this sudden warmth. After all, Derek was the one he had exhausted all his savings to secure support for the Battle of the Valley of Gods. Though unsure why Derek was so enthusiastic, Geen soon set those thoughts aside, a hint of relief appearing on his weary face. "Ensign, I did it. I survived. That's good to hear. But how could you really be unscathed?" Derek released him, gripping Geen's shoulders tightly, inspecting him up and down, as if confirming he was unharmed. He then ordered the other sailors to continue searching for others, while he took responsibility for Geen. However, just as the other sailors left, Geen keenly noticed Derek's right hand instinctively reaching for the flintlock pistol at his waist the moment he released him. Is this a delusion? For Ensign Derek, Geen harbored no other emotions, but rather a sense of gratitude. This guy, although a bit greedy, at least delivered him to the Valley of Gods after being paid. On the other side, Derek's gaze quickly shifted from Geen's face to the black knife on his back. Although it was wrapped in white cloth and its shape was indiscernible, the exquisite hilt was enough to recognize it as a good item. This guy has gotten his hands on a treasure. Derek's pupils slightly contracted, his heartbeat quickening. This knife must be a celestial dragon's treasure. After all, many items were discarded during their retreat. These items would drive any naval officer mad. This kid not only survived, but also obtained such a high-level trophy. Derek's heart was swirling with jealousy and greed. If he returns alive to the West Sea with his contributions to the Valley of Gods and the wealth gained from this knife, although he may only rise to the rank of a non-commissioned officer, he will eventually surpass me. Thinking this, Derek's smile remained bright, but his eyes had turned cold. Geen, however, did not dwell on these thoughts. He absolutely could not reveal his abilities in front of others. After all, this was the celestial dragon's hunting ground. As an ordinary Navy soldier, having suddenly acquired the power of a devil fruit on the Valley of Gods, what would the world government think? It should be noted that all 6 devil fruits awarded on the Valley of Gods had been snatched away, although this one should have naturally formed on the island. It would be best to return to the West Sea first and come up with an excuse. "Geen, are you injured? Come, let me help you back to the ship." Seeing Geen remain still for a long time, Derek feigned concern and reached out to assist him. However, realizing Geen shook his head. "No need, Ensign, I can walk on my own." "Is that so?" Derek's gaze fell again on the black knife, and he suddenly reached out to grab the hilt. Then, "With such a heavy knife, let me help you carry it." Geen instinctively sidestepped the black knife, quivered slightly behind him. "Really don't need it, Ensign." Geen's voice was calm, but his eyes had turned wary. "There are other sailors who need help. We should hurry back to the ship." Derek's smile froze on his face, the atmosphere suddenly thickening. "You're right." Derek slowly withdrew his hand, a smile returning to his face, but his eyes had turned completely icy. "All right, since you're fine, let's head back to the ship." As Derek responded, Geen couldn't be bothered to waste time, turning directly to leave. Behind him, Derek watched Geen's retreating figure, his smile vanishing, turning sinister. Geen Reginald Sigma. He had long since investigated. No father or mother, no background, a second-class soldier from the ordinary branch of the West Sea, just the most ordinary. He joined the Navy at 10, becoming an errand boy, and after 4 years in the corrupt West Sea, he became a second-class soldier, and he never participated in any pirate suppression missions, even paying to become a logistics personnel. Such a person, even if he died on the battlefield, the compensation would belong entirely to the army, and as the recommender, he could completely pocket that sum. This was also the reason he brought Geen to the Valley of Gods, but unexpectedly this guy not only survived, but also reaped benefits. The silhouette of a warship along the coastline of the Valley of the Gods flickered in the distance, the sound of its horn echoing, and the time for the Navy's retreat was running out. Derek watched Jern, who had his back to him, his shoulders slightly tense as his right hand quietly slid toward the flintlock pistol at his waist. His knuckles turned white from the strain, and veins began to surface on the back of his hand. "Let's go, Warrant Officer," Jern said flatly. "The time for retreat is almost over." Derek realized the greedy look that had just appeared on his face, but he was inherently a greedy person. It was natural to have such a gaze upon seeing a good knife strapped to his back. He didn't want to think too much about it. After all, if they didn't retreat, soon the entire island would be erased by the world government. Jern stepped forward, but Derek remained rooted in place, sensing the person behind him had not moved. Jern instinctively turned back, his gaze falling on Derek's rigid form, a strange sense of unease rising in him. Something's not right. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Derek suddenly drew his gun, the motion so swift it almost left an afterimage. The sunlight refracted off the barrel, casting a dazzling glare as the dark muzzle pointed directly at Jern's heart and head. Bang! Bang! Two deafening gunshots shattered the silence of the coastline. Jern's pupils contracted suddenly. Time seemingly froze at that moment. He watched helplessly as the lead bullet spiraled toward him, unable to react in time. As the bullet pierced through his chest, Jern, who had not yet fully adapted to being a natural type ability user, instinctively closed his eyes. But the expected excruciating pain did not come. Instead, he felt a strange sensation of tremor. He looked down in astonishment, discovering that his chest and forehead were rippling with water-like patterns. The bullet had passed through as if traversing air, stirring up a small cloud of dust on the beach behind him. Jern dazedly touched his chest, feeling it intact, only the air around the bullet hole vital. On the other side, Derek's expression froze, his lips quivering uncontrollably, and the hand holding the gun began to shake. Jern, you ate a devil fruit. His voice trembled with disbelief, as if he had encountered the most terrifying. Jern slowly raised his head, the sea breeze tousling the strands of hair on his forehead, revealing his gradually freezing eyes. The initial shock had faded, replaced by a chilling calm. Warrant officer. His voice was light, yet as sharp as a blade, each word carrying a heavy weight. Are you going to kill me? Derek's complexion instantly turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his temples. But soon fear was replaced by a grotesque rage. His features twisted into a grimace, and his eyes erupted with a frenzied, killing intent. Damn brat! He yelled hysterically, finger madly pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The successive gunshots exploded along the coastline, startling a flock of seagulls. The bullets howled through Jern's body, chest, arms, even his head. But each one passed through like an illusion, leaving only faint tremors in the air. Jern stood still, expressionless, watching Derek. His body appeared semi-transparent under the sunlight, as if composed of countless trembling particles. When the last bullet penetrated his forehead, he didn't even blink. Natural type. Derek, as a branch warrant officer, naturally understood the concept of devil fruits. So when he realized he couldn't kill Jern, his hand trembled violently, and the flintlock fell with a clatter. Jern said nothing. He took a step forward, the gravel beneath his feet trembling in response to his anger, beginning to shake silently, as if fearing him, and scattering in all directions. Then came the second step, the third step. Each step forced Derek to retreat involuntarily, until his back collided with a rock. Wait, Jern. Derek staggered back, the fear in his eyes nearly spilling over his hands and feet, moving frantically on the beach. Jern, wait. It's a misunderstanding. He waved his hands in panic, his voice pleading, muscles in his face twitching uncontrollably. I just wanted to check on you. Check on me. Jern continued to advance, his expression terrifyingly calm. Those few shots you fired earlier, he said softly, touching his forehead, didn't intend to let me live. Derek's face turned ashen, and he suddenly screamed in despair. You should have died on the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods. Your pension. That money is enough for me to get promoted further in the West Sea. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper. Someone like you living is a waste of resources. Why are you alive? Do you know how much money I waste because of you, a worthless orphan? Jern's footsteps halted. If he remembered correctly, a second-class soldier's pension from the branch was 1.5 million berries. Pension. With this thought, Jern let out a sarcastic chuckle. Has so my life. He slowly raised his hand, a white aura of vibration beginning to gather in his palm. Is worth this little. Derek wanted to argue, but Jern no longer gave him a chance. He reached out, gently pressing on Derek's shoulder, the motion as soft as a greeting between old friends. Why, Jern asked softly, his tone terrifyingly calm. Derek trembled, all over, his lips moving, but unable to speak. He could feel an eerie vibration emanating from that hand, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. Jern's fingers slowly tightened. Buzz. An invisible shockwave instantly penetrated Derek's body, the shockwave even shattering the Derek's pupils shrank to the size of a pinprick, his mouth forming an exaggerated O shape. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, but there were no visible wounds on his skin. Ugh. Derek let out a whimper like a dying beast, his hands futilely clawing at his chest, as if all the organs within his body had shattered into a mess. His eyes filled with blood, staring fixedly at Jern, brimming with incredulous fear. In the next second, his knees buckled, collapsing heavily to the ground like a sack of mud. Then he pitched forward, his face buried in the damp sand. Blood slowly seeped from his ears, and nose spreading a dark red stain on the sand. Jern retracted his hand, looking down at Derek's lifeless body. There was no anger, no pleasure, only a strange indifference. He flexed his fingers, feeling the residual vibrations lingering on his fingertips. So this is killing, he muttered to himself, so simple. At that moment the sea breeze grew stronger and indistinct shouts from the distant warship echoed. Someone had noticed the anomaly on the shore and was rushing this way. Jern stood in place looking down at his palm. Sunlight filtered through his fingers, casting mottled shadows. He could feel the power coursing within him. Fierce, immense, as if it could tear apart everything. Just moments ago he was still a second-class soldier who could be betrayed and killed by his superiors at any time. And now he could end a life as effortlessly as crushing an ant. This is power. The power to dominate everything and control one's own fate. Jern clenched his fist, the air trembling in his palm, producing a faint humming sound. At that moment the footsteps in the distance grew closer. Derek's gunfire had ultimately attracted the nearby navy. If that's the case, then please cooperate with me in putting on a show. Jern took one last look at Derek's corpse, suddenly breaking into a smile, and then voluntarily slung his body over his shoulder. After all, if I remember correctly, the person responsible for the retreat to the west is the Suntobe-promoted admiral from the Navy headquarters. Blackarm Zephyr. In the Valley of the Gods on the western naval evacuation point, the last rays of the setting sun spilled onto the deck of the warship, where naval soldiers busily transported the wounded, the air thick with the mingled scent of blood and sea salt. This battle has finally come to an end. With his short purple hair and a face marked by strong angles, a muscular figure stood rigid in a Navy standard sleeveless vest. The deep blue fabric stretched to its fullest, while a pure white cloak billowed behind him, the banner of justice fluttering in the wind. With his thick arms crossed over his chest, Zephyr stood at the bow of the ship, the cloak snapping sharply in the sea breeze. Admiral Zephyr. At that moment a naval officer handed over a list. This is the list of naval personnel who sacrificed their lives in this battle. Upon hearing this, Zephyr furrowed his brows, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic deck. The list in his hand had already crossed off more than half the names, the brutality of the Valley of the Gods far exceeding expectations. In that case, prepare to retreat and set sail. Yes. The naval soldiers saluted in response, just about to relay the order, when suddenly a commotion arose from afar. Wait, there are still survivors. A naval soldier exclaimed, pointing towards the coastline. All eyes turned in unison towards that direction. A figure was staggering towards them, covered in blood, carrying another person on their back. His naval uniform was already in tatters, but his back remained straight, as if he was using the last shred of. Zephyr's pupils contracted slightly as he observed, that is. Gain's steps were heavy, leaving deep footprints in the sand with each stride. His face was smeared with blood, his breathing labored, as if he might collapse at any moment. Derek's body lay limply on his back, his arms hanging down and swaying gently with each step. The soldiers on the deck were stunned, then erupted into hushed discussions. To think someone could emerge alive from such a hellish battlefield. The one on his back is Corporal Derek from the West Sea Branch. God, I know him. Hearing the naval officer's chatter, Zephyr said nothing and strode down the gangway, coming to a halt before Gain. His gaze was like a knife scrutinizing the young soldier. What happened? Your name? Zephyr's voice was low, carrying an undeniable authority. Gain Reginald Sigma. Gain slowly raised his head, and upon seeing Zephyr's face, he couldn't help but marvel internally. So this is the pinnacle of righteousness, Zephyr. The pressure belonging to a strong man. However, thoughts aside, acting was necessary. After all, his goal this time was Zephyr. Thus Gain's eyes were weary, his lips cracked, his voice hoarse to the point of being nearly inaudible. Corporal Derek. To cover for me, was attacked by the remnants of rocks. Hearing Gain's words, Zephyr had no doubts about this second-class soldier, but his frown deepened. So you were slow because you were carrying him. Gain fell silent for a moment, then knelt on one knee, lowering his head to hide the downward curl of his lips, his voice choked. I promised Derek to bring him home. Gain frantically recalled the grievances he had faced over the years since his transmigration, the genuine despair he had experienced causing him to sob heart-wrenchingly. For a moment the deck was silent, only the sound of waves lapping against the ship's hull could be heard. Zephyr looked at the list in his hand and instantly found Gain and Derek's names. When he saw Gain was merely a second-class soldier from the West Sea Branch, his expression froze. You are a second-class soldier from the West Sea Branch. Yes. Gain nodded. I requested Corporal Derek to bring me here. A true man should witness greater vistas and battlefields. But I never expected. If it weren't for me. Gain's words were entirely believable, because to facilitate receiving Gain's compensation, the name in the beneficiary section was indeed Derek's, while Derek's own was Gain. In the Navy, only those who were as reliable as family would fill in each other's names in that section when heading into battle. Zephyr stared at Gain for a few seconds before suddenly placing a hand on his shoulder. That hand was as heavy as a mountain, yet carried a hint of warmth. Gain, you did the right thing. Zifa's voice was unusually softened. The Navy never abandons its comrades. Gain's shoulder trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He lowered his head, and no one could see the scorn in his eyes. Yes, Admiral. The soldiers who had just experienced the life-and-death battle at the Valley of the Gods were also moved by this scene, with some even welling up with tears. They whispered among themselves about Gain's bravery, as if he were some tragic hero. Soon Direct's body was covered with a white cloth, and the medic approached to examine Direct's body, lifting Direct's uniform, his expression changing drastically. The internal organs are completely shattered, yet there are almost no external injuries. He looked up at Zifa, his voice trembling. This kind of injury appears to have been directly attacked internally by a certain shock force. Upon hearing this, Zifa's gaze sharpened. Shock force. Yes, it matches the characteristics of the devil fruit ability of Rock's Whitebeard. The medic added in a low voice. Zifa fell silent for a moment, his gaze returning to Gain. Gain still kept his head down, as if immersed in grief. Sigh, how many young lives have we lost in yet another game of the world nobles? A mother raises her child for over 20 years only to have them survive less than 5 seconds in front of that group of monsters. Zifa slammed his fist heavily against the ship's railing, then turned to issue orders to his aide, document the battle losses, and prepare to return. As night fell, the naval warship slowly sailed away from the island of the gods, slicing through the pitch-black sea, leaving a silver trail in the moonlight. Gain stood alone at the stern, gazing at the dark sea, the moonlight illuminating his profile, outlining his hard contours. Crack! A faint cracking sound came from beneath his feet. The wooden texture of the deck centered around his military boots, spiderweb-like cracks quietly spreading. Gain stared at these uncontrollable, vibrating particles, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth, followed by the subtle air cracks disappearing. The goal has been achieved, but in this world, merely possessing a devil fruit is far from enough. Gain must navigate this world step by step, without a golden finger or system, progressing from a Thrino product devoid of fruit hockey and talent towards the peak. The devil fruit is just the first step. Next, he needs to develop its abilities and master hockey. Gain unconsciously rubbed the hilt of the 8 Desolation, wrapped in bandages, his mind racing. Without a doubt, Zifa is the best choice. In the higher echelons of the Navy during this time, Sengoku is exhausting himself to be promoted to Admiral, while Garp is chasing Roger all over the world. Only Zifa, soon to be promoted to Admiral under the name Black Arm, the future chief instructor of the Navy, will care for an ordinary soldier and his development. Moreover, if the timeline is not mistaken, after this battle at the Valley of the Gods, Zifa will be promoted from Vice Admiral to Admiral in the Navy headquarters. And once I return to the West Sea revealing my fruit abilities, I must strive to be promoted back to the Navy headquarters. Regardless of factions or future plans, leaving a good impression in front of Zifa will only benefit me. The mastery of the Black Arm name's armed color at this moment is no less than Garp. Gain chuckled lightly, raising his hand to gather a sphere of white, vibrating particles in his palm. So this is justice. He suddenly clenched his fist, the light sphere bursting forth with blinding white light between his fingers, is nothing more than this. The waves surged, and the ship's shadow gradually vanished into the darkness ahead. P.S. Note: Zifa was 74 years old at the time of the Valley of the Gods incident, which occurred 38 years ago based on the current manga timeline. His birth year can be inferred to be 36 years before the incident, 74 years, 38 years, 36 years. Therefore, at the time of the Valley of the Gods incident, Zifa would have been 36 years old. Zifa, Garp, Sengoku, and Crane were contemporaneous Naval Academy students, joining the Marine Academy at Marineford at age 14, participating in their first combat at age 18, promoted to sergeant at age 28, while mastering the 6 styles, and being called Black Arm for his mastery of armed color hockey at age 34, officially being promoted to Admiral at age 38. At the time of the Valley of the Gods incident, age 36, Zifa had not yet achieved the rank of Admiral. Inside the warship at midnight, the dim light of the oil lamp cast flickering shadows on the metal walls. Zifa sat at the table, thick battle reports and personnel lists spread across the surface, with an ink bottle beside a steel pen stained with ink. This Black Arm was not merely a warrior, he also possessed a hint of the cunning of a strategist from the Warring States period. Zifa rubbed his temples, the prolonged hours of work revealing a trace of fatigue in this Vice Admiral known for his iron fist. The casualties from the Battle of the Valley of the Gods far exceeded expectations, with few survivors, and even fewer who could bring back the bodies of their comrades. The pen glided across the paper with a scratching sound, names being crossed out one after another, achievements being allocated, and ranks being adjusted. Until Jern Reginald Sigma. Staring at this name, Zifa's pen came to a halt. Jern. He focused on the name, his brow slightly furrowing. Logically, a private from the West Sea branch surviving in the Valley of the Gods was already a miracle, let alone bringing back the body of a superior. By conventional standards, such performance was enough for a promotion to corporal, the lowest level in the non-commissioned officer ranks. Yet for some reason Zifa felt that something was amiss. It was too coincidental. At the last moment before everyone was to withdraw, Jern appeared, carrying Direct's body, drenched in blood, his words filled with tragic heroism. This scene was too perfect enough. As if it were a meticulously crafted performance. Zifa set down his pen, his knuckles gently tapping on the table. In his mind, Jern's face resurfaced once again, especially his sorrowful expression. Adjutant, after a long pause, Zifa suddenly spoke. Yes, Vice Admiral. The adjutant standing at the door immediately stepped forward. How much do you know about the West Sea branch? The adjutant paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. Corruption is severe. Officers buy and sell positions, and it is common for soldiers to bribe their superiors to evade tasks. A soldier like Jern, without any background, taking 4 years to rise to private. He was either too honest or too clever. Zifa's gaze darkened. Too honest a person wouldn't survive the Valley of the Gods. Those who are too clever know how to use heroism to gain benefits. Moreover, I suspect that the body of that Derek was also his. Hearing the adjutant's words, Zifa's expression grew heavy. That child's sorrow is not fake. I have encountered many people in my life. Treacherous, cunning. I am not foolish, but the sorrow that child displayed at that moment was genuinely heartfelt. Genuinely heartfelt. The adjutant was momentarily taken aback, biting his lip and falling silent. After reprimanding his adjutant, Zifa turned again to Jern's name, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Interesting. The pen fell again, decisively marking in the achievement assessment column. Originally slated for promotion, corporal, lowest rank of non-commissioned officer. Modified to sergeant, highest rank of non-commissioned officer. The adjutant's eyes widened. Vice Admiral Zifa, this. Zifa closed the list, his voice low. The West Sea needs reform, and reform requires a knife. A knife that is smart enough and sharp enough. He stood up and walked to the porthole. Under the moonlight, the sea's surface glimmered coldly like some silent omen. As for whom this knife will ultimately strike. Zifa's lips curled slightly. That depends on his own choices. This child has a heart of justice. He just hasn't grasped his own sense of justice yet. After several days of sailing in the soldier's rest cabin, Jern leaned against the corner hammock, playing with a Navy insignia in his hand. The cabin was filled with the sounds of snoring, and no one noticed the subtle vibrations rippling through his fingertips. It seems that at this time we should be nearing the West Sea. Jern gazed out the small round window, a slight smile playing on his lips. This time I should be promoted to sergeant. Suddenly the cabin door swung open and a messenger announced loudly. Upon reaching the West Sea Branch 133, please prepare the soldiers belonging to the West Sea Branch 133. After saying this, the messenger cast a meaningful glance at Jern, who was on the hammock in the corner. And also, Jern Reginald Sigma. Here, Jern jumped down from the hammock. The promotion order is hereby issued effective immediately. Jern Reginald Sigma is promoted to branch sergeant. With that, the cabin erupted in chaos. What a... Jumping directly from private to sergeant. This isn't following the rules, is it? Jern looked at the new Navy uniform he was wearing, sitting up amidst the astonished gazes of everyone accepting the promotion order. The ink on the paper was still wet, with Zifa's signature pressed through the page. He looked up at the messenger and said, "Please convey my thanks to Vice Admiral Zifa for his recognition. West Sea Navy port of Branch 133. After completing the handover and watching the warship leave, the branch chief of Branch 133, Lieutenant Asahi, turned his gaze to the 30 wounded sailors at the port, including Jern. Bastard. When the support orders were issued, he demanded 2,000 men from me. And now only this few are left." Lieutenant Asahi looked displeased, but soon spotted Jern, who was carrying a sword on his back among the 30 men. There was no choice. Although Jern was only 14, he was already around 187 meters tall, and the long sword wrapped in bandages on his back made him stand out like a crane among chickens. This guy. When Asahi saw Jern's rank, his pupils constricted. "You went from private to branch sergeant." Jern. Hearing Asahi's words, Jern, not expecting this branch chief to recognize him, a nameless private, could only smile awkwardly. "I was just lucky, Branch Chief Asahi. You all go ahead." Asahi directly dismissed the other sailors, then walked straight to Jern. "About that Corporal Derek. He sacrificed himself in the Valley of the Gods. The list should have been sent back to the branch a long time ago. I know he died. I meant, weren't you the one to claim his compensation?" Asahi chuckled, rubbing his fingers together. "Although I don't know why he wrote your name down, but..." Jern was too lazy to talk much with these corrupt people. But thinking about his promotion to a senior officer in the branch, he could independently command central missions. If he wanted to be promoted back to the naval headquarters later, he would definitely need a good letter of introduction and building good relationships to mobilize a warship would also be convenient. Besides, now that he had the fruits of his labor, he didn't care much for money. He could just rob those underworld figures who lent him money at high interest. With that in mind, Jern nodded and said, Corporal Derek told me before he sacrificed himself that he was looked after by Branch Chief Asahi in Branch 133, so I must ensure his compensation. What are you saying? Asahi laughed, then lowered his voice. Put the money in my office, and when you go on missions in the future, he'll make sure you have a smooth path. Branch Chief. Hearing Asahi being so accommodating, Jern was somewhat bewildered. Isn't it our duty as Navy of the branch to protect the civilians? Really? Fake? What kind of thoughts does a rookie just promoted to sergeant have? I've seen plenty of them. If the warship suffers some damage, it would also be convenient for me to apply for a batch of funding from the headquarters, right? Of course, if you sacrifice yourself, I wouldn't be polite about your compensation, ha ha ha. Under the night sky, the dormitory of the 133rd branch of the West Sea lay in silence. After being promoted to petty officer, Geen finally had his own private room. Now he sat quietly by the window. Silver moonlight spilled through the glass onto the desk, illuminating the black blade wrapped in layers of white bandages, the 8 desolations. The supreme great blade, 12 works. Geen murmured softly, raising his left hand slightly. The trembling particles in the air slowly coalesced into an invisible shockwave. Plus this Logia-type heaven-shaking fruit. He stared at the black blade, his gaze deep. Given his current identity and strength, this blade must never be shown lightly. After all, it was Rock's personal sword. Until he had enough power, he had to tread carefully. Geen now fully understood his situation. No system, no cheat. Every step was like walking on thin ice. Thus his plan was clear: fully develop the power of the heaven-shaking fruit to enhance his combat strength and purge the pirates of the West Sea to accumulate military merit and renown. He would use the passage of time to fabricate the fruit's origin, blurring, acquired at God Valley, into obtained by chance in the West Sea, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Most importantly, at this very moment, the West Sea branch was riddled with corruption. In this era, it was called the Navy's place of exile. He had to break free from the branch's marginalization and be promoted to Marine headquarters. Only then could he gain the chance to master hockey, and the favorable impression he had left on Zephyr would become a crucial bargaining chip in the future. The era of rocks is over. Next, after a long contemplation, Geen sighed deeply, looked up at the night sky, and the moonlight reflected in his pupils. It will be a legendary era of 3 pillars: Whitebeard, Roger, and Golden Lion. No cheat, no shortcut. Geen withdrew his gaze, his fingertips gently stroking the black blade, 8 desolations, the power of vibration flowing in his palm. Every step I take from now on must be carefully planned. Time flew. 1 year later, in the year 1485 of the Sea Circle calendar, on a pirate ship in the West Sea. On the deck, wine barrels rolled, the scent of roasted meat mingled with the smell of cheap rum. Pirates raised their cups, laughing wildly, celebrating another successful plunder. What a lousy Marine branch. Can't even see a shadow. Those Marines only take bribes. Give them enough money, and they'll turn a blind eye. Captain Hawk of the Golden Blade Pirates grinned, his gold teeth glistening greasily in the firelight. The West Sea is my world. That's right. Those worthless Marines aren't even fit to polish our shoes. The lackeys chimed in, raising their cups to drink. But just as the revelry reached its peak, aren't you all celebrating a little too early? A cold voice suddenly cut through the noise like a blade severing the carnival's clamor. The pirates froze, then turned sharply toward the source. There, crouched on the crossbar of their ship's mast, was a tall silhouette. The harsh sunlight outlined his shadow, and a long sword wrapped in white bandages hung diagonally across his back. Who it? Captain Hawk roared, his drunkenness half gone. A sharp-eyed pirate's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Fat hat sword. White bandages. Could you be Pirate Hunter Geen? Silence. The name exploded like a bomb on the deck. The smiles of the Golden Blade pirates froze. You've got to be kidding. Captain Hawk's forehead beaded with cold sweat, forcing a sneer. That Marine monster who single-handedly wiped out 15 pirate crews in a year. Why would he come after us? Pirate Hunter. Geen covered his face. This wasn't the era of the Great Pirate Age started by Roger, so the title didn't yet exist. But if thought had be dubbed that. Isn't it normal for Marines to catch pirates? Why call me a hunter? Hearing Geen's words, Hawk swallowed hard, drew his large curved blade, and barked, damn it. We're the famous Golden Blade pirates of the West Sea. I'm a pirate with a bounty of 23 million berries. He's alone. Charge all of you. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, sparks burst on the deck, and dozens of lead bullets tore through the air toward the figure on the mast. Geen smiled faintly, his figure blurring slightly amidst the hail of bullets. The bullets pierced his chest, forehead, and throat, but they hit only a phantom, leaving behind ripples of transparent vibration in the air. Logia. Captain Hawk's gold teeth chattered. Hey, no way. How could the West Sea have? Before he could finish, Geen slowly stood up. As he took a step, a high-density vibration particle track formed instantly at the landing point. He stepped on it using the reverse shock wave of the particles to propel himself, and vanished. Shock instant slide track. A piercing sonic boom tore through the sea breeze. The pirates on the deck saw only a distorted transparent track appear in the air, and then like a wave split by an invisible blade, the shockwave from the sonic boom flung the pirates on either side away. Where is he? Hawk raised his curved blade, but a cold sensation pressed against his back. Sorry, I'm here to execute shock justice. 23 million berry bounty gold tooth Hawk. Geen spoke calmly. They'll take your head. As he spoke, a pure white shockwave compressed like a stellar core had already gathered at Geen's left foot, pressing against Hawk's temple. Crack. The moment it swept out, a muffled sound of flesh being pierced, and a crisp sound, like shattering glass, burst simultaneously. In Hawk's perspective, his pupils suddenly dilated. He saw only the air around him cracking like a spiderweb, as if space itself was shattering. Hawk's head twisted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of internal organs, collapsing to his knees. Though the attack hit his head, the shockwave had pulverized his internal organs into pulp. Dead silence on the deck. The remaining pirates stood frozen, their weapons clattering to the floor. Captain Hawk, bounty 23 million berries. Taken down in one move. Just one move. They stared in terror at the retreating figure. Geen slowly lowered his raised foot, the trembling particles still not dissipated. Monster. A pirate collapsed, his pants wet with a stinking liquid. TCH. The technique I developed by imitating Kazar's lightspeed kick is still a bit imperfect. Geen muttered to himself. Though it enables short-distance, supersonic linear gliding, it can't move with the same freedom as true light. As he spoke, his left hand had already lifted Hawk's gradually cooling corpse, while his right palm faced upward, a pure white orb of vibration particles quietly gathering. But this is enough for now. He suddenly flung the orb into the air. Shock step, sky stamp. The ultra-compressed vibration particles exploded violently upon impact, the shockwave blasting out in a ring as Geen's figure launched into the air. Below, the violent shockwave spread like ripples. The ship's planks, mast, cannon platforms, everything it touched disintegrated into powder in an instant. Before the pirates' screams could even escape, the entire ship collapsed like a fragile glass ornament, shattered wood and wreckage swallowed by the surging waves. Geen's figure, however, had already leaped high into the sky, several shockwaves exploding beneath his feet in succession. The air twisted and trembled with each step, as if invisible stairs carried him away into the distance. In the West Sea, the shimmering surface of the sea reflected the sunlight, as Geen made his way back to the deck of the warship. Corporal Geen. Upon landing, the naval soldiers on the deck immediately stood straight and saluted in unison, their eyes filled with a mix of awe and admiration. You've all worked hard. Geen casually tossed Hawk's corpse to a nearby attendant, who clumsily caught it, only to gasp in shock at the sight of the distorted golden-toothed face. Is this Gold-Tooth Hawk? A notorious pirate with a bounty of 23 million berries, whose reputation had skyrocketed recently. The sight of the pirate's corpse stirred a commotion on the deck. After all, this was not the era of great pirates that followed Roger. A pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries was already formidable in the four seas. Truly worthy of the title Pirate Hunter. This must be the 16th one this year, right? I heard he was promoted to corporal this year, having only been a sergeant last year at just 14. Amidst the whispers, Geen silently removed his blood-stained white gloves. He was accustomed to the fervor of the soldiers. Over the past year, the West Sea Branch had deliberately crafted his image as a naval superstar to redeem its tarnished reputation. After all, the appeal of a natural ability user combined with his achievements in single-handedly eliminating pirate crews was enough to earn blind adoration from the lower-ranking soldiers. Still not enough. Geen glanced at Hawk's corpse. Such a character might be noteworthy in the four seas, but in the New World, he wouldn't even qualify to polish the deck. I need a significant accomplishment. Just then a soldier jogged over with a stack of documents. This is the newspaper information you asked me to sort. Thank you. Geen smiled and nodded while the excited naval soldier shook his head fervently, as if serving the West Sea Star was the highlight of his life. The New World has erupted in large-scale conflicts. Whitebeard Edward Newgate has sunk 3 government warships, and Golden Lion Shiki has conquered 6 islands. Geen took the documents, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed casualty numbers beneath the headlines. The remnants of rocks were rampaging like wildfire. After that man's death, the monsters under his command did not perish, instead they carved out their own territories, wreaking havoc in the New World. Meanwhile, the main force of the Navy was tirelessly working to contain these true masters of the seas. No more time to waste. Geen clenched the documents, subtle waves of vibration emanating from between his fingers. Corporal. At that moment, a communications officer cautiously reminded him with a document in hand. Branch Director Asahi said the information you requested is here. Really? Gein's expression shifted. Looks like I'll be promoted to headquarters soon. What a... Corporal Gein, you mean? The pirates of the West Sea are no longer enough. He raised his gaze towards the distant horizon. To ride the waves of the times, one must go to the eye of the storm. The naval soldiers on the warship opened their mouths, only to swallow hard, for after all that was the Navy headquarters. Who wouldn't long for it? Even if someone from headquarters came to the West Sea branch, they would still be of a much higher status than the branch could offer. Seeing the naval soldiers exchanging glances, Gein said nothing more, but turned to walk towards the cabin with his black sword. 8 Desolations. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the West Sea 133rd branch's port red, while the sea breeze carried the scent of salt as it swept over the dock. Gein's warship slowly docked, the hull colliding with the wooden pier with a dull sound. The naval recruits at the port had already lined up, their expressions solemn, yet hard to conceal their excitement, as their pirate hunter, Corporal Gein, returned victoriously once again. At the front of this group of soldiers stood a slightly plump man with a beaming smile, Asahi, rubbing his hands together with his eyes narrowed into slits. Branch Director Asahi of the West Sea 133rd Branch, who a year ago had hoped Gein would foolishly take the bounty for himself, was now bowing almost to the ground like a servant welcoming a distinguished guest. Corporal Gein, you've worked hard. Asahi's voice was 8 octaves higher than usual, his flattery sending chills down one's spine. He hurried over, having gained weight this year. The flesh on his face jiggled with each step. I've already prepared hot water and warm food for you. Please rest first. Just leave the trivial matters to the subordinates. As Gein slowly descended from the warship, the symbolic white bandaged black sword slung across his back. You are still a branch director. He glanced at Asahi, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Ever since he demonstrated the power of the tremor fruit before everyone in the branch a year ago, the branch director, who had once ignored him, immediately changed his demeanor. Oh, these naval recruits joined us just to see you. As the branch director, I must satisfy their curiosity. There's no need for such formality. Gein's tone remained flat, neither displaying disgust nor accepting the flattery. I merely accomplished my duties. Oh, you shouldn't say that. Asahi rubbed his hands, his smile growing even brighter. Do you know? Now when pirates in the West Sea hear the name Gein, they are so frightened they can't hold themselves. Our 133 RD branch's reputation rests entirely on your shoulders. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the deck of the warship, where several naval soldiers were carrying a corpse down the gangway. The corpse's mouth bore remnants of a golden dental plate glinting dully in the sunset. Is this Gold-Tooth Hawk? Asahi's eyes widened in shock, his voice turning shrill. A pirate with a bounty of 23 million berries. My God, you've broken the record again. Surrounding soldiers also began to stir, whispering excitedly, this must be the 16th pirate crew that Corporal Gein has taken down this year, right? I heard he single-handedly demolished the lair of the Blood Axe pirate crew, which had a bounty of 16 million last month. Looking at the wanted notice, Gein's expression slightly paused. Chowri, observing the situation, quickly added, Gein, I know you will eventually be promoted to the headquarters. A talent like you should not be wasted in the West Sea. He said, his smile becoming somewhat forced. It's just, you see, after all, you came from our 133rd branch. Gein finally stopped, turning to look at Chowri. He certainly knew what Chowri was thinking. The Navy in this era was unlike that of the future. Coupled with the limited and precious quotas from the headquarters Naval Academy, the elites promoted to the headquarters were all, without exception, the new stars of their respective branches. Thus the Navy of this era has a certain obsession with their birthplace, akin to a homecoming. Just like Carp, who despite graduating from the headquarters Naval Academy, often returns to his hometown of East Sea after gaining fame. It is both protection and persistence. In the office, the sunset's afterglow illuminated Gein's profile through the window, outlining his stern features. Branch Chief, he slowly spoke, I am from the West Sea. Gein's plain declaration of, I am from the West Sea, caused Chowri's face to turn beet red, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He rubbed his hands, stammering for a long time before finally managing to say, that's right. Huh. Gein Reginord Sigma is from my West Sea. Gein looked at Chowri's excited demeanor, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. The West Sea branch has always been on the fringes of the Navy system, referred to as the place of exile. An elite from the headquarters who has emerged from the 133rd branch can indeed provide Chowri, who is likely to stay in the branch for a lifetime, with considerable political capital. Especially with the subsequent funding allocations from the headquarters to the branches, the Navy is also rife with human sentiments. If Gein establishes himself at the headquarters, the West Sea branch will also reap the benefits. Don't worry, Gein said indifferently, after all, this is my starting point. Chowri felt as if he had received a pardon, his facial fat relaxing. That's great. That's wonderful. Gein, I tell you, you will definitely be promoted to the naval headquarters. The only thing lacking in your current achievements is this. After saying this, Chao Ri heavily patted the wanted notice. Indeed, Geen nodded and continued to walk forward. Chao Ri wanted to follow, but Geen stopped him with a glance. I want to be alone for a while. Yes. You rest. You rest. Chao Ri nodded and bowed as he retreated, not forgetting to shout at the soldiers around him. What are you all standing there for? Don't you see that Ensign Geen is tired? Get back to work. At the 133rd branch's military port, Geen walked alone towards the cliff behind the branch. Here the view was wide, overlooking the entire West Sea. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the sky displayed a deep blue-purple hue. He unfastened the black sword Bahuang from his back, gently running his fingers over the coiled bandages. It had been a year. During this past year, he had eradicated 16 pirate groups, nearly wiping out the pirate forces in the West Sea. But Geen was well aware that these so-called achievements meant nothing in the eyes of those monsters at the headquarters. Whitebeard was searching for his son in the New World. The Golden Lion had occupied dozens of islands. Roger's fleet was shrouded in mystery. And at the naval headquarters, Sengoku Carp Zifa. These names represented the true pinnacle of power. The West Sea is too small. Geen raised his hand, a sphere of pure white vibrating particles appearing in his palm. The particles glowed faintly in the night, resembling a compressed star. The development of the Tremor-Tremor fruit was far from its limits, and the fruit's manipulation was not as simple as it seemed. Every technique required precise control. This past year, he had only grasped the fundamental abilities: elementization, defense, offense, shockwave, and short-range teleportation. Fortunately, the base limit of the Tremor-Tremor fruit is indeed the tremor, while its upper limit in front of a man with memories of the future was boundless. As for hockey, Geen clenched his fist, the light sphere bursting forth from between his fingers, creating cracks in the surrounding air. At first, he wanted to imitate some training methods from the original anime, but the result was utterly fruitless. Without armed hockey, one could not contend with Logia-type users. Without observation hockey, even with elementization, he would be injured due to the inability to predict the movements of top-tier powerhouses. As for Conqueror's hockey, Zifa, a glimmer of sharpness and desire flashed in Geen's eyes. This general known as the Black Arm was indeed the pinnacle representative of armed hockey. If he could receive his guidance. The sea breeze blew and Geen's cloak rustled. He turned to face the direction of Marineford, his gaze gradually firming. Once he dealt with the Bloodspear pirate group and his achievements met the standards, the next step would be there. Meanwhile, in the shadows beside the military port branch chief, Chao Ri was hunching his neck, holding a bag of already cold seaweed rice balls. That was originally intended to be a care package he planned to personally deliver to Geen. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, glistening under the dim light, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the bag, producing a faint rustling sound. It's so much like him. Chao Ri's pupils trembled slightly, and the figure of that man uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. For years ago, during the Navy's raid on the Rocks pirates, he had shattered an entire island and triggered a tsunami with just his own strength. If it weren't for confirming that he has a Logia-type ability, I would have thought he inherited that man's fruit. He had just hidden behind a container, witnessing Geen gather the vibrating light sphere in his palm. That pure tremor, as if it could tear apart space, instinctively made him feel a shiver. Yet simultaneously a twisted sense of excitement surged from the depths of his heart, akin to a gambler who had hit the jackpot. That kid Geen. Chao Ri licked his dry lips, his face squeezing out an exceedingly flattering smile. He's only 15 this year, even younger than those three monstrous newcomers at the naval headquarters. He will definitely become a big shot. Thinking of this, Chao Ri glanced back at the blurry figure on the cliff, carefully retreating. His leather shoes stepped into a puddle to splash, echoing sharply in the silent dock, startling him to freeze on the spot. Only after confirming that Geen had not noticed the commotion did he let out a long breath and continued to retreat stealthily. This big leg, I must be the first to hug it. In his mind, plans began to form once Geen became a rear admiral, no, perhaps even a vice admiral. No, by then the West Sea 133rd branch would surely be upgraded to the West Sea headquarters. Chao Ri will be the head of the headquarters. The night wind blew and Chao Ri suddenly shivered. No, I can't waste time. I need to hurry and gather intel on the Bloodspear pirate group and swiftly send our West Sea star to the headquarters. Saying this, Chao Ri took one last look at the cliff's direction, where Geen's figure was no longer visible. Only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed in the night. Pirate crew named Bloodspear pirate crew. Captain title Bloodspear Lugart. Bounty 69 million berries due to voluntarily abandoning deeper voyages after retreating from the Grand Line, avoiding a higher bounty. Age 42. Origin Royal Guard of a war-torn nation in the West Sea. Aesthetic obsessed with elegant slaughter, deliberately controlling the amount of blood lost by opponents during battle, leading them to a slow death. Due to defeat in the Grand Line, he harbors a deep hatred for the game of the strong, and resorts to bullying the weak to numb himself. Gwen, this is the specific information about the Bloodspear pirate crew. The branch chief of the Morning Sun lightly pushed over a document in a leather pouch and rubbed his hands, a fawning smile on his face. I specifically relied on old connections from the South Sea branch to obtain this internal information. Trouble now. Gwen took the document and began to flip through it. Although Logia is from the West Sea. The chief of the Morning Sun leaned in closer, the smell of his cigar mixed with cheap perfume wafting over, but he developed greed while guarding his country's royal family in the South Sea, and after killing and looting, he directly established a pirate crew in the South Sea. He said, pointing with his short, thick finger at a red stamp on the document. Do you see this mark? It's the extremely dangerous stamp from the South Sea branch. Gwen quickly browsed through the information, his gaze pausing slightly on keywords like Grand Line and 60 million berries. Amid the rustling of paper, the voice of the Morning Sun continued. This guy has a notorious record in the South Sea for having looted 7 merchant ships and destroyed 2 naval branch outposts, employing brutal methods. Therefore, he specifically ran back to the West Sea from the Grand Line to flaunt his power. Gwen closed the document with a faint sigh. The fat face of the Morning Sun suddenly became serious as he leaned forward, the chair creaking under the pressure. Gwen, this Logia is completely different from those 20 million level small fries you dealt with before. Anyone who can make a name for themselves in the first half of the Grand Line. Although the bounty states 60 million, his actual strength may far exceed that number. Gen's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, the rhythm resembling a countdown. He certainly understood that in the original story, when Luffy defeated the fishman Arlong, the bounty was only 30 million berries. The evaluation of naval bounties has never been merely a reflection of strength, but it also has its accuracy. Don't worry, Chief. Gwen stood up, sunlight filtering through the blinds, casting mottled stripes on his face. I value my life. Good to value your life. Good to value your life. The Morning Sun quickly stood up, accidentally bumping his stomach against the edge of the table, without caring to rub it, only smiling obsequiously. Once you get to the naval headquarters, you'll be dealing with real monsters. Just as Gwen and the Morning Sun were talking, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps approached, followed by an abrupt report that interrupted everything. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and the Morning Sun's adjutant rushed in with a worried expression, tightly clutching a document. Report, Chief. The adjutant's voice was urgent and heavy. In the West Sea, the kingdom of our third Ashport has encountered an attack from the Bloodspear pirate crew, and local militia have sent out a plea for support. The Morning Sun was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, the flesh on his face trembling slightly with tension. So soon? Didn't the intel say they were still active near the South Sea? They have clearly changed their course. The adjutant replied. Bang. The Morning Sun's expression darkened instantly as he stood up abruptly, his fist crashing heavily onto the table. These damned beasts, having just returned from the first half of the Grand Line, are already eager to wreak havoc in my territory. Meanwhile, Gen's gaze sharpened as he looked at the intelligence document the Morning Sun had just given him. Chief, please give the order. The adjutant eagerly awaited instructions. The Morning Sun gritted his teeth, preparing to speak, but Gwen had already stood up and walked toward the door. Hey, Gwen. The Morning Sun was taken aback. What are you going to do? What else is there to say? Gwen replied without looking back. Of course I'm going to support Ashport. Wait. The Morning Sun hurriedly called out to him. Did I not just tell you? The Bloodspear pirate crew is not an ordinary pirate crew. Their strength far exceeds those small fries you dealt with before. And didn't you just say you value your life? Gwen paused slightly, tilting his head. What I meant by value, he suddenly revealed a spine-chilling smile, is to let those blind fools value their lives when they encounter me rather than me valuing my own. Looking at Gen's gaze, the Morning Sun was momentarily stunned by his imposing manner, unable to speak. By the way, Gwen had already turned to the doorway, pausing for a moment with his hand on the doorknob. Thanks for this intel. The Morning Sun was taken aback, repeatedly waving his hands. It's nothing. It's nothing. We at Branch 133 are counting on you. The sound of the door closing interrupted his flattery. The Morning Sun stood still for a moment, suddenly remembering something, and hurriedly grabbed the telephone bug on the table. Hello? Prepare the best supplies immediately. When the lieutenant is going to see. In the corridor, Gen's pace quickened, almost turning into a run. His mind was focused on one thought. He must reach Ashport as soon as possible. Lieutenant Gwen. A few naval soldiers, seeing his hurried demeanor, immediately saluted. Immediately assemble a small team and prepare the warship. Gwen commanded sternly. Ashport has been attacked. We will depart in 10 minutes. The soldiers did not dare to hesitate and quickly took action. Gwen returned to his room and grabbed the Black Blade 8 Desolation from the table, securing it firmly on his. He took a deep breath, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Bloodspear pirate crew. 10 minutes later, a warship set sail from the port of Branch 133, heading full speed towards Ashport. Gwen stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze brushing against his face, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, while his thoughts soared towards the future. The Bloodspear pirate crew was just one step in his plan. The real challenges lay ahead. The naval headquarters, the monsters of the New World, and those who had yet to awaken their conqueror's hockey. It's coming soon. He murmured to himself, a subtle vibration of particles gathering unconsciously in his palm only to dissipate in an instant. Lieutenant, we expect to arrive at Ashport in 2 hours. A soldier stepped forward to report. Gwen nodded and said solemnly, notify everyone to prepare for battle. This time we are facing a group of bloodthirsty pirates. Do not show any mercy. Yes. The soldiers replied respectfully and turned to leave. Bloodspear Carlos, my final achievement. He whispered this name, his eyes filled with killing intent. Your head will be my letter of intent for promotion to the headquarters. The surface of the West Sea had never been so calm. Guin stood on the warship's deck, one hand resting on the hilt of the black blade of the 8 waist, his gaze fixed on the silhouette of an island gradually emerging in the distance. Report. Ahead is Ashenport. A Navy soldier hurried over, his voice tinged with unease. According to intelligence, the Bloodspear pirate crew landed this morning. Guin did not reply, only narrowed his eyes slightly. Ashenport, a renowned fishing town in the West Sea famous for its precious luminous pearls. The townsfolk had lived by fishing for generations, leading a peaceful and prosperous life. But now this town that should have been bathed in the morning light was shrouded in an eerie silence. The warship slowly docked and a strange odor wafted through the air, charcoal, blood, and rotting flesh. Guin's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Something's wrong. The Navy soldier behind him swallowed hard. It's too quiet here. When the warship finally anchored at the pier, everyone froze in place. Blood. The entire harbor floor was stained a dark crimson, thick plasma, still uncoagulated. Boots squelched with a nauseating gurgle as they stepped. Corpses lay scattered in chaotic piles. Some were pinned to crates by spears through their chests, others had their limbs severed, discarded like rags by the roadside. Ugh! A young Navy recruit finally couldn't help but bend over and vomit. Guin paid no heed, striding forward as his military boots stepped onto the docks of Ashenport, a sticky sensation underfoot. On both sides of the street, houses were reduced to charred skeletons. The flames had long died out, but thick smoke still lingered. Several charred corpses curled up in the ruins, frozen in their death throes. The fishing boats that once filled the harbor were now nothing but skeletal frames, their blackened wrecks floating on the water. Beneath the surface, sunken bodies were faintly visible like a shoal of drowned fish. And this was only the harbor. These pirate bastards. A Navy soldier behind Guin gnashed his teeth, his fists clenched audibly. Guin's steps did not falter. His gaze swept over every atrocity, his expression still as cold and hard as iron, until he reached the fishing town. The entire town, once renowned for its luminous pearls, had been reduced to a hell. In the streets, corpses were piled in twisted poses, some were nailed to walls with spears, others disemboweled, their entrails trailing on the ground like dark red carpets. Children's bodies hung from the lighthouse ropes, swaying gently in the sea breeze. Their throats had been slit, blood long drained, leaving only hollow eyes staring at the sky. At the tavern entrance, a man's head was impaled on the top of a flagpole, symbolizing the Navy. His jaw was brutally pried open, and a luminous pearl was stuffed into his mouth, a mockery of a decoration, using the town's specialty. In the town square, there stood a tower made of piled corpses. Dozens of corpses were cruelly stacked together. At the very top, a little girl naked was draped in the Navy flag. Her throat was slit, her hands nailed to wooden stakes on either side like a pinned butterfly. But her eyes were still open, staring vacantly at the sky, as if questioning something. This is the... Many Navy soldiers with weak mental fortitude collapsed on the spot, roaring in anguish. And Guin silently gazed at this corpse tower, his eyes deep and terrifying, his clenched fingers digging into his palms. So behind those romanticized banquets in Oda's stories were children clutching their mothers in charred buildings. The civilians nailed to masts as human banners, all of them were telling Guin just what kind of the freest adventure world this truly was. Report. Warrant Officer Guin, we found survivors on the east side. A Navy soldier rushed over. Take me there. Guin immediately turned and strode toward a half-collapsed warehouse on the east side. Inside, several blood-soaked militiamen huddled in a corner, one of them still alive, but barely breathing. His abdomen was pierced, blood gushing out, staining the straw beneath him. Hang on. The medic is coming. A Navy soldier rushed forward to try to stop the bleeding. But the militiaman tremblingly raised his hand, gripping the soldier's collar tightly, his voice hoarse. Faithy. Deliberately. Bought time. What? The soldier was stunned. The pirates. They deliberately let us. Call for help. The militiaman's pupils began to dilate. They want to lure you. Here. Guin's eyes suddenly turned cold. Just then hurried footsteps came from outside the warehouse. Warrant Officer Guin. The Bloodspear pirate cruise ship has been spotted at the East Harbor. They never left. Guin pursed his lips and slowly rose from beside the dead militiaman. So this was a hunt. The Bloodspear pirate crew had massacred the entire town, but deliberately left a distress signal to wait for the Navy to arrive and then wipe them out. These pirates, damn them. The Navy soldier's face turned pale. Guin, carrying the black blade of the 8 wastes on his back, strode outward, his tone icy. Direction. Hearing Guin's words, the Navy recruit hesitated for a moment, then quickly responded, East Harbor. The Bloodspear pirate crew hasn't left. Guin replied, his voice low and cold. At the same time, his steps did not pause. He walked through the street, the black blade of the 8 wastes on his back, swaying slightly with his movements. The Navy soldiers on both sides straightened their backs and saluted, their eyes full of reverence. Warrant Officer Guin. The young Navy officer caught up, his voice hesitant. We. Guin's steps did not stop, his cold voice cutting through the sea breeze. Sail the warship out. Any survivors found, kill without mercy. But Warrant Officer. The Navy soldier swallowed hard. How many men will you take? No need. Guin's back cast a long shadow in the sunlight. I alone am enough. But that's the Bloodspear pirate crew. They. The young Navy officer's words stopped abruptly. He saw Guin suddenly halt, his gaze fixed on the small body wrapped in the Navy flag. The girl's corpse had been carried off the deck, but the blue and white flag now felt like a resounding slap. All hands listen up. Guin's roar silenced the entire dock. The Navy soldiers turned in astonishment, seeing their warrant officer's eyes blazing with terrifying fury. Strip the flags from the warship. His voice trembled with suppressed rage. Tear them all down. Warrant Officer, this. Guin slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over every young face, finally resting on the small corpse. Justice delayed. His voice was soft, yet struck like a hammer on everyone's hearts. Is unworthy of being called justice. When Guin's figure disappeared at the end of the harbor, the young Navy soldiers still stood there. Someone raised a fist first, then another, then a third. A glint of admiration flashed in the young Navy soldiers' eyes, and they shouted in unison, lower. At the eastern dock of Huijin Harbor, a pirate ship moored alongside the flag of the Bloodspear pirate crew, billowing in the wind. The emblem on the flag was a blood-dripping spear piercing through a skull, its crimson background as if dyed with fresh blood. On the open ground of the dock, the pirates gathered around a bonfire, an unidentified piece of meat roasting on a spit, grease sizzling as it dripped into the flames. A strange aroma mingling charred scent and blood hung in the air. Captain, this haul's not bad. A pirate grinned, meat shreds clinging to his teeth. Those Marines should be arriving soon. Let's pull off one more big score. The Marines of the West Blue. A tall, gaunt figure sat on a boulder, his pale skin scarred and grotesque under the firelight. He slowly raised his hand, stroking the disassemblable spear beside him. Bloodbeak, its barbed tip gleaming coldly. Just a bunch of trash. Bloodspear, Logia wore a cloak stitched from plundered Marine officer uniforms, the deliberately preserved insignia glinting in the firelight. A cruel smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. When they come, I'll hang the leader's head on Bloodbeak, so the West Blue Marines know I'm back, ha. Suddenly the laughter ceased. The sea breeze halted for an instant. The pirates around the bonfire sensed the anomaly and looked up. At the harbor entrance, a figure was approaching slowly. It was a young Marine, a long sword wrapped in white bandages slung across his back. And as Bloodspear, Logia saw the Marine approaching in the distance, a savage grin twisted his face. Finally here. Yet when his eyes fell on Guin's shoulder insignia, his smile froze. Warrant Officer. From a branch. Logia's gaze turned instantly, dark veins bulging on his forehead. What the hell is this? He stomped hard, cracking the boulder beneath him. In Bloodspear, Logia, who fought his way back from the Grand Line. A bounty of 69 million berry. And the Marines send a mere warrant officer to deal with me. He laughed in fury, pointing his spear at Guin, his voice brimming with humiliation and rage. Are you Marines out of men? Or? His one eye narrowed, killing intent boiling. Do you think I'm not even worth a warrant officer? Hearing their captain's self-deprecation, the pirates burst into jeers. Captain, looks like the Marines don't respect you. A mere warrant officer, not even enough to fill our teeth. Hey Marine brat, did you take a wrong turn? This ain't a training camp. Guin did not respond. He simply kept walking forward. As Guin drew closer, a lanky pirate suddenly stared wide-eyed at his face, then grabbed his comrade's arm, his voice trembling. Wait. That guy. The thing on his back. A sword wrapped in white bandages. Logia glanced impatiently. What? Scared, the pirate swallowed hard, his voice shaking. Captain, that hat's the pirate hunter Guin. What a pirate hunter? Who the hell is that? Logia frowned. The lanky pirate leaned in, whispering urgently, Captain, this guy may have a low rank, but over the past year he's annihilated 16 pirate crews in the West Blue all by himself. He's a complete Marine monster. Last month, he took down Gold Tooth Hawk of the Golden Blade pirate crew, bounty 23 million berry. And I heard he once received special training at Marine headquarters, but his rank was suppressed because of excessive methods. After hearing his subordinate's explanation, Logout narrowed his eyes, reevaluating Geen. Oh, interesting. The corner of his mouth lifted again, but this time the smile was no longer scornful. It carried a bloodthirsty excitement. Pirate Hunter Geen. Logout squinted, his gaze settling on the young man's warrant officer insignia, then flashed a mocking grin. In the first half of the Grand Line, guys with Geen's reputation were countless. He felt no fear. So Logout stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow. Kid, you may have some fame, but are the Marines so desperate that they'd send a snot-nosed brat to die, eh? Geen did not answer. His eyes swept over the pirates by the bonfire, then over the still wet bloodstains on the dock, finally resting on Logout. Are you Bloodspear, Logout? His voice was calm, yet sharp as a blade of ice. Logout sneered, lifting Bloodbeak, its tip pointing at Geen. What, you've heard of me? So it seems the Marines don't look down on me. He slowly raised his spear, the tip rotating, his voice low. They think you alone are enough to kill me. Seeing their captain's fearless demeanor, the pirates burst into laughter, some even whistling. Amid the Bloodspear pirates' taunts, Geen remained expressionless, slowly raising his hand, fingers spread, palm facing upward. You slaughtered the people of Huijin Harbor. His voice was soft, as if stating an irrelevant fact. Logout was stunned for a moment, then burst into wild laughter, Bloodbeak carving a crimson arc through the air. Haha, those rabble, you call that a slaughter? He grinned, showing white teeth, his one eye gleaming with morbid excitement. I was teaching them. The spear suddenly halted, its tip pointing straight at Geen. On the sea, the lives of the weak are worthless. Geen's eyes turned icy. Then your life. The air in his palm suddenly warped. A pure white orb of vibrating particles leaped, collapsed, and condensed in his palm, bursting with blinding light, like a compressed star. Logout's laughter stopped abruptly. How much is it worth? As the words left his mouth, Geen's arm muscles tightened, and the next moment, he punched the air beside him. Boom. Crack. Space shattered. Around his fist, the air fractured like a mirror, spiderweb cracks, spreading instantly, a terrifying shockwave, erupting in a fan shape, destroying everything in its path. Crack. 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 The Bloodspear pirate ship moored at the dock was shattered into countless fragments within a thousandth of a second. Planks, masts, nails, sails, all ground to dust, leaving even the seawater beneath the hull gouged into a massive vacuum crater. Splash. Seawater rushed back, raising towering waves, the wreckage swallowed by a whirlpool and vanishing in an instant. The pirates' clamor died instantly. The entire eastern dock fell into a deathly silence. Logout's pupils shrank to pinpricks. His ship and all his treasure erased with a single blow. Geen slowly raised his head, black hair stirred by the blast, revealing eyes cold as bone. And his voice was soft yet hammered into Logout's heart like a heavy mallet. What you said just now was wrong. Geen raised his hand and grasped the hilt of the black blade Bahuang for the first time. It should be. In that instant, the blade vibrated, high-frequency tremors tearing the air with a piercing screech. The bandages on the black blade Bahuang spiraled from hilt to tip, disintegrating into gray-white fragments floating in the air, their edges sparking with electric-like, high-frequency waves. Fully released, the blade lay bare, dark crimson cracks erupting with blinding light, the entire sword like a woken beast. I think you alone are not enough for me to kill. Logout's pupils contracted violently, staring fixedly at the fully unleashed black blade, 8 wastelands in Geen's hand. The dark red cracks on the blade, and the high-frequency vibrations that tore through the air, accompanied by a buzzing sound, made his eardrums sting. This blade is not bad, Logout muttered. After all, not every weapon could withstand the attachment of devil fruit powers, and the one in Geen's hand was no exception. Captain, that's a devil fruit ability. The pirates of the Bloodspear pirates realized, swallowing hard, and shouted. Is it a paramecia? Logout's expression gradually twisted. No wonder he dared to come alone. However, this ability looks somewhat familiar. Captain Logout, what's there to fear? Hearing his subordinates call, Logout sharply flicked his cloak, the rank insignia clattering with a crisp sound. I've seen plenty of ability users in the Grand Line. Before his words faded, Logout's figure suddenly burst forward. The Bloodbeak spear thrust out like a venomous snake, the barbed tip tearing through the air and straight for Geen's throat. Die, Navy brat. Geen still stood in place, not even lifting his eyelids. Buzz. The spear pierced through his body, but it was like striking a phantom. Not a single drop of blood appeared. What a... Logout's eyes widened, incredulous, as his attack missed. Then at the moment the spear tip touched Geen's body, dissolved into countless trembling particles and reassembled the next second. Just as I thought, you took me for a paramecia, Geen's voice came from behind. Logia spun around abruptly, only to see Geen standing 3 paces behind him, the vibrating light sphere in his hand, growing increasingly dazzling. No wonder you fled back from the Grand Line. Geen's tone was laced with undisguised mockery. Hearing Geen's taunt, Logia's face instantly turned livid. With a roar, the blood-beak spear disassembled and reassembled into 2 short spears, their tips glowing with an eerie red light. Don't underestimate me, brat. He crossed the 2 spears and charged at Geen like a phantom. Double beak, heart pierce. Geen still didn't move, only lightly raised his hand, vibrating particles flowing like water around his arm. Vibration wall. Boom. Logia's twin spears slammed into the invisible barrier in front of Geen. The shockwave erupted, sending the surrounding pirates flying. The ground cracked, debris flew, but Geen didn't even stir his coat. Soon cold sweat broke out on Logia's forehead, and his hands began to tremble slightly from the frantic assault on the vibration barrier. He decisively leaped backward, putting distance between them, his expression shifting. Damn it, accursed Logia. Logia's voice twisted with shock, then turned into a furious roar. That's why I hate you bastards, favored by fate the most. With that, Logia stomped violently, the ground beneath him shattering. The blood-beak spear spun in his hand, the barbed tip taking on a dark metallic luster. You lucky bastards with a single fruit, thinking you're something. Logia's eyes were bloodshot. In the Grand Line, I've seen too many guys like you. They all ended up dead like stray dogs. Geen ignored his roar, his figure suddenly vanishing. Vibration instant slide track. In the air, transparent vibration particle tracks appeared, and Geen's body was propelled, as if by an invisible force, instantly closing in on Logia. At the same time, Black Blade 8 Wastelands was raised high, the vibration waves on the blade condensing into a visible white light blade slashing down toward Logia's head. Before the blade arrived, the terrifying vibration had already torn the ground apart, the port's bricks shattering layer by layer like fragile biscuits. But Logia sneered, neither dodging nor avoiding the spear, blood beak coated with armament hockey, and he fiercely struck upward. Clang! In the explosion of metal collision, sparks erupted where the black blade and the spear met. This guy is incredibly strong. Logia was visibly stunned as he felt Geen's immense strength. However, what surprised Geen was that Logia's armament hockey actually withstood the impact of the vibration, even numbing his tiger's mouth. Hey Navy brat, your combat experience is terrible. He spat harshly, the blood beak spear spinning in his hand. Armament hockey wrapped around the spear tip like black mist, the dark metallic barb gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Geen didn't answer, only raised the black blade 8 Wastelands. The blade trembling, high-frequency, vibrating particles leaping along the edge like electric arcs. Vibration break. The blade fell. In an instant, the air was torn apart, a massive slash, carrying vibration waves burst out in a fan shape. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked, buildings shattered, and even space seemed to fracture. Logia sneered, neither dodging nor avoiding the spear thrusting like a venomous snake. Blood feast thrust, sea piercer. The armament hack-a-hardened spear tip collided head-on with the vibration slash. Boom. The air blast exploded. Logia was knocked back several steps, his tiger's mouth cracked, blood dripping down his wrist. At the same time, a long, thin blood mark slowly appeared on Geen's chest, a wound from being grazed by the bloodbeak's tip. A body that should have been elementalized was actually cut with a blood mark. Armament hockey. Geen stepped back half a pace, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Huh. Ha ha. Seeing Geen's stunned expression, Logia suddenly burst into mad laughter, his eyes glittering with insane excitement. You don't even know armament hockey. Geen looked down at the wound on his chest, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Seeing this, Logia laughed even more arrogantly, thrusting his spear into the ground and raising his chin defiantly. Didn't expect that, brat. I'm a man who has fought real monsters in the Grand Line. Hockey is the proof of a true strongman. With that, Logia seized the opportunity that Geen didn't know hockey, suddenly charging forward, the spear thrusting like a storm, each strike coated with dark armament hockey. Blood feast, 1,000 spears. Geen rapidly swung his blade to block the black blade 8 Wastelands, and the spear producing continued. But gradually, Logia soon noticed something off. This Navy man seemed not just inexperienced in combat. Initially, he thought Geen drawing a blade was at least a master swordsman, but now he felt Geen's swordsmanship was completely chaotic, relying entirely on his devil fruit ability and the strength of the black blade to hack. And every swing was only brute force amplified by vibration particles, not the refined skill of a swordsman. Hey. Logia's attack suddenly stalled, a sneer flickering in his eyes. You wouldn't happen to be completely ignorant of swordsmanship, would you? Huh. Geen didn't answer, merely catching his breath. Logia was right. Since acquiring the heaven-shaking fruit, Geen had never undergone any proper training. Before gaining the fruit's power, he was merely a logistics soldier with a bit more strength. Over the year following his acquisition, he had only relied on the devil fruit to forcibly boost his combat ability. Yet when confronted by a truly experienced powerhouse, his shortcomings were easily exposed. Therefore, Gin meticulously studied his opponent's intelligence before every engagement. After all, lacking a system, he only had one life to gamble with. Huh, just as I thought. Lorgat laughed, wielding a fine blade yet swinging it like a brute. What a waste. He flicked his spear, deflecting Gin's sword, and thrust the tip straight for his throat. Bloodbeak, throat piercer. Gin hurriedly sidestepped the spear tip, grazing his neck and drawing a thin line of blood. Seizing the chance to create distance, he fixed a grave gaze. Indeed, his lack of expression and battle experience was his weakness. But now it seemed he had also figured out this man's true capabilities. Another pirate with no trump cards whose armament hockey was only at a basic level, easily dealt with. What's this? Already scared. Noticing Gin's hesitation, Lorgat flicked the blood off his spear and sneered. A guy who throws his weight around with a fruit and a famed sword. Once his tricks are seen through, all that's left is despair. After a moment of silence, having fully assessed his opponent, Gin slowly curled his lips into a dangerous smirk. You're right. He reversed his grip on the black blade, 8 desolations. The dark crimson cracks on the blade flared with blinding scarlet light under the sun. I am indeed no swordsman. The blade hummed. Not the vibration of metal, but the wail of space itself. But Gin's left hand slowly traced the spine of the blade. In an instant, hundreds of millions of vibration particles began to compress, collapse, and compress again upon the blade's surface. The air around the edge twisted into a spiraling vacuum zone. Your hockey. Gin suddenly looked up. Doesn't seem all that refined either. The blade descended. In that moment, the world lost all sound. From the black blade, 8 desolations, as its epicenter, the entire harbor floor was upheaved like a rolled carpet, crashing backward. Hundreds of tons of rock were pulverized into dust the instant they lifted into the air. The sea was torn into cubic crystals, and the air shattered like glass into countless fragments. Lorgat's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils contracting violently. Whitebeard. This apocalyptic scene finally awakened a buried memory. He finally remembered whose ability Gin's resembled. You bastard. What kind of fruit did you eat? Lorgat instantly coated his hands with armament hockey. This was the limit of what he could do. I don't know, but I do know that my fruit's power, whether in destructive force or sheer might, is terrifyingly strong. Gin bent his knees slightly. The vibration particles on the blade had been compressed to the extreme, and the space around him began to warp and distort. Strong enough to let me briefly ignore. He curled his lips into a wild grin. Even crushed, the ground beneath his feet collapsed with a roar. The so-called gap. As he spoke, Gin's figure blurred in the distorted space, leaving only the black blade pulsating with annihilation clearly visible. Heaven quake, sky splitter. The instant the black blade swung, the entire space shattered like a mirror. A vibration slash that pierced heaven and earth tore through the sky, reducing everything it passed into the most fundamental particles of dust. Half the harbor's sky along with the coastline was cleanly sliced open by a 100-meter-long rift, as if a god had scratched the canvas called the world with its fingernail. Lorgat's vision suddenly twisted. Instinctively, he raised his arms to block, but the next moment, he felt an unprecedented impact. His armament hockey, upon contact with the vibration slash, cracked and disintegrated as fragile as ice. Crack. Boom. In an instant, Lorgat's body was violently swept away by an invisible force. Wherever he passed, the air exploded and the ground collapsed. As the dust slowly cleared over the shattered harbor, Gin sheathed his blade. The crimson cracks on the black blade, 8 desolations, gradually dimmed, but the surrounding space still trembled faintly, as if the aftershocks lingered. The harbor floor was completely destroyed and seawater poured into the massive chasm. Lorgat opened his mouth wide, but could only force out broken syllables. Ugh. Cough. His internal organs had already been reduced to bloody pulp by the shockwave. His arms, along with his proud armament hockey, had been severed by a single slash. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices, pooling into a dark red swamp on the charred ground. Your hockey is as thin as paper. Gin gazed down at Lorgat's dying body, silent for a moment, then bent down to pick up the bloodstained spear. Bounty of 69 million berry blood spear. Lorgat. He flicked his wrist, and the spear shot through the air, piercing Lorgat's skull with precision, pinning the once infamous pirate to his own flag. The sea breeze wailed as it swept over the ruins, carrying away the last trace of blood. After confirming that Lorgat was completely dead, Gin finally collapsed, crashing heavily onto the ground. His chest heaved violently, sweat and blood soaking his tattered clothes. That strike was his trump card, developed by combining the black blade, 8 desolations, with the heaven-shaking fruit. By wrapping extremely compressed vibration particles around the supreme great blade, the slash delivered not only a sharp edge, but also the trembling of space itself. The power was astonishing, but the cost was equally heavy. At this moment he could barely lift a finger, his muscles felt as if pierced by tens of millions of steel needles, and even breathing brought a burning agony. A 69 million bounty opponent. And I was pushed to this extent. The harsh sunlight shone on his face. Gin squinted and touched the thin scratch on his neck, feeling the oozing blood. I am still too weak. A long pause. After a long while a slightly recovered Gin sat on a piece of rubble, slowly wrapping the black blade 8 desolations with white bandages he carried. In the distance a naval warship approached slowly. The marine soldiers stood on the deck, gazing with awe at the solitary figure amidst the harbor ruins. Warrant Officer Gin wins. Cheers echoed across the sea, but no hint of joy appeared on Gin's face. He looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself, recalling Lorget's words, hockey. That is the proof of a true strength. 3 days later at the 133rd West Sea Naval Branch. Inside the branch chief's office, Zhao Ri was rubbing his hands excitedly, the flesh on his face bunching up with his exaggerated grin. Ha ha ha. He spread out a newspaper with excitement, revealing Gu In's silhouette standing amidst the ruins of Ash Harbor with the bold headline, "The Rising Star of the West Sea. Naval Heaven Shaker Gu In slays 70 million pirates, single-handedly." "Gu In, do you see this?" Zhao Ri slammed the table, making the tea slosh out of the cup. Beside the newspaper was a photo of himself being interviewed. "The entire West Sea is talking about you now. I'm sure the Marine headquarters has already taken notice." Gu In leaned by the window, his gaze calmly sweeping over the newspaper. Outside the window on the branch's training ground, new recruits were training with frantic intensity, their eyes occasionally darting toward him with fervent admiration. In the year since Gu In had obtained his devil fruit, his basic training had been just like theirs, so his strength had barely improved. If not for the fruit's formidable power, he would have died in the Battle of Ash Harbor. "Gu In, I just killed a pirate." Snapping back to reality at Zhao Ri's words, Gu In said flatly. Zhao Ri's eyes widened. "That's Bloodspear Logoat, with a bounty of 69 million berries. A ruthless veteran from the Grand Line. Do you realize that a feat of this level would be enough to earn a promotion to field officer rank even at headquarters?" Gu In didn't respond, simply looking down at his palm. The palm was slightly pale, and the vibrating particles obeyed him like clay. He had won that battle, but it had exposed a fatal weakness, a lack of hockey. Logoat's armament hockey, though only a superficial grasp, had still managed to wound him. If he faced a truly formidable opponent, like a future Marine admiral, the monsters of the New World, or pirates with bounties over 100 million, his Logia ability would no longer be an absolute advantage. Gu In. Seeing his silence, Zhao Ri thought he was brooding over his promotion. He leaned in and lowered his voice. "Don't worry, I've already submitted your promotion application. With your current fame and achievements, headquarters can't possibly refuse." Gu In replied, turning his gaze to the window. "All right." Zhao Ri suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh excitedly. "I've already contacted a reporter from the West Sea Daily. They'll come interview you tomorrow. This is a golden opportunity to build your reputation." "Interview?" Gu In frowned slightly. "Of course." Zhao Ri rubbed his hands together, a shrewd glint in his eyes. "You're the hero of the West Sea now. The people need a role model like you, and the Marines need this kind of publicity. Especially that line of yours." With that, Zhao Ri cleared his throat and mimicked Gu In's tone, low and forceful. "Justice that arrives late doesn't deserve to be called justice. Damn, how are you so brilliant?" Zhao Ri grinned. "That line is absolutely perfect. Now the common folk of the West Sea are singing your praises, calling you the true hero who fights for the weak." Gu In was silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. "They're wrong." "Huh?" Zhao Ri was taken aback. "I didn't kill Logoat for justice." Gu In's voice was soft yet sharp as a blade. "I just needed his head as a ticket for my promotion to headquarters." Zhao Ri's smile froze on his face. The office fell silent. After a few seconds, Zhao Ri gave a dry laugh and waved his hand. "Come on, you can't say that to outsiders. The result is the same anyway. You wiped out the pirates and protected the civilians, that's enough." Gu In didn't bother to explain. He knew Zhao Ri wouldn't understand. In this corrupt West Sea, justice had long become a mere slogan. Sometimes the only difference between a Marine and a pirate was the uniform, but it didn't matter. His goal was never to be some hero here. "Oh." Zhao Ri suddenly lowered his voice and mysteriously pulled a document from a drawer. "Take a look at this." Gu In took the document and glanced at it, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Marine Headquarters Special Enlistment Order. This is..." "Shoo." Zhao Ri made a silencing gesture, looked around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then whispered, "This was personally signed by Admiral ZFA. ZFA. Gu In's pupils constricted slightly. "That's right." Zhao Ri nodded excitedly. "The official transfer order hasn't come down yet, but inside information is already spreading. I pulled some strings and found out that Admiral ZFA is very interested in your performance." Gu In's fingertips unconsciously traced the edge of the document, his heartbeat quickening slightly. Finally, he had been waiting for this. if he could receive guidance from him. But Zhao Ri suddenly sighed, his expression turning complicated. There's bad news. Spill it. The world government has some questions about your devil fruit ability. Zhao Ri lowered his voice. Not that I blame them for being suspicious. Your heaven-shaking fruit does bear a resemblance to the Tremor-Tremor fruit of Whitebeard, a remnant of the Rocks pirates. I don't care about that kind of thing. Guin smiled. He had anticipated this day. The power of the Logia-type heaven-shaking fruit was too conspicuous. The world government was bound to take notice, especially since his vibrations were similar to Whitebeard's Tremor-Tremor fruit. But Guin was certain that his fruit was not a reward from the celestial dragons on God Valley. Moreover, the difference between Paramecia and Logia was vast, and devil fruits had their own hierarchies. Exactly. The world government is just a bunch of idle busybodies. Zhao Ri chimed in with a complaint, then steered the conversation back. Now ZFA at headquarters has noticed you, and according to my intel, he's the most likely candidate to be promoted to Marine Admiral next year. A 38-year-old Marine Admiral. He's noticed you now, but I think it's still not enough. Seeing Zhao Ri's serious expression, Guin was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. So, Guin, don't laugh. Zhao Ri slapped his thigh. The West Sea hasn't produced a Marine rising star in age. You're the pride of our West Sea Marines now. So we need to go all out on publicity. And Zhao Ri, who was a head shorter than Guin, reached up and patted his shoulder. I believe in your strength, so from now on I'm going to blow this out of proportion. Watching Zhao Ri mutter to himself, Guin said nothing, merely smiling quietly. Creating a reputation, fame, was the foundation for his future rise through the Marine ranks. That was exactly what he wanted. Zhao Ri. After a long while, Guin slowly stood up, Black Blade 8 Wastelands in hand. He'll attend the interview tomorrow. Really? That's great. Zhao Ri exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry, I've arranged it. The reporters will only ask positive questions. Absolutely not. No. Guin interrupted him, a dangerous curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Let them ask. What? Zhao Ri was stunned. Especially questions about my devil fruit ability. Guin's voice was soft, yet carried an unyielding resolve. The sharper the better. Zhao Ri opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss. Guin had already turned and walked toward the door. With his hand on the handle, he glanced back and said, since we're building a reputation, let the storm come more fiercely. He would make the entire world remember his name. Guin Reginald Sigma. The power of the morning sun still holds sway, especially in guiding the titles. Coupled with Guin's extremely shameless interviews, the headlines across the West Sea have turned into, wait for me, Guin for 2 years. Why did the Golden Lion and Whitebeard rise to fame first? Was it to avoid Guin's brilliance, or the early bird catches the worm? One is a poor memory, and the other, I forgot. The tactic focuses on one, pulling in whoever is currently popular as a foil. But there's no denying that this early clickbait operation by the Morning Sun has truly attracted countless people. Especially since the West Sea hasn't seen any remarkable new Navy recruits for quite some time, Guin's rapid rise to fame has resonated throughout the West Sea. Even the recently established World Economic Journal under Morgan's published a long-awaited report. At the Naval Headquarters Marineford, the evening sun's afterglow streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the words, "Justice delayed is justice denied," that hung on the wall. Zifa sat behind a large desk, his short purple hair gleaming with a cold metallic luster in the light, his muscular arms crossed over his chest, quietly gazing at the documents spread out before him. Report of Ensign Guin Reginald's Sigma Operation Ashen Port Battle. The document was accompanied by several newspapers from the World Economic Journal, all prominently featuring the same name, Tianjin Guin. West Sea Rising Star. Navy's Tianjin Guin single-handedly takes down 70 million pirates. A natural ability user. A monstrous rookie from the West Sea branch. Zifa's fingertips gently tapped on the desk, yet his gaze remained fixed on that operational report. The report detailed the entire process of the Ashen Port battle, including Guin's decision to lower the Navy flag upon seeing the slaughtered civilians, as well as his words, "Justice delayed does not deserve to be called justice." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Zifa's mouth, his eyes flashing with a rare appreciation. This kid, he murmured softly, recalling the young man he had seen a year ago during the retreat from God's Island, bloodied, and carrying the body of a comrade, his gaze weary, yet resolute. At that moment he had sensed that this young man was extraordinary, and now Guin's performance had once again confirmed his assessment. Justice delayed does not deserve to be called justice. Heh! Zifa softly uttered the words, a rare emotion surfacing on his resolute face. He set down the documents and turned his gaze to the window. At that moment at Marineford's port, Navy soldiers were busy transporting supplies, the flags of the warships fluttering in the wind. Just then the office door was swung open violently. Zifa, guess what? That bastard Roger slipped away again. Young and black-haired Carp laughed heartily as he walked in, a bag of snacks in hand, his cheeks stuffed. That guy runs faster than a rabbit. Sengoku sent 3 warships, but still couldn't catch him. Sengoku followed behind, helplessly rubbing his temples. Carp, can't you come in without making such a ruckus? Zifa pulled his thoughts back, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. So did he escape from under your... Carp plopped down onto the couch, crossing his legs. TCH, if it weren't for Roger suddenly veering into the comm belt, I would have hammered him down to the seabed. Don't talk while you eat, you bastard, Carp. Sengoku, has Whitebeard's trail disappeared in the new world? Hearing Zifa bring the conversation back to him, Sengoku nodded. Yeah, he has formed his own pirate crew, and I've heard he's been particularly fond of searching for his son lately. I wonder if he's back in the Four Seas or the Grand Line. Actually, we should have brought little Crane along, boo. You. Sengoku, splattered with bits of food, chose to ignore Carp's, boasting, his gaze falling on the newspapers on Zifa's desk, eyebrows raised. Oh, is that Tianjin Gin from the West Sea? His news has been making quite a stir lately. Zifa pushed the document towards Sengoku. Sengoku, take a look. Sengoku took the task report from Zifa's hands, quickly skimmed through it, his expression gradually growing. Solo slaying a bounty of 69 million pirates, a natural ability user. When he reached the section where Gin ordered to lower the flag, his finger paused slightly, lowered the Navy flag. This kid is quite interesting. Carp leaned in, still chewing on his senbei, lowered the flag. Why? The Ashen Port was ravaged by the Bloodspear pirates, and by the time the Navy arrived, the entire town had turned to ruins. Zifa's voice was low. Gin believes that delayed justice is meaningless and even unworthy of flying. Carp's smile momentarily faded, a rare silence falling over him for a few seconds before he grinned widely. Hey, that's gutsy. I like it. Sengoku then looked up at Zifa, his eyes filled with inquiry. What do you think, Sengoku? Zifa asked. Sengoku was silent for a moment, then chuckled lightly. Interesting, those words don't sound like something an ordinary branch soldier would say. Indeed. Zifa stood up and walked to the window overlooking the port of Marineford. His background is also quite unique. He joined the Navy at 10, only rose to private after 4 years, yet suddenly rose to prominence after the battle at God's Island, annihilating 16 pirate crews within a year. However, Sengoku adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp. His fruit ability. Natural system, Tianjin fruit. It's somewhat similar to Newgate's Tremor fruit, but fundamentally different. The source of the natural vibrations is purer than the Paramecia's Tremor fruit. Zifa said solemnly, and he's only 15. Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly. At 15, he can single-handedly kill pirates returning from the Grand Line, with bounties nearing 70 million. His potential cannot be underestimated. However, he paused. The world government seems to have some doubts about his abilities. Those guys are always suspicious. Carp snorted dismissively. As long as he isn't a pirate, who cares what ability he has? Besides, how long has it been since the West Sea has seen new talent? The Naval Academy has recently graduated 3 new monsters. Zifa didn't respond, merely folding the newspaper and placing it back on the desk. I've already signed his transfer order. He'll report to headquarters next month. Report. Zifa, are you going to personally ask Admiral Kong for him? You see, new recruits from the Four Seas like Gin typically spend some time studying at the Naval Academy, and Zifa has frequently been teaching there over the past couple of years, clearly intending to cultivate new talent. Just like the recently introduced 3 monster students, Kuzan Sakazuki and Borisolino, who were intermittently trained by Zifa at the Naval Academy. But letting Gin report directly to headquarters is a completely different matter. Zifa intends to keep Gin by his side. A student and a master are not the same. I'm already 37, though I'm not like you guys. Zifa stood up, walking to the window, his back straight, like a pine tree. Though I have both of you, the new generation also includes those 3 monster students. But Gin, I've looked into his file. Before he got his fruit, he was just like the young me, an ordinary person with no talents other than a bit of strength. Now that he has obtained the fruit's power, since he has the potential for promotion, I might as well take the time to personally teach him well. But Zephyr, Sengoku rubbed his forehead. Asking the marshal for personnel is not an easy task. After all, this child was born in the West Sea. The West Sea is known for its rampant corruption. Hey, Sengoku, is there something wrong with being born in the West Sea? Carp couldn't help but shout at Sengoku. Don't be afraid, look at my son Dragon. I brought him up beside me. Marshal Kong is quite easy to talk to. That's because you succeeded by not confronting Roger while using your mission as leverage. Zephyr wouldn't act like you. Damn, Carp. Sengoku finished his complaint and advised, Zephyr, we are likely to be promoted to Admiral next year. We can wait. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Carp slammed the table and spat crumbs everywhere. What do you mean by the 3 of us? I never said I wanted to be an admiral. Sengoku's forehead bulged with veins as he wiped the crumbs off his face. You bastard. Marshal Kong is already set for that position. Do you think you can escape it? Who wants to hold such a restrictive position? Carp laughed with his hands on his hips. I just want to chase Roger freely. Being an admiral means listening to the celestial dragons all day. It's infuriating. Sengoku's forehead twitched. Carp. This is the Navy's promotion system. Do you think it's child's play? Huh. System. Carp dug his nose, looking disdainful. I don't want to be bound by those tedious rules. Admiral. Forget it, I still prefer to chase Roger freely. You bastard. Sengoku was so angry that his glasses became crooked. The Navy's high command needs responsibility and discipline, not your carefree attitude. Carp grinned, revealing his trademark white teeth. Then perfect, you be your admiral, and he'll continue as my vice admiral, and we won't interfere with each other. Zephyr watched the two quarrel, shaking his head helplessly. He stood up, adjusted his justice cape, and spoke calmly. You can argue slowly, I will go to the marshal's office first. Upon hearing this, Sengoku temporarily let Carp go, and turned to Zephyr, frowning slightly. Zephyr, are you really going to personally ask Marshal Kong for personnel? It may not be that easy. I know. Zephyr replied indifferently, but Jean is worth a try. Sengoku pushed up his glasses, his tone serious. That kid's performance in the West Sea is indeed impressive, but his behavior, especially the act of lowering the flag, will likely displease Marshal Kong. Carp interjected. What's there to be displeased about? That kid is right. What kind of justice is delayed justice? Sengoku glared at him. The Navy is a disciplined force. Lowering the flag without permission is a challenge to the system. Marshal Kong comes from a traditional military background, and he places great importance on rules. Zephyr said nothing more, just stepped towards the door, leaving behind a remark. Rules are dead, but people are alive. At the Navy headquarters in the Marshal's office, the steel-boned Kong in his 50s with a hedgehog hairstyle was reviewing documents with his head down. Hearing a knock on the door, he said without lifting his head, come in. Zephyr pushed the door open and stood at attention, saluting sharply. Marshal. Upon hearing Zephyr's voice, Kong finally raised his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over Zephyr. Zephyr. What's the matter? Seeing this, Zephyr straightforwardly stated, regarding Jean Reginald Sigma from the West Sea branch, I hope to transfer him to headquarters as my aide. Kong's brows instantly furrowed. He put down the documents in his hand and spoke solemnly. Jean, the one known as Quake in the West Sea recently. His abilities are indeed rare, but his behavior. Steel-boned Kong crossed his hands on the table, his sharp gaze piercing through the swirling cigar smoke, staring directly at Zephyr, standing opposite him. Zephyr, you should be clear that the Navy school system is not a mere formality. Kong's voice was deep and authoritative. Jean Reginald Sigma was promoted from the West Sea branch, which is rife with corruption. His ideology needs to be reshaped. Zephyr's expression remained unchanged. Marshal Jean's performance at Ashenport has already proven his sense of justice. Sense of justice. Kong snorted coldly, throwing a report onto the table. He ordered the Navy flag to be lowered. What kind of behavior is this? Disrespecting the dignity of the Navy. If every soldier acted like him, what discipline would the Navy have? Zephyr glanced at the report, his expression unchanged, calmly responding. He merely believes that if the Navy cannot truly protect civilians, flying a flag is rather ironic. Irony. Kong's tone grew colder. Zephyr, you are also a veteran and should understand the symbolic significance of the military. The flag represents the Navy's honor and responsibility, not something to be discarded at will. Marshal Jean's actions do not deny the Navy, but rather reflect on the current situation. Zephyr looked directly into Kong's eyes. The corrupt West Sea branch has brought shame to the Navy, and he chose to prove it through action. The Navy should not just be a formality of justice. Even so, his methods are too radical. How can a soldier who cannot even follow basic discipline be a qualified Navy? I believe he is a qualified Navy. Absurd. Kong slammed his fist on the table. The Navy protects the order of the entire world, not a stage for his personal heroism. If he cannot even comply with the most basic obedience, how can he lead his subordinates in the future? Zephyr remained silent for a moment, then suddenly retorted, Marshal, when you promoted Carp back, then you didn't care if he followed discipline. You? Kong stammered, his expression darkening as he looked at Zephyr's steady gaze. This was the first time in many years that Zephyr had spoken back to him, and it was surprising that it was for a new recruit. Thinking of this, steel-boned Kong softened his tone and said, Jean is different from Carp. Carp comes from the Navy school with a solid background. And Jean, Zephyr interrupted him, his voice strong and resonant, rose from the lowest ranks of the menial workers. He has no background, no talent, and not even luck until he obtained a fruit that changed his fate a year ago. Such a soldier understands the weight of justice better than anyone. The office fell silent for a moment. Kong stared at Zephyr, the smoke rings slowly dissipating between them. It's rare to see you so insistent on one person. Marshal Kong, you know. Zephyr's clenched fist trembled slightly. I am not a natural monster like Carp or a strategic genius like Sengoku. Zephyr raised his calloused palm. At 14, I came to Marineford with the fare collected from the entire village. At 18, when I first held a gun, I couldn't even see the sights clearly. It was at 28 that I learned the 6 styles, and was promoted to junior officer at headquarters while my peers were already. My knuckles cracked. At 34 when I received the title of Black Arm Carp, had already single-handedly taken down 8 pirate crews in the New World, and now he is chasing Roger's pirates. Marshal, I have only a few years left at my peak. And Carp reached that height in just 2 or 3 years, a level I cannot attain. He is still continuing to grow. But Gene is different. I see the justice beginning to sprout within him. He should not be allowed to sink for so long like I did. I understand. Kong stared at Zephyr, his tone slightly softened. Zephyr, I know you admire him, but the Navy needs not only strength, but also respect for the system. Zephyr did not refute. He simply responded softly, I will make him understand this. After saying that, he turned and left, his steps steady and firm. Meanwhile, at the training ground of the West Sea, Branch 133. Jern stood in the center of the training ground, the black blade 8 Desolations resting on his back, surrounded by over 30 new recruits seated in a fan shape. Sweat trickled down their youthful faces, yet none dared to raise a hand to wipe it away. All eyes were fixed intently on the figure at the center of the arena. Pay attention. Jern slowly raised his right hand palm, facing up. Suddenly the air distorted and countless minute vibrating particles materialized from the void, dancing and coalescing into a pure white sphere in his palm. The new recruits collectively held their breath, some even leaning back unconsciously. The essence of vibration is. The light sphere abruptly collapsed. In an instant the ground around Jern undulated like ocean waves, and the training wooden stakes silently disintegrated into dust. Terrifyingly, the splintered wood suspended in midair before the recruits' noses as if held by an invisible hand. Control. As Jern retracted his fist, the floating wood chips fell to the ground simultaneously. A deathly silence lasted for 3 seconds, followed by an explosive cheer. Incredible. Is this the power of the nature system? Corporal Jern, please take me as your disciple. Jern's lips curled slightly as he was about to respond, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the shadow at the edge of the training ground where the branch chief of the Sunrise was desperately waving his short, stout arms, looking like a beached seal. Continue training. Jern waved his hand to the new recruits and turned, his smile already fading. As he approached the shadow, the Sunrise suddenly dashed forward, his rotund body nearly crashing into Jern's embrace. Jern, it worked. It really worked. The Sunrise's voice was suppressed, yet trembled with excitement. This is the transfer order personally signed by Marshal Steelbone. As he pulled out a gilded document, his fingers quivered. Look at this. Special recruitment order from the Navy headquarters. Recipient Jern Reginord, Sigma rank Corporal, Direct Superior Vice Admiral Zephyr of the Navy headquarters. Jern's pupils slightly constricted, and the bright red martial seal at the bottom right corner of the document resembled a drop of frozen blood. Did it succeed? Jern couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The Sunrise, seeing this, struck a serious pose and saluted, saying, We the West Sea New Star Corporal Jern salute you. I am the branch chief of the West Sea 133. Haha, you little guy. Jern patted the little chubby Sunrise on the shoulder and continued, My rank hasn't changed, has it? No, but those guys at headquarters look down on us from the West Sea. They say that anyone born in the West Sea must lack a sense of justice, and wanted to send you to the Navy Academy to study justice theory for a year. School theory. Jern's pupils narrowed. It was supposed to be like that, but Vice Admiral Zephyr personally argued with the Marshal, banging on the table, saying. The Sunrise deliberately lowered his voice, mimicking Zephyr's deep tone. That kind of bureaucratic nonsense course will only stifle true warriors. Jern raised an eyebrow. Did Vice Admiral Zephyr really say that? Absolutely. A classmate of mine from the South Sea branch heard it with his own ears. He continued, You are even directly under Vice Admiral Zephyr's command. At this point the Sunrise was a bit puzzled. But Jern, when did you get on good terms with Vice Admiral Zephyr? I heard Vice Admiral Zephyr isn't even married. You aren't his illegitimate son from the West Sea, are you? Illegitimate son. Jern sneered, his finger brushing over the bandage of the black blade. I wish I were. Ha! The Sunrise chuckled, awkwardly stepping back half a step before straightening up and saluting. In any case, congratulations to Jern on your promotion to corporal at the Navy headquarters. His voice suddenly shot up an octave, drawing the attention of the new recruits in the distance. A general officer from the headquarters is finally coming out of the West Sea. Jern did not return the salute. His gaze drifted past the Sunrise's round shoulders, looking towards the direction of Marineford. 3 days later, at the port of West Sea, Branch 133. The sea breeze gently blew, carrying a salty and damp scent. The port was crowded with Navy soldiers coming to bid farewell. The Sunrise branch chief stood at the forefront, exaggerated tears streaming down his chubby face, clutching a crumpled handkerchief and occasionally sniffling. Jern, you must come back to the West Sea often. The Sunrise shouted hoarsely, his voice tinged with a choke. Our Branch 133 will always be your home. Let them see the men of the West Sea. Jern stood on the deck of the warship, his back to the port, the Black Blade 8 Desolations still firmly at his back. He did not turn around, merely raising his hand slightly in a wave as a response. The warship slowly departed from the port, and the cheers from the shore gradually faded. Jern's gaze fell on the distant horizon, his heart not filled with much sorrow of parting, but rather with anticipation for the future. The Navy headquarters, this is just the real beginning. He murmured softly, his fingertips gently brushing over the hilt of the Black Blade. 2 days later, in a certain sea area of the West Sea, the warship sailed steadily across the azure sea with Jern standing at the bow, eyes closed, feeling the caress of the sea breeze. Suddenly his brow furrowed slightly as an unusual sensation surged in his heart. My! He opened his eyes, his gaze sharply scanning the distant sea. At the point where the sea met the sky, a rugged-looking vessel slowly approached. The ship was not particularly large, but its lines were strong, and the bow was ordinary. What was most striking was that this ship did not fly any flags, neither a pirate flag, nor a merchant or military. The commander of the warship escorting Jern to Marineford was a junior officer from the headquarters, and they were following a specific naval route. Hence this unusual situation was quickly spotted by the scouts. Report. A Navy soldier ran quickly towards the junior officer from the headquarters and said, "We have spotted an unmarked vessel ahead. Should we intercept and inspect it?" The junior officer did not respond immediately. Both he and Jern had their eyes locked on that ship through their binoculars. They saw 2 figures standing at the bow. One of them was extraordinarily tall, estimated to be over 5 meters, with bulging muscles resembling a moving mountain. He wore an open white captain's coat, and several grotesque scars were faintly visible on his chest. His long golden hair hung loosely, and he sported a signature crescent-shaped white beard on his chin. His gaze was surprisingly calm, even carrying a hint of laziness. Standing beside him was a tall young man with a golden pineapple hairstyle and sharp eyes. Jern's pupils suddenly contracted. Even without a flag, and even though the other party had not announced their name, Jern instantly recognized the man's identity. Young at the peak of his power, a man whose face exuded invincibility. After the end of the Rocks era, the unparalleled powerhouse on par with Roger. Whitebeard Edward. For a moment the air on the warship instantly froze. Whitebeard. The ensign of the headquarters let his telescope slip from his hand, hitting the deck with a crisp sound. His face turned pale at a visible speed, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Why is Whitebeard on the Navy's route? As for Guin, perhaps it was an illusion, but he suddenly felt the sea breeze turn sharp, scraping his cheeks painfully. The figure in the distance, as imposing as a mountain, stood casually, yet it felt as if the weight of the entire sea was pressing down on his chest. "All hands prepare for battle." The headquarters ensign suddenly screamed hysterically, his voice sharply distorted. "Contact headquarters immediately. Activate the red emergency communication channel. What we may be facing now is one of the strongest in the world after the Rocks era." Whitebeard Edward Newgate. In an instant the deck erupted into chaos. Navy soldiers scurried about like headless flies, someone knocked over an ammunition box, and brass bullets rolled all over the deck. The communication soldier stumbled toward the cabin, but tripped over his own feet. "Warrant Officer Guin, please return to your post." The ensign looked at the man before him, who was about to be promoted to the Navy headquarters and carried a long sword wrapped in white cloth on his back. His Adam's apple bobbed, and the back of his uniform was completely soaked with cold sweat. "That's a monster capable of causing tsunamis." "Warrant Officer Guin." Hearing the ensign's voice, Guin averted his gaze and glanced sideways. He saw that the performance of this headquarters elite now was in stark contrast to those West Sea soldiers who had seen him off at the port 3 days ago. He suddenly recalled the face of a Sahi branch chief, whose nose and tears were streaming. How the gap between the two was not large now. Distance 5 nautical miles. The soldier in the lookout tower trembled. The enemy shows no signs of acceleration. "Warrant Officer Guin, please." The sound in his ears gradually faded. Guin turned his gaze back to the distance, and his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a pinprick. His right hand instinctively rose to grip the hilt of the Black Blade 8 Desolations. At this moment his field of vision was left with only that mountain-like figure. Whitebeard stood casually at the bow, his white coat flapping in the sea breeze, not even looking toward the warship where Guin was. "Whitebeard." Guin suddenly realized he was trembling not from fear, but from excitement. The Black Blade 8 Desolations had already been drawn from his back, and vibration particles began to unconsciously condense on his right hand. "I actually want to experience the world's strongest." Guin's lips twisted into a stiff smile, cold sweat trickling from his temple to his jaw. "Attack!" As Guin laughed, but at that moment the Black Blade 8 Desolations suddenly pulsed. A crisp sword cry split a line of clarity through the chaos. Guin looked down at the trembling blade, and the blood frozen by fear suddenly began to boil again. His trembling fingers tightened abruptly. The deck trembled slightly underfoot. For a moment, all the Navy soldiers who had been watching Guin instinctively stepped back as they clearly sensed a vibration. Warrant Officer Guin, are you crazy? The ensign's heart-wrenching warning grew distant, leaving only the increasingly loud sound of his own heartbeat in his ears. Not far away on Whitebeard's ship, the young pineapple-headed Marco, Whitebeard's first son, also noticed the warship where Guin was. Dad, I told you from the start not to take the Navy's route. Gururara. Hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. But we're already here. Sengoku and Garp couldn't possibly be here, right? Dad, you. Marco pursed his lips. Although he knew Whitebeard wanted to find his son, it was possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. All right. Having a family, Whitebeard actually enjoyed Marco's nagging. What made him happy. Marco, I will. Before Whitebeard could finish speaking his powerful observation, Haki suddenly detected an abnormal fighting spirit, one that was completely directed at him. So he grabbed his Murakamajari and turned sharply, staring at the direction of the warship, or rather at Guin, standing at the bow of the warship. Dad. Marco, there's a very interesting fellow on that warship. Whitebeard grinned, and then laughed loudly. Daring to release such an aura toward me, then don't hide it anymore. On the warship, when Whitebeard finally looked squarely at them, Guin felt an electric current shoot up his spine to the crown of his head. It was not the fear of being targeted by a wild beast, but a thrill. He suddenly understood why moths fly into flames. Whitebeard. Guin's roar tore through the sea wind. The bandages of the Black Blade, 8 desolations, suddenly unraveled on their own gray-white fragments, floating in the air like a swarm of death butterflies, each edge shimmering with vibration arcs capable of cutting through space. Gururara. Whitebeard's deep laughter pierced through the waves. Navy brat, stand firm. He swung his right arm casually, and the entire sea trembled. Then with a crack, the air ahead, like a giant glass dome, unable to bear the pressure, spread with cracks like a spiderweb. The airshock wave, like an invisible energy mass, crushed the air and violently blasted toward the warship where Guin was. Wherever it passed, the sea surface was forcibly depressed and torn by the invisible force, forming a brief, ephemeral trail. The ordinary shock wave impact that was rarely used even during the Summit War was nothing more than a flick of the finger for the current Whitebeard. Guin's pupils contracted sharply. He clenched his left fist, which was condensing vibration particles, and the particles emitted a buzzing screech between his fingers. When his arm traced an arc identical to Whitebeard's, everyone froze. The moment the two shock waves collided, the world lost its sound. With a crack and a boom, the two forces of vibration crashed in midair. In the instant, space twisted, the atmosphere was completely drained. The shockwave of the vacuum explosion dented the sea surface into a giant pit 100 meters in diameter, only to be filled by the backflowing seawater in the next second, triggering a downpour. Watching the vibration particles from Guin cancel out the airshock he had caused, Whitebeard raised an eyebrow and slammed Murakamajari heavily onto the deck. Oh, so the Navy also has a brat who can use vibration. Next to him, the young Marco stood at the bow, his pupils trembling violently, his mouth slightly agape, completely lost for words. He stared fixedly at Guin's left arm, which shimmered with the faint light of vibration particles. No, impossible. Marco's voice was dry and hoarse, his young worldview shaken. Isn't that Dad's ability? How could he have it? On the sea surface between the two ships, in an instant, a shockwave exploded in a ring, as if the ocean itself had been pared away by a layer. The warship tilted violently, Marines on the deck flung like autumn leaves, some crashing into masts, others tumbling into gun emplacements. As the vibrations subsided, a dead silence fell over the vessel. Then he actually blocked Whitebeard's attack. Impossible. That's the Tremor-Tremor fruit, capable of triggering tsunamis. That guy from the West Sea. Just what kind of monster is he? The worldview of these Marine headquarters soldiers was utterly shattered. As elite Marines, they had witnessed firsthand Whitebeard's terrifying ability to annihilate entire fleets with a single blow. Yet now a mere warrant officer from the corrupt West Sea had somehow withstood that devastating tremor, and even displayed a power identical to Whitebeard's. He blocked it. The warship's commander, a Marine headquarters lieutenant, slumped onto the deck, his pupils trembling violently. His mind refused to accept the scene before him. This branch warrant officer from the West Sea had actually met Whitebeard's attack heat. Though he had heard that Glenn was a devil fruit user, the man he faced was Whitebeard himself. In that instant, every eye locked onto the figure standing defiantly against the legendary pirate. The sea breeze abruptly ceased, time seemingly frozen. Soaked through by seawater, the last trace of hesitation in Glenn's eyes vanished, replaced by an unyielding resolve. Tremor step sky stomp. Without a moment's hesitation, Glenn compressed and condensed a high-density core of vibration particles beneath his foot. With a mighty kick against the deck. Boom. The compressed vibration particles released explosively at the point of impact. Not a mere explosion, but a visible high-frequency white shockwave that radiated outward. In an instant, Glenn's body transformed into a pure white energy stream composed of high-frequency vibration particles shooting skyward with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Within the blink of an eye, he had ascended 100 meters, the warship below reduced to a tiny speck. No time to think. Glenn's breathing grew heavy, but his gaze sharpened. His rippling right arm rose slowly, his left hand caressing the blade of the black sword. 8 desolations. In an instant, billions of madly vibrating particles enshrouded it, emitting a nearly tangible, soul-severing hum. Simultaneously, the vibration particles on the blade converged, collapsed, and compressed further, forming a dazzling white membrane that seemed to implode inward. In that moment, the air around Glenn fractured like fragile glass, soundlessly covered in fine cracks, while light twisted and refracted bizarrely nearby. The vibration frequency of the black sword. 8 desolations soared to the limit of Glenn's control. The air near the blade no longer simply tore. It disintegrated inch by inch like glass struck by an invisible giant hammer. Gradually, the vibration particles no longer swirled, but collapsed and adhered to the blade, forming a shimmering, erratic light edge that seemed capable of cleaving through dimensions. Facing Whitebeard in his prime, hesitation was not an option. This was his strongest move. Glenn took a deep breath, lifted his right foot, and stomped heavily in midair. Bang! A crisp, explosive sound. The space behind him fractured into radiating cracks. Propelled by the violent recoil, Glenn shot toward Whitebeard like a comet trailing a long tail of particles. On Whitebeard's side, he squinted slightly, gripping the Murakamajiri and slowly drawing it in. For the first time, he appraised the young marine, a flicker of interest crossing his rugged face. Gururara. A low laugh carried tangible ripples of vibration across the sea. A power similar to mine. Interesting brat. Marco, standing beside Whitebeard, dropped his playful grin and straightened slightly, his pupils reflecting the rapidly approaching white streak. Pops, this guy's vibration feels off. Marco, get behind me. At that moment, the smile on Whitebeard's lips froze. His observation hockey locked instantly onto Glenn in the sky, his pupils contracting as if struck by a blinding light. An unprecedented destructive sharpness was hurtling toward him. He also glimpsed a brief future. If that slash landed, it would be no joke. Instantly, Whitebeard gripped the handle of the Murakamajiri like iron clamps, his bulging muscles stretching the white coat into a mountainous silhouette. Garara, I've seen quite a future. His low laugh shook the deck, making the scattered debris bounce like popcorn. That marine brat has indeed obtained a fearsome power. Marco was still puzzled, but when he saw the veins bulging like raging dragons on his father's neck, blue flames from the phoenix fruit burst uncontrollably from his wings. Pops is serious. Here it comes. Whitebeard's roar was no longer mere sound, but a visible white sonic boom ring wreathed in violent tremor waves. He stepped back half a pace with his right leg. Crack. The sturdy bulwark shattered into dust. The Murakamajiri hummed, its familiar white aura no longer a gentle shroud, but a furious surge and concentration. In an instant, Whitebeard launched himself like a projectile. Marine brat, state your name. His voice, though not loud, was like a stabilizing anchor, instantly calming the turbulent sea caused by their auras. Glenn grinned, his voice piercing through the vibrating hum. Glenn Reginald Sigma. Remember this name. It will echo to the ends of this sea. Rip. The light edge of the black sword. 8 desolations surged. The next second, the white light blade, condensed with collapsing vibration particles, ignored the barrier of space and slashed horizontally before Whitebeard's eyes. Celestial tremor sky rend. Glenn poured all his strength into the swing. Crack. It was not a sword slash, but a rift where space itself was forcibly cleaved, bursting forth. Where the blade passed, the atmosphere didn't just shatter. It collapsed from the high-frequency vibration particles, leaving a pure white stream of particle desolation at the edges. Gururara. Arrogant marine brat. Whitebeard's eyes blazed with the excitement of discovering a new world. My observation hockey tells me I can't let you land this move. The white aura on the Murakamajiri's blade compressed to its limit, solidifying into a crystalline layer of pure white, carrying the will to pulverize everything. Both swung their weapons simultaneously. Time lost all meaning. Clanged. The light edge of the black sword. 8 desolations clashed violently with the crystalline blade of the Murakamajiri. The point of contact produced no metallic ring. Instead, a deafening mixture of screeching and low-frequency destructive roar. Crack. Boom. The moment the blades touched, the world fell into an eerie silence for a tenthesanthe of a. Then came the utter collapse of space. 2 shockwaves identical in origin, yet diametrically opposed in nature, clashed furiously, devouring and annihilating each other. Gu-N's vibration particles, imbued with the properties of high-frequency cutting and collapse annihilation, attempted to pierce and dismantle Whitebeard's vast, overwhelming tremors. Whitebeard's vibrations, however, surged like a boundless tsunami, crushing with absolute force, intent on shattering Gu-In's condensed point of power to dust. The atmosphere was compressed to its limit, forming an instantaneous light-distorting absolute vacuum sphere around them. Gu-In and Whitebeard roared in unison, their voices erupting from the depths of their souls. You shall be shattered. A blinding light, not white, but a chaotic hue leaking from space itself, burst forth. The devastating shockwave expanded outward in a perfect sphere, silent and unstoppable. Boom. Rumble. The sound arrived belatedly as the shockwave swept past. The entire sea fell into absolute stillness, followed by a horrifying sight that defied comprehension. The ocean's surface was forcibly erased, leaving a perfectly smooth abyss thousands of meters in diameter and unfathomably deep. The seawater was lifted by an invisible giant hand, forming a towering ring-shaped waterfall that cascaded into the sky. This single strike shook the entire ocean. Damn it. Gu-In's arm muscles bulged. The Black Blade 8 wastelands trembled violently, its vibration particles flickering madly as he tried to suppress the power of Murakamajiri. Yet Whitebeard's Murakamajiri remained as steady as a mountain, its white trembling light growing ever more dazzling. For a moment, the two opposing forces of vibration clashed with wild intensity, compressing the air to its limit. Shockingly, as Gu-In exerted himself recklessly, his highly condensed and collapsing vibration particles began to reverse erode and dismantle Whitebeard's tremor power like a drill. At the point of contact on Murakamajiri's edge, fine spiderweb-like cracks appeared as if struck by billions of high-frequency impacts. Sensing this, Whitebeard's eternal bold smile froze for the first time, a flicker of genuine astonishment passing through his eyes. That marine brat's ability. Is it a Logia? The tremor ability turned into a Logia. Before the words faded, the keel of Marco's ship, pushed several nautical miles away, emitted a spine-chilling groan of unbearable strain, as if about to break. Seeing this, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. Marine brat, your ability is far more terrifying than mine. And if there's no ship, he'll be in a real bind. So sorry. As he spoke, a blood-red light burst from the depths of Whitebeard's pupils, as tangible as substance. No longer an invisible pressure, it transformed into a viscous physical torrent of destruction, entwined with dark crimson lightning surging to wrap around the blade of Murakamajiri. Supreme King Haki infusion. The originally white tremor halo was instantly dyed black and red. Bang. Crack. At the moment of contact. Bang. In an instant, Gu-In felt an unprecedented force crashing down like a mountain. The Black Blade 8 wastelands let out a piercing lament, its vibration particles shattered by the Supreme King Haki. There was no chance to resist. His body flew backward like a broken kite, carving a kilometer-long trench across the sea. Only by elementalizing and Whitebeard's restraint did he crash back onto the warship's deck, like a cannonball, leaving two charred furrows deep enough to expose the ship's bones, barely stabilizing his crumbling form. On the warship, Gu-In knelt deeply into the shattered deck, his feet sunk in. The combat suit on his entire right arm had turned to ash, revealing a horrific sight of torn muscle fibers, cracked bones, and blood-soaked flesh, like a tattered rag. The Black Blade 8 wastelands was driven deep into the molten steel deck, its blade dim and lusterless. Cough. Gu-In coughed up a huge mouthful of blood mixed with viscera fragments, his body swaying violently, blood continuously seeping from the corners of his mouth. He struggled to raise his head, his vision blurred, barely able to see the distant figure standing like a mountain. On the distant sea, Whitebeard stood proudly on the bow of his ship, Murakamajiri, still crackling with fading black-red arcs. He struck the deck heavily with the handle, producing a muffled rumble. The residual power of the Supreme King Haki still crackled in the air, like countless tiny dark red lightning snakes slithering. Gururara. To make me get serious, even use Supreme King Haki infusion. Whitebeard's bell-like laughter rang out, but his eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration. You little brat. You're really interesting. My full power. Just interesting. Gu-In, dizzy from blood loss and the lingering pressure of the Supreme King Haki, watched Whitebeard's figure gradually fade from his sight. After Whitebeard left, the marine warship fell into a dead silence. All the marines stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the figure kneeling on the deck. Gu-In lay Jinu. Dashigo. Just moments ago, they had witnessed this young marine warrant officer clash head-on with the legendary monster of the era, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, who stood alongside Roger and Shiki. He had even forced Whitebeard to use Supreme King Haki. Is that really Warrant Officer Gu-In? Not Vice Admiral Gu? A marine soldier stammered, his gun almost slipping from his trembling hands. In his memory, only the top vice admirals of marine headquarters like Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr could fight monsters like these. It's true. He actually clashed blades with Whitebeard. Another murmured, his eyes full of disbelief. No, not just clashed blades. A Marine vice admiral took a deep breath, his voice low and shaken. Didn't you hear what Whitebeard just said? He admitted that Warrant Officer Go-In made him get serious. In an instant, the way all the Marines looked at Go-In shifted completely, from the contempt and doubt when they first boarded him at the West Blue Branch to now. Oh, however, Go-In seemed oblivious to the gazes around him. He slowly raised his right hand, blood dripping from his fingertips, his entire arm trembling uncontrollably. The gap is still too wide, huh? He murmured hoarsely but with unprecedented clarity. Surprisingly, his eyes were brighter than ever. That was not defeat, but excitement. I saw it. The one I was waiting for. Before he could finish, his body finally gave out, and he collapsed forward heavily. Warrant Officer Go-In, seeing him fall, the Marines on the ship panicked instantly, and several medics rushed forward frantically. The waves churned as Whitebeard's pirate ship gradually steadied itself amidst the aftermath. Marco folded his azure flame wings and landed silently beside Whitebeard, a hint of perplexity and concern etched between his brows. Oyaji, he couldn't help but speak up. That slash just now, you could have shattered that warship into dust. Whitebeard planted Murakamajuri on the deck, then burst into his signature hearty laugh. Gurara. Marco, didn't you hear it just now? When that brat announced his name, he said, "Go in. This name will one day resound across the seas." Whitebeard repeated, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, his voice booming like a bell. So, I'm really looking forward to it. But what surprised me even more is that his strength rivals mine in my younger days, no less. Watching Oyaji's excited expression the same as when he took him in as a son, Marco's eyelids twitched, and a foreboding feeling surged in his heart. So he instinctively rubbed his temple, his tone full of resignation. Hey, Oyaji, you're not thinking of. He paused, took a deep breath, and almost groaned out the answer. Wanting to take that Marine as a son, are you? The moment Marco spoke, the air froze solid. Whitebeard's hearty smile froze on his face, then turned into a hint of awkwardness at being caught. He stroked his iconic crescent mustache and laughed uproariously, trying to cover it up. Gurara. You saw through me, you little rascal. Oyaji. Marco rolled his eyes dramatically, his voice laden with deep helplessness. I knew it. Every time you see an interesting newcomer, you fall into this habit. Seeing Marco's exasperated look, Whitebeard didn't care at all. Instead, he enthusiastically patted Marco's shoulder. What? Jealous? Don't worry, you'll always be my finest son. Marco pushed his hand away with a disdainful expression. Who's jealous? I'm saying that guy is a Marine. A Marine. And he's a monster rookie who could clash heat in with Oyaji using just his devil fruit power and strength without even hockey. And his devil fruit ability really is. Whitebeard just grinned, cutting Marco off, then cast a profound gaze toward the distant sea. So what if he's a Marine? That bastard Roger was once a Marine, wasn't he? Gururara. As long as one embraces the sea one day. Roger just wore a Marine uniform on a whim when he raided a Marine base. Whitebeard was taken aback. Is that so? By the way, Marco, do you believe in fate? Oyaji, you haven't had a drop of sake today. Gururara. Whitebeard waved his hand. It's all the same. And I'm really looking forward to that Marine brat called Go-In. Watching Oyaji like that, Marco could only shake his head in resignation, yet a smile tugged uncontrollably at the corners of his mouth. Really? I can't do anything with you. With that, Marco turned and walked toward the ship's railing, intending to repair the damaged deck. But just as Marco turned his back and his gaze left, Whitebeard's smile vanished, instantly replaced by a deep solemnity. His rugged brows furrowed, his eyes fixed like torches on the turbulent sea. That sword. In his mind, the double-edged blade in Go-In's hand emerged vividly. A pitch-black weapon like an abyss, its surface covered with dark red cracks. Apart from the vibrating particles wrapped around the blade, the unique dark red cracks, and the familiar oppressive aura forged from Rock's hockey, as if devouring all. I can't be mistaken. Whitebeard's low voice was almost inaudible, brimming with shock and complex emotions. That was Rock's sword. The blade of the former overlord of the seas, the man who made the world government tremble. Rock's D. Zebek. Why? Is it in the hands of that Marine brat? Whitebeard's fist clenched unconsciously, and the hilt of Murakamajiri emitted a faint hum in his palm. Various conjectures flashed through his mind, but in the end Whitebeard only sighed deeply, a complex glint in his eyes. Yet how ironic, Rocks. You who hated the Marines and the world government from start to finish, now your sword is in a Marine's hand shaking the sea. 3 days later, in the Marine warship's medical room, Go-In, lying on the bed wrapped in bandages, slowly opened his eyes. The smell of disinfectant filled his nostrils, and the dull aches all over his body reminded him of the earth-shattering clash not long ago. He tried to move his fingers. Good they weren't crippled. Too reckless. After waking up, Go-In stared at the ceiling and calmly reviewed the situation in his mind. Facing Whitebeard at his peak, he had dared to engage Heaton. It was practically gambling with his life. But luckily it was Whitebeard. If he had encountered someone with a sinister personality like Golden Lion, the opponent probably wouldn't have held back, and he would have been a corpse by now. Yet soon a sharp smile curved at the corner of Guen's mouth. But he had won the bet. At that moment, intentionally lowered discussion voices came from outside the cabin door. Have you heard? Warrant Officer Guen traded 3 full rounds with Whitebeard. More than that. I saw with my own eyes that Whitebeard acknowledged him. This guy is definitely going to be an admiral in the future. I think the warrant officer is even stronger than those 3 monster rookies at headquarters. Listening to these discussions, Guen's eyes gradually grew deep. Compared to the so-called exploits of wiping out rabble pirates in the West Blue, this battle was a true feat that would make his name resound across the seas. Those Marines at headquarters were all witnesses. The news would spread like wildfire through Marineford. Thinking this, Guen slowly sat up. The black blade 8 Desolations leaned against the bed, its blade reflecting his sharp gaze. Skyquake, Guen. Guen familiarly picked up the black blade 8 Desolations and began wrapping white cloth around the blade. From this day forward, this title would forge his reputation. No longer the empty name of Pirate Hunter in the West Blue, but a true strongman's alias recognized by the World Government Marine Headquarters and all great pirates. Without a background, fame is another form of capital. After wrapping the last layer, Guen clenched his fist. Since he chose to enter the chess game of the Marines, he had to establish a high enough starting point from the very beginning. This battle today was surely already on the Fleet Admiral's desk. Those officers who might have harbored dissatisfaction with his West Blue origins and his drop-in assignment to headquarters without going through Marine Academy justice training were now probably reassessing this rookie from the West Blue. But it's still not enough. Guen gazed at the surging waves outside the porthole. Whitebeard's final slash wrapped in devastating conqueror's hockey was deeply engraved in his mind, replaying endlessly. That realm of overwhelming force, that power that looked down upon the world. How I can't wait to acquire hockey. Marineford, the center of justice in the world, home to the Navy headquarters, symbolizes world peace. However, today the port of this global justice center is unusually lively. The morning sun reflects off the gigantic characters of justice and the Navy emblem on the headquarters buildings. This is the safest place in the world, making everything seem warm with the seas shimmering brightly. Yet the Navy soldiers on duty at the port are too preoccupied to enjoy the beautiful scenery, frequently casting their gazes toward the 2 towering figures standing at the front, Black Arm Zephyr and Iron Fist Carp. Hey, what day is it today? A lieutenant preparing for a mission whispered, his eyes darting toward the 2 vice admirals. I have no idea, replied the lieutenant beside him, equally puzzled. But the only ones who could have Black Arm and Iron Fist come to the port to greet them are Vice Admiral Sengoku or Rear Admiral Cranewright. Could it be that Vice Admiral Sengoku has returned from the New World? Impossible. Vice Admiral Sengoku's warship just set off for G1 branch yesterday, taking Rear Admiral Crane with him to deal with Don Quixote da Flamingo. A wave of whispers spread throughout the port as everyone was filled with curiosity about the impending arrival. At the Marineford military port, Zephyr stood with arms crossed, his posture as straight as a pine. His iconic purple short hair remained motionless in the sea breeze as his serious expression kept the surrounding Navy personnel at bay. Hey Zephyr, don't be so serious. Carp suddenly broke the silence by throwing an arm around Zephyr's shoulder. That kid has done something extraordinary. Seeing Carp's playful demeanor, Zephyr frowned slightly, but did not push his arm away, instead replying in a deep voice, Carp, mind your image. This is a port, not your office. Ha ha ha. Carp's laughter grew louder, drawing the attention of the surrounding Navy personnel. What does it matter? The last time you asked Admiral Akainu for that guy was unbelievable. He's even stronger than those 3 monsters who graduated from the Navy school. A few days ago, I secretly saw the documents on Sengoku's desk. I couldn't believe he actually dared to make a move against that Whitebeard guy and even engaged him in combat. Moreover, he even forced Whitebeard to use his hockey. Truly, the youth these days are audacious. Carp's voice was so loud that almost the entire port could hear, turning the whispers around into gasps. Whitebeard. Hockey. Could it be that Rear Admiral Jern from the West Blue? The most famous person among the recent promotions to the headquarters is indeed Jern Reginald Sigma from the West Blue. Seeing the whispers among the Navy personnel at the port, Zephyr's brow furrowed tighter as he lowered his voice. Carp, you're too loud. Oh, what does it matter? Carp waved his hand dismissively. Everyone will know soon enough. That kid survived under Whitebeard's command. Huh. This is much better than Akainu and the others. They were still in school at 16. Sigh. Zephyr couldn't help but let out a sigh. He turned to Carp, his expression serious. Though Akainu and the others graduated, their reliance on their devil fruit powers is a bit excessive. Jern too, I know his devil fruit ability very well. This time it's entirely dependent on his fruit ability. Hey, don't be so harsh. Carp's smile faded a bit, but the admiration in his eyes did not diminish. To stand firm before Whitebeard, that's not something one can achieve solely through a devil fruit. That takes courage. Courage? Zephyr snorted coldly. That's just recklessness. This time he's lucky to have faced Whitebeard. If it had been Don Quixote da Flamingo, he might have already perished in the sea. You and I both know, the new world is not a place where one can reign simply with a devil fruit. Hockey is the true path of the strong. All right. You are right. Carp suddenly burst into laughter again, slapping Zephyr on the back. Isn't it your duty as a vice admiral to train him? Otherwise, why would you specifically argue with the admiral to have him by your side? Train that kid named Jern well, and make him a true powerhouse. Carp's strength was considerable, and Zephyr staggered forward after being slapped. He instinctively glanced back at him helplessly, saying, Carp, you. Just then a lookout from the watchtower shouted loudly, warship entering the port. It's the warship from the West Blue coming to pick up the G-14 branch. They've arrived. Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward the sea. In the distance, a warship, battered and bruised, slowly approached, its hull bearing conspicuous cracks that silently narrated the fierce battles it had endured. Tisk tisk tsk. Carp whistled. It seems the battle was even more intense than reported. Zephyr did not respond, his gaze firmly fixed on the deck of the warship. Jern. Zephyr murmured this name, his tone complex. Carp glanced at Zephyr and suddenly smiled broadly. What? Are you regretting asking for him from Admiral Akainu? I think that guy is better than my son. No, Zephyr shook his head, his voice firm. On the contrary, that's why his mindset needs correction. Devil fruit abilities are just assistants. True strength comes from within oneself. You're still the same. Carp laughed and shook his head. But for that kid to get you so invested, he must indeed be exceptional. Zephyr, despite often lecturing at the Navy school and having many students, truly has no disciples. Sigh indeed. Zephyr sighed, not continuing the conversation. For a moment his thoughts drifted back to the moment 3 days ago when he saw the battle report. When that report detailing Jern's confrontation with Whitebeard landed on his desk, he could hardly believe his eyes. A young man who had only recently joined the Navy actually dared to challenge the man who possesses the power to destroy the world. After the shock, deep worry set in. Zephyr knew all too well the power of the Gura no Mi, and he understood the consequences of over-relying on devil fruit abilities. And now a power even stronger than the Gura no Mi has emerged in the hands of a Navy newcomer, easily leading one to become arrogant. Zephyr, they're here. Carp's voice interrupted Zephyr's thoughts. The warship had docked and the gangway was slowly lowered. The Navy personnel at the port unconsciously held their breath, waiting for the legendary newcomer to appear. The first to disembark were ordinary soldiers and junior officers, their faces still showing signs of shock. Next came the lieutenant who commanded the mission of this warship, and as he stepped off he noticed the two vice admirals standing at the forefront and immediately saluted. Finally, a figure with black short hair wrapped in bandages appeared at the top of the gangway. Jern Reginald Sig. Jern's injuries had not yet healed, so the bandages on his body were particularly noticeable in the sunlight, but his steps were exceptionally steady. The black blade Yada no Kagami was wrapped in white cloth and slung over his back, the blade seemingly vibrating slightly, producing an almost imperceptible hum. When Jern's gaze met those of the two vice admirals, the port fell silent, leaving only the sound of the waves crashing against the shore. Marine headquarters, Jern have arrived. Upon seeing Go-In arrive at the naval headquarters, Carp was the first to break the silence. He stepped forward with a hearty laugh that echoed across the port. Ha ha. Well done, kid. You're the first rookie who could force that Whitebeard fellow to use his hockey. Go-In was taken aback for a moment, then recognized the young man as Carp from his somewhat youthful face. After recognizing Carp by the scar at the corner of his eye, Go-In instinctively glanced at Zephyr behind Carp, whose expression remained serious, revealing no hint of emotion. You're too kind, Vice Admiral Carp. Go-In replied, slightly bowing his head, his voice calm. I merely did what was necessary. Ha! You're being too humble. Carp clapped Go-In's shoulder vigorously, nearly making him lose his balance due to his injuries. Come on, let's head to the medical department for a thorough checkup, and then we can discuss that battle in detail. At that moment Zephyr finally spoke up. Carp stopped fooling around. Zephyr, he needs to check in with me first. His gaze turned toward Go-In, his voice deep and powerful. Go-In, ensign 1 hour from now. My office, I will be waiting for you. Go-In straightened his back and saluted sharply. Yes, Vice Admiral Zephyr. Carp pouted. Hey Zephyr, don't be so stiff. The kid just went through a tough battle not long ago. Exactly why discipline is even more necessary, Zephyr interrupted Carp, then nodded at Go-In. Go on, don't be late. Watching Go-In leave with the medic, Carp shook his head. You always have to be so strict. Zephyr rubbed his forehead. Carp, do you understand what his nature type Gura no Mi represents? Carp's expression grew unusually serious for a moment. Isn't it just a nature type? That's exactly what makes it terrifying. The two fell silent for a while as the sea breeze rustled Zephyr's cloak. So what? Carp suddenly reverted to his carefree demeanor, playfully bumping Zephyr's shoulder. Are you going to hand Guin over to me? Not a chance. Go take care of your own son. Zephyr snorted coldly and turned to walk toward the headquarters building. Besides, I heard you recently took that Kazan kid under your wing. It seems you're ready to take him on. Carp watched Zephyr's retreating figure and suddenly burst into laughter. Huh, I knew it. You actually have a soft spot for that kid, don't you? Zephyr didn't look back, just waved his hand. See you in the Admiral's office, Carp. Got it. Carp clasped his hands behind his head, leisurely following along. But before that, I need to drop by Sengoku's office. He must have some good stuff stashed away. The Navy personnel at the port watched as the two vice admirals departed, then looked in the direction Gain had disappeared, their whispers rising again. Hey, did you see that? Vice Admiral Zephyr actually came personally to receive that rookie. I heard he faced Whitebeard and lived to tell the tale. Things are about to get lively at headquarters. As the automatic doors of the medical room closed behind him, Guin stood in the corridor, instinctively touching his chest where 3 ribs should have been broken. Incredible. Although Whitebeard's final hockey strike was restrained, it still shattered quite a few of my ribs. Under the medical conditions of the West Blue Branch, such injuries would usually require at least 4 months of bed rest. Yet now the skin beneath the bandages had healed as if new, with only a few faint pink scars reminding him of that harrowing clash. Is the medical team here using magic? No wonder when I watched anime before it felt like the Navy rarely had casualties. Guin muttered to himself, gently pressing on his abdomen. There was no pain, just a slight itch from the new flesh growing. He recalled his days as a rookie in the West Blue, the makeshift field hospitals, the pained groans of the wounded, and the ever-scarce medical supplies. But here serious injuries seemed merely a temporary inconvenience. Outside the corridor window, the sound of new recruits training echoed from the square at Marineford. They moved in perfect unison, full of vigor. Guin paused, looking through the glass at the Navy personnel in their matching uniforms. The sunlight illuminated their youthful faces, each wearing a determined expression. Even the recruits are the Navy's elite force. Guin withdrew his gaze and continued towards the headquarters building. Zephyr had given him an hour, but he decided to arrive early. After all, punctuality is the most basic discipline in the Navy. Not long after having passed through 3 normal security checks, Guin arrived at the Vice Admiral's office area. The corridor was so quiet that one could hear their own footsteps, with the names of various Vice Admirals hanging on the doors of the rooms on either side. He stopped in front of the large black door at the end. The nameplate simply read, Zephyr, Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. Guin raised his hand to knock, only to find the door slightly ajar. Through the crack, he could see that the room was empty. Zephyr had clearly not yet returned. Reporting in, Ensign Guin here. After quietly announcing his presence, Guin pushed the door open. The office was excessively simple, featuring a solid wood desk, 2 visitor chairs, and a file cabinet stuffed with documents. There were no decorations. On the desk was a photo of Zephyr with his wife before they were married, and on the wall hung a powerful piece of calligraphy reading, "No killing for justice," the ink almost penetrating the paper. No killing. Guin stood before the calligraphy, staring at it for a long time. During his time as a rookie in the West Blue, before spending money to enter logistics, he understood very well that no killing was regarded as a sign of weakness. Pirates would only yield to greater violence, and mercy often led to greater disasters. He had seen too many navies perish due to their soft-heartedness. But this is precisely the justice of Black Arm Zephyr. He murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the hilt of his sword. In the West Blue during that year, Guin's reputation was built on a mountain of corpses. Each fallen pirate served as a warning to those who came after. And now those 4 characters seemed to negate all his past actions. That is my justice. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly came from behind. Guin turned abruptly, seeing Zephyr standing at the door, his expression flat, revealing no emotion. Vice Admiral Zephyr. Guin immediately stood at attention and saluted. Zephyr strode into the office, his cloak gently swaying behind him. Guin, you said justice that is late cannot be called justice. Zephyr approached the desk, but did not sit down, instead locking eyes with Guin. Then can you explain what does justice look like? The sudden question struck like a straight punch. Guin opened his mouth only to find himself unprepared with. In the West Sea, justice was simple. Exterminating all pirates was everyone's justice. However, after arriving at the headquarters, especially after witnessing the likes of Whitebeard, he began to realize that things were not so straightforward. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, he was acutely aware that instead of being enigmatic, it was time to face himself directly. After a moment's hesitation, Guin decisively admitted, I don't know. Guin had once again made the right bet, as this response raised Zepha's eyebrows. Clearly Zepha had not expected this 16-year-old, who dared to confront Whitebeard, heeded to admit his confusion. He knew well that often lecturing at the Navy school, these young people all had great ambitions. Interesting. Zepha finally sat down, satisfied with the answer. He then gestured for Guin to sit, and continued, most people at your age would eagerly proclaim their ideals of justice. In the West Sea, I thought justice meant eliminating all pirates. But now you see a broader world, ZFA interjected, and have also recognized the limits of your... The office fell into a brief silence. Outside the window, the cries of seagulls and the distant sound of a warship's horn could be heard. Noticing Nguyen's silence, ZFA suddenly changed the subject. Do you think being able to fight Whitebeard means you are particularly strong? Nguyen detected the probing nature of the question. This was a trap question, as ZFA clearly intended to reprimand his recklessness through it. So Nguyen seized the opportunity and nodded, directly admitting yes, he is very strong, but also very foolish. This answer made ZFA lean forward slightly. Explain. The power of the Tremor-Tremor fruit gives me the capital to challenge strong opponents, but the fruit's ability is not everything. Nguyen's voice was calm, as if stating an objective fact. When Whitebeard defeated me with his haki, I didn't even have a chance to react. In other words, if he wanted to kill me the moment I attacked him, I would have been dead. A glint of surprise flashed in Zayf. He had thought it would take some persuasion to make this young man recognize his shortcomings, but unexpectedly Nguyen was more clear-headed than he had imagined. Such self-reflective young people are rare. If it were Sakazuki Borsellino or Akiji, they would probably have directly said at this point, even if it cost me my life, I would trade it for a scar from Whitebeard that I would remember for a lifetime. If we don't even have such awareness, how can we talk about protecting the world? Oh dear, Whitebeard. Truly terrifying. But I guess I'm lucky. After all, that kind of monster would take your life for being slightly careless. Whitebeard is strong, but the outcome of battles has never solely depended on individual strength. Rare. ZFA commented, most people who obtain powerful fruit abilities tend to gradually rely on their abilities and neglect basic training. I want. Nguyen answered quickly, but ZFA keenly noticed the slight tightening of his fingers. It seems that even when acknowledging your shortcomings, you still affirm the power of your fruit. Thinking of this, ZFA suddenly stood up. Really? He then walked around the desk to Nguyen's front. Nguyen immediately stood up. ZFA towered over him, and up close he could clearly feel the oppressive aura emanating from this black-armed vice admiral. Without using your fruit ability, attack me, ZFA commanded. Nguyen hesitated for a moment here. Without warning, Nguyen's right fist swung out violently. This punch was devoid of any embellishments, purely a combination of speed and strength aimed directly at Zayfa's face. Too slow. ZFA didn't even move his feet, just slightly tilted his head to evade the attack. Simultaneously, his left hand clamped down on Nguyen's wrist like an iron claw. Again, Nguyen switched to his left fist, combining it with a knee strike. ZFA released his grip and stepped back, easily avoiding the attack, while confirming that Nguyen had considerable strength. Although it couldn't compare to the innate monstrous strength of the giant race, it was still impressive. Plenty of power, but lacking in skill. For the next 30 seconds, Nguyen attempted various angles of attack, but he didn't even brush against Zayfa's cloak. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his breathing grew rapid. That's enough. ZFA suddenly raised his hand, pressing it against Nguyen's chest and pushing him back into the chair. Do you see? Without your fruit ability, you can't even handle an ordinary pirate ship in the New World. Nguyen clenched his fists, his chest heaving violently. Not from exhaustion, but from a sense of defeat. ZFA was right. He indeed relied on the Tremor-Tremor fruit. Even in his battle against Whitebeard, he instinctively considered how to maximize the fruit's abilities rather than focusing on basic combat skills. But what could he do? Because the power of the Tremor was indeed intoxicating. Nguyen even thought that this fruit was the strongest natural type. But for the sake of haki, I understand. Nguyen decisively took a deep breath, seriously bending at the waist. So, guide me, Vice Admiral ZFA. ZFA didn't respond, but walked back to his seat, his expression slightly easing. Why did you join the Navy? This sudden turn caught Nguyen off guard. He thought for a moment and decided to answer honestly, to become stronger and to find answers. What answer? My justice. Nguyen looked directly into Zayfa's eyes. This answer, my justice, resonated with Zayfa, causing him to subconsciously bite his lip. This young man's ideological awareness is quite high. Thus, after putting away his slight expression, Zayfa silently scrutinized Nguyen. After a moment, he nodded slightly. At least you are honest. Unlike some who speak of justice, but harbor ulterior motives. He opened a drawer and handed a document to Nguyen. Starting tomorrow, you will become my aide and accompany me on missions. Furthermore, I will personally train you to become a Navy Admiral. Nguyen took the document and saw that it was already stamped with the seal of the Navy headquarters. This meant it was not an invitation, but a command. Yes, Vice Admiral Zayfa. Zayfa stood up, signaling the end of the conversation. Remember, the fruit ability is merely a tool. True strength relies on here. He pointed to his heart, and he pointed to his temple. Nguyen nodded, solemnly saluted, and turned to leave. As he grasped the doorknob, Zayfa's voice came again. You will find the answer about justice. But remember, Go-in turned back. Justice is not slaughter. This is the answer I found myself. Go-in bowed deeply, and then closed the door. P.S. Note the current timeline is 2 years after the Valley of God in 1480. The ages of the 3 admirals of the Navy have been modified. Modified to the youngest Kazan at 19, Sakazuki at 20, and the oldest Borsellino at 22, who has already graduated from the Navy school and received a fruit reward. The grandeur of Malinfanjuo far surpassed Gu-in's imagination. This Marine headquarters fortress stood majestically, not only imposing from the front, but also the naval living quarters at the rear were astonishingly prosperous, lined with shops and complete facilities, its scale rivaling the capital of any kingdom in the pirate world. What a pleasant surprise. Go-in gazed at the single-family courtyard before him, his fingers lightly brushing the doorframe. Logically, with his rank of warrant officer, he should not have been entitled to such treatment. It seems that the name of Master Zifa, who is about to become the first admiral, is more influential than I thought. After simply settling his luggage, Go-in lay back on the soft bed. Marine headquarters. He stared at the pure white ceiling, replaying every detail of his conversation with Zifa in his mind. Especially when the words "I will personally train you to become a Marine Admiral" echoed in his ears again. Go-in suddenly sat up, like a carp, leaping his legs, uncontrollably kicking happily on the edge of the bed. I made it. Go-in instinctively clenched his fists, so excited that he even momentarily cast aside his burdens. After all, how many days and nights of careful planning and step-by-step strategy had he devoted to this very moment? After a long while, as the tide of exhilaration receded, Go-in's gaze fell upon the Haidao Bahuang leaning against the head of the bed. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice. The Haidao Bahuang rested against the bedside table, its white cloth-wrapped blade revealing no anomaly. Now is not the time to let my guard down. Go-in snatched up his beloved sword and strode to the small open space in the backyard. With a clear zhung sound, the Haidao Bahuang was unsheathed, its ink-black blade tracing a cold gleam in the night. As Go-in's fingertips traced the texture, he could almost feel the trembling of the blade. Locke's sword, one of the 12 supreme grade swords. Go-in murmured to himself. If he followed the traditional path of a swordsman, this weapon could definitely save him 20 years of struggle. But he knew his limitations better than anyone. Even someone like Zoro had to endure hellish training, let alone a latecomer like him. But so what? Go-in suddenly grinned, and with a flick of his wrist the blade wove a silver net under the moonlight and vibrating particles. Who said that wielding a sword requires becoming a swordsman? By perfectly integrating top-tier physical techniques, devil fruit abilities, and self-created sword techniques, wouldn't a killing move like Celestial Tremor Sky Rift still be devastating? Top-tier hockey, top-tier weaponry, powerful devil fruit. Go-in assumed a starting stance, the tip of his sword pointing straight at the sky, combining the three, even if him not a swordsman. A night wind suddenly rose, sweeping up fallen leaves. The next second the blade's light cascaded like a waterfall, slashing through the air and even the entire moonlight. I can still cut through everything on this sea. The next morning the sunlight of Malinfanjuo streamed through the blinds into Zifa's office. When Go-in pushed open the door, he found the room empty. He looked around, and his attention was soon drawn to a new small desk in the corner of the office, which was obviously... Go-in raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Although he knew he had been transferred as Zifa's adjutant, he hadn't expected his workstation to be directly located in Zifa's own office. Typically, adjutants have their own separate office area, at most next door, rather than sharing the same room with their superior. It seems Vice Admiral Zifa really intends to keep a close eye on me. Go-in curled his lips, slightly not resisting. He wasn't the type to stubbornly insist on climbing step by step on his own. Since there was a shortcut available, he wouldn't refuse it. Moreover, being able to directly access the Marine High Command would only benefit his future plans. Go-in didn't care, but the Marine soldier leading the way stood at the door, his eyes full of envy. Warrant Officer Go-in, all your documents have been handed over. If you need anything, you can directly contact the logistics department. Thank you for your hard work. Go-in nodded in acknowledgement. The soldier hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but lower his voice and say, Vice Admiral Zifa thinks highly of you. You're the first one in headquarters to have a desk in his office. Go-in smiled, but didn't respond. The soldier tactfully saluted and left, leaving Go-in alone in Zifa's office. He walked to his desk and sat down, casually flipping through the documents already prepared on the table. There were recruit assessment reports and a few intelligence files about recent pirate movements in the Great Waterway. But the majority of the content was the draft plan for the elite training camp, which was essentially about gathering the prodigies who graduated from Marine Academy together again. Go-in also saw many familiar names on the simulation roster, including the future 3 admirals. It seems the workload ahead is considerable. Go-in stretched his gaze, sweeping across Zifa's desk. The desk was tidy, the documents neatly categorized. In the center lay an open advanced training manual for the 6 powers intended for new recruits with a cup of tea that had already gone cold beside it. Zifa really is a workaholic. He hasn't even become an admiral yet, and he's already preparing to nurture the next generation. After a moment of idleness, Go-in withdrew his gaze and began organizing his own belongings. But before he could settle in, the office door was suddenly knocked. "Come in." The door opened, and a tall young Marine. He had shoulder-length black hair, a stern face, sharp eyes without eyebrows as keen as a blade, and wore the uniform of a Marine lieutenant. His entire demeanor exuded a calm and restrained aura. "Mengqi di Duolage. I didn't expect to meet him here." Go-in's gaze sharpened slightly. Although he had never formally met him, the identity of this man before him was not the son of Kapu, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, but at this moment he was still just a Marine headquarters lieutenant serving under his father. Duolage first scanned the office to confirm Zifa was not there, then his gaze finally settled on Go-in. "Vice Admiral Zifa is not here." He stepped out for now. Go-in nodded. "Something I can help with?" Duolage was silent for a moment, then said, "I'm here to submit the inspection report for G5 branch." He walked to Zifa's desk, placed a document down, then turned his attention back to Go-in. "Are you Go-in Li Jinuo Zaijima?" "Just call me Go-in." Go-in leaned back in his chair, a slight smile on his lips. "But news of my name travels fast, doesn't it?" Duolage didn't smile, just said flatly, "My father mentioned you. Vice Admiral Kapu." Go-in pretended to realize. "That's quite an honor." Duolage, with his missing eyebrows, looked fierce, especially now as he stared at Go-in with a scrutinizing gaze. Go-in was also feeling a bit creeped out, so he jumped in before Duolage could speak. "I don't like men. That statement of yours in the West Sea, justice that arrives late, is not worthy of being called justice." Both spoke almost simultaneously, but Go-in's words were definitely more shocking. "Duolage, you don't like men, but do I, eh?" "Ahem. Sorry, but your eyes were a bit." Go-in cleared his throat, then brought the topic back. "I didn't expect Vice Admiral Kapu to tell you this." "Not just him." Sighing, Duolage's voice was low. "Now the entire headquarters is discussing your matter. After all, daring to challenge by Huzi Hedin, even forcing him to use Bachan. You have quite the nerve." Go-in chuckled lightly. "Having nerve doesn't mean having strength, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here now, but sunk in the sea." Duolage didn't respond. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Do you really think justice can be late?" Go-in narrowed his eyes. This question carried profound meaning. Now Duolage should have already begun to question the world government. Especially after the Shunjigu incident, he had witnessed the cruelty of the celestial dragons firsthand, and his heart had long been shaken regarding the so-called justice. "I asked my father about your file. You participated in that battle at Shunjigu, the slaughter game of the world nobles. I don't know if justice can be late." Go-in suddenly interrupted Duolage, speaking slowly. "But I know that if even those who enforce justice begin to doubt themselves, then that so-called justice is nothing but empty talk." Hearing Go-in's reply, Duolage's pupils contracted slightly. Then staring at him, he countered calmly, "The existence of the Navy is meant to maintain order. But if order itself is distorted, then what is that so-called justice?" The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Duolage's gaze grew deep. He fixed his eyes on Go-in, as if trying to see the implication behind. But Go-in was no fool. Although he had no Zhengwen say at the moment as a Logia Tianjin fruit user, he could clearly sense some subtle vibrations, like the ones from Zfa, who was eavesdropping by the left window leaning against the wall. Thus Go-in pretended to ponder for a long while before slowly speaking. "Then what about your justice? You think it's distorted, but in my view the Navy's existence and its justice depend on whom it serves and how it acts, not on the abstract concept of order itself. Linking the Navy entirely to order overlooks the complexity of its functions. Your true criticism should target the power structure that abuses the Navy, implying the world government, not negate the core value of justice. Duolage, your father is hero of the Navy, Vice Admiral Kapu. The realization of our justice is a dynamic process. We cannot deny all its value because order is imperfect." Faced with Go-in's words, Duolage did not press further. He just gave him a deep look, then turned and walked toward the door. In a voice only Go-in could hear, he whispered, "I have no justice." The door closed and the office fell silent again. Shortly after the door shut, the left window was pushed open. Zefa's figure agilely climbed into the room. His purple short hair remained unmoved in the sea breeze, and his eyes behind the sunglasses fixed on Go-in. "Eavesdropping is not a good habit, Vice Admiral Zfa." Watching Zfa climb through the window, Go-in said, without looking up, tapping his fingers gently on the desk. "Huh." Zfa snorted a laugh and strode to his own desk. Testing a subordinate's resolve is a superior's privilege. He removed his sunglasses, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Go-in. "Your answer is satisfactory." Seeing Zefa's upturned mouth, Go-in shrugged helplessly, "Just speaking the truth. Precisely because it's the truth, it's rare. Fa tossed a file in front of Guin. It was something he had gone to handle. The file contained information about some recently troublesome pirates akin to the later supernovas, though that term didn't exist yet. They were all referred to as troublesome pirates. Most people, when faced with a question like duo la guess, either blindly agree or fiercely refute. But you, Guin, you can see the essence of the issue. That's good. The fleet admiral said you were born in Shihai, and your concept of justice is quite vague. He even wanted you to attend the Navy school. In my eyes, you're truly the genuine article. Birth doesn't matter. Fa have an unerring eye for people. You, Guin Lei Ji Nua de Shi Goma, your ideological awareness of justice is exceptionally high. Guin ignored Fa's self-congratulation, instead opening the file and reading it. He then looked up at Fa. So Lieutenant Duo La Gu is just a lost lamb. Fa interrupted him, his tone rarely showing a hint of regret. Alas, that Kapu guy too busy chasing Luo Jia couldn't even teach his own son properly. With that thought, he walked to Guin's side, heavily patted his shoulder, and said, "But you are different." The Heiwan Vice Admiral's expression of relief at this moment was a far cry from his usual sternness. After work this afternoon, first training ground. Fa withdrew his hand and put his sunglasses back on. It's time for you to see what true power really is. Guin closed the file, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Ba Chi training. Not training. Fa's voice was low and forceful. It's to make you understand that no matter how strong a devil fruit is, it's merely an external thing. A true strong person. He pointed to his own chest. Power originates from here. So it's getting beaten. What kind of talk is that? In making you comprehend power. What do you mean getting beaten? That's what Ka-Pus training is like. The noon sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows on Fa's cloak. Guin gazed at this future Navy admiral and suddenly realized he was standing at a crucial turning point. Damn it, if it's getting beaten, so be it. He'll be there on time. Guin stood up and gave a solemn salute. Fa nodded and turned toward the door. As he pushed the door open, he paused. Oh, Guin. Any more getting beaten instructions? That's sort of yours. Fa's voice suddenly grew deep. Ba Huang, right. Don't bring it this afternoon. The door closed, leaving Guin alone in the center of the office. He reached back to touch the black sword. The blade trembled slightly, as if responding to something. Great, I can't even bring my only weapon power up. After Zifa left, Guin stood alone in the office, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his desk. Outside the window, the sound of Navy school cadets' orderly drills could be heard, but in the distance a strange disturbance seemed to be spreading. Then Garp's loud voice rang out. Hey, Guin is going to fight Zifa at training ground now. It spread so fast. Guin raised an eyebrow, walked to the window, and pushed it open. Sure enough, what met his eyes on the training ground was Zifa looking helplessly at Garp beside him. Even at the office door, small groups of Navy soldiers were gathering toward that direction. Although the corridor was still far away, Guin could clearly sense the excited whispers. Vice Admiral Zifa is going to fight that newcomer Guin. Is he the one with the Sky Tremor ability who fought Whitebeard? I heard Instructor Zifa is going to teach him what real power is. Guin's mouth twitched. Teaching my ass. He clearly wants to use me as a punching bag. The sunlight outside was perfect. Guin stretched and decided to head to the cafeteria to fill his stomach. After all, he was going to get beaten in the afternoon. He couldn't go on an empty stomach. The Navy headquarters cafeteria was always bustling. Just as Guin sat down with a tray piled high with food half his height, the chatter at the surrounding tables eerily died down. Am I that scary? Guin forked a piece of steak, his peripheral vision sweeping the surroundings. Several young Navy soldiers immediately lowered their heads, pretending to focus on their meals, but more glances still secretly fell on him. Guin could even hear suppressed, excited discussions from afar. That's Warrant Officer Guin. I heard he single-handedly blocked Whitebeard's attack. His Sky Tremor fruit is said to be even stronger than Whitebeard's ability. Really? That's nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes on the warship. Don't say any more. We'll see it this afternoon. Our gossip hearts are burning with curiosity. Guin shook his head and focused on the food before him. Just as he was about to drink his soup, a tall figure sat down. Mind if I sit here? A lazy voice sounded. Guin looked up and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar young face with fluffy black curly hair and a smiling expression. Kazan. Lieutenant. Guin asked tentatively. The three admirals were already at the rank of lieutenant at the headquarters upon graduation, then commander, then admiral. So the capital of the Navy headquarters school was incomparable. However, at this time Qingji was still a hot-blooded justice, so his personality was completely different. The future Navy admiral smiled, and with extreme familiarity casually picked up a piece of bread from Guin's plate, and took a bite. I heard you're going to get a beating from Instructor Zifa this afternoon. Guin's eyebrow twitched. It's guidance, not a beating. Same thing. Kazan shrugged, then suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice. I'm telling you, you'd better bring some steel plates. Instructor Zifa's fists are about the same as Mr. Garp's. No way. Guin's fork paused slightly. Ha! Kazan grinned, showing his white teeth. Just kidding, but Instructor Zifa is indeed very strict. He then casually swiped a piece of fried fish from Guin's plate. By the way, can your sky tremor really block Whitebeard's Tremor-Tremor? Guin watched his rapidly diminishing food, subtly pulled his plate closer to himself. Lieutenant Kazan, if you're so curious, why don't you go test Whitebeard's strength yourself? Don't be so stingy. Kazan reached for Guin's steak again. I'm on vacation, and besides. Guin's fork suddenly shot out at an astonishing speed, accurately pinning the tabletop, just in front of Kazan's about-to-grab fingers. Wow. Kazan whistled. Good reaction. Thanks for the compliment. Guin slowly withdrew his fork. But I'd prefer you praise my table manners rather than my self-defense skills. Kazan laughed loudly, drawing glances from the surrounding tables. He leaned back in his chair unconcernedly. I like you, Guin. Most newcomers are so nervous they can't speak when they see me. Maybe it's because they've never seen you steal other people's food. Sharing is a virtue. Kazan, unabashed and even proud, picked up Guin's soup spoon and tasted the soup. Today's cream of mushroom soup is good. Guin sighed and simply pushed the entire soup bowl to Kazan. Please go ahead. It seems my lunch has become our lunch. That's more like it. Kazan nodded with satisfaction. As a return, I'll give you some insider info. Instructor Zifa is in a bad mood today. He argued with the fleet admiral this morning about the training plan for new recruits. Guin raised an eyebrow. Is that good news or bad news? Depends on how you look at it. Kazan licked the soup off the spoon. Bad news is he might be even stricter. Good news is he'll take your challenge seriously and won't go easy on you. What great news. Guin forced a smile. Kazan suddenly turned serious. Hey, don't underestimate yourself. Not many can block a blow from Whitebeard. Guin was about to argue that it was just luck, but Kazan had already returned to his lazy expression. But seriously, are you sure you don't need steel plates? I can lend you a few. No need. Guin waved his hand, then glanced at Kazan's hands wrapped in bandages. But I think you're the one who needs them. Ha ha ha. Realizing the jab, Kazan couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. He'll come watch you this afternoon. Don't disappoint me, friend. Guin looked at his nearly empty plate, then at Kazan's retreating back as he walked away gracefully and shook his head helplessly. At least leave the soup spoon. Kazan waved his hand without looking back. The soup spoon magically flew out from his sleeve, spun, and accurately landed back in Guin's plate. Guin stared at the spoon for a few seconds, then noticed that the surface of his water glass had condensed a thin layer of frost. Interesting. Guin smiled, then stood up to get more food, only to find that the atmosphere in the cafeteria had changed again. Now everyone's gaze at him was not only full of awe, but also added a bit of curiosity and envy. Apparently chatting so familiarly with Kazan, one of the Navy's current 3 monster rookies, made his image even more mysterious in everyone's eyes. Tisk, looks like the audience this afternoon will be bigger than expected. Guin muttered to himself, then piled up another large plate of food. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon outside the Marineford Naval Academy, Jern stood at the entrance of the training ground, stunned by the sight before him, where the first training ground was bustling with people. The area was filled with Navy personnel, from ordinary soldiers to academy-level officers, with a few generals watching from a distance. In the front row, he recognized several familiar faces: Weasel, Ghost Spider, and Doberman. These future naval vice admirals still appeared as students at this moment. Jern, go for it. Show that fighting spirit against Whitebeard. You must give it your all. Karp's loud voice stood out. I didn't expect so many people to show up. Jern murmured. What's wrong? Are you scared? Zephyr's voice came from behind him. Jern turned around to see Zephyr already dressed in training gear, his purple hair particularly striking in the sunlight. I just didn't expect you to be so popular, Vice Admiral Zephyr. Jern chuckled awkwardly. Humph. Zephyr snorted. They're not here to see me. Saying this, he strode towards the center of the training ground. Come on, let me see your current strength. As the two entered, the crowd outside erupted in cheers. Jern took a deep breath, handed his weapon, the Ba Huang, to a soldier at the side, and then slowly walked into the training ground, taking an opposing stance against Zephyr. The vast training ground was illuminated by sunlight, reflecting a blinding glare off the sandy ground. Standing on the field, Jern could clearly feel countless gazes focused on him, with a few particularly intense ones. Kazan leaned against a tree in the distance, seemingly indifferent, but with a piercing gaze. Dorag stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, several familiar little heads peeked out from the windows of the Naval Academy. Don't lose focus, Zephyr's voice pulled Jern back to reality. You don't need to worry about me today. You can exhibit your full fruit abilities. After all, I'm curious about the nature of the tremor. In that case, hearing Zephyr's words, Jern nodded and raised his left hand slightly. Is it all right if I call you Teacher Zephyr? As he spoke, tremor particles coalesced, instantly forming a white energy body that floated in his palm, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. You should have called me that long ago, you foolish disciple. Zephyr remained unfazed, slowly raising his right fist, the dark hue of his haki, covering his entire arm like armor. Remember, Jern, Zephyr's voice echoed throughout the field with a commanding presence. Haki arises from momentum, willpower, and spiritual strength. You must experience something to perceive your own potential. You've already felt the peak of Conqueror's haki from Whitebeard. Now, I will let you witness the peak of armament haki and the application of observation haki. Before his words fell, Zephyr had vanished from his spot. So fast. Jern's pupils constricted, instinctively dodging to the left, but it was too late. A simple, unadorned punch struck directly at his abdomen. Bang! With a sound like the explosion of air, Jern's body flew back like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the training ground's wall. The entire wall instantly cracked, debris flying everywhere. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Jern slid down from the dent in the wall, kneeling on one knee, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, then looked up at Zephyr in shock. This punch not only struck his physical body, but also disrupted his elemental state. Is this the peak of armament haki? Jern wiped the blood from his mouth and slowly stood up. This is completely different from that half-hearted effort from Logtown. Now do you understand? Zephyr stood in place, maintaining his punching stance. In the new world, there are plenty of ways to harm those with natural abilities. Without haki, you are nothing but a paper tiger. And Zephyr's lips suddenly curled up as he shouted, "At this level, I find it hard to imagine how you could have faced Whitebeard back then." Jern, haha. In the face of Zephyr's roar, Jern smiled, this time a genuine smile. He moved his shoulders, and the vibrations in the air became noticeably more intense. In that case, suddenly, 8 white tremor particles coalesced around Jern. Get ready, teachers. Tremor of Heaven 8 Extremes Jade. The 8 tremor particle spheres shot out and exploded in front of Zephyr. The shockwave twisted through space like ripples, and the ground instantly collapsed into a web of cracks. However, Zephyr crossed his arms, the dark haki enveloping him like impenetrable armor, tearing through the shockwave effortlessly. Boom! The air surged, a sandstorm erupted, and the Navy personnel outside retreated in haste. No wonder Vice Admiral Zephyr could directly withstand such terrifying tremors. Tremor instant rail slide. Jern's gaze sharpened, his figure suddenly blurring. The air particles beneath his feet compressed into high-density tracks, his silhouette shot forward like a bullet nearing the speed of sound. Almost simultaneously, his left foot gathered a white vortex, preparing to unleash. Next, let's execute the tremor principle. Good choice. But Zephyr coldly snapped his observation haki, already predicting the trajectory. Direct linear attacks and side kicks are just too naive, like with Borsellino. As he spoke, Zephyr sidestepped, his left fist wrapped in haki delivered a powerful uppercut straight to Jern's chin. Bang! The fist penetrated the afterimage. Jern at the critical moment activated Tremor Flash, elementalizing to evade and repositioning behind Zephyr. "Am no fool, teacher Zephyr." Jern's fists vibrated rapidly, striking Zephyr's back in quick succession. Tremor of Heaven shattering star fist. In an instant, the air cracked like glass, and each strike was enough to shatter steel. You've only developed this for a year, yet you've mastered it so well. Zephyr didn't look back, countering with an elbow strike, the haki colliding with the tremor energy. Crack! At the moment of collision, a spherical shockwave erupted, causing the training ground to collapse. Ghost Spider, observing, was forced to stab his sword into the ground to stabilize himself, while Weasel's eyes widened. Even the terrain. You've got some skill. Amidst the smoke and dust, Zephyr took a half step back, directly tearing off the tattered sleeves from his body, then casting his gaze to the sky. Jern, lifted by the recoil, spun in midair, his hands wildly waving. Tremor of Heaven, Thousand Light Wheel. Hundreds of small white wheels cascaded down like a torrential rain. Zephyr's arms trembled, his haki enveloping his entire body, bracing himself to take it heat in. At the moment of impact, high-frequency shockwaves rampaged, wildly crushing the surface, yet Zephyr remained unmoved like a rock, only his feet sinking into a deep pit. In that case, Jern leaped high into the air, arms spread wide, and in an instant countless tremor particles gathered wildly in the sky. Heaven's Call, Tremor Meteor Shower. Numerous basketball-sized compressed tremor spheres fell like meteors, covering the entire battlefield. Retreat! Carp shouted sternly, and the onlooking Navy personnel hurriedly withdrew. In the next instant, boom, 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 boom. Continuous shockwaves turned the training ground into a boiling furnace. The shockwaves, mixed with deafening noise, rampaged, shattering all the glass in the distant buildings. Frozen capsule. Kazan raised his hand, freezing all the debris flying around him. Does this fruit ability really exist? Dorag looked on in shock at the training ground space, continuously breaking apart. Due to the tremors, his lips parted in a low gasp. This is far scarier than Whitebeard's tremor fruit. It's simply A natural disaster that can destroy the world at will without any side effects. Meanwhile, at the center of the training ground, the dust had not yet settled when a violet figure shot into the sky. Zifa stepped on the moonwalk, his right fist fully charged, the black armament haki glowing with a dark crimson light. Haki is not about enduring. It is about conquering. I cannot let him close the distance. Gu-in's pupils contracted sharply, and he hastily activated his tremor flash, attempting to dodge by elementalizing. But Zifa's observation haki locked onto him in real time, predicting his move, and the fist suddenly changed direction. Bang! That punch shattered the sound barrier, striking Ji-in square in the chest. A ring of shockwaves exploded in the sky. Gu-in spat a mouthful of blood and crashed into the ground like a meteor. Is it over, eh? Someone exclaimed. But Gu-in, upon hitting the ground, suddenly slapped the earth with one hand. Tremor wave impact. The recoil launched him back up while pale vibrating particles gathered at his fingertips. Tremor scream, pierce shot. Whoosh! A spiral ray shot straight for Zifa's throat. Zifa tilted his head to dodge the ray, grazing his ear and boring a bottomless hole through the rock wall behind him. A muffled explosion followed from within, and then the entire wall shattered. That was close. Zifa landed, finally showing a hint of a smile. Now that's more like it. Instructor Zifa, Gu-in said, panting as he straightened up, grinning. Your warm-up should be over by now, right? With that, Gu-in clashed his fists together, sending out ripples of tremor like ocean waves spreading in all directions. Heavenly Tremor Star Ring. A ring-shaped shockwave swept across the entire field. Ha ha ha. Zifa laughed heartily, forced to retreat, then lunged forward. His right fist, now wreathed in black armament haki, began to flash, with black lightning cleaving through the tremor waves. One final blow. I wouldn't have it any other way. Gu-in roared as he charged forward, pulling his fist back to his waist to gather power. The knuckles frantically condensed vibrating particles, causing space to crack and collapse. Heavenly Tremor Star Piercer. Their fists collided with a thunderous boom. A blinding, shattered white light swallowed everything. For a moment, the Marines outside the field watched in stunned silence. Even Kazan had unknowingly straightened up, his eyes fixed intently on the battle within. When the light faded in a crater 100 meters in diameter, Zifa stood proudly, while Gu-in knelt on one knee, his right arm trembling. Heavenly Tremor Sky burst. Gritting his teeth, Gu-in pressed his palms together and released a shockwave at point-blank range. Zifa did not dodge or evade. He crossed his arms and took the blow heat-in. The ground beneath him instantly collapsed, but his posture remained utterly still. Good strength, but the precision is a bit off, Zifa commented. However, using your devil fruit ability at such high intensity naturally drains your stamina quickly. So this is normal. With that, Zifa suddenly changed his move, delivering an uppercut straight to Gu-in's chin. Gu-in barely managed to tilt his head aside, only to feel a heavy blow to his abdomen. Zifa's left fist had already been waiting there. Ugh! Gu-in spat out a mouthful of stomach acid, his body flying off once again. Next observation haki, Zifa said, withdrawing his fist and standing upright. Predicting your moves is easier than predicting the weather. I didn't expect. You could predict the weather too, Gu-in said, lying on the ground gasping for air. He had thought he could at least exchange a few blows with Zifa, but in the face of a pure haki and physical strength master, his Logia ability seemed utterly useless. Stand up. Zifa's voice came. Gu-in pushed himself up, then suddenly smiled. Instructor Zifa, do you know something? My greatest strength. Gu-in lifted his head, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Is that I'm especially good at taking a beating? Before the words faded, Gu-in slammed both hands on the ground, and the entire training ground began to tremble violently. Outside the field, exclamations erupted and many people stumbled and fell. An earthquake? No, it's his ability. The ground beneath Zifa suddenly cracked open, but he merely leaped lightly, adjusting his posture in midair. In that instant, Gu-in was already in front of him, a dog's head formed of vibrating particles aimed straight at Zifa's face. Heavenly Tremor White Dog. Bang! Zifa caught the punch with one hand, and the two were locked in midair. Interesting, Zifa chuckled. To be honest, I see traces of many people in your techniques. I have to in. Gu-in grinned. The best part is yet to come. His fist suddenly began to vibrate at high frequency. Zifa's expression changed slightly, and he quickly released his grip and retreated. But it was too late. The tremor wave had already transferred through contact to his arm. A crisp crack sounded, and a crack appeared on Zifa's sunglasses. The crowd outside instantly erupted. He touched Instructor Zifa. He actually made Black Arm step back. Zifa landed, looked at his arm, then raised his head to Gu-in and burst into laughter. Good. Very good. Gu-in landed back on the ground, already panting heavily. That last attack had nearly exhausted his stamina, but the effect was even better than he had anticipated. I underestimated you. Zifa removed his shattered sunglasses, his gaze turning incredibly sharp. Now you'd better be ready for this next move. Gu-in instantly felt an unprecedented pressure. Humph. Garp standing outside the field also narrowed his eyes. Zifa's aura has completely changed. Before he finished speaking, Zifa unleashed a burst of powerful haki, cracking the ground around him. In an instant he appeared before Gu-in, his black fist rapidly enlarging in Gu-in's vision. Wait, Instructor Zifa, sir. Black arm impact. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Gu-in saw Zifa's fist stop, less than an inch from the tip of his nose. The wind from the punch already made his cheek sting. Surrender? Zifa raised an eyebrow. I concede. Gu-in swallowed and admitted frankly. If Zifa's full-force punch had actually landed, he would have been laid up for at least half a year. Looking at Gu-in, Zifa withdrew his fist, patted his shoulder, and pulled him to his feet. His voice was unusually gentle. Not bad performance. At your age, you're at least better than some people. With that, he cast a meaningful glance toward Kazan's direction. Gu-in, you really are a man like a natural disaster. Kazan said, pretending not to notice Zifa's gaze. Then Zifa turned to the silent audience and suddenly roared. Did you all see that? This is what battle in the new world is like. The entire field was silent for 2 seconds, then erupted into deafening cheers. Gu-in's eardrums were stung by the cheers, and his vision suddenly went black. He staggered, trying to steady himself, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. Zifa's broad hand was still on his shoulder, but it had become the only support keeping him from falling. Sensing the abnormality through his palm, Zifa glanced sideways and asked, Gu-in, are you all right, kid? Fine. Gu-in wanted to say something brave, but found his own voice drifting like a murmur. The glaring sunlight of the training ground suddenly twisted into patches of color, and the cheers in his ears seemed as if filtered through thick seawater. Then he saw the blurry figure of Kazan walking quickly toward him, his mouth moving as if shouting something, but the world was rapidly losing its color. Damn, is it a delayed effect from Zifa's punch? Gu-in's pupils suddenly dilated, and his body pitched forward like a puppet with severed strings. Zifa reacted quickly, catching his falling body, and shouted, medical team. Kazan had already flashed to the other side, placing his hand over Gu-in's sweaty forehead. Frost formed instantly at the point of contact. It's all right, Instructor Zifa. It's just extreme physical exhaustion. After all, using his devil fruit ability at such high intensity, plus those punches from you. Kazan pulled open Gu-in's already torn training uniform, revealing a chest covered in cobweb-like bruises, the price of enduring Zifa's heavy blows. Zifa looked at the fist marks he had left on Gu-in, his thick brows knitted into a tight knot. Damn it. He was already at his limit, yet he still insisted on landing a hit on me. Before long, the medics carefully lifted Gin onto a stretcher and carried him away, while the observing Marines gradually dispersed. For a moment, only Zephyr and Garp remained on the training ground, allowing them to truly see the almost apocalyptic destruction wrought by the battle. The once pristine training ground one was now utterly unrecognizable. The ground resembled a surface ravaged by a giant beast, riddled with deep craters and fissures, some areas twisted into grotesque shapes. The air still hummed with faint tremors, as if the very atmosphere had been shattered and was struggling to regain stability. Most horrifying was the ground around the central pit, where the space appeared cracked like glass, as if torn by an invisible force. Faint crisp sounds of crack could still be heard. In the distance, several school buildings on the Marine Academy grounds were covered in cobweb-like cracks, some even partially collapsed. The walls surrounding the training ground had long been reduced to dust, leaving only a few twisted steel bars sticking out of the ground. Whoa. Garp stood at the edge, eyes wide as he looked around. This is like a meteorite struck. Saying this, Garp crouched down and touched a still vibrating crack. His fingertips immediately felt a piercing high-frequency tremor. TSK. Even the ground is still shaking. He withdrew his hand, brow furrowed. Zephyr silently observed everything, his right hand unconsciously touching his left arm. Garp noticed the anomaly and fixed his gaze on Zephyr's slightly trembling left hand. Zephyr, you. Zephyr forced a faint smile. I didn't have time to coat my last attack with armament haki. Didn't expect the sky tremor to be so powerful. Garp's expression turned serious. The fact that even Black Arm Zephyr had been disadvantaged by the tremor spoke volumes about its might. But then Garp suddenly grinned widely and patted Zephyr's shoulder. When Sengoku gets back and finds training ground one gone again, I bet he'll be so mad his mustache will curl up. Wasn't it just repaired less than 3 months ago? Zephyr snorted, glancing sidelong at Garp. This time, though, you were the one who suggested Gin go all out. Huh. Garp's eyes widened, feigning innocence. I just said it casually. Who knew you'd actually let him go wild? Garp muttered under his breath. Could have ended it with one punch. Meanwhile, Zephyr's lips curled almost imperceptibly. When Sengoku comes back and asks, well, just say it was your fault. Hey. Garp waved his hand, stepping back dramatically. I don't want to be lectured by Sengoku. Last time he nagged me for a whole week about the training ground repair costs. I even had to go to the scrapyard to practice. Zephyr let out a low chuckle, said nothing more, and silently rubbed his still-aching left arm. Garp scratched his head, then his eyes lit up. How about this? We say the training ground was hit by a meteorite. Sengoku has no proof either way. Such a story. Hearing Garp's words, Zephyr cast him a sidelong glance. You think Sengoku would believe that? Ha ha ha. Who cares? Garp laughed heartily, slapping Zephyr on the back. He can't exactly summon the meteorite for a cross-examination, can he? Zephyr shook his head helplessly, but inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least Garp would likely absorb all of Sengoku's fire. Jokes aside, after calming down, both of them couldn't help but feel a flash of awe at the terrifying destruction before their eyes. Destruction on this scale? Garp said quietly. It's almost like Whitebeard's. No, perhaps even more dangerous. Zephyr nodded, slowly, beads of sweat on his forehead from the pain in his left arm. The Gura no Mi is already dangerous, but this kid is also a Logia, and... Zephyr looked in the direction where Gin had been carried off. Most importantly, he's only had the fruit for a year, but look at how many techniques he used against me just now. Especially considering I had banned his sword. The lingering tremors in the air continued to spread, and faint cracking sounds came from the ruins. The two legendary Marines exchanged a glance, reading the same thought in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, in the Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku the Buddha sat with his hands clasped under his chin, staring intently at the battle report and several photos of the shattered training ground on his desk. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper until finally he slammed the table, spilling water from the teacup. Is this kid really a Logia? Sengoku's voice held disbelief. Although Gin had a record of clashing with Whitebeard without witnessing it firsthand, Sengoku still harbored some doubt. He had been particularly focused on the three monsters graduating from the Marine Academy. But now this sparring match between Gin and Zephyr had finally made Sengoku truly take Gin seriously. Destructive power like this. It's as if Whitebeard's Gura no Mi and Logia properties were fused together. The adjutant standing nearby wiped his sweat. Report, Fleet Admiral. Vice Admiral Zephyr confirmed that Ensign Gin's ability is indeed the Logia-type Sky Tremor fruit. Furthermore, he hesitated, pointing at the area of spatial cracks in the photo. According to on-site scientific observation, Ensign Gin's fruit ability leaves residual tremors that can persist for a short time. Sengoku took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the handwritten evaluation Zephyr had submitted for the fourth time. At the end of the report, potential far exceeds expectations, recommended for focused training. Zephyr's judgment is as sharp as ever. Sengoku shook his head, but a slight smile tugged at his lips. First the three monsters, Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino, and now Gin. For powerful Logias, the Marines have struck gold. After a moment of thought, Sengoku suddenly asked, by the way, where is Sengoku now? Admiral Sengoku is expected to return to headquarters tomorrow. Good. Sengoku's smile turned meaningful. When he returns, make sure to give him a tour of the newly renovated training ground. No. 1. Just say it was Garp's doing. 2 months later, in the Marine Headquarters medical room. Snap. The last piece of bandage was cut off. Gin sat up from the bed with a grimace, looking down at his chest, finally seeing the light of day again. The originally fierce bruising had faded, but faint fist-shaped marks still lingered on his skin. Zephyr's punches. Really pack a punch. Gin rolled his shoulders, and his joints protested with a series of cracks. I only took a few hits, and I ended up lying here for 2 months. Just a few hits. The medic put away the scissors, unable to resist a retort. If Lieutenant Kazan hadn't used his ability to help stop the bleeding and cool you down, you might have. Stop. Gin waved his hands quickly. Say any more, and he'll start thinking him a medical miracle. Then hopping off the bed, he grabbed the uniform hanging on the wall and put it on. By the way, where's my sword? Your weapon has been sent to your office. Also, the medic handed him a document. This is what Vice Admiral Zephyr left for you before he went on a mission last month. He said to open it once you're up and about. Left for me. Gin raised an eyebrow, taking the document. As soon as he tore it open and glanced at it, he froze. On the paper was a single line of bold scrawled characters. Meet at the docks tomorrow, 4 a.m. sharp. Be late and you'll train 10 times harder. Z. Hey, what kind of recovery gift is this? And how did Zephyr know when I'd be better? The next morning, off the coast of Marineford, the salty sea breeze slapped against his face as Gin crouched at the bow of the warship, yawning, while gazing at the silhouette of the desolate island gradually emerging in the distance. So, he turned to look at the caped Zephyr behind him. Is it really because of my abilities that the headquarters has classified all training grounds as high-risk facilities? Zephyr Sensei, he continued. Otherwise. Zephyr snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over from behind his sunglasses. Your fruit ability has a demolition efficiency faster than carp eating snacks. The finance department has already petitioned for you to compensate them. Gin shrank his neck and muttered softly. But you were the one who acted first. I meant you. Gin immediately straightened his back, but then curiously looked towards the island that was getting closer. So what's the content of this special training? Zephyr did not answer directly, but suddenly threw a pair of sea stone handcuffs at him. Geen instinctively tried to catch them, but upon seeing them clearly his expression instantly changed, allowing them to fall to the deck. Wait, isn't this thing a bit too advanced? I haven't even mastered hockey yet. Oh, wrong one. This is what I used to cuff a pirate last time. A dangerous smile curved at the corner of Zephyr's mouth. Geen, aren't you complaining that the headquarters training ground is too small? This island is enough for you to wreak havoc. As he spoke, he pointed to the abruptly raised circular mountain in the center of the island. Do you see that pit? In a month, I want it to become a basin. Geen followed his finger and suddenly realized something, his voice trembling. You can't possibly want me to use my fists. Hockey is an extension of will. Zephyr grabbed Geen by the scruff of his neck, and as the warship docked directly threw him onto the beach. First learn to feel power with your body before thinking about those flashy vibrations. Bang! Geen landed face first into the pile of sand, his mouth full of sand. Moments later, as he struggled to get up, he caught sight of Zephyr descending with the moonwalk, his dark fists gleaming with a metallic sheen under the morning sun. Remember, kid. As Zephyr landed, he stirred up a wave of sand. In the new world, there are countless people who can destroy islands. His fist suddenly ripped through the air, rapidly magnifying in Geen's pupils. But those who can protect everything are the true strong. The first step to becoming strong is hockey. Hockey. When these two words escaped Zephyr's lips, Geen felt every drop of blood in his body boil, instinctively, holding his breath, his pupils slightly constricting. This long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Zephyr observed Geen's expression and reaction. In that instant, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner. He then slowly raised his right arm wrapped in dark hockey. Do you remember what I told you 2 months ago at the training? I remember. Geen shouted almost reflexively. You said that hockey arises from momentum, will, and spiritual strength. Of course, it is also the manifestation of belief. Very good. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction, the dark hockey flowing like water over his arm. Hockey is divided into 3 types: conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey, corresponding to these 3 powers. The essence of hockey is the physical manifestation of belief. As he spoke, Zephyr raised his hockey-covered arm and suddenly clenched his fist. The air compressed and exploded. Geen, you've never come into contact with hockey, which is why the scene at the training ground happened. You've already seen Conqueror's hockey and Whitebeard. You experienced armament hockey and observation hockey 2 months ago. Hearing Zephyr's words, Geen silently nodded. After all, only by having experienced the pinnacle one wishes to attain can the desire for power take shape in one's heart. I understand, Zephyr Sensei. Since you understand. Zephyr suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. At that moment, bang! A loud explosion echoed as the rock wall behind them shattered. Amidst the flying debris, a burly figure clad in a navy coat leapt out the ground, cracking upon his leg. Then get ready to start well, Geen kid. Okay, Carp. Geen's pupils suddenly constricted, his body instinctively taking half a step back. Seeing Carp appear before him unexpectedly, still chewing on half a popsicle, Geen was momentarily at a loss for words. Zephyr brushed off the debris from his body, shaking his head helplessly. My hockey is not weak, but for your future potential, I prefer theory. As he spoke, Zephyr looked at Carp and continued. And if you join Carp's martial arts training, he will abandon theory and awaken your true potential through near-death experiences. This will fundamentally forge you into pure, powerful hockey. So, in simple terms, Zephyr's theoretical training, Carp's life-or-death experience. It's Zephyr's theory combined with my Iron Fist special training. Carp laughed heartily, suddenly smashing his fist against a giant stone 3 men high. In Geen's horrified gaze, that massive stone turned to dust in an instant. Only by experiencing near-death can one truly realize how powerful their strength is. Wait. Cold sweat beaded on Geen's forehead. What does near-death experience mean? This is the marine hero Iron Fist Carp, who was chasing after Pirate King Roger at his peak, and not even 40 years old. This guy is really going to train himself to death. Geen kid, Zephyr has asked me for a favor for the first time since he met me. So, Carp's smile suddenly turned dangerous as he cracked his knuckles. I have no theory, I only know that the end of hell is a fist. True armament hockey can only be born amidst the roar of shattered bones. Geen. Zephyr timely stepped forward, contrasting sharply with Carp. Unlike Carp, I only know that the end of armament hockey is not an invincible fist, but when the person you protect stands behind you, your back becomes absolute defense. Geen looked at the 2 legendary instructors with contrasting styles and suddenly realized that what he was about to experience would likely be a hellish training. But for some reason, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. After all, isn't this what he had been looking forward to? Interesting. Too interesting. Geen suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter filled with an unprecedented madness. Zephyr and Carp both raised their eyebrows, clearly taken aback by Gein's reaction. Zephyr Sensius absolute defense. Carp's iron fist. Under the gaze of the two legends, Gein suddenly spread his arms wide. I will devour everything about you. Then, I will create a path of hockey that belongs solely to me, Gein. Carp was momentarily stunned, then erupted into earth-shaking laughter. Ha! Good kid. This arrogance is quite to my taste. He patted Gein's back vigorously, nearly knocking the bull. Zephyr, however, wore a thoughtful expression, merging two entirely opposite philosophies. His gaze grew profound. This is also what I hope to teach you. But, Carp suddenly sobered, his armament hockey instantly covering his entire right arm. First, let me see if your bones are as hard as your mouth. Before Gein could react, that legendary future iron fist of love had already soared towards him. In the last moment before consciousness faded, he vaguely heard Zephyr's reprimand. Carp, why did you suddenly strike? And you used armament hockey. Haha, it was instinctive. I didn't expect him to be this fragile. In the days that followed, Gein began his first domineering training, undergoing alternating trials under Zephyr and Carp's rigorous guidance. At 3:50 in the morning, the port of Marineford was still shrouded in heavy darkness. Gein stood on the deck of the warship, his hands and feet shackled by heavy chains, the cold metal pressed against his skin. The sea breeze carried the salty tang of the ocean, and in the distance the surface of the sea faintly glimmered, marking the boundary of the doldrums. Scared kid, said Pooh beside him, chewing on a large meat bun, his words muffled. Scared? Gein tugged at the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up with me later. Ha ha ha. Carp laughed heartily, slapping him on the back with such force that he nearly knocked him into the sea. You've got guts. Then let's ramp up the intensity. I'm used to the intensity. I just don't understand why I have to run with chains on. This is simply because this is the true purpose. Before he could finish speaking, Carp abruptly yanked on Gein's chains, flinging him into the sea like a sack of sand. Splash! The icy seawater instantly engulfed Gein's head. The pressure of the water made it nearly impossible for him to activate his devil fruit powers, and his limbs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Didn't you say to run? He struggled to break the surface, gasping for air, but heard Carp shouting from the bow of the ship. I don't like wasting time. You've been training for a while now. If you can show me your hockey, I'll pull you up. If not, well, let's feed the sea kings. Damn it. Gein gritted his teeth, desperately trying to swim. However, a devil fruit user really couldn't resist the ocean. 10 minutes later, Gein felt his muscles begin to weaken and his breath quicken. Just then a massive shadow suddenly emerged beneath the surface. Gein's pupils constricted. It was a sea king, its size comparable to a warship, slowly closing in on him. Hey, Vice Admiral Carp. He raised his head sharply to look at the warship, only to see Carp leisurely pouring something into the sea. Blood. The heavy scent of blood spread instantly, and the sea king's eyes turned crimson, charging towards him with incredible speed. Motherfucker. Gein cursed loudly as the sea king's massive jaws opened wide, its fangs glistening, the stench of death looming ominously close. At the critical moment, a surge of searing power erupted from within him, and the dark red hockey enveloped his legs like flames. The sea king's sharp teeth bit down, but it felt as though it had sunk into steel, producing a harsh metallic grinding sound. Oh, Carp raised an eyebrow, his mouth curling into a grin. So you can use it after all. Saying this, Carp leaped off the warship, delivering a powerful punch that sent the Sea King flying, then hoisted the half-conscious Gein up, laughing as he called out to the recording officer, make a note of this. This kid awakened his hockey in 17 days, 2 hours faster than Kazan. Throw the user into the sea, Vice Admiral Carp. That's not right. Gein lay sprawled on the deck, soaked to the bone, gasping for breath. You could end up in military court for this. I'm going to report you to Sengoku. Hee, you've already awakened your hockey. Carp squatted down, patting his face, so don't waste time. Gein. The blazing sun scorched the training ground of the volcanic island. Gein stood bare-chested, muscles taut, his hands pressed against a tinted granite block, attempting to push it up a steep slope. Sweat rolled down his back, evaporating into white mist on the scorching rock. Too slow. Carp stood at the top of the hill, a grass stem in his mouth, impatiently shouting, "Where's your hockey? Use it." Gein gritted his teeth, trying to cover his arms with hockey, but the recently awakened power was extremely unstable, fluctuating between strong and weak. The weight of the rock was nearly crushing his spine, and his knees trembled from overexertion. Just then a sound of air being split filled the air. Bang! A cannonball struck the rock with pinpoint accuracy, and the shockwave from the explosion sent Gein flying. Cough! He crashed heavily to the ground, feeling pressure in his chest, a trickle of blood escaping his mouth. Unqualified. Carp appeared before him in an instant, his fist wrapped in dark hockey. What good is a special training if your bones aren't broken? Again. Boom. Another punch sent Gein crashing into the rock-walled debris, flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but chuckled softly as he slowly got back up. Once more. Just once more? The Navy's special training ground. Geen held a wooden sword with both hands facing a heavy steel shield, his palms already raw and bloody from repeated strikes. Your breathing is off. Zifa's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Master Zifa. Geen turned sharply only to see that Zifa had somehow appeared behind him, his gaze sharp as a blade beneath his sunglasses. Hockey is not brute force. Zifa approached, placing his finger on Geen's trembling wrist, but precise willpower. He grasped Geen's hand, and the hockey spread like ink over the wooden sword. Feel it. Zifa's voice was deep and firm. It's not about breaking but allowing the blade to pass through the gaps of matter. Geen held his breath, concentrating, and followed Zifa's guidance, covering the wooden sword with his hockey as it gently sliced through the steel shield. Swish! There was no harsh sound of metal clashing. The steel shield was sliced through as silently as tofu, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. So that's how it is. Geen stared at the cut surface, a flicker of realization shining in his eyes. Tomorrow practice 200 more times. Zifa released his hand and turned to leave. If the deviation exceeds 1 millimeter, do it again. Hockey is the will to protect, not a weapon for slaughter. Control is more important than strength. Precision is deadlier than fury. Months later, Geen stood at the entrance of a narrow metal corridor, his eyes covered sharp spikes lining the walls on both sides. At the end of the corridor was the sea, and Karp stood on the deck of the warship, weighing a cannonball in his hand, grinning widely. The rules are simple. Karp's voice was particularly clear in the sea breeze. Blindfolded, pass through this corridor and don't get hit by my cannonballs. Each graze will mean 10 extra repetitions. Geen swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping over the sharp iron spikes. This was not training, it was torture. Are you ready? Karp's grin widened. Begin. Boom. The first cannonball whistled through the air, leaving a trail of crimson flames in its wake. Geen dove to the ground. The cannonball grazed his back and struck the iron spikes, the explosion's shockwave flipping him over. Too slow. Karp roared, already picking up the second cannonball. Where's your hockey? Where's your observation hockey? Use it. Geen gritted his teeth and got back up, his arms instantly enveloped in hockey as he calmed himself to focus. Before long, the second cannonball followed closely behind. This time, Geen sidestepped to evade, but still got knocked into the wall by the explosion's shockwave. Sizzle. A sharp pain shot through his right shoulder as an iron spike pierced his skin, blood immediately soaking his sleeve. 10 extra repetitions. Karp's voice was like a death sentence. Continue. Geen panted as he steadied himself, nodding. When the third cannonball came flying, he no longer dodged, but instead swung his fist with all his might. Bang! His hockey-wrapped fist collided head-on with the blazing cannonball, causing it to explode midair, sparks flying everywhere. Karp raised an eyebrow, and then laughed heartily. Now that's more like it. But don't celebrate too soon. In the days that followed, Geen navigated through a hell of flames and steel, his body covered in bruises, yet his movements became increasingly swift, and the range of his hockey and observation hockey grew ever more precise. When he finally sent the last cannonball flying with his knee, Karp finally set down the cannonball in his hand. Barely passing grade. Karp jumped off the warship and approached the panting Geen. Do you know why we train like this? Geen wiped the blood from his forehead and shook his head. In the new world, Karp's expression was unusually serious. Sometimes you must move forward even knowing you will get hurt. Pain will slow your movements and hockey. He pointed at Geen's healing wounds. Is the armor that lets you forget the pain and the ability to predict and evade all harm. Abandoned warship anchorage. Gu-in and Ku-zan stood together before the armor plate of a decommissioned warship, their fists already wrapped in bandages. Kapu leaned against a gun turret nearby, leisurely drinking a beverage. 200 times full power, he said indistinctly. You two remember, if your fist bones aren't hard enough, you can't even take one punch from me. Gu-in took a deep breath and assumed a stance. The first punch struck. Dong! A dull impact echoed, leaving a shallow dent on the armor plate. Excruciating pain shot through his knuckles, but he didn't pause. He followed with a second punch, a third. By the 300th punch, the bandages were soaked with blood. At the 500th punch, Gu-in's knuckles were already bloody and mangled, each impact causing his arm to tremble violently. No using hockey. Kapu suddenly barked. Your current hockey is nothing but a roar. Give me a roar. At the 800th punch, the dent on the armor plate had already reached 2 inches deep. Bleeding. That means you're still alive. As long as you're alive, you can keep fighting. At the 950th punch, the entire armor plate began to deform. Back then, when Logia took this punch, he stood much steadier than you. At the 200th punch. Boom. Gu-in's final punch directly pierced and blasted through the entire ship. Looking at Gu-in, who had finished first, a flicker of surprise flashed in Ku-zan's eyes, even though he had trained with Kapu for a longer time. Gu-in, panting, withdrew his fist. Kapu walked over, examined his fist, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, finally starting to look like something. Remember, the true Iron Fist is not about brute force, but the combination of hockey and willpower. Go-In looked at his own hands, scarred yet renewed, and suddenly understood something. Tomorrow, Kapu said as he turned to leave, we'll try a real sparring match. Go-In's smile froze on it. The cold wind howled the ground of the training ground covered with a thick layer of frost, and the air filled with biting cold mist. Go-In stood in the center of the field wearing only a thin black vest training suit, and the white mist from his breath condensed into frost before him. Opposite him, Kuzan stood with his hands in his pockets lazily, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. So, this is the natural type defense training. Go-In smiled. Or is it? Letting me just enjoy myself. Kuzan waved his hand. La, don't be nervous, Go-In. It's just to let you experience it a bit. Zfa stood outside the field, arms crossed, and said in a deep voice, the rules are simple. Kuzan will use his freezing ability to control you, and you must use armament hockey to defend against everything, even cancel out his ability. Use armament hockey to cancel out Kuzan's ability. Go-In's eyes widened. Can't do it. Zfa raised an eyebrow. Then if you encounter opponents like Kuzan or Saka CG in the future, you won't even have a chance to struggle. I understand, teacher Zfa. Go-In took a deep breath, his gaze gradually firming. It's starting, Go-In. Kuzan raised his hand, a crystal of ice condensing at his fingertip, and flicked it lightly. Whoosh! The ice crystal exploded in midair, turning into countless tiny ice needles that shot toward Go-In like a rainstorm. Go-In let out a low shout, and pitch-black hockey instantly covered his entire body. The ice needles struck his skin with a crisp, ding-ding-ding-ding-ding sound, but could not penetrate. Kuzan smiled slightly. Not bad, but this is just the beginning. He clasped his hands together, and the cold air spread wildly. The ice layer beneath Go-In's feet rapidly climbed up, attempting to freeze him. Can't stop. Go-In gritted his teeth, continuously outputting hockey to resist the extreme cold's erosion. But soon he discovered a problem. When using armament hockey to defend against Logia abilities, the rate of consumption far exceeded his imagination. Armament hockey is not simply covering the skin. Zfa's voice came from outside the field. It's about letting hockey flow inside the body, forming a defense cycle. Go-In tried to adjust his breathing, letting hockey no longer rigidly cover the surface, but flow within his muscles and bones like blood. Seeing this, Kuzan's eyes shifted slightly. Oh, learning quite fast. He chuckled lightly, then suddenly raised his hand. Ice ball. Boom. Countless hail-like frozen air bullets smashed toward Go-In, each carrying extreme cold's erosive power. Ugh. Go-In grunted, his hockey shaken slightly by the impact, and the cold began to seep into his skin. Don't let the cold invade. Zfa shouted sternly. Go-In clenched his teeth fiercely, his armament hockey burst out again, with black lightning flickering, forcibly shattering the ice on his body. Don't let the cold invade. Zfa shouted sternly. Go-In clenched his teeth fiercely, his armament hockey burst out again, with black lightning flickering, forcibly shattering the ice on it. Kuzan's attacks did not stop. Ice spikes, frozen air, and cold currents came in turns, forcing Go-In to constantly adjust the flow of hockey. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. 25 minutes. Go-In's arms began to tremble, and his hockey coverage showed slight fluctuations. Can't hold on anymore. Kuzan tilted his head. Want to give up? Heh. Go-In forced a smile and let out a low growl. Keep going. You frozen bastard who loves to steal food. As he spoke, hockey burst out again, and the pitch-black armament hockey actually faintly shimmered with a dark red luster. Oh. Seeing this, Kuzan's eyes narrowed. Interesting. Have you already grasped the prototype of Lu Ying this quickly? Outside the training ground, the corner of Zfa's mouth also lifted slightly, finally touching the threshold. Last 30 seconds. Zfa shouted. Hearing Zfa's countdown, Kuzan no longer held back. He pressed his hands to the ground. Ice Age. Crack. Terrifying cold air instantly swept across the field. Thick ice layers condensed beneath Go-In's feet, attempting to completely freeze him. Go-In roared hockey, surging wildly, repeatedly freezing, shattering, freezing, shattering. Time's up. As Zfa gave the order, Kuzan withdrew his hands, and the frost slowly receded. Go-In's steam rising from his entire body, his hockey slowly fading, collapsed to his knees, as if exhausted, panting heavily. Zfa walked up and nodded with satisfaction. Pass. Kuzan, you definitely took personal revenge. Go-In slumped to the ground, grinning. You little brat, don't give me a chance. Otherwise I'll definitely shake you back. Tisk tisk tsk. Upon hearing this, Kuzan plopped down on the ground and waved his hand with a smile. Then he'll be waiting. As the evening fell after today's training, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the streets of Marineford, gilding the Marine headquarters in a warm golden hue. Go-In followed Zfa through several quiet alleys, finally stopping before a modest two-story building. Zfa pushed open the door, and a tantalizing aroma wafted from within. The scent of food caused Guin's stomach to emit a loud protest, drawing Zifa's glance. Hungry that badly. Hee training takes a lot of energy. Guin scratched his head a bit embarrassed. Come in. Zifa stepped aside to let Guin enter first. Inside, a short-haired woman emerged from the kitchen carrying a steaming stew. Her eyes lit up at the sight of Guin, and a gentle smile spread across her face. You must be Guin. Zifa often speaks of you. Greetings. Guin quickly straightened up and executed a standard military salute. Sorry to intrude. Don't be so formal. The woman set the stew on the table and wiped her hands. I'm Lena, Zifa's fiancée. Just call me Sister Lena. Come sit down and eat. In an instant, Guin's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the lavish spread on the table. Braised beef, grilled fish, vegetables, salad, steaming bread. His stomach growled again. Sit down, boy. Zifa patted Guin's shoulder, his tone unusually gentle. The three of them gathered around the table. Just as Guin picked up his fork, Lena stopped him. Wash your hands first. Oh. Guin only then noticed the dust and bloodstains on his hands from training and hurried to the washroom. When he returned, Lena had already served him a generous bowl of stew. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Guin immediately wolfed down the food. Slow down, don't choke. Lena handed him a glass of water, smiling. There's plenty more. Zifa frowned at Guin's voracious eating. Were you a starving ghost in a past life? Lena worked hard all afternoon, and you eat with such ease. And how can you eat as much as that garp guy? Guin mumbled indistinctly with his mouth full. It's just too delicious. Seeing Zifa's stern tone, Lena patted his shoulder and chided him. Don't say that. He's only 16, growing. Zifa glanced at Guin, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and twitched his mouth. 16? Is this damn 16? Haha. Lena covered her mouth with a light laugh. Though you've taught many students at the Navy Academy, Guin is the first you've brought home for a meal. Oomph. Zifa grunted, saying nothing more, but a trace of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Guin remained silent, burying himself in eating, and soon cleared the table. Seeing this, Lena got up and brought out a plate of fruit and dessert from the kitchen. Here, try my baked apple pie. Guin's eyes lit up as he took the plate and continued devouring. Zifa shook his head helplessly, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. At the dinner table, Guin suddenly remembered something and looked up. Master Zifa, haven't you and Sister Lena gotten married yet? Lena blushed slightly at the question, casting a tender glance at Zifa. He said we'll get married after he becomes ahem. Zifa cleared his throat, looking away awkwardly. That's right. Is that so? Guin's face lit up with curiosity. How did you two meet? Lena's eyes grew reminiscent as she smiled. Zifa protected me when I was very young. I was still a child deceived by other kids, and he saved me. Oh. Guin became intrigued. What was Master Zifa like as a child? When he was little? Lena paused and smiled. Well, just like now, a hero of justice. With that, Lena suddenly stood up, imitating the memory. Hands on her hips, chest puffed out, and shouted loudly. I am the hero of justice, Z. Zifa's face, always stern in front of all Marines, flushed crimson. He shot up. Lena. Guin was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. I never knew Master Zifa was so passionate as a child. The hero of justice, Z. And more. Lena laughed so hard, she doubled over. He was such a blockhead. I followed him all the way from his hometown to Marine headquarters, and he never realized I liked him. I had to. Guin, don't you learn from Zifa? A fool who makes a girl take the initiative. Zifa looked at the two of them, finally sighed helplessly, but the tenderness in his eyes was undeniable. The dinner ended amidst laughter and joy. Guin volunteered to help clear the dishes. Lena waved her hand repeatedly. No need, go rest. You must be tired after a day of training. It's nothing, I can handle this little task. Guin insisted. Let him wash. He ate so much. Zifa stood aside, watching Guin's clumsy, yet earnest movements, a flicker of approval in his eyes. As night deepened, when Guin bid farewell, Lena specially packed some snacks for him to take. Come again next time, Guin. Thank you. Guin accepted the package, solemnly, a warm feeling surging in his heart. Walking back to his own home, he looked up at the starry sky, the evening's cozy scene replaying in his mind. He knew what suffering the future Zifa would endure, and that the gentle, virtuous smile would one day vanish. I must never let that happen. Guin clenched his fists silently, making a resolve in his heart. At Zifa's house, after Guin left, the room fell quiet. Lena gently closed the door and turned to find Zifa standing by the window, gazing in the direction Guin had gone, a faint, barely perceptible smile on his lips. She walked over, wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, and pressed her cheek against his back. In a soft voice, she said, Guin is a good child. Don't be too hard on him. Zifa didn't answer immediately. He simply placed his hand over hers, his thumb gently stroking her knuckles. After a long moment, he murmured, troublesome as a disciple, but not bad. Lena chuckled softly, stepped around to face him, and looked up into his eyes. You rarely bring students home for dinner, let alone personally train them, and even enlist Garp's help. You must really think highly of him. Zifa snorted, but his gaze softened. The kid has good talent, but more importantly his heart is pure. He paused, a rare note of sentiment creeping into his tone. I see my younger self in him. Haha. Lena reached up and touched his cheek, her fingertips lightly tracing the fine lines at the corner of his eye. So that's why you admire him so much. Zifa didn't deny it. He simply held her hand, lowered his head, and kissed her fingertips. Soon, moi, when I become an admiral. Zifa's voice was low and resolute. I will marry you with honor at the peak of my power. Lena's eyes grew slightly warm, but she just smiled and pinched his nose. Silly, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Zifa, rarely one to argue, pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on the top of her head. In a low voice he said, I won't make you wait any longer. Outside the window, moonlight bathed the streets of Marineford in quiet tenderness. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed since Geen was promoted to the headquarters. In the year 1488 of the Hyuan calendar, Geen, now 18 years old, had obtained the Tianjin fruit from the Valley of Gods 4 years ago. Over these 2 years, under the baptism of Zifa and Karp, Geen's mastery of armament hockey had taken shape, yet he was still far from reaching true peak. After all, armament hockey cannot be mastered overnight. This power requires prolonged resilience and training and cannot be rushed. However, Geen's observation hockey was markedly different, sharp to the point of being almost uncanny. It was uncertain whether this was a gift from the overlap of 2 souls combined with the powers of the devil fruit Tianjin, which granted him the ability to perceive minute tremors. Whether it was the flow of air, the breathing of enemies, or the subtle tremors caused by blades slicing through the air, he could capture them all with clarity. This led to Geen's almost top-tier talent in observation hockey being praised even by Zifa and Karp. At the same time, this talent also made Geen's natural abilities soar, enabling him to transform into an element and perfectly evade attacks at the last moment. As for Conqueror's hockey, Geen planned to leave it to fate. After all, he did not have a system to complete missions or sign in for free rewards. Just mastering armament and observation hockey had consumed 2 years of his time, especially while being baptized daily under the hands of 2 of the strongest Navy officers. Meanwhile, during these 2 years, the Navy headquarters experienced personnel changes. In the first year, Zifa and Sengoku were promoted to admirals, while Karp declined the promotion, continuing to act freely as a vice admiral. Not long after, Zifa married his fiancée Lena, and almost all Navy officers attended the wedding. At the ceremony, this black arm, known for his stern demeanor, rarely revealed a gentle smile. Following this, as Zifa's adjutant, Geen began to accompany him on various missions, and his rank rose from ensign to lieutenant in the headquarters. However, it was not a smooth journey. Over these 2 years, Zifa gradually sensed something amiss. He noticed that this disciple, whom he believed to have a high level of enlightenment, exhibited a starkly different demeanor on the battlefield. Especially during missions, regardless of whether the pirates surrendered or not, Geen's blade never hesitated, and he would even deliver a fatal blow after the battle, sometimes decapitating foes. Zifa reprimanded him multiple times, but each time he arrived at the pirate ship, Geen would already be seated, wrapping his black blade Bahuang with bandages, while the pirate's head lay quietly aside. This was the first time Zifa caught a whiff of a so-called ruthless justice that contradicted his own principle of non-lethal justice from this disciple. At the Navy headquarters in Sengoku's office, the sunlight outside filtered through the blinds, casting scattered shadows on the desk. Zifa sat on the sofa, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, his brow furrowed. Sengoku sat opposite him, holding a cup of hot tea, the steam blurring his glasses. Sengoku. After a moment of silence, Zifa finally spoke. That kid Geen is increasingly reminding me of someone. Sengoku blew on the surface of his tea, his tone calm. Sakazuki. Zifa's fists clenched slightly, then slowly relaxed. He did not deny it. The same stubbornness, the same lack of mercy. Zifa said softly, but at least Sakazuki adheres to absolute justice, obeying orders. Yet Geen. Sometimes I see no belief in his eyes, only pure killing intent. Recalling every mission he had undertaken with Geen, no matter the target or any chance encounter, as long as they were pirates, and he decided not to kill, Geen would surely provide them with a complimentary head-severing service. Hearing Zifa's words, Sengoku set down his teacup. About Geen. Zifa did not turn around, only slightly nodded. I know what you want to say. Sengoku sighed, closing the documents. In these 2 years, Geen's performance has indeed been outstanding, both in strength and mission completion, without any flaws. But his style is in direct opposition to your insistence on non-lethal justice. Zifa's back stiffened slightly. After a moment of silence, he turned around, his gaze complex. I thought he could understand my philosophy. Zifa, everyone has a different understanding of justice. Sengoku looked directly into Zifa's eyes. Just like Sakazuki, his absolute justice is extreme, but undeniably it is effective in certain situations. Upon hearing Sakazuki's name, Zifa's brow furrowed even tighter. That's why I don't want Geen to become a second Sakazuki. Zifa said solemnly, the potential he has shown in these 2 years. He can go further than I ever could. Then Zifa, have you ever considered that perhaps it's because you've kept him bound to your side that he can't find his own justice? When Sengoku said this, Zifa first froze for a moment, then frowned. What do you mean? In these 2 years, although Gin has accomplished many feats under your command, he has always been just your adjutant without a real opportunity to stand on his own. Zifa, I know you think highly of Gin, but you cannot decide his path. Zifa fell silent. Seeing this, Sengoku continued slowly. Gin is already 18 years old. He has the right to choose his own justice. Moreover, Kazan and Sakazuki had already begun to stand on their own at this age. Yet Gin has always been kept by your side, without the chance to command independently. Zifa walked to the desk, placing his hands on the surface, his tone tinged with reluctance. I just want him to understand that the meaning of power lies in protection, not in killing. I understand your concerns. Sengoku's voice softened, but some things must be experienced and understood. Zifa straightened up, taking a deep breath. So what do you mean? Kazan, Borsellino, and even Sakazuki, they began to command missions independently during this period, exploring their own paths through real combat. But what about Gin? He hasn't even had a single opportunity for autonomous decision-making in a mission. So, let him execute missions independently, Sengoku decisively said. Give him a chance to see how he truly defines his justice. Perhaps you are right. After a long pause, Zifa finally spoke, his voice low. It's time for him to walk his own path. Sengoku smiled slightly, lifting his teacup. Then it settled. He'll speak with Admiral Kong to arrange for him to handle the next independent mission. Wait, why is your arrangement so smooth? Suddenly realizing, Zifa turned his gaze back to Sengoku. Huh. Sengoku chuckled. Because I have someone here that needs handling. After saying this, Sengoku pulled out a document from his files. Recently, a troublesome pirate crew has emerged in the Grand Line. Zifa took the document and started to read. Pirate crew named the Broken Pirates. Captain's title: Island Splitter. Doger the Island Splitter. Paramecia split fruit user can instantly split non-living objects such as weapons, buildings, and the ground into multiple fragments or smaller units upon contact. Bounty: 360 million berries, named for destroying 3 Navy branches in the South Sea and sinking 3 warships in combat during the Grand Line. Age 33. Origin: the son of a fisherman from an unnamed town in the South Sea. In Marineford, a tavern. Guin, no longer bearing the traces of youth, sat at the bar pouring himself a drink. As soon as he filled the glass, a layer of frost formed upon it from nowhere. A lonely young man, iced wine tastes better, came the familiar lazy voice from beside him. Guin curled his lips slightly without looking up. On your entrance is as unimproved as ever. The tall man in a marine coat took the seat, snatching the bottle without ceremony and filling his own glass. Can't help it, Captain Cop, who only has eyes for Logia. When I'm on a solo mission, I naturally move faster. Kuzan poured himself a drink and clinked glasses with Guin. Guin, your reputation hasn't been good lately. The former Skyquake, Guin, now the beheading demon. Guin's 2 years of silence had made people forget. For years after the Battle of Shunji-gu, the shadow of Luo Kasi had completely dissipated, and the seas entered the era of 3 legends: the Whitebeard pirates, the Sky Pirates, and the Roger Pirates, each dominating one side. Among them, the Golden Lion Sky Pirates held the greatest power, followed by Whitebeard's dominion over a region, while Roger was like a free wind, claiming no territory. The Marines should have been balanced by the 3 giants, Zhangguo, Zfa, and Ka Pu, but Zfa's prime was ebbing like a retreating tide. Now he was no longer able to face the 3 peak powers of the sea directly, only able to restrain secondary pirate forces. First stage promotion to headquarters, second stage tempering of hockey. Guin stared at the glass, the frost silently melting. Now the second stage is over, it's time to take and the third stage required him to break free from Zfa's wings. So he completely disregarded Zfa's thoughts. First, to prevent history from repeating itself and avoid Zfa's family being retaliated against by pirates. Second, to force Zfa to sever this binding rope with his own hands. Or to put it bluntly, he now needed to end this stepping stone to advance further. With this thought, Guin downed the wine in one gulp. Speaking of which, he suddenly changed the subject, refilling his glass. Of the legendary 3 monsters of the Marines, I only know you. Sakazuki and Bo Lu Sali Nua. Those 2 are completely opposite people. Kuzan smiled. Sakazuki is a fanatical workaholic stationed directly at the G3 base in the New World. As for Bo Lu Sali Nua, needless to say, you know the Marine Science Force, right? Yes, established only in recent years. Exactly, that guy went straight there. It's a paradise for slacking off. Kuzan even showed a hint of envy, but he has to be on call for the Celestial Dragons at any time, Guin added, swirling his glass. Tisk, that's indeed a buzzkill. Kuzan pursed his lips, then suddenly put his arm around Guin's shoulder. But now it's time to say 4 monsters. Including you, the youngest. Me, Guin raised an eyebrow. Why else? I heard before coming that you're about to undertake an independent mission. Independent mission? A glint flashed in Guin's eyes. Aren't I the adjutant of Master ZFA? I saw the fleet admiral sign your appointment document when I returned to report. Kuzan drained his glass as Adam's apple bobbing as he dropped the bombshell. So from today you're a captain directly under headquarters, no longer Zepha's adjutant. The glass bottom thudded heavily on the counter, the echo buzzing in Guin's ears. Has it worked? Guin murmured to himself. During the era of Kong, the promotion system of Marine headquarters was as strict as iron law. Every promotion required meticulous calculation of merits regardless of strength or background. Even Kuzan and the other two whose strength reached vice admiral level only held the rank of captain at headquarters. To advance further, only independent command missions could accumulate the reputation and military merits needed for their future. In the dim tavern light, Guin slowly curled his lips. The ladder of military merit and fame had finally laid its first step beneath his feet. As for ZFA, it took him 10 years to be promoted to petty officer. The night was deep and the streets of Marineford were dim and silent under the streetlights. Guin walked slowly on the stone road toward his residence. The conversation in the tavern still echoed in his mind, independent mission direct under headquarters, breaking away from Zepha's adjutant role. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. However, as Guin turned the last corner, his steps paused slightly. On the stone steps of his home, a tall figure stood silently, purple short hair motionless in the night breeze, sunglasses reflecting the cold moonlight. ZFA. Master. Guin blinked, his tone as usual. It's so late, why are you here? ZFA did not answer immediately, only silently staring at him with a gaze as sharp as a blade. After a long while he finally spoke. Just back from the tavern. Ran into Kuzan. Guin smiled, pulling out his keys from his pocket. That guy still loves stealing others' food. Is that so? Zepha's voice was low, unreadable. Then he must have told you. The sound of the key turning in the lock was especially crisp in the silent street. Guin pushed the door open and stepped aside. Would you like to come in for a sit, Master ZFA? ZFA did not move, still standing on the steps, his shadow stretched long by the moonlight, almost enveloping Guin entirely. Guin. Suddenly ZFA spoke, his voice heavy, as if pressing a mountain. Why, oi? He still wanted to ask his own disciple personally. Guin's hand paused on the door handle, tilting his head slightly. Why what? Why did you kill them? Zepha's fists clenched slightly. Those surrendered pirates could have been locked up in the 2A Jin Chung. Clearly they could have lived there. Guin interrupted him, his tone calm and nearly cold. Zepha's pupils contracted slightly. Guin turned around, meeting Zepha's eyes. Master ZFA, do you remember the question you asked me in the office when I first arrived at headquarters 3 years ago? What question? You asked me why I joined the Marines. Guin's lips curled slightly. My answer at the time was to become stronger and also to seek answers. The night breeze blew, stirring up a few leaves. What answers? ZFA unconsciously repeated the response from that year. My justice. Teacher, I told you my answer long ago. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Zepha's memory was pulled back 3 years ago, his gaze fixed intently on Guin, trying to find the shadow of that young man from years past in his eyes. So this is your answer? Zepha's voice was low. Killing. No. Guin shook his head. I'm still searching. After speaking, Guin stepped forward, brushing past Zepha, and stood in the moonlight, his back straight. Besides, teacher, when pirates kill civilians, don't the civilians beg for mercy? Guin's voice was soft, yet each word struck like a hammer. Every pirate you've spared could take the lives of 100 innocents in the future. Zepha remained silent. I don't believe in repentance nor in reform. Guin looked up at the night sky. I only believe that a dead villain will never commit evil again. These words, like a sharp dagger, pierced the noble justice that Zepha had upheld for years. You've changed, Guin. After a long moment, Zepha finally spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. Once your eyes held passion, confusion, but at least there was warmth. Guin didn't argue, only smiled. People change, teacher. The night wind grew colder, their shadows stretching long on the ground, yet never converging. Sengoku has already arranged for you to carry out missions independently. Zepha spoke, his tone returning to its usual steadiness, and handed Guin the mission intelligence file. That's Island Splitter Duo Gu, a pirate with a bounty of 360 million. I understand. Guin nodded. I won't interfere in this mission. Zepha turned, his cloak rustling in the wind. But Guin, remember. He stopped, glancing back at his most prized disciple, his eyes complex. Killing might solve temporary problems, but it can never bring true justice. So, tell me, that's not your justice, is it, Guin? I'm still searching. Before Guin could finish, Zepha tossed him a bottle, a dark green one. Teacher Zepha. Looking at the bottle in his hand, Guin frowned. Don't lose yourself in the search for justice and take the wrong path. Your justice is not it. If you go astray, he'll personally knock some sense into you. Go and watch Zifa's retreating figure until the purple hue completely vanished into the night. How you always say that yourself? A man who carries his convictions through his life? Isn't that cool? Words like that. Guin muttered to himself, opening the bottle Zifa gave him and taking a drink. His fingers unconsciously brushed over the black blade 8 desolations at his waist. The scabbard emitted a faint tremor, as if responding to his thoughts. Though it's not my justice, at least it can protect those I want to protect. Under the moonlight, a glint of determination flashed in Guin's eyes. As for his own justice, perhaps the true answer lies at the end of this path. 3 days later at the Marineford military port. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the rising sun gilded the harbor with a pale golden glow. The sea breeze, carrying a salty dampness, swept across the dock, rustling the masts of the anchored warships and producing a faint creaking sound. Guin stood on the deck of the warship, draped in the standard marine white justice cloak, yet beneath it, he wore a pure black form-fitting suit, with dark red patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs, a stark contrast to the ordinary Marines' blue and white uniforms. His cloak flapped loudly in the wind, revealing the black blade 8 desolations at his waist, wrapped in layers of bandages. 2 years had passed, and his height had grown to nearly 2 meters, broad-shouldered and long-legged, his muscle lines appearing lean and explosive under the combat suit. His short black hair stood out starkly in the morning light, his face sharply defined, jawline resolute, yet a faint, elusive smile always lingered at the corners of his mouth. The Marine soldiers on the deck secretly sized up Guin, whispers rising and falling. Is he the Captain Guin who's as famous as the 3 monsters? He looks younger than the rumors. Chill. Keep it down. I heard he never leaves survivors on missions. Even pirates who surrender get beheaded with 1 slash. But why is his sword wrapped in bandages? Is it some kind of seal? Guin paid no heed to the gossip, only lowering his head to gaze at the mission brief in his hand. The 360 million bounty, Island Splitter, Duo Go, born in the South Blue, a paramecia type, split fruit user. When touching non-living things such as weapons, buildings, or the ground, he can instantly split them into multiple fragments or smaller units. Can only split non-living things. Is it a subordinate of the Barabara fruit? How interesting. Guin muttered to himself, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the hilt. Captain Guin. Just then a messenger hurried over, saluting. The Science Division has just delivered a batch of new weaponry specially prepared for you by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Guin didn't look up. Throw them in the warehouse. But. The messenger hesitated. Problem. Guin raised his eyes. The messenger instantly froze, as if a prey stared down by a beast, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. No. He'll arrange it right away. As the messenger fled, Guin shifted his gaze to the fortress in the distance by the At the highest window, a purple figure loomed faintly. Zifa stood there, his sunglasses reflecting the morning light, his expression unreadable. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Guin's mouth as he raised his hand in a crisp military salute. Idiot. Zifa sighed. The warship slowly departed the harbor. Guin stood at the bow, the black blade 8 desolations trembling faintly in the morning light. Island Splitter Duo Gu. Guin murmured the name, a hint of liberated excitement flashing in his eyes. Finally, no more constant worries. I can carry out missions freely. Before his words faded, he spun around sharply, his cloak cutting a sharp arc through the air. Weigh anchor. Set course for the New World G2 base waters. In the distance, Zifa watched the warship gradually disappear over the horizon, his fists unconsciously clenching. Guin, don't let me down. In the waters of the New World, on an unnamed island, the crew of the Broken Pirates were gathered around a bonfire, tearing into roasted meat with large bites, with barrels of wine rolling about. Captain Duo Gu, are we really going to pledge allegiance to that guy? A tall, thin pirate whispered, his eyes flickering. Island Splitter Duo Gu tore off a large piece of meat, stuffed it into his mouth, chewing, his greasy lips curling into a cold sneer. Otherwise, do you think with our current strength we can gain a foothold in the New World? He took a gulp of wine and continued. We've only been in the New World for a month, and we were almost wiped out by other pirate crews. Now the Navy has its eyes on us. If we don't find a backer, we're doomed sooner or later. Hearing this, the subordinate pirates exchanged glances. Another pirate couldn't help but ask, but we don't even know who we're going to pledge allegiance to. Hearing the real concern of his men, Duo Gu laughed heartily, casually tossed away the bone, and stood up. His physique was burly, muscles knotted, with several ferocious scars wrapped around his right arm. That was the origin of his name, Island Splitter. He had once destroyed a Marine branch base with a single punch. That man is called the Flying Lion of the Sky. Duo Gu's eyes flashed with fervor. Golden Lion, sure, gee. As long as we join his Flying Sky Pirates, not to mention the Navy, even if Whitebeard or Roger's men come, they'll have to think twice. Golden Lion. The pirates upon hearing this showed excited expressions. The name of Golden Lion was thunderous in the New World. His influence spanned the Grand Line, with countless strong warriors under his command. If they could climb this big tree, they could indeed rest easy. But Captain Duo Gu, can we really join the Flying Sky Pirates? Why not? Duo Gu sneered, stood up, and kicked over the wine barrel in front of him. I am Island Splitter Duo, a great pirate with a bounty of 360 million. With that he slammed his fist into the ground. In an instant the ground within dozens of meters around him cracked like a spiderweb, sending debris flying. The pirates were shocked by this sight and cheered. But another pirate hesitated. We haven't even seen Golden Lion's face. Just rushing to pledge allegiance like this, wouldn't it? Don't worry. I have already made contact with an executive of the Flying Sky Pirates. Seeing their captain's confidence that seemed to have everything under control, the crew couldn't help but laugh. However, at that moment, boom, a deafening roar suddenly exploded. The entire island shook violently. The bonfire was instantly scattered, sparks flying. The pirates stumbled, looking fearfully toward the source of the sound. What's going on? An earthquake? No. Duo Gu steadied himself, his face dark. This is not an earthquake. Duo Gu stared intently at the coast. At that moment he realized that a marine warship was quietly anchored in the distance on the sea. And on the bow of the warship a slender figure flew into the air. The Navy like a sticky plaster. This time they've sent a formidable fellow. 10 minutes earlier on the marine warship, Guin lay lazily in a chair, a newspaper covering his face, seemingly indifferent to the upcoming battle. The marine soldiers on deck were nervously running back and forth, constantly reporting reconnaissance results. Report. Captain Guin. Target confirmed. The entire broken pirates are resting on the west side of the island. Report. No other pirate crews detected in the surrounding waters. Hearing the reports, Guin slowly raised his hand, lifted a corner of the newspaper, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes. Oh, finally found them. He stretched slowly, stood up, and draped his justice coat over his shoulders. Chased them for a week, they sure can. Watching Guin stroll forward, a Marine Chief Petty Officer couldn't help asking, Captain Guin, when do we move? Guin glanced at him, a slight smile curling at his lips. Move? No, you stay here. Huh. The soldier was stunned. He'll go alone. Guin walked to the bow, his gaze fixed on the distant island. You just prepare to capture them, though there might not be many to catch. Wait, Captain Guin, that's a pirate crew with a bounty of 300 million berries. You alone are going to. You all know it's a pirate crew with a bounty of nearly 300 million berries. If we land and fight. Guin raised his hand and pressed down on the soldier's cap. Every one of you who falls would break my heart. Captain Guin, you. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers on the warship burst into tears, covering their faces. How can you be so gentle? They all knew of Guin's ruthless deeds against pirates, but they never expected him to be so gentle with his own men. This contrast struck deep into the hearts of every soldier present. Enough. You all prepare well too. Don't let any fish slip through the net. The soldiers exchanged glances, still dazed, but Guin had already leaped from the warship toward the sea. Wait, Captain. Our mission target this time is to capture alive. Before he could finish, a white shockwave burst under Guin's feet. The air under his ability was instantly compressed into a solid form, causing the space around him to tremble. Island Splitter Duo Gu. Guin mumbled as he flew upward. Bounty of 360 million, proficient in armament, hockey, paramecia type, crack fruit user. No big deal. As he spoke, his figure streaked across the sunlight like a sharp, white particle stream, heading straight for the island. On the island, the broken pirates were already on high alert. Duo Gu stood at the front, arms crossed, coldly watching Guin approach. His vice captain whispered, Captain, the warship hasn't moved. It seems only one person. Should we just take him out? Duo Gu squinted. No. This guy is no ordinary. No pirate who sailed into the New World was a fool. He could feel the oppressive presence Guin brought, as if the very air trembled with the man's approach. Finally, when Guin, draped in his justice coat, landed lightly on the sand, the moment his soles touched the grains, an invisible shockwave spread out. Yo, everyone. Guin looked up, revealing a lazy smile. I heard you want to join Golden Lion. The first words out of Guin's mouth made Duo guess pupil's contract. How do you know? Can't help it. Guin shrugged. The Navy's intelligence network is more interesting than you think. With that, Guin slowly drew the black blade, 8 wastelands, the bandages peeling off layer by layer, revealing the pitch black blade. But, sorry, your plans need to change. Humph. Duo Gu sneered. Just a Marine captain. To catch me, you'd at least need a rear admiral to deploy, right? That's right. Just me. Guin's eyes flashed with coldness. The moment the words fell, Quake instance, a white shockwave burst at Guin's landing point. High-density vibration particles condensed into a solid track beneath his feet. The air was compressed to the extreme and then propelled by the reverse shockwave. Shoo. In almost the same instant, Guin flashed to Duo Guess side, his left leg raised high, wrapped in violent vibration particles. The air twisted and shattered from the high-frequency tremor. Execute the Quake, justice. As the words fell, his left leg swept out horizontally. Duo Guess pupils shrank instinctively, raising his arms coated in armament hockey to block. Boom. The Quake burst exploded. With the two as the epicenter, the ground within dozens of meters instantly collapsed, cracks spreading like a spiderweb, debris floating into the air only to be shattered into dust in the next second. Duo Guess' feet were deeply embedded in the ground as he slid backward. He seemed to have blocked the blow, but the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and the shock in his eyes unmistakably proved his terror. This guy, is he really just a Marine captain? Damn it. Duo Guess' arms went numb from Guin's kick. He abruptly stepped back and the ground beneath his feet split open under his ability, forming a deep pit to block Guin's pursuit. Duo Gu spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva and sneered, "Marine in the split fruit user, the split man." As he spoke, Duo Gu stomped hard, and the ground instantly cracked. Countless fragments of rock floated into the air. Anything he split, he could control at will. Under Duo Guess' control, the split fragments transformed into sharp blades and rained down on Guin like a storm. Paramecia-type split fruit, huh? Guin raised an eyebrow, pointing his black blade 8 desolations diagonally at the ground. Fine white particles coiled around the blade's edge. Interesting. Split rock buckshot. The debris split further mid-flight, turning into countless sharp fragments that covered a wide area, nearly sealing off all of Guin's escape routes. Guin merely chuckled. He raised his left hand, and a tiny white sphere of light condensed in his palm. Heavenly Tremor Barrier. Buzz. The sphere instantly expanded into a hemispherical barrier of vibrating force. All the incoming debris shattered into dust upon contact with the barrier, not a single speck penetrating. This ability. Duo Guess' pupils contracted as he watched the air fracture. Sorry, I don't want to waste time on. Guin's voice was icy cold. His figure blurred as the air beneath his feet compressed and exploded, closing the distance to Duo Gu in an almost instantaneous motion. Tremor, flash, slide, track, double acceleration. Swoosh. Guin's form blurred, becoming a tearing afterimage in Duo Guess' eyes. In the next instant, 8 desolations slashed horizontally. Before the blade even arrived, the air in front was compressed, twisted by the high-frequency vibration, emitting a piercing screech. In that case, it'll break your sword. Duo Gu gritted his teeth and roared, crossing his arms. Jet black armament hockey instantly covered them, and he unleashed his power fully, disintegration. The moment the blade collided with his arms, Duo Guess' split fruit ability frantically corroded, trying to break down the black blade 8 desolations at the material level. However, the vibration particles wrapped around the blade's surface, combined with the armament hockey, formed an almost impenetrable defense. Not only did the blade remain unsplit, but it also emitted a blinding white light amid the tremors. Crack. Duo Guess' arms let out a miserable groan of bone under strain. Fine cracks burst open on the skin and blood seeped out. How is that possible? He staggered back, his eyes filled with shock. His ability couldn't even affect this sword. Your split fruit can break down matter, but... Guin sheathed his sword slowly, his gaze like ice. Hockey is a truly wonderful thing, so you have to train it. How can a Marine lieutenant's hockey be this strong? To be honest. Guin suddenly sheathed his sword. You don't even deserve my 8 desolations. As he spoke, the muscles in Guin's left arm suddenly tensed, and a dark red luster began to spread across the skin. With a low shout, black hockey surged like a living thing from his arm to his shoulder, eventually fully enveloping his entire left arm. More astonishingly, the white vibration particles wrapped around the hockey started to jump violently, like boiling water droplets, emitting a sizzling sound. Hey, wait, sir. Duo Guess' pupils shrank sharply. He could feel the air around him trembling, and the rubble at his feet started to bounce uncontrollably. This boring game is over. Guin's voice was bone-chillingly cold. He took a half step back with his right leg, and the ground cracked with a crack into a spiderweb pattern. His left fist slowly pulled back, and with every inch it moved, the surrounding air twisted a bit more. When the fist reached its limit, the armament hockey on his entire arm suddenly shimmered, and the vibration particles trembled wildly. Black Tremor Starbreaker. The moment the punch was thrown, time seemed to freeze for a second. Boom. The space in front of the fist first caved inward, then shattered like glass. A spiderweb-like spatial crack over 10 meters in diameter suddenly spread before Duo Gu, and a terrifying shockwave fanned out. Duo Guess' hastily erected armament hockey defense crumbled like paper. His abdomen instantly caved in, and his shirt was torn to shreds with a rip from the shock. Phew! Blood sprayed from Duo Guess' mouth, and his body flew backward like a broken kite, smashing through 3 rock walls before finally stopping. Amid the dust, Duo Gu collapsed in the ruins, his bones shattered, his eyes rolled back. So this is the technique combining armament hockey and heavenly tremor. Guin slowly withdrew his fist, and the air around him still trembled at high frequency, emitting a low hum. Man, that felt so good. After a long while, the naval warship slowly docked. Marine soldiers quickly lined up and disembarked, surrounding the entire beach with trained precision. The remnants of the split pirates had long lost their will to fight, collapsing limply as the soldiers efficiently handcuffed them. Report. Found split island, Duo Gu. A soldier suddenly shouted, surprise evident in his voice. He's still alive. The soldiers around were momentarily stunned, turning to look at the tall figure lying in a pool of blood. Duo Gu's abdomen was caved in, his right arm broken, but his chest still rose and fell weakly. This clearly didn't match the reputation of the beheading demon they had heard about in the past 2 years. Lieutenant Guin. He didn't execute him this time, a young soldier muttered, his eyes full of confusion. Guin stood on a protruding reef. Hearing this, he turned his head slightly. The sea breeze ruffled his justice cloak, revealing the black blade, 8 desolations now re-wrapped in bandages at his waist. The mission order said to capture him alive, didn't it? Just following orders, that's perfectly normal. Guin said casually, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Besides, a living 360 million bounty is worth a lot more than a head. The soldiers exchanged glances, finally understanding. As a newly rising pirate who was about to join the Golden Lion, the Marine headquarters would surely want to extract as much intelligence as possible about the Golden Lion's flying pirates from him. As expected of Lieutenant Guin, so thoughtful. Lieutenant Guin is different from the rumors too. The soldiers' murmurs reached Guin's ears, but he just smiled ambiguously. Then he slowly walked over to Duo Gu, who was handcuffed with seastone cuffs, leaned down and whispered in his ear, "You should thank me for my mercy." Duo Gu's murky eyes sharply contracted, but his severely injured body could no longer react. As he turned and walked toward the warship, Guin's gaze swept over the captured pirates. His eyes were terrifyingly calm, neither angry nor sympathetic, as if he were looking at a pile of goods to be processed. Cruelty and mercy. It all depends on what's beneficial. Guin sneered inwardly. On Zephyr's ship, he had to use the most extreme methods to prevent any accidents and to force Zephyr to let him operate independently. But now that he was on an independent mission, he needed the most perfect mission report and the fastest way to accumulate merit for promotion. Completing the first mission flawlessly and capturing a pirate with a bounty of over 300 million alive. This would make the headquarters merit board remember him far more than the pile of heads he had taken beside Zephyr. Moreover, he had previously feigned a cruel justice persona to make Zephyr release him to operate independently. Now he needed to show some change to justify that. In the eyes of Sengoku and the others, this would make them understand and believe that Guin truly needed to walk his own path. Return to base. Thinking this, Guin leaped onto the warship's deck, his voice clear across the entire ship. Report to Marineford, the split pirates with the 360 million bounty Split Island Duo Gu have been successfully captured. Mission complete. The sea breeze howled as the ship's canvas billowed, while soldiers busily weighed anchor and set sail. The deck resonated with the rhythmic sound of marching footsteps and the clanging of metal. Standing at the stern, Guin gazed indifferently at the receding island, wondering if Teacher Zafa would find his answer sheet satisfactory. The black blade, 8 desolations, hung quietly at his waist, its bandages fluttering lightly in the wind. Suddenly, in the next moment, Guin's pupils constricted sharply. A series of sharp sounds tore through the air as several pitch-black bullets shot towards Guin from the direction of the island, each entwined with solid armed color hockey, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Guin tilted his head slightly as the bullets whizzed past his ears, the gust of wind lifting a few strands of his hair. The movement appeared casual, yet it precisely evaded all lethal attacks. Armed color bullets. Guin turned his gaze, locking onto a massive tree to the east of the island. Immediately, his observation hockey flared, capturing the hidden figure within the treetop. It was a tall, slender man wearing a top hat, holding a long sniper rifle with faint smoke still rising. At the same time, the soldiers who had only just noticed the smoking bullet marks on the steel deck gasped in alarm. Enemy attack. All personnel alert. Don't move. Guin raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, his voice eerily calm. After all, having followed Zafa for 2 years, he was well acquainted with the notorious pirates of this era. Like the one attacking him now. Captain of the Golden Lion Flying Pirates 3rd Division Death Bell, David, with a bounty of 800 million berries. As he spoke, Guin's gaze remained fixed on that figure. It seems the target of Dorg's surrender has come to greet me. The soldiers who had halted their actions turned pale at his words. A bounty of 800 million berries meant that the opponent was a true powerhouse of the New World, far beyond the likes of Dorg. Meanwhile, within the treetop to the east of the island, David squinted, shocked. Hey. Is this for real? You should know that the title Death Bell isn't given lightly. My sniping has never missed its mark. Not to mention with the armed color hockey and the advantage of a sneak attack. Yet even so the opponent had effortlessly dodged while facing away. Is this Navy's observation hockey really that strong? David grit his teeth, his finger once again resting on the trigger. However, before he could fire, Geen had already raised his right hand, his forefinger pointing straight at him. Sneak attacks aren't a good virtue. With that, a pale, high-energy, vibrating particle coalesced at his fingertip, the air around it fracturing from the high-frequency tremors. I see you. A spiraling white ray shot forth, leaving behind clear air shockwaves, its speed so fast it was nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye. The ray was silent, yet contained terrifying penetrating power and internal destruction. Instantly, David's expression changed drastically as he instinctively rolled sideways to evade. Boom. Crack. In the next moment, the treetop where he had been standing was pierced through by the ray. A dull explosion echoed from within the trunk, and the entire massive tree shattered from the inside, with chips flying everywhere. At the same time, David, who had jumped to another tree, knelt on one knee. His top had already blown away, revealing his pale and sinister face. Though he had anticipated and avoided a direct hit, David was still rocked by the expanding shockwave, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, what kind of devil fruit power is this? He wiped the blood from his lips, a hint of dread flashing in his eyes. On the ship's side, Geen stood at the stern, the sea breeze lifting his Just Cause cape. Did you manage to dodge it? He coldly stared in David's direction, a chilling smile forming on his lips. It seems your strength isn't bad. David slowly stood up, spinning his sniper rifle in his hands and reaming. At the same time, he grinned savagely, showing a menacing smile. Young Navy brat, do you think defeating a third-rate pirate will allow you to walk freely in the new world? You have yet to witness the terror of the flying pirates. As he spoke, the enraged David's eyes flashed with malice, just about to make a move, when suddenly a sharp ringing from a transponder snail interrupted his assault. Brew, brew, brew. The sound emanated from his waist. He hesitated for a moment before pulling out the transponder snail. The transponder snail simulated a gloomy face, and a hoarse voice emerged from its moving lips. David, Commander has ordered you to withdraw immediately. We have encountered the Whitebeard pirates. David's expression instantly turned respectful. Understood, I will return immediately. After finishing, he pocketed the transponder snail and looked back at Geen, his eyes filled with resentment. Consider yourself lucky, Navy. Next time we meet, I will personally ring your death bell. With that, David said no more, his figure flickering before vanishing deep into the forest. The soldiers on the ship, seeing that the opponent had not made any further moves, finally breathed a sigh of relief, though the fear in their eyes lingered. Lieutenant Geen, one officer worried about Geen's superiors, cautiously said, we do not have the authority to engage the flying pirates. I know. Geen shook his head. The mission is complete, and there's no need to stir up trouble. Besides, he gazed into the distant horizon, his eyes deep. The current Golden Lion is not someone I can provoke. With that, he turned to head towards the cabin, leaving behind a comm command. Continue at full speed back to base and report everything that just happened. Yes. The soldiers exchanged glances, feeling both relieved and shocked. They knew that the brief clash they had just witnessed would become a new topic of conversation at Navy headquarters. Lieutenant Geen, on his first mission, not only captured the island splitter Dorg, but also faced off against the 3rd Division captain of the flying pirates, the 800 million bounty pirate Death Bell David. As the sea breeze grew stronger, the ship sliced through the waves, speeding towards Marineford. Geen stood on the deck, unconsciously caressing the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, his thoughts drifting towards a future far beyond. Golden Lion. Flying pirates. He murmured to himself. Truth be told, he had no intention of pursuing Death Bell David or provoking the flying pirates. After all, the Golden Lion, who had not yet inserted a ship's rudder into his forehead, was genuinely incomparably strong. Possessing the float fruit ability, top-tier 3-color hockey, and being a dual-wielding swordsman. This peak strength, coupled with a slew of powerful subordinates, made Geen instinctively believe, or rather unable to shake the perception, that the flying pirates at this moment were even more terrifyingly powerful than the Roger pirates. After all, the Battle of Itverl that would occur in a few years was not merely a matter of several large ships surrounding Roger's small boat. It would involve no less than high-ranking pirates with bounties of 1 billion or above joining forces with the Golden Lion to besiege the Roger pirates. It seems the new world is more interesting than I imagined. On the deck of the warship, Lieutenant Geen, the naval chief petty officer, approached quickly and saluted. Geen nodded. What did headquarters say? Are we continuing as planned, or are there other arrangements? Headquarters has ordered us to change our course and transfer Crack Island Dorge to the G3 base in the New World. I see. Geen furrowed his brow. It seems the Navy headquarters is still worried about encountering the flying pirate crew of the Gold Lion. After all, their number 3 officer has already encountered them, so other possibilities cannot be ruled out. However, G3 base. Geen, regaining his thoughts, frowned slightly, feeling that the name was somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall the specific details at the moment. Thus he turned his head and asked, "Who is stationed there now?" The chief petty officer stood straight, answering in a loud voice, "It is Colonel Sakazuki." Sakazuki. Geen repeated the name softly, and a stern figure instantly appeared in his mind, the future Marine Admiral Akainu. Thinking of this, the corners of Geen's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a meaningful smile. "Our workaholic Akainu." Interesting. Seeing Geen's unusual expression, the chief petty officer cautiously asked, "Lieutenant, do you know Colonel Sakazuki?" "Wait, didn't I already know him?" Geen smiled slightly, not explaining further, and simply waved his hand. "Go inform the entire ship to adjust course and head for the G3 base." "Yes." The chief petty officer saluted and turned to leave. Geen's gaze returned to the sea, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. Sakazuki, one of the 3 monsters of the Navy, known for his absolute justice and iron-fisted methods. Of course, nowadays, everyone prefers to call him the Navy's number 1 workaholic. It must be said, reaching the peak of competition is also a form of victory. While others clock out, he works overtime. While others slack off with tea, he racks up military achievements as if they were sales numbers. While Kazan and Borsellino are probably still lingering at the officer level for another year, this old brother is already close to the threshold of becoming a brigadier general. Even more absurd, the G3 base is one of the few strategic strongholds the Navy has in the New World. The higher-ups are surprisingly at ease, letting him be stationed there for a long time, which shows how terrifying his efficiency is. He has never taken the 8 vacation opportunities a year that Navy officers usually get. At least from Geen's perspective, this might just be the ultimate form of the king of competition. Sakazuki rest. That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Only someone like Borsellino would think about. Days later, the warship slowly sailed into the port of the G3 base. On the deck, Geen stood at the bow, his gaze sweeping over the imposing naval fortress. The towering walls, dark artillery, and the stern faces of patrolling soldiers all showcased the iron-blooded style of this place. As expected, this is his style, Geen muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Behind him, the naval chief petty officer stepped forward, briskly saluting and reporting, "Lieutenant Geen, the criminal crack Island Dorge is ready for transfer. Colonel Sakazuki is waiting at the dock." "Oh." Geen raised an eyebrow. "He came personally?" "Yes, Lieutenant." "Well, I didn't expect that. I thought he would be waiting for me in his office." Geen chuckled lightly. After all, his rank was 3 levels lower. Thus Geen adjusted his justice cloak and stepped towards the edge of the deck. On the other side, by the military port, Sakazuki donned a navy coat over a shirt, arms crossed, his gaze cold beneath the brim of his hat. Behind him stood several elite Navy soldiers, the atmosphere so tense that even the sea breeze seemed to stagnate. As the warship docked, Geen leapt down first, landing steadily. He then looked up at Sakazuki and gave a standard salute. "Colonel Sakazuki." Sakazuki's gaze lingered on Geen for a moment, then he nodded slightly. "Lieutenant Geen." Though his voice was low and hoarse, the corners of his mouth rarely lacked the usual coldness, instead slightly lifting. Was this recognition? Seeing this scene, Geen was slightly surprised, but quickly reacted. The other party had probably already reviewed his resume, especially his radical methods against pirates over the past 2 years while following Zephyr. As expected, Sakazuki's next words confirmed Geen's suspicion. Sakazuki stepped forward slightly and said in a deep voice, "I admire your style." "Really?" Geen smiled. "I thought not many in the naval headquarters would agree with my methods. Only the weak fear iron-bloodedness." Sakazuki snorted coldly. "Pirates are pirates. Only by completely eradicating them can evil be ended." As he spoke, Akaina's tone carried an undeniable firmness, yet Geen could still see the unreserved admiration in those sharp eyes. Well, evidently Sakazuki saw him as one of his kind. "It seems our thoughts align." Geen shrugged, then motioned for the soldiers to bring Dorge over. Dorge was shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, covered in wounds, his eyes vacant. Sakazuki coldly glanced at him and waved his hand. "Take him away for strict interrogation." "Yes." Naval soldiers immediately stepped forward and roughly dragged Dorge away. Geen watched this scene deep in thought. "Are you planning to pry information about the Gold Lion from him?" Sakazuki didn't answer directly, but instead asked back, "You have fought him. How do you assess his strength?" "A bounty of 360 million, that's quite significant." Geen chuckled softly. "However, his crack fruit is quite interesting." Sakazuki nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with Geen's evaluation. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Headquarters is paying close attention to your performance." "Oh." Geen raised an eyebrow. "Is it praise or criticism?" "The Navy does not need indecisive soldiers." Sakazuki's tone softened slightly. "At least I think. Your methods are quite efficient." Geen was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, not expecting that our young Akainu would show such goodwill towards him. Thus Gin half-jokingly said, "Then I am truly flattered." Sakazuki did not respond, but turned and stepped forward. "Follow me." Gin kept pace, the two walking one behind the other towards the interior of the base. Along the way the naval soldiers made way, their gazes filled with respect. "I heard you have differing views from Teacher Zephyr." Sakazuki suddenly spoke. Gin paused slightly, then returned to normal. "It's just differing views. He advocates not killing while you choose to solve problems in the most direct way." Sakazuki interrupted him, his tone carrying a sense of agreement. "Teacher Zephyr is too idealistic. Choosing not to kill pirates is something I cannot agree with either." Gin glanced at him, surprised by Sakazuki's blunt assessment of Zephyr. However, this was consistent with the kind. After all, in his eyes, justice is absolute and allows for no compromise. "So how long do you plan to stay at the G3 base?" Sakazuki suddenly asked. "Headquarters hasn't given me further instructions," Gin shrugged. "What do you want to keep me?" Sakazuki paused, turned to look at him, his gaze intense, even his speech quickening. "If you are willing, the G3 base needs a power like yours." Gin squinted, smiling. "Sounds like a recruitment." "Just stating a fact." Sakazuki's tone remained cold, but Gin could feel that this man's attitude had shifted from favorable to enthusiastic. "Damn, after all this talk, it turns out he was waiting for me here. You're a workaholic. If I work under you, I'll probably be squeezed to death." Thinking of this, Gin did not directly agree, but also did not refuse, just smiling. But the people present were all naval personnel. They could understand this hint. Thus Akainu simply sighed and said, "Gin, your personality really suits my taste." And without looking back, he walked toward the interior of the base. However, just as the two were about to step into the G3 base, Sakazuki stopped again and turned to face Guin. Sakazuki was a straightforward man. Although Guin's previous answer had rejected him, he truly liked Guin, especially in this era of moderate justice, where his own justice was branded as iron-blooded. If he had always been alone, that would be one thing, but now Guin had appeared like a like-minded companion suddenly emerging on a lonely road. So after hesitating for a moment, Sakazuki decided to try another approach, and his tone rarely carried a hint of enthusiasm. "Captain Guin, since you are interested in learning about G3 base, I can give you a detailed introduction to its work of—" When did I show interest?" Guin was taken aback, then, after a long pause, he said, "Efficiency. Guin is like me. If I use the system I built at G3 base to attract him, maybe it will work." Thinking this, Sakazuki nodded and said proudly, "G3 base is one of the Navy's most elite strongholds in the New World. Our mission completion rate is as high as 98.70, far surpassing other bases." Guin. "Oh. Daily training duration is indirectly maintained at 8 hours, with a 100 soldier fitness compliance rate." Daily training duration indirectly maintained at 8 hours. What? You think it's short too? But I have to follow the soldier training guidelines. It's fine, please continue. Sakazuki continued, his tone growing more serious. "Moreover, our average time for pirate eradication missions is only 2 days, which is 47 shorter than the headquarters required time limit. Damn, are the soldiers at G3 living so miserably?" Guin broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Pretty impressive." Seeing Guin's approval, Sakazuki's tone became more relaxed. "Furthermore, our logistics supply turnover rate is as high as 80. We are practically in a constant state of combat readiness. Also, here you can fully unleash your desire to behead pirates. Except for those required alive for missions, I can turn a blind eye to the rest. You could even chop off the heads of an entire pirate crew, and I would agree." "Wait." Guin quickly raised his hand to interrupt. "Colonel Sakazuki, I'm just here to transfer the prisoner. There's no need to be so detailed." Sakazuki frowned, seemingly displeased with the interruption. "Efficiency is the foundation of justice. If you intend to stay at G3 base, you must master these data." Guin gave a dry laugh. He'll think about it. I know you're considering Master Zephyr's attitude." Sakazuki stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly pulled a thick booklet from his pocket. "This is my combat report and efficiency analysis for nearly 3 years stationed at G3 base. You can preview it first." Guin. "No, don't fall for me. There's no future." Several days later in the New World, dark clouds gathered, and sea winds rolled up layers of waves. The Golden Lion's main ship, the Flying Lion, quietly anchored on the sea surface, surrounded by 5 or 6 affiliated pirate ships. On the deck, the crew was deathly silent, not daring to breathe. At the peak of his power, the Golden Lion Shiki sat on the throne at the bow, his golden hair wildly dancing in the wind, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression gloomy. The sake cup in his hand had long been crushed, the fragments deeply pierced into his palm, blood dripping through his fingers, yet he was completely oblivious. "That bastard Newgate." The Golden Lion muttered, his mind recalling the brief clash with Whitebeard. Although his flying pirate crew held an absolute advantage in numbers and power facing the peak Whitebeard, and his world-shattering Tremor-Tremor fruit ability, even the Golden Lion had to temporarily retreat. But what infuriated him more was that the Whitebeard pirates, clearly just a group of newcomers, had forced his entire fleet to retreat. Especially Whitebeard's words, "Shiki, I don't want to sink you into the sea here." Those words were like trampling Shiki's face into the ground. "Bastard." "Ah," the Golden Lion roared, hurling the already crushed sake cup. "Calm, Commander." A crew member cautiously began, but was silenced by a glare from the Golden Lion. Then footsteps came from the rear of the deck. The returning death knell. David walked over with his head lowered, the shadow of his top hat concealing his sinister face. As soon as he reached the Golden Lion, he knelt on one knee and said hoarsely, "Commander, sorry I'm late." Looking at this man, the Golden Lion stared coldly at him, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said with a grim tone, "David, you are late." David did not defend himself, merely said in a low voice, "I ran into trouble." "Oh." The Golden Lion narrowed his eyes. "What trouble could delay you, the captain of the 3rd Division for—" David looked up, a hint of gravity in his eyes. "That newcomer who defected to us, Island Splitter Dog, was captured by the Navy." "What a—" The Golden Lion's fury erupted instantly, and his conqueror's haki swept out uncontrollably. The wooden planks on the deck cracked inch by inch, and several weaker pirates fainted on the spot. "Worthless." The Golden Lion kicked over the table in front of him, sending fragments flying. "You can't even protect a newcomer. What use are you? I just lost to that Newgate, and then a guy who was about to join me gets captured by the Navy right in front of my officers. What do you take the name of my flying pirate crew for? Bastard." Facing this, David gritted his teeth, enduring the Golden Lion's pressure, and said in a low voice, "Commander, the Navy officer who captured Dog is not ordinary." "Heh." The Golden Lion snorted coldly. "Just a mere Navy officer. How strong can he be?" Seeing the Golden Lion's aura slightly retract, David took a deep breath and said slowly, "His ability is the same as Whitebeard's." The air instantly froze. The Golden Lion's pupils contracted sharply, and the anger on his face gradually replaced by a dangerous calm. He then slowly stood up, walked to David, placed a foot on his shoulder, and looked down at him. "You say that again." David looked up, his gaze firm. "That Navy officer's ability can cause tremors, even shatter space. Although it differs slightly in manifestation from Whitebeard's, the essence is extremely similar. Just like Newgate." The Golden Lion lifted his foot, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, but the laughter carried a bone-chilling coldness. "Interesting, very interesting." Then the Golden Lion abruptly stopped laughing, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Tell me, what is that Navy officer's name?" "Guen Reginald Sigma." David answered honestly, and then revealed the information he had already investigated on his way back. After all, the information about Guen was his way to shift the blame for his own negligence. He is a Navy headquarters captain, and until a few days ago, he was the adjutant of Black Arm Zephyr, rumored to be Zephyr's personal disciple. Zephyr's disciple? The Golden Lion sneered. "No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. What else? This guy fought Whitebeard in the West Sea 3 years ago. You've crossed swords with Newgate." Golden Lion's voice suddenly dropped, his expression stunned, clearly not having processed the information. After all, one was a mere marine he had never heard of, and the other was Whitebeard, who was even stronger than himself. Honestly, Golden Lion simply couldn't connect the two. "Yes, 3 years ago in the West Blue." David swallowed hard and continued, "It is said he even blocked one of Whitebeard's attacks." The air instantly froze. Golden Lion's fingers slowly tightened, the wooden armrest silently splintering beneath his palm. At the same time, a ferocious grin twisted his lips, and his voice turned hoarse. "Oh, blocked Newgate Heaton." Cold sweat beaded on David's forehead, but he steeled himself to add, "His ability is similar to Whitebeard's. Both can cause tremors, but the manifestation differs." And what? Golden Lion's voice was as cold as ice. "It seems that after that clash he was remembered by Whitebeard by name. Even earned the title of Sky Quake." "Huh." Golden Lion burst into wild laughter, and his conqueror's haki exploded forth. The entire ship shuddered violently, and the pirates on deck fell to their knees, their faces pale. "Interesting. How interesting." Golden Lion's laughter abruptly ceased. "Are you saying the Marines are hiding a little Whitebeard? Not just Zephyr's disciple. He even faced that bastard Newgate." With that, he stomped the deck, shattering it, his golden hair whipping like a lion's mane. "So the Marines think. A fake can scare me." David lowered his head, not daring to respond. "Heh." Golden Lion turned and walked toward the bow, his golden hair dancing in the wind like a lion's mane. "I can't touch Newgate for now, but a fake." He bared his teeth in a savage grin. "They'll chop him to pieces myself and feed him to the Sea Kings." "Commodore, what should we do next?" a subordinate ventured to ask. Without turning back, Golden Lion said coldly, "Where did that brat's warship go?" "G3 base," David answered. "The place where Sakazuki is stationed." Hearing that name, a cruel grin curled at the corner of Golden Lion's mouth. "That magma brat. With that he raised his hand abruptly, and the entire sea churned violently under his ability. Several pirate ships slowly rose into the air, suspended above the clouds. "Relay the order," Golden Lion's voice thundered across the sky. "All ships change course. Target Marine G3 base." David was startled. "Commodore, you're going to strike personally." "That's the Marine G3 base." Golden Lion sneered, "Since the Marines dared to capture my men and hide a power user like Whitebeard, then I'll make them know the price of provoking me." With that, Golden Lion drew the twin swords at his waist, Ing Shur and Ku Mu, their blades gleaming coldly in the sunlight. "Moreover, whether it's sky, quake, or magma, they are not worthy to stop me, Golden Lion." 3 days later, in Sakazuki's office at the Marine G3 base, sunlight cast sharp stripes on the floor through the blinds. Go-In was originally supposed to hand over the prisoner, but headquarters intended to temporarily detain Doge here. A later headquarters would send someone to escort him to the underwater prison Impel Down. Go-In's warship would then return to Marineford together with the escort ship. That was the gist, but was it truly right for him to face Sakazuki here alone, who was completely opposite to his impression and was so enthusiastic? "So you're saying the G3 base's annual combat report needs 3 more data modules?" Go-In propped his chin on his hand, tapping his fingers impatiently on the table. The G3 base 5-year development plan, spread open on the desk, had been flipped to Chapter 70. Sakazuki sat behind his desk, the shadow of his cap covering the upper half of his face, but the tight line of his lips showed he was in a good mood, even feeling that his G3 base would soon keep Go-In. "Go-In, it's not just the data modules. The standardized procedures for the logistics support system also need." As Sakazuki continued to tell Go-In how great his G3 base was, suddenly Go-In's pupils, which had been dull, contracted sharply. His observation hotkey captured an anomaly within a thousandth of a second. It came from high above the base, a tremor of some massive object tearing through the air. It was not the wind, not a thunderstorm, but Sakazuki. Go-In shot to his feet, the chair screeching against. "What?" Sakazuki, whose observation hotkey was not as strong as Go-In's, frowned and looked up only to see Go-In's figure already turned into a blur charging toward the window. Boom. The glass shattered into diamond-like crystals under Go-In's impact. Then with a kick off the window frame, he shot like an arrow toward the highest watchtower of the G3 base. With just 3 air steps, Go-In leaped to the top of the 60-meter steel structure. For a moment, the sea wind tugged at his justice cloak, his black hair wildly dancing in the wind, and his right hand had already rested on the hilt of the black blade. 8 Desolations. "Release." At the low voice, the bandages wrapped around the blade snapped inch by inch. The jet-black blade reflected no light in the sunlight. Fine white vibration particles coiled around the edge, distorting the air with high-frequency tremors. "No mistake." Go-In looked up, his gaze piercing through the clouds, locking onto the calm sky. As his right hand gripped the sword and lifted it, the force field formed by the extremely compressed vibration particles caused the steel watchtower beneath his feet to suddenly dent into a perfect circle. Bang! Amid the explosive crack of the air, Go-In's figure instantly broke the sound barrier. At the same time, his body gradually elementalized in the process of shooting upward, transforming into countless leaping white particles. Only the black blade remained solid, tracing a pitch-black trajectory through the particle stream. 700 meters above the clouds, Go-In's pupils reflected 3 massive warships that obscured the sky and countless fragments of rock. The hulls were disintegrating, and thousands of rocks, cannons, and building debris were falling like meteorites toward the G3 base. As expected, lifting things to high altitude and then disintegrating them as weapons. What a grand gesture. Golden Lion. Such a thing must not be left behind. A cold gleam flashed in Go-In's eyes as he suddenly exerted force. Under double acceleration, the blade of the black blade of the 8 Desolations burst into a blinding white light. Simultaneously, his arm muscles tensed to the extreme, and the armament hotkey, like a living creature, spread from his right hand to the tip of the blade, resonating with the vibration particles inherent in the blade, leaving spiderweb-like spatial cracks in the air. Heaven-shaking cross slash. A horizontal slash. A vertical cleave. The black blade of the 8 Desolations traced 2 intersecting fierce slashes through the air. Where the blade passed, space seemed torn apart, and pale white vibration particles formed a massive cross-shaped shockwave that soared straight into the sky. Heaven-severing. The 2 intersecting slashes tore through the sky. The horizontal slash was pale white, cutting the clouds into 2 neat halves as it passed. The cross slash compressed the air along its path to the extreme, forming a vacuum channel. Crack! The sound of the sky shattering echoed across the heavens. The 3 giant warships simultaneously began to disintegrate from the center. Thick hull planks, sturdy masts, heavy cannons. All structures were shattered into regular cubic fragments upon contact with the slash. Debris, steel, and pieces of sails scattered through the air like a catastrophic natural disaster. However, the wreckage was still falling. At the same time, Guin's body began to descend. The wind howled past his ears, and his black hair danced wildly in the air currents. It's not over yet. Guin suddenly twisted his waist mid-ascent, opening his left hand with fingers spread toward the sky. Countless pale white particles gathered from his palm, forming a small ring. Then with a push of his hand, it instantly expanded into a massive ring-shaped shockwave. The space inside the ring twisted violently, as if even light was shattered. Heaven-shaking starfall. Boom. The shockwave from the ring expanded spherically. All falling debris was instantly pulverized upon contact with the shockwave. With splintered steel twisted, and the entire sky was cleared into a vacuum zone by the expanding white shockwave. Below, the Marines of G3 base stared in stunned silence, even forgetting to breathe. Sakazuki looked up and saw that the falling debris upon contact with the shockwave crumbled like fragile sandcastles. So this is your ability, Guin. Sakazuki's fist clenched unconsciously. Magma seeped between his fingers, but he forcibly suppressed it back. Putting aside the devil fruit ability at this moment, Red Dog realized with unprecedented clarity that at least in terms of observation hockey mastery, he was indeed inferior to Guin. Meanwhile, Guin landed lightly on a tilted pole, bending one knee slightly to absorb the impact. The black blade of the 8 Desolations pointed diagonally toward the ground, the vibration particles on the blade still not dissipated. Sakazuki, a formidable guy is coming. I said it right. Guin looked up at a certain position above the clouds, his observation hockey firmly locking onto it. Golden Lion Shiki. The moment Guin finished speaking, the clouds dispersed, and under the sunlight a golden figure stood in midair. Seeing the golden lion appear, even Sakazuki's pupils involuntarily contracted. Especially when that man drew his twin swords, the Magu Magu no Mi ability within him uncontrollably boiled. Kid, you're more interesting than I imagined. The golden lion laughed, his conqueror's haki pouring down like a Sakazuki merely broke into a cold sweat, while Guin felt nothing from the golden lion's conqueror's haki. After all, compared to the conqueror's haki baptism from Rox and Roger at God Valley back then, or even Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, the golden lion's intimidation was truly unimpressive. In an instant, all the Marines of G3 base were knocked unconscious, leaving only Sakazuki and Guin standing firm. Golden Lion Shiki descends. Golden Lion Shiki hovered in midair, his sharp hawk-like eyes fixed on Guin, a faint sneer on his lips. His golden hair danced in the wind like a living thing, each movement carrying a suffocating pressure. It really is the exact same ability. The golden lion's voice was low and hoarse, and it's a Logia. On the base, Guin could feel his back drenched in cold sweat. Unlike the tension or excitement he felt facing other enemies, what he experienced now was a primal shudder, like a prey's instinctive reaction when targeted by an apex predator. His left hand clenched, involuntarily vibration particles silently gathering in his palm, emitting a faint hum. Shiki. Sakazuki's voice carried the roar of boiling magma. He deliberately positioned himself half a step diagonally in front of Guin, a stance that allowed for joint attack while leaving Guin room to fight. Especially when Red Dog noticed Guin's subtle adjustment of breathing. Clearly he needed to recover after that slash. The golden lion didn't even glance at Sakazuki, his gaze locked onto Guin. That gaze was like an appraisal. Kid, the golden lion suddenly spoke, his voice carrying an unquestionable command. Release Duo Gu, then kneel and apologize to me. Otherwise. He slowly raised his right hand and lightly tapped with his index finger. Boom. A distant watchtower suddenly ripped from the ground, twisted and compressed in midair, eventually turning into a lump of scrap metal that crashed into the center of the base plaza, kicking up a cloud of dust. This base will become even more miserable than that pile of scrap. Hearing the golden lion's words, Guin instinctively looked at Sakazuki and found that this usually tough man was also wearing a grave expression with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. But that made sense. With just the two of them now, even combining forces would be a stretch against the golden lion. Red Dog wasn't a brainless fool. Shiki, you can try. Guin took a deep breath and held the black blade of the 8 Desolations horizontally in front of his chest. The vibration particles on the blade began to oscillate at high frequency, distorting the surrounding air. Hearing Guin's bold words, a flicker of appreciation flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. Then his magma fist had already swelled to twice its original size, emitting astonishing heat. He almost gritted his teeth and forced out, justice cannot be disgraced. The golden lion paused for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. The conqueror's haki contained in that laughter struck the surroundings like a tangible force, shattering the base's glass windows. Huh. Interesting. How interesting. The golden lion wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. Two brats without even conqueror's haki dare to boast in front of me. His smile suddenly vanished, replaced by a chilling, killing intent. You have no idea who stands before you. Before his words faded, the golden lion waved his hand, and two famous swords, Ingshur and Kumu, flew out, floating beside him, their blades pointing at Go-In and Sakazuki. One last question. The golden lion's voice was cold as ice. Release the man or die. Sakazuki had already half transformed into searing magma, crimson lava dripping onto the ground, burning scorched black holes into the steel floor. His eyes were as hard as iron, his voice low and hoarse. Golden Lion, this is marine territory, not a place for your rampage. Go-In did not speak, only slightly lowered his stance, the black blade of the 8 desolations pointing diagonally at the ground, vibration particles silently dancing on the blade. His gaze was fixed on the Golden Lion. Rather than issuing threats, what he needed to do now was fully open his observation haki, capturing every subtle movement of his opponent. So, the Golden Lion looked down at the two from above, a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. You want me to kill you here? The arrogant laughter of the Golden Lion echoed above base G3. The absolute confidence of the world's top powerhouse and the tangible pressure all represented the phrase absolute invincibility. This is the invincible Golden Lion at his peak, arrogant, conceited, and unrestrained. Atop Sakazuki did not respond. He made his choice known through action. A torrent of magma erupted from his hands, surging straight towards the Golden Lion. At the same time, Gin also moved, suddenly swinging the 8 desolates, a shockwave ripping through the earth and spreading toward the Golden Lion at an astonishing speed. Oh, so. Facing the combined attack of the two, the Golden Lion merely scoffed disdainfully. You have made a choice that leads to certain death. With that, the Golden Lion snapped his fingers lightly, and the entire ground suddenly tilted, causing Sakazuki's magma and Gin's shockwave to veer off course. Too slow. The Golden Lion's voice suddenly came from behind Gin, and too weak. Gin didn't even have time to turn around before feeling a sharp pain in his back. The Golden Lion's wooden claws had brutally kicked into his spine. Bang! In an instant, Gin flew out like a kite, with a severed string crashing through 3 walls before finally stopping. Gin! Sakazuki roared as he charged towards the Golden Lion, his magma-formed fist crashing down with devastation. Facing the highest single-target damage fruit, the Golden Lion remained unfazed, raising his Sakura tin, the blade clashing with the magma, producing a clear metallic ringing. What was even more shocking was that Sakazuki's magma was forcibly split apart, unable to harm the Golden Lion in the slightest. Magma brat. The Golden Lion sneered, a cigar still clamped between his lips. You're far inferior to Sengoku. Before Sakazuki could react, the Golden Lion's other sword, dry wood, slashed horizontally. In a critical moment, a wave of void energy surged from the side, forcing the Golden Lion to withdraw his sword. Tisk, does Newgate have many tricks? Looking at the shattered space where he had previously stood, the Golden Lion raised an eyebrow. You truly can do it. In the ruins, Gin retracted his fist, swaying as he stood up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It seems you also fear vibrations. Gin panted. The shock particles coalescing in his left hand had expanded to cover his entire arm. The Golden Lion narrowed his eyes, revealing a mocking expression. Fear. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing his sword directly at Gin. Your ability is nothing but a poor imitation. Gin's gaze turned cold. The shock particles in his left palm suddenly erupted, causing the surrounding air to tremble at high frequency. He began to speak slowly, his voice icy. Whether it's imitation or not, you'll find out when you try it. Arrogant. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, his figure suddenly vanishing, and the next second he appeared before Gin's Sakura tin and dry wood, crossing as they slashed down. Before the blade reached him, a fierce sword aura ripped through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Clang! Gin's black knife, the 8 desolates, clashed violently with the Golden Lion's dual swords, the shock particles and armed color haki, clashing fiercely, producing dazzling sparks. A terrifying shockwave spread out from the two, the ground beneath them collapsing instantly, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading. On the other side, Sakazuki seized the opportunity, his right fist transforming into a gigantic lava fist, roaring, great fire eruption. The scorching magma surged towards the Golden Lion's back like a volcanic eruption. Heh! The Golden Lion snorted coldly, not turning back as he stepped into empty space, warping the entire area under his control. Countless massive rock walls rose from the ground, layer upon layer, blocking Sakazuki's lava attack. Magma brat, don't get in the way. The Golden Lion exerted force, causing Gin to be pushed back a few steps, but he quickly steadied himself, turning the blade and charging again. Skyquake shattered void. Gin swung his knife in a horizontal slash, the Hackaladen blade of the 8 desolates entwined with shock particles, drawing a pale white, high-frequency shock slash that shattered the space like glass, aiming directly for the Golden Lion's throat. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes. Interesting. Immediately, he crossed his dual swords, the armed color hockey covering the blades, and forcefully took the hit. If this is all you've got, you can't win against me. Is that so? Geen smirked, then suddenly retracted his knife. He then clenched his left fist to gather strength, the dark red flowing cherry blossoms entwining like magma, the shock particles collapsing fiercely at the fist tip, condensing into a point like a needle. This move. The golden lion's pupils constricted as if he saw the shadow of Garp. Black shock, god destruction nail. With the punch, the world fell silent. The next second, boom. The ultimate penetration pierced through the golden lion's body, exploding behind him. The space shattered like a mirror, and from the pitch-black cracks erupted a supernova-like scorching shock. A tsunami-like wave of air shattered the clouds in a 1,000-meter radius into straight lines. However, the golden lion did not budge an inch, still maintaining a defensive posture, but a massive trench had already been carved out behind him by the shockwave. You this brat. After a moment, the golden lion squinted, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He had been injured. At the same time, he finally retracted his contempt. Struggle to survive. The golden lion leapt up fiercely, hovering in the sky, his dual swords raised high, lion thousand cut valley. Countless sword auras rained down like a storm, covering the entire base, G3. At this moment, Sakaski also reacted to Geen's shock at injuring the golden lion, glancing at him with a complex expression. He then roared, his arms transforming into lava, smashing down towards the ground, meteor volcano. Countless lava fists erupted into the sky, colliding with the golden sword auras, the explosions ringing out continuously. Geen instantly elementalized, transforming into a stream of white particles rushing into the sky, combining hockey to carve a black trajectory through the particle flow. In an instant, he aimed for the golden lion's opening, this time not with a fist, but with a palm. Geen pressed down with one palm, as if pressing down a cauldron, a white shockwave emerging from his palm. Is this move from Sengoku? The golden lion hurriedly blocked, but was sent flying back by the shock. For a moment, even the golden lion couldn't help but marvel at Geen's development of his fruitability. How many people's moves have you learned, you guy? Geen did not waste words, charging forward again. He knew that facing a powerhouse like the golden lion, any hesitation would be fatal. Kazan, Borsellino, and me. Sakaski also recognized many familiar moves, but now was not the time to ponder such matters. Thus, Sakaski quickly utilized Moonwalk to leap into the air, forming a pincer attack with Geen. Although the two had vastly different styles, they coordinated perfectly at this moment. The golden lion laughed wildly as he welcomed the fight, his dual swords dancing like the wind, the conqueror's hockey and armament hockey intertwining each attack, carrying devastating power. The battle reached a fever pitch, the sky changing color due to the clash of the three, the clouds torn apart, the atmosphere trembling. The Navy, who had long retreated to a safe zone, gazed in shock at this peak showdown. Is this the real battle of the strong? A Navy officer murmured. However, just as the battle was in a stalemate, the golden lion suddenly chuckled coldly. The game is over. He then suddenly withdrew, plunging his dual swords into the ground, causing the entire sky and the rubble of the base to begin distorting under his control. Not good. Geen's pupils constricted as his observation hockey went into overdrive. Lions might earth roll. The golden lion roared, the ground shaking violently as countless massive rocks rose from the earth, transforming into dozens of roaring rock lions charging towards Geen and Sakaski. Above the G3 base, the clouds were torn apart by the violent air currents, and sunlight pierced through the clouds like sharp swords, spilling onto the scarred and devastated land. Go-In knelt on one knee, the black blade Bahuang driven deep into the ground, supporting his trembling body. Sakaski was half magnified, but the armament hockey on his right arm had already dissipated. Golden Lion Shiki hovered high in the sky, his golden hair wildly dancing in the wind. The twin swords Sakura Ju and Kariki crossed before his chest, the hockey on the blades flowing like tangible substance. To be honest, if you two had enough time, you might grow into terrifying individuals. Did you think Golden Lion Shiki would praise someone? No. So, with a sudden change in expression, Golden Lion Shiki looked down at Ga-In and Sakaski, slowly descending to the ground, a sneer of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. You should have knelt and begged for mercy from the start. Like this, the old man might have given you time to grow. Kaha. Bastard. Go-In gritted his teeth, the vibration particles on his left arm flickering dimly like a dying candle without enough stamina to sustain them. Beside him, Sakaski was also gasping heavily, magma dripping from between his fingers, scorching black marks into the ground. As for Golden Lion Shiki, apart from the one time Go-In had exploited his carelessness and injured him with the Yunshin nail, he had not suffered any other wounds. For a moment, Go-In and Sakaski exchanged a glance, and both saw the same determination in each other's eyes. This was a battle they could not win. But if I kill the two of you, Golden Lion Shiki muttered to himself, the Navy's bounty on me will surely surpass that of Roger, won't it? If that's the case, then die. Golden Lion Shiki swung his sword lightly, and a slash that spanned the sky roared down toward the two. For a moment the shadow of death loomed over them, but their bodies had already reached their limit. Everyone knew that this blow would be enough to crush them. Boom. A purple figure descended from the sky like a meteor, and a pitch-black fist wrapped in black lightning slammed heavily into the golden slash. Amidst the deafening explosion, the slash was shattered, and the shockwave sent rocks flying for 100 meters in all directions. When the smoke cleared, Zifa stood before Gu-in and Sakaski, his armament hockey shining like obsidian on both arms, his justice cape flapping loudly in the wind. Zifa, master. Zifa did not turn around, his gaze fixed on Golden Lion Shiki, his voice cold as iron. What do you think you're doing to my disciples and students? Shiki. Facing this suddenly appearing man, Golden Lion Shiki narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious, smoke from his cigar curling around the corner of his mouth. Zifa. It seems we haven't crossed swords for a while. Shiki. Zifa slowly raised his right arm, the armament hockey spreading like a tide up to his shoulder, his muscles bulging from the concentrated power. Then he turned his head and barked at the two behind him, stand back. Leave this to me. Master Zifa. Gu-in gripped the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white. This was the peak Golden Lion Shiki. And Zifa himself had already begun to decline from his peak power after becoming an admiral. Now facing one of the three top-tier powerhouses of the era, Golden Lion Shiki, he could not win heeded. That's an order. Zifa interrupted sharply, his eyes behind his sunglasses as sharp as a blade. You've done enough already. This guy is not someone you can handle at your level. As he spoke, Zifa flung off his cloak. Matters of the old era should be left to the men of the old era. Zifa, can you still face me now? Golden Lion Shiki sneered, crossing his two swords with a flourish. Then let's give it a try. Zifa slammed his foot down the ground, collapsing beneath him, and his figure shot toward Golden Lion Shiki like a cannonball, his pitch-black fist tearing through the air with a screeching explosion. Black Arm Meteor. Golden Lion Shiki raised his sword to block, and at the moment of collision between fist and blade, a visible shockwave erupted across the sky. Zifa's fist remained unmoved, while Golden Lion Shiki's blade was forced back slightly. What a... Golden Lion Shiki's pupils contracted. Zifa's assault was like a storm, each punch carrying the power to shatter mountains. Golden Lion Shiki was forced to retreat repeatedly, his twin swords forming an impenetrable barrier, yet they still trembled, numbing his hands. Below, Gu-in stared intently at the battle. He had never seen Zifa go all out like this. No, this wasn't even his full power. It's been a long time since I've fought you. Golden Lion Shiki's wild laughter echoed through the clouds, his golden hair flying wildly in the gale. Zifa. Before the words faded, the twin swords in Golden Lion Shiki's hands suddenly erupted with terrifying black-red lightning. Conqueror's hockey surged like a raging tide, sweeping across heaven and earth, Lion Thousand/Valley. Countless slashes entwined with Conqueror's hockey tore through the sky, pouring down like a deluge. Zifa gritted his teeth, crossing his arms and hardening his armament hockey to the limit, yet he was still forced back by the violent slashes. His uniform was instantly torn, and dozens of bloody wounds bloomed on his robust body. Golden Lion Shiki looked down at this scene, a hint of seriousness flickering in his eyes. Though not at his peak, Black Arm Zifa is still not an opponent he can easily deal with. Thinking this, Golden Lion Shiki's gaze subtly swept to the other side. There, Gu-in had already risen to his feet, his left hand gathering vibration particles that could shake the very space, his right hand clutching the black blade Bawang. Sakaski had half his body transformed into scorching magma, and the two stood flanking Zifa on either side. One who can suppress his Devil Fruit ability is Skyquake, another with formidable single-target damage in magma plus Black Arm Zifa. Weighing this lineup, Golden Lion Shiki quickly calculated in his mind. He had flown ahead alone, and his pirate fleet was still far away. Now, with the two brats having recovered some stamina, dragging things out any longer would definitely work against him. And that man Kapu was probably already on his way. At the same time, Golden Lion Shiki's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a furious roar. Shiki. Zifa's voice thundered like a crack of lightning, his arm muscles bulging, armament hockey covering his entire body like black steel, the ground beneath his feet shattering. You're distracted? Not good. Golden Lion Shiki snapped back to attention, but Zifa had already charged like a cannonball right before him, his right fist poised, pitch-black hockey swirling into a spiral of air currents, the very air twisting under that punch. What a... Golden Lion Shiki hastily raised his sword to block, but Zifa's fist landed first on his chest. Boom. The terrifying impact erupted instantly, and Golden Lion Shiki's body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing through several dilapidated buildings before slamming into the cliff face in the distance, sending rubble and dust skyward. Cough. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Golden Lion Shiki's mouth, and his eyes flashed with disbelief. Zifa's fist still had such power. He struggled to rise from the ruins, sharp pain radiating from his chest. Clearly this blow had injured his internal organs. Zifa slowly withdrew his fist, his breathing slightly labored, but his eyes remained as sharp as a blade. Seems like you haven't improved much since the old days, Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki wiped the blood from his mouth, grinning viciously. Interesting. Very interesting. I didn't expect you, Zifa, to still be so formidable. The Golden Lion's laughter abruptly ceased amid the smoke. He shook his two famed blades, then suddenly withdrew his killing intent, the swords sliding back into their sheaths with a clang. Forget it, let's call it a day. The Golden Lion nonchalantly dusted off his cloak, as if the fierce battle just now had been nothing but a game. Shiki. Zifa's fists remained clenched, but the tension in his shoulders imperceptibly eased a fraction. He knew better than anyone. As he was now, he had no absolute certainty of defeating the Golden Lion in a direct confrontation. Master Zifa. Geen wanted to step forward, but was stopped by a single look from Zifa. This subtle movement was keenly caught by the Golden Lion, who raised his golden brows and burst into loud laughter. Jahahaha. The Golden Lion floated into the air, his golden hair blazing like fire under the setting sun. He hovered above, looking down at Geen, his eyes glinting with Catan mouse malice. You brat, where's that courage of yours now? The sea wind carried the scent of blood into his nostrils. Then every word from the Golden Lion's mouth drilled into Geen's ears like venomous snakes. Geen, how I thought you were an interesting fellow. The Golden Lion's voice carried undisguised contempt. I came here not for that captured trash, but because I heard you fought that guy Newgate. That's the only thing that interested me. But now it seems that aside from that unexpected punch, you don't even deserve to make me take you seriously. No. A brat without even Conqueror's hockey daring to challenge Whitebeard. What a joke. Newgate must have been kind-hearted and let you live. Just like me now, ha. The laughter, full of humiliation and mockery, made Geen's fists clench, suddenly his knuckles turning white from the force. Every word from the Golden Lion cut into his heart like a knife. The humiliating words echoed in his mind. Sakazuki's magma fist suddenly flared up, but was stopped by Zifa's arm blocking him. Zifa's sunglasses reflected a cold gleam as he shook his head almost imperceptibly. Then he turned his gaze to Geen, his brow furrowed. After 3 years together, he knew his disciple too well. Geen appeared calm and composed, but inside, he was unruly and competitive, always striving to win. Whether it was the clash with Whitebeard 3 years ago, or the sparring matches on the training ground, he never yielded. Such a person now facing the Golden Lion's humiliation. What, not convinced? Seeing Geen silenced, the Golden Lion laughed even more wildly, diving down to 10 meters in front of Geen. Then he extended a finger and wagged it flippantly. Remember, next time you see my flag. Before he finished, a pebble scraped past Geen's cheek. Crawl away like a dog and avoid it. This sentence was like a heavy hammer smashing Geen's dignity. Zifa, teach your disciple well. The weak should know their place. The Golden Lion looked at this scene with satisfaction, then turned and stepped into the air, his wild laughter accompanied by the aftershocks of Conqueror's hockey. It was suppression, it was intimidation. It was also a provocation from the strong to the weak. The sea wind froze around Geen's ears. The Golden Lion's maniacal laughter and the lingering might of Conqueror's hockey clung to Geen like rust. The bloody cut on his face from the pebble burned fiercely, but it was nothing compared to the agonizing shame surging in his chest. Crawl away like a dog. The moment that sentence exploded in his mind, countless fragments of memories poured into his brain like sharks. Transmigrated into the slums of the West Sea, huddled in a stinking alley corner, swallowing moldy bread. The system he thought would awaken, but in the end he resigned himself to joining the Navy as a menial laborer to gain a chance to survive. On the training ground of the West Sea branch, he was like a lackey licking up to the drill instructor. Himself, who frantically saved money trying to change his fate. In the end, all images solidified into the mocking golden pupils of the Golden Lion as he looked down. If only I had stayed quiet like when I was a new recruit in the West Sea. Geen's knuckles cracked under the strain, his nails already digging into his palms. Back when he first joined the Navy, he did just that. Lower his head, stay silent, survive. Like a sewer rat scavenging scraps to barely survive. I have no system. I only have one life. But if even the now me can have his spine broken at will. The Golden Lion's cloak flapped loudly in the sunset, the golden hue in the sky stinging his eyes. Then what have all my careful scheming over these years been for? What was the life I gambled when I fought Whitebeard? The day and night training and tempering. What is it all for? His blood began to boil, his eardrums throbbing with an unfamiliar roar. Something was tearing itself out from the depths of his marrow like a trapped beast gnawing at its cage. The Golden Lion had already risen halfway into the sky, his back exuding contempt. But Geen, gripping the black blade, Desolation suddenly smiled. He slowly raised his head, the blood-stained corner of his mouth twisting into a ferocious arc. Sakazuki's magma Zifa's arm Gin's own trembling knees. All sounds of the world faded at this moment, leaving only the thundering of his heart against his chest. I deny. The air suddenly froze. Oomph. The golden lion about to leave abruptly stopped laughing. Then he turned sharply, seeing the young man he had called an ant standing straight, with a scarlet light bursting from the depths of his pitch-black pupils. In my heart you were just a 2D character. Before I transmigrated a flip of the page, and I could see your entire life. How dare you then? I deny your rules. I have come so, I am the protagonist of this world. All rules should be set by me. The moment Gin's roar erupted, the air seemed to freeze for an instant. Then with Gin at the center, a violent surge of conquerors' haki swept out like a tsunami. The ground cracked, inch by inch rubble floated into the air, and the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart by a gaping fissure. Zifa and Sakazuki both stepped back, shock flashing in their eyes. The golden lion's cloak was torn to shreds by the shockwave, and Zifa's sunglasses cracked with Akacha's spiderweb-like lines spreading across them. Conqueror's haki. It was not a gift of bloodline, nor a blessing of talent, but a fire reborn from the ashes of the soul after dignity was ground to dust. Kings do not meet. Gin took a step forward, the ground beneath his feet crumbling and shattering. He stared at the golden lion's constricted pupils, letting the torrent of Conqueror's haki collide fiercely with his opponent's. Then let's see. Gin's pupils contracted violently, his black hair dancing wildly in the impact of haki. Who was the one who should kneel? With that, Gin's body was wreathed in pale white vibration particles, and black-red Conqueror's haki light. At the same time, the black blade, 8 Desolations, suddenly trembled violently, and dark red patterns emerged on its pitch-black blade, strikingly conspicuous, as if awakened by some power. Wong. The black blade became wrapped in black-red lightning, resonating with Gin's Conqueror's haki. Gin gripped the hilt of 8 Desolations, and the blade instantly erupted with dazzling black-red light. The vibration particles and Conqueror's haki merged perfectly, forming an unprecedented power. Gin looked up at the sky, his gaze sharp as a blade. Boom. A thunderbolt struck down, illuminating his stern face. Conqueror's awakening black blade resonance. The one that rocks called. The ignorant monster at this moment. Seeing the situation, the golden lion's pupils suddenly contracted, his golden eyebrows raised high, and the wild laughter on his face froze for the first time. He floated in the air, his golden hair fluttering like tattered banners, while his expression first showed astonishment, then disbelief, and finally twisted into an almost furious rage. What kind of joke is this? The golden lion's voice lost its laziness and mockery, carrying a tremor even he himself had not noticed. The clash of Conqueror's aura unleashed visible black lightning in the air, tearing apart the clouds, churning the sea, and shaking the entire island. Just moments ago you were a brat, without even a trace of Conqueror's aura. And now? The golden lion stared intently at Gin, his eyes that had once looked down upon countless powerhouses now reflecting an ant that should have been trampled beneath his feet. A newly awakened king daring to rival him. Ha ha ha. Suddenly the golden lion burst into laughter, but the mirth no longer held its previous composure, instead revealing a furious indignation at being challenged. Interesting. Truly fascinating. Zfa, your disciple hides his talents deeply. Zfa remained silent, and behind his shattered sunglasses a flash of shock, relief, worry, and complexity flickered in his eyes. He knew better than anyone that awakening Conqueror's aura was no accident. This disciple was extraordinary. Gin. The golden lion slowly descended, feet hovering inches above the ground, his Conqueror's pressure crashing down like a tsunami. Do you think such a faint newly awakened aura can change anything? Gin did not flinch, his Conqueror's aura surged, as well, the two forces fiercely clashing midair, twisting the atmosphere and cracking the earth beneath. I need not change anything. Gin's voice was low and hoarse, each word cutting like a blade. The two Conquerors' auras erupted, completely tearing the sky apart. A pitch-black rift pierced the clouds as if the heavens themselves had opened their eyes. The golden lion's smile vanished utterly. In its place was pure killing intent. Brat, you are far too arrogant. The golden lion roared, swinging his hands fiercely as countless razor-sharp slashes crystallized instantly in the air beneath his feet. Lion's 1,000 cuts. The slashes poured down like a torrential rain, each strike capable of tearing the earth asunder. Gin's gaze sharpened as he wielded the black blade Bahuang to block, but the attacks were too dense. His body was forced to retreat repeatedly, leaving deep cracks across the ground. It's not over yet. The golden lion sneered, flashing behind Gin. In an instant his famed sword, Ing Shi, thrusting straight into Gin's back. At the critical moment a purple figure abruptly interposed between them. Heavy strike. Zaifa's left arm wrapped in armament haki smashed into the golden lion's sword tip. Clang. The deafening clash stopped the golden lion's assault cold. Zaifa said gravely, Golden Lion, your opponent is not just him. Zaifa. Surprise flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes, followed by a cold sneer. You want to interfere too? He is my disciple. You bastard Shiki. Zayfa's gaze hardened, his armament hockey intensifying. Bullying the weak, I will not let you act as you please. Then I'll take you down as well. The Golden Lion roared madly, unleashing both swords. Sword, aura, and hockey intertwined, weaving a deadly net that enveloped Zayfa and Geen. Zayfa refused to yield, dodging and counterattacking continuously, each strike precisely blocking the Golden Lion's offense. Yet the Golden Lion's strength was overwhelming. Zayfa gradually became suppressed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Master. Seeing this, Geen gripped the black blade Bahuang tightly, his conqueror's aura flaring again, attempting to break the Golden Lion's suppression. The Golden Lion's conqueror's aura clashed again, with Geen's hockey shaking the entire island violently amid their confrontation. Suddenly a crimson figure charged from the battlefield's edge, a molten lava fist, seething with murderous intent, striking the Golden Lion's back. Mingo. Huh. The Golden Lion swiftly sidestepped, splitting the molten fist in two, but the splattering magma still scorched holes in his clothing. Squinting, he looked at the newcomer, Magma Brat. Has the Navy taken to bullying the weak now? Sakaski landed, his boots crushing scorched earth, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. Against pirates, morality is irrelevant. Before finishing, his right arm molten again, erupting a volcanic shockwave toward the Golden Lion. Great eruption. The Golden Lion laughed wildly, swinging his sword to cleave the lava torrent, but Geen's black blade was already slashing from the other side. Faced with the blade entwined with vibration particles and armament hockey, he was forced to retreat midair. Yet Zayfa had long sealed the escape route, his armament-hardened iron fist smashed into the Golden Lion's spine. Bang! The Golden Lion was trapped by the three-way assault, taking a solid blow to his back, blood trickling from his mouth. Wiping the blood from his lips, his golden hair danced wildly in the fierce wind. Ha ha. 3 against 1. At least you value me. Sakaski ignored the mockery and suddenly clasped his magma fists, cracking the earth as scalding lava waves surged like towering tides. Meteor volcano. Countless molten meteorites rained down, sealing off all of the Golden Lion's escape routes. Childish tricks. The Golden Lion crossed his swords, transforming the slashes into a Golden Lion's mane, cutting all the molten meteorites down. But at that moment, Zayfa, the most battle-hardened of the three, suddenly surged forward, seizing the opportunity to clamp the Golden Lion's mouth with an armament-hardened arm. Shoo! Bang! Then a brutal swing slammed into the ground. Geen! The sky suddenly darkened. As the battle raged, Geen's conqueror's aura still ravaged, fiercely black and red lightning coiling around his body like a wild dragon. The black blade Bahuang suddenly grew scorching hot, the blade humming and vibrating, not caused by vibration particles, but the blade itself was resonating. Buzz! A purple-black lightning burst forth from the Bahuang's. This was no ordinary conqueror's aura, but a more violent primal force. Residual hockey from rocks awakened by Geen's conqueror's aura, a fusion of both powers. The purple-black lightning stretched across the sky like chains, instantly ensnaring the Golden Lion midair. What a... This sudden strike caused the Golden Lion's pupils to contract sharply, his body stiffened, as if grasped by invisible hands. His ability from the floating fruit had failed. The air beneath the Golden Lion suddenly lost buoyancy, and his body uncontrollably began to fall. What is happening? Zayfa looked up in shock, and Sakaski's gaze froze midair. They had never witnessed such conqueror's aura manipulation. Especially for a newly awakened Geen, this was unprecedented, or rather his awakening performance was somewhat ahead of its time. Zayfa, the only one among the Navy's 3 legends without Conqueror's aura, had witnessed Sengoku and Garp's awakenings, both merely bursts of immense but fleeting power. But now Geen resembled a master proficient in Supreme Conqueror's aura. Is it absorption? Geen himself looked down at Bahuang in astonishment. At this moment, the dark red patterns on Bahuang transformed entirely into purple-black. No, Bahuang was guiding his Conqueror's aura. Realizing this, Geen clenched the hilt tightly. The black blade Bahuang erupted with a swirl of purple-black hockey, wherever the blade pointed, even light itself was devoured. Conqueror's coil completed. Impossible. Sakaski's hoarse voice whispered, he just awakened Conqueror's aura. How can he master Conqueror's coil so swiftly? Zayfa fixed his gaze on Geen's back, and the black blade Bahuang trembling fiercely beneath his shattered sunglasses. No. It's not him wielding the blade. It is the blade guiding Geen to fight in the manner of its true master. Only then did Zayfa recognize that the double-edged sword wrapped in white bandages his disciple usually held was the weapon of that man, the previous generation's absolute powerhouse. The only man in the world to forge his weapon into a black blade using his own Conqueror's aura. Roxd. Jibek. Swish. Geen suddenly vanished. not by rapid movement, but through true, instant flash, appearing directly before the falling golden lion the next moment. At the same time, the golden lion barely recovered from the pressure when he looked up at Geen. His pupils contracted to pinpoints, perhaps stirred by fear at the sight of the black blade Bahwang. In his eyes, Geen's figure had changed. Black hair danced wildly, his cold face blurred into another defiant visage. Even his sword-wielding stance perfectly overlapped the scene deeply engraved in the golden lion's memory. Lo, rocks, Captain. The golden lion's lips trembled, as if transported back to the day he first met that man. Back then, Rox stood atop a mountain of corpses and blood, standing on a king's capital, swinging his sword to decapitate a celestial dragon, laughingly asking if he would join him. He was also the one who shattered the golden lion Shiki's arrogance, which had gone unshaken for 20 years since setting sail. Captain. Impossible. You have already died. The golden lion muttered in a daze. Geen could not hear his whisper at this moment. He only felt the boiling, killing intent on his blade and the impulse to sever all. Divine fall. With a roar shaking heaven and earth, the blade carved a perfect arc of death. Dark red and purple lightning entwined with vibration particles formed a torrent of destruction, shattering space like fragile glass wherever it passed. Countless spatial fragments flew and refracted within the blade aura, shattering the entire sky. Under divine fall, all beings are equal. In the heavens there is but this one blade. Immediately after, blood splattered like ink from the golden lion's chest. A gruesome slash ran diagonally from his left shoulder to right abdomen, deep enough to reveal bone. His golden hair was lifted by the fierce wind, pupils dilated rapidly, whites rolling back. Consciousness nearly severed in an instant. Cough. Blood surged from his throat. The golden lion's body stiffened midair for a moment, then flew backward like a kite with a broken string. But as he was about to fall, those beast-like pupils suddenly contracted sharply, forcibly, pulling his consciousness back from the brink of unconsciousness. What kind of joke? The golden lion clutched his chest with one hand, blood still gushing from between his fingers. Yet the floating fruit's ability reactivated the airflow beneath, spreading forcibly, halting his fall. The fierce wind howled with the scent of blood, and the battlefield fell into heavy breaths. The golden lion looked down at the wound on his chest, muscles spasming uncontrollably. This slash almost just barely cut him in two. Then the golden lion slowly turned his head for a glance. Geen stood quietly with his back to him, the black blade Bahwang's tip angled toward the ground, purple-black lightning still dancing on the blade, without looking back. He did not even glance at his own handiwork. The golden lion's throat rolled, suddenly feeling a ridiculous This Navy officer faced him with such composure. Damn bastard. The golden lion wanted to roar and swing his sword backhandedly, but the sharp pain in his chest and the constant blood flow made even breathing difficult. This slash gravely wounded Shiki, the golden lion. Even more terrifyingly, he found his sword hand trembling faintly. In 40 years, this was only the second time someone made him truly feel the threat of death. Once was Rox, once was Geen, and both wielded the same weapon. Cough, cough. I do not believe you can strike a second blow. The golden lion fixed his gaze on Geen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Now less than 50 meters apart, if he attacked, Zafa and Sakaski could not possibly save Geen. Yet Geen still did not turn back, only slightly lifting Bahwang. At that moment, the golden lion's smile froze. He suddenly stepped hard on the air, retreating violently. He had chickened out. In that instant, he thought of defeat, of being captured, but facing genuine death. He, the golden lion Shiki, had chickened out. Especially now, in the era when Roger and Whitebeard were at their peak, being the first among the three legends to die, especially by an unknown Navy officer. He dared not gamble. Not life, not pride. Next time we meet, I will personally pull that sword from your corpse. After uttering these harsh words, a fierce wind rose. The golden lion's figure transformed into an extremely fast streak of light, vanishing into the distant horizon. The golden lion's silhouette vanished completely into the distant sky, leaving only the howling wind and lingering smoke over the Marine G3 base. Sakashi and Zafa stood still, their gazes locked on Gu-En's retreating figure. Gu-En's body remained upright, the black blade 8 desolations slanting toward the ground, the purple-black lightning on its blade fully dissipated. Gu-En, Zafa murmured lowly, his brows furrowed. He sensed something amiss. Gu-En's posture was too rigid, like a sculpture. Sakashi also spoke in a deep voice. Hey Gu-En, the golden lion has fled. Gu-En gave no response to their words. Zafa's heart sank. He hurried forward and placed a hand on Gu-En's shoulder. Gu-En, you. The moment Zafa touched him, Gu-En's body collapsed backward like a broken marionette. Zafa caught him swiftly, only to find Gu-En's eyes tightly shut, his breathing faint. Sakashi's voice carried a rare trace of hesitation. Zafa bent down to examine Gu-En's injuries, his expression complex. Guin's tiger's mouth was split open, the muscles in both arms torn from overexertion. That single strike, divine fall, had nearly drained all his strength. Yet even so his body remained in a combat stance, and the black blade 8 Desolation's edge had not slackened in the slightest. He lost consciousness right after unleashing that blow, Zifa said slowly. Just now. It was only his body holding on by instinct. Hearing Zifa's words, Sakasiji's pupils constricted slightly. Subconsciously he looked at the black blade 8 Desolations clenched in Guin's hand. The purple-black patterns on the blade were slowly fading, but the suffocating pressure had not yet dissipated completely. Merely an unconscious body and a trembling blade scared off the golden lion. Sakasiji murmured, a flicker of indescribable emotion in his eyes. Just how terrifying was that slash? He had never imagined that this man, whom he admired yet often joked around with, could unleash such dreadful power at the brink of life and death. Headquarters reinforcements will arrive soon. Zifa hoisted Guin onto his back and turned toward the base. First contact the medical team that evacuated to the safe zone. Sakasiji followed in silence, the scene replaying in his mind the moment Guin swung his blade, the fear in the golden lion's eyes, and the purple-black slash that tore through the sky. Teacher Zifa, Sakasiji suddenly spoke, that blade. What exactly is its origin? Zifa's steps faltered slightly, but he did not turn around. Then he said in a low voice, what are you thinking? Isn't it just Guin's sword? And, seeing Sakasiji's hesitation, Zifa scolded him sternly. Sakasiji, ever since you obtained the magma fruit, you've become weaker instead. The sea wind suddenly turned fierce, whirling up dust. Teacher Zifa, Sakasiji tried to retort, but Zifa's voice followed immediately. Don't let the immense power of the devil fruit blind you. Look at your armament hockey. Observation hockey. When I hadn't arrived, even if you were no match for the golden lion with Guin's cooperation to suppress the lion's fruit. You shouldn't have fallen so quickly. You fool. Sakasiji's pupils contracted violently. Memories surged like a tide. At 16, kneeling in the dojo, a freshly sharpened saber across his lap. At his graduation ceremony, cleaving through a test reef with a blade coated in hockey. Those images overlapped with the charred magma fistprints before him, causing fine beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Sakasiji slowly raised his palms, staring at the calluses he had long neglected, the calluses of a swordsman. Abandoning your weapon should mean forging a new path, not stagnating here. I remember teaching you that lesson. Sakasiji, watching Zifa's retreating figure carrying Guin, Sakasiji fell silent. During his time stationed at G3 base, he had indeed grown reliant on his fruit's power and neglected his hockey training. Meanwhile, in a safe zone of the G3 base, a man in a gray trench coat slowly lowered his camera, his fingers trembling, slightly cold sweat beading on his forehead. As a veteran reporter for the World Economy newspaper, he had seen countless grand spectacles, but what had just happened still left him breathless. He had come here merely to report on the routine arrest of some notorious pirate at G3 base, basically a paparazzi stakeout. But what had unfolded? It started as a mundane piece about dog being captured. Then the Golden Lion's attack on the Marine base caught his attention. A legendary pirate assaulting a major Marine stronghold was front-page material. Later, Zifa's arrival to salvage the situation was another selling point, but when he witnessed Guin's single slash driving back the Golden Lion, he realized that what he had captured was far more shocking than had imagined. The reporter looked down at the photo in his camera. The frame froze on Guin swinging his sword, a purple-black blade of light tearing through heaven and earth, while the Golden Lion's eyes rolled back, his expression twisted, as if facing death itself. Is this really something I could capture? He whispered, his throat dry. Then he slowly pulled out a golden den mushy from his pocket and dialed the President Morgan's private line. How's it going? Any good news from the G3 Marine base? Morgan's sleepy voice mixed with chewing sounds came through the line. A routine report on G3. Better not tell me you wasted film on a bunch of cafeteria menus again. The reporter didn't answer immediately, still staring at the photo. Hey, speak up. A sound of a glass slamming onto a table came from the other end, followed by Morgan's impatient urging. I should have told you. If you don't have an explosive scoop, don't call me. You know that wasting the time of the president of the World Economy newspaper comes with a price. Shut up. You. After a brief silence, the den mushy's expression shifted, and the creak of leather under a heavy weight came through. Morgan's had clearly sat up straight. President, get ready to rewrite history. The reporter, unafraid of having yelled at Morgan's, took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he spoke slowly. This time the protagonist is no longer a pirate, but a Marine. President, the world is about to change. The world economy is in turmoil, with the headline reading a stunning blow. The Navy shatters the sky. Subheading: the unvisited sky has been shattered. The air admiral spills blood across the heavens. News illustration Geen wields his black blade, tearing apart the world, the sky shattered with purple-black lightning entwined around the blade's edge. Caption below the photo, this blow will change the world. In the past, Geen's reputation was always deliberately crafted. Those scattered reports fell on the small newspapers of the seas that had not yet been monopolized by Morgans, like stones thrown into the ocean, the ripples fading away in an instant. Yet fate is always filled with irony. This time, an unintended strike set in motion the full power of the World Economic Journal's publicity machine. Front-page headlines, special editions, maritime bulletins. All channels were wildly disseminating the fame gained from nearly striking down the legendary pirate, the Air Admiral Gold Lion Shiki. In just 24 hours, the name Tianjin swept through the Great Route like a tsunami. From the Navy headquarters to the New World, from Mariawa to Fishman Island, every corner of the world was echoing this name that almost changed the world's structure. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. In 4 years, the Whitebeard pirates have been formed. Future officers have already appeared on the ship, and Whitebeard is thoroughly enjoying the feeling of having son. Gulalala. Shiki, if you were a little stronger, you would really be dead. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, wearing a white captain's hat and an open captain's coat revealing his muscular chest and scars, reclined on a seat. His hearty laughter shook the deck while he held today's newspaper in one hand. Marco Josebista and a group of young people immediately surrounded him. Old man, this newspaper says. Is it true? Marco's eyes widened, his expression turning grim. Whitebeard slammed the newspaper onto the table, placing his wine bowl heavily. That little brat who blocked my strike 3 years ago can now actually chop Shiki into this state. As he spoke, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. Marco, I didn't lie to you, did I? This guy said he would make his name resound across the sea. He really did it. Gulalala. I really want to cross blades with him once more to see how it goes. Watching the conversation between the old man and Marco, the young Josu scratched his head, incredulous. Gold Lion is a legend on par with Roger and the old man. To be taken down by a Navy rookie. Vista also pondered, but Tianjin. That title. This Navy has abilities almost identical to the old man. Marco suddenly spoke up. At this, the Moby Dick simultaneously exclaimed, Marco, is that true? This Navy has powers exactly like the old man. The old man is a man capable of destroying the world. Seeing the ignorance of the crowd, Marco suddenly felt a surge of satisfaction. It was a feeling of knowing something that everyone else did not. Thus Marco smiled, recounting everything that happened back in the West Sea. In an instant, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was dumbfounded, especially the part where Geen confronted. So wasn't he relying on a fruit ability similar to the old man's to achieve this? Josu pouted, but just as the words left his mouth, his head was knocked by Whitebeard's Sonyan chopper handle. Geen's fruit ability is far more terrifying than mine. If you get the chance, you'll feel it for yourselves. Whitebeard took a swig of wine, his eyes narrowing. And this time he didn't rely on his fruit. Geen. Whitebeard's gaze grew profound. This guy will likely become our most troublesome enemy in the future. Meanwhile, in another sea area of the New World, aboard the Oro Jackson of the Roger pirates. Captain Roger. Something big has happened. Just as he got the newspaper from the Seagull, the little buggy yelled from the stern to the bow. Gold Lion has been slashed by the Navy. Hey, what kind of joke is this? Buggy. 5-year-old Shanks snatched the newspaper away, his eyes nearly popping out. Gold Lion was slashed. Why would I lie to you? Shanks. Buggy clutched his shoulder, cold sweat running down his forehead. You must be kidding. Shanks looked at the photo and the article, swallowing hard. That's Gold Lion. Even Captain Roger has to take him seriously. What? Jabba, who was trying to join the excitement, caught a glimpse of Gold Lion's expression in the photo, and his face froze. How is this possible? It seems something incredible has happened. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, taking the newspaper from Shanks, carefully examining the purple-black flash of the blade in the photo. This slash. Is it Conqueror's hockey? At this moment, Roger, who was fishing, suddenly turned his head, his mouth curling into a grin. What's the matter, Rayleigh? I heard Buggy and Shanks yelling early in the morning. Roger, you better take a look at this. Rayleigh's face was serious as he handed over the newspaper. That guy Shiki has suffered a huge loss. Seeing Rayleigh's expression, Roger took the newspaper, glanced at it, remained silent for a long time, then suddenly burst out laughing. Shiki finally has his day. Captain. Watching Roger laugh, Jabba, wearing small round glasses, pursed his lips. This isn't a joke. If that slash were on me, I couldn't escape like Gold Lion did. Just a fluke. And Master Zifa, you recognize this blade, don't you? Guin's voice was calm, but his eyes were fixed on every subtle expression on Zifa's face. Even Zifa was someone Guin dared not gamble against at this moment. Hearing Guin's words, Zifa did not answer the question, but slowly placed his tray on the table. After a moment of silence, he strode straight to the black blade Bahuang, then reached out and grasped the hilt, lifting it with an extremely serious expression as he examined the blade's edge. Rock's blade. How could I not recognize it? Zifa's tone was flat yet tinged with complexity. At these words, Gu'in's fingertips tightened slightly, but his face remained unruffled. Zifa casually swung Bahuang the blade, cutting through the air with a faint hum. Then he suddenly let out a light laugh. Rox is dead. You picked up his weapon in the Valley of the Gods, didn't you? Back then, after Roger and Garp gravely wounded Rox in the Valley of the Gods, the Holy Knights escorted the celestial dragons away. The world government simply left him to face the Buster Call's island annihilation alone to fend for himself. Rest assured, you never even saw Rox throughout the whole ordeal. What does this have to do with you? It has everything to do with me. Gu'in's expression froze, thinking to himself. I was the one who dug Rox's grave and buried him. He gave me this blade himself. Do you think I'm nervous? But on the surface, Gu'in only said calmly, Master, is this really all right? Sigh. Zifa sighed, his gaze returning to the blade. Rox's blade is not for just anyone. Before he finished speaking, Zifa abruptly wrapped his armament haki around Bahuang's blade. However, the moment the haki touched the blade, a sudden change occurred. The blade trembled violently, dark red patterns flaring up. A violent repulsive force burst from the edge, and Zifa's armament haki was harshly repelled. At the same time, his hand gripping the blade loosened as if shocked, and Bahuang fell to the ground with a clang, the tip embedding into the floor and swaying slightly. Gu'in's pupils contracted slightly at the miraculous sight. He had never let anyone else use Bahuang since acquiring it. He didn't know it had this function. The supreme grade blades, each of the 12 works, is an extraordinary existence, each forged with its own name. Only this one has none. Zifa said slowly, a hint of resignation in his tone. Gu'in listened to Zifa's words, fell silent for a moment, then stood up and pulled Bahuang from the ground. As the hilt met his palm, the familiar resonance surged through him again. Master, aren't you going to ask why I hit it? Gu'in asked in a low voice. Isn't that obvious? Zifa shook his head, sat back down, and took a bite of the bread on his plate. If I had found Rox's personal blade a supreme grade 12 work blade, I'd hide it too. Gu'in, Master, Zifa answering like that out of nowhere makes me feel like an idiot. But, Zifa paused, his gaze sharp on Gu'in. What I really care about is why this blade chose you. After all, finding a blade is one thing, but being able to use it is another. And this is a black blade tempered by Rox's own Conqueror's haki, the only masterpiece of that man's life. It is also the only black blade in the world forged with Conqueror's haki. Forged with Conqueror's haki. Hearing Zifa's words, Gu'in instinctively looked down at Bahuang. The patterns on the blade gradually calmed. No wonder you could perfectly guide my Conqueror's haki back then. Then Gu'in remembered the deal Rox made on the day of the Valley of the Gods, and his eyes lowered subconsciously. Perhaps. Gu'in lifted his gaze and whispered, it's the wisdom of the working people. Zifa. Wait, this blade was indeed earned by Gu'in through labor. Funeral services are labor, although it was quite easy. Gu'in's answer was absurd, but Zifa could detect no trace of a lie. It was as if his disciple was answering truthfully. Never mind. After a moment, Zifa walked to the window, gazing at the surging waves in the distance. Regardless, that strike of yours has already made the world remember your name. But remember, fame is a double-edged sword. Gu'in gripped the hilt firmly, his gaze resolute. I understand, Master Zifa. Now tell me about your Conqueror's haki. Zifa suddenly changed the subject, his sharp eyes fixed on Gu'in. Why were you able to use Conqueror's haki infusion directly back then? And what about that Godfall strike? Conqueror's haki infusion. Gu'in was taken aback. To be honest, he was still a bit confused. When he made that strike, the motion had crazily surfaced in his mind, and then his body moved on its own. Your performance when your Conqueror's haki awakened was nothing like a novice's. Zifa's voice carried a hint of gravity, the scene replaying in his mind. Gu'in stood with his blade, Conqueror's haki sweeping across the battlefield like a raging tide, even suppressing Shiki the Golden Lion. That level of Conqueror's haki, almost at its peak, might not even be matched by Sengoku or Garp now. Looking back, Zifa still felt a chill in his heart. I'm not really sure. Gu'in shook his head, then looked at the Bahuang in his hand, and suddenly said, how about we try again? Try. Zifa nodded instinctively. With Zifa's nod, Gu'in forced himself to calm down, then focused on the black blade Bahuang in his hand. Then, an eerie silence. Moi. Conqueror's haki infusion. Godfall. Conqueror's haki infusion. Gu'in swung the blade wildly, the edge cutting through the air with a whooshing sound. But the purple-black lightning of that day was nowhere to be seen. Only silence was the Cambridge of tonight. How about trying the basic Conqueror's haki intimidation, said Zifa with a frown. All right. Gu'in nodded, then stared wide-eyed at Zifa for a full 3 minutes. It's confirmed. Zifa took a deep breath, even a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I really thought you had awakened a max-level Conqueror's haki. Now it seems like all who just awakened. You're a rookie. Having just experienced that overwhelming power not long ago, Go-in now felt like a toddler learning to walk. A tremendous sense of loss washed over him like a tide hard to accept. Master Zifa. His voice unconsciously carried a hint of grievance. Don't look at me with those pitiful eyes. Zifa waved his hand in annoyance. I don't have Conqueror's Haki myself. Go find Garp yourself. All right. Also, the strike that cut Shiki. Seeing his disciple's dejected look, Zifa paused at the door before leaving, his tone suddenly serious. It was entirely because the residual Conqueror's Haki of rocks in your blade combined with your own Conqueror's Haki locking onto and suppressing Shiki. Add to that his own fear that made him forget to defend and your awakening peak state. Multiple factors together produced that strike. Don't actually believe you can face beings of that caliber alone. Zifa was genuinely worried that Goen would get cocky, like thinking he could severely wound Shiki with one blow, then go sailing across the sea to challenge Whitebeard and Roger. I understand, Master Zifa. Goen nodded seriously. Also that Shiki won't let this go easily. After you return, stay quietly at headquarters for a while. He'll apply for your leave with the fleet admiral. That's right. Take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with Conqueror's Haki again. And wasn't that blade forged by rocks with his Conqueror's Haki? Since it recognizes you, maybe you can use your Conqueror's Haki to gradually shape it into your own form. Master Zifa, please don't say things that can be easily misunderstood with such a serious expression. Several days later, the returning warship slowly sailed into the port of Marineford. Jin stood on the deck, the black blade Bahuang, still wrapped in white bandages, quietly hanging at his waist, his gaze calmly fixed on the approaching Marine headquarters. By this time, the port of Marineford was already crowded with countless Marine soldiers. Some stood, some sat, but all eyes were fixed on the warship carrying Jin. Whispers of discussion and exclamations arose from the crowd, and curiosity filled every gaze. After all, in this legendary era, the man who had severely wounded the Golden Lion with a single slash now stood before them. Those who know your blade will recognize it, those who don't will never understand. Why keep it wrapped in bandages? Zifa frowned, looking at the black blade Bahuang at Jin's waist. Instructor Zifa, you wouldn't understand. Jin turned his head slightly, his expression serious as he slowly uttered, because this looks cool. Zifa. As the warship docked, Jin stepped down the gangplank with steady steps and a composed demeanor, silently maintaining his persona, completely indifferent to the intense gazes. However, the moment he set foot on the port ground, a tall figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd and blocked his path. Are you Skyquake, Jin? A crisp female voice rang out. Jin looked up and saw a young female Marine staring intently at him. She had black hair, a tall figure, wore shorts, and carried a slender sword at her waist. Behind her, several young officers, including Enigmo and Mamanga, gathered around. Jin nodded slightly. I am Gion, a sergeant under Vice Admiral Tsuru. Gion introduced herself with a hint of fervor in her voice. Lieutenant Jin, I heard you severely wounded the Golden Lion with a single slash. Is it true? Before Jin could answer, Enigmo, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and said, the Golden Lion is a great pirate on par with Whitebeard and Roger. How did you do it? Mamanga didn't speak, but the youthful passion for heroic feats in his eyes was unmistakable. These individuals who had once watched from the sidelines during training were now beginning their own Marine careers. They held deep reverence for the legendary pirate powerhouses, and Jin's achievement undoubtedly left them in awe. Heh. Jin chuckled, his gaze sweeping across their faces one by one, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If the newspaper didn't get it wrong, then yes. Jin's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable confidence. Yes, maintain this persona, and at that moment Gion frowned, as if wanting to ask more, but Jin had already walked past her and headed straight toward the headquarters building. If you want autographs, you'll need some time to prepare, so bye-bye. Gion was taken aback, then turned and shouted, hey, wait. And also, Jin didn't look back, just waved his hand. If you want to verify, you can go find Captain Sakazuki when he returns in a few days. He witnessed that slash firsthand. At the mention of Sakazuki, Gion, Enigmo, and the others froze in place. Asking Sakazuki would be asking for a scolding, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, Zifa stood not far away, watching Jin surrounded by young officers, yet easily extricating himself. A relieved smile appeared on his face. He didn't approach to disturb them, but instead turned and walked toward the Marine headquarters conference room. After all, the matter of the G3 base was far more than just Jin's rise to fame. In the Marine headquarters conference room, the heavy wooden door was pushed open and Zifa stepped inside. Inside the room, Fleet Admiral Kong sat at the head of the table. Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and other high-ranking Marine officers sat on either side, along with several vice admirals standing solemnly. The air was thick with seriousness. All eyes followed Zifa as he entered, focusing on him. Zifa, your fine disciple has made quite a splash on his first independent mission. Kong picked up the newspaper on the table, his tone tinged with mockery, but his gaze was sharp. Fleet Admiral Zifa walked to his seat and shrugged helplessly. No one could have predicted the Golden Lion's sudden attack. His devil fruit allows him to soar through the skies. The fact that we managed to fend him off this time is already the best outcome. But it was brilliantly done. Garp interjected. You've seen the photo in the newspaper, right? He slapped the table. That arrogant Shiki finally got what he deserved. Jin, that kid never disappoints. Garp, quiet down. This is no time for jokes. Sengoku pushed up his glasses and analyzed calmly. The Golden Lion won't take this lying down. The flying pirates are a massive force. The Marines may face their furious retaliation. We need to deploy in advance and mobilize forces to counter this. I agree with Sengoku's proposal. Toru, whose hair was already turning white, nodded and added, especially the G3 base, which is likely to be attacked again. Although Sakazuki is formidable against a full-scale assault from the flying pirates' allied crews, he may Listening to the opinions, Kong interlaced his fingers and rested his chin on them, his gaze slowly sweeping across every face in the room before finally settling on Zifa. Zifa, Kong's voice was low and forceful. What is Jin's current status assessment? He paused briefly, his eyes sharpening. And I need you as an eyewitness to judge the Golden Lion's combat level after receiving that slash. Kong's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the table. After all, as a legendary pirate on par with Roger and Whitebeard, the threat of the Golden Lion was self-evident. Even if Jin had exerted his full strength, how much could he guarantee? If the Golden Lion wasn't severely injured, his Pawa Nome's ability to drop objects from the sky would be an unpredictable threat, forcing the Marines to carefully reassess their battle deployment. Facing Kong's skepticism, Zifa straightened his back, his admiral's coat fluttering slightly behind him. Jin is just severely exhausted from overexertion. Given his current condition, I recommend granting him a period of rest. Then his gaze suddenly turned as sharp as a blade, and he said calmly, as for the Golden Lion Shiki. The breath of everyone in the room seemed to catch. I swear by the honor of a Marine Admiral. Zifa said each word deliberately. That man was indeed gravely wounded. Jin's final slash. Zifa's fist unconsciously clenched. Truly changed the course of the entire battle. When the conclusion that the Golden Lion was severely wounded was confirmed by one of the Marines' highest combat powers, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze instantly. The staff officers exchanged glances, and several vice admirals unconsciously leaned forward, their faces filled with disbelief. Fleet Admiral Kong's pupils contracted slightly, and his tapping fingers suddenly stopped midair. Another monster. Sengoku took over the conversation. In any case, that slash has already caught the attention of the world government. They may place Jin under special surveillance, or even conscript him. Everyone understood what special attention from the world government meant. Humph. Zifa's eyes turned cold. Jin is a Marine. His future should be decided by the Marines. Kong raised a hand to signal for silence. It's too early to discuss this now. The immediate priority is to deal with the Golden Lion's retaliation. Sengoku, you will coordinate the defenses of all bases. Suru, intelligence work is yours. Garp, for the time being you will take over the patrol duties in the New World. Stop chasing after Roger's tail. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. After the meeting, Zifa, Sengoku, and Garp walked side by side along the corridor of Marine headquarters. Garp, Sengoku. Zifa suddenly halted and spoke. Is there a way to use Conqueror's Haki to directly lock onto and suppress a distant target? Huh. Garp picked his nose in bewilderment. Can Conqueror's Haki be used that way? Isn't it just for intimidating weaklings and coding? So that guy Gwen has awakened Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku adjusted his glasses with sharp eyes fixed on Zifa. But it makes sense. The newspaper photo clearly showed a coding of Conqueror's Haki. Neither of them mentioned the black blade 8 desolations in Gen's hand, as if it were an unspoken secret. But Zifa, the method you mentioned is beyond our knowledge. Sengoku continued. Although many have awakened Conqueror's Haki, when it comes to its essence, each person's is unique. I was just curious. Facing the confusion of Garp and Sengoku, Zifa sighed. When Gwen awakened Conqueror's Haki and cut down the Golden Lion with his blade, his state was remarkable. It was clearly his first awakening, yet he displayed a mastery of Conqueror's Haki. But now coming back to his senses, he can't even perform basic intimidation. All right. Garp laughed heartily, patting Zifa's shoulder. Didn't Sengoku say it? Conqueror's Haki manifests differently for everyone. He'll find time to talk to that kid, but in the end, mastering Conqueror's Haki is about self-realization. The most I can teach him is basic intimidation. Garp is right, Sengoku nodded slightly. The essence of Conqueror's Haki is the qualities of a king. It's not just intimidation, it's the embodiment of one's will. Since Gwen awakened it, he possesses those qualities. The rest depends on how he controls it. Sengoku. Garp suddenly blurted out, do you want to become the king of the Marines? As soon as the words left his mouth, Sengoku's expression tensed. What nonsense are you spouting, Garp? Didn't you say he has the qualities to be a king? But I've awakened Conqueror's haki too, and I don't want to be a king, Garp said with a mischievous grin, nudging Sengoku's shoulder. Hey Sengoku, tell me quietly, do you want to take down Fleet Admiral Kong, and then? MMPH. Before Garp could finish, Sengoku clamped his hand over his mouth. You bastard, how dare you say such things? Don't you really want to be Fleet Admiral? Garp broke free. It's my dream. To realize my justice, I must become Fleet Admiral. Sengoku answered seriously. Then no problem. Let's take down Kong together, and I'll recommend you. Having said that, Garp vanished in a flash. That idiot. Sengoku gritted his teeth in frustration. But Zifa chuckled softly, shaking his head. He's always been carefree like that. Then he paused, and added meaningfully, but absolute justice indeed requires that position. Don't mention that bastard. Sengoku rubbed his temples, then turned to gaze at Zifa. But you, Zifa, are you certain about this? The request you plan to submit to the Fleet Admiral? Zifa's eyes dimmed as the scene of his battle with the Golden Lion surfaced before him. Then he touched the wound on his chest, and spoke hoarsely, my strength won't keep up in a few years. Rather than clinging to this position, it's better to step down honorably. Besides, Lena is pregnant. In a few years, when the time is right, I'll resign as Admiral and take on the role of Chief Instructor in the second line. As he spoke, Zifa looked toward the training ground. But before that, those four still need to grow. After Gen's incident, the Fleet Admiral should approve the plan you proposed 3 years ago. Sengoku placed his hand on Zifa's shoulder, and both of them gazed out the window. The future backbone of the Marines depends on you, Zifa. They don't know, but I do. Your no-kill policy isn't for pirates. It's a mercy toward your own heart. So please instill a touch of that no-kill mercy into the various ideals of those new Marine recruits. Because any foundation of justice must be built upon that mercy. Otherwise, justice ceases to be just. As Sengoku had said days later in the Fleet Admiral's office, Kong sat behind a large desk with a long, dusty proposal spread before him. The Marine Elite Training Camp proposal. This was a plan Zifa had proposed long ago, aimed at concentrated training of the next generation of Marine combat power, selecting top fighters to fill mid-level positions. Kong had rejected this plan early on, because its implementation would easily disrupt the existing promotion path within the Marines. But now things were different, especially with the emergence of a man like Gwen from a branch office in the Four Blues. Gen's existence had proven that relying solely on the limited slots of Marine Academy would cause the Marines to lose waste or stifle many talents. Thinking this, Kong's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, his gaze profound. In the future, Sengoku will take over as Fleet Admiral, Garp and Zifa as the visible combat power. He murmured to himself, but Zifa's strength. Sigh. However, it's good that he has the idea of training the next generation. His eyes then swept over another document on the table listing the prominent young Marines, Kuzan, Borsellino, Sakazuki, and Gwen. Originally, Gen's lack of seniority, West Blue origin, and non-Marine Academy background would have placed him behind the other three. But now the feat of severely wounding the Golden Lion with a single strike had earned him a place among the monsters. 4 young Marine monsters. Kong's lips curled into a faint smile. In that case, let the success of you 4 be the first shining example for the training camp. Besides, the future seas can't always be dominated by 4 great pirate emperors, can they? With that thought, after a moment's hesitation, Kong decided to pick up his pen and solemnly sign his name on the document. The Marine Elite Training Camp was officially launched. This marked a major reform at Marine headquarters. It not only preserved the traditional training system of the Marine Academy, but also opened a brand new promotion channel for branch Marines from the Four Blues. Under the new selection mechanism, any branch Marine who demonstrated outstanding performance and exceptional strength would have the opportunity to directly enter the Elite Training Camp for further training. This meant that regardless of one's background, as long as one possessed enough talent and strength, they could ascend through this channel, ultimately securing important positions at headquarters. No longer would one need to rely solely on accumulating brilliant achievements to be transferred to headquarters, nor would they be looked down upon for not graduating from the Marine Academy. Zifa's merit-based promotion system had completely shattered the barrier between headquarters and branch offices, giving Marine talents from the Four Blues a true arena to compete with headquarters elites. After signing, Kong stood at the window, gazing out at the port of Marineford. The future seas shall be ruled by 2 months later on the shore of an island. Elite Training Camp. Kazan, having just completed a mission, glanced at the document delivered by the messenger and frowned. You mean I have to go back and put on an exhibition match for the new recruits? I'm quite busy. Before he could finish, Kazan's eyebrows lifted slightly as he saw the name, Guen, on the document. Oh, doesn't seem like a boring exhibition after all. In a high-end restaurant on Sabati Archipelago, Borsellino, wearing a hat leisurely cut into his steak, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, how terrifying. He looked at the summons on the table, his tone flippant. You're not telling me I have to fight someone who can even cut down Golden Lion, are you? Teacher Zifa is so cruel. In the new world, the ruins of G3 base were not yet fully repaired. Sakazuki stood on a high point, gazing into the distant sea. Boring things only a waste of time. Meanwhile, at the abandoned shipyard of Marine headquarters, under the scorching sun, the black blade of 8 directions transformed into a black lightning bolt. In Go-En's hand, the sharp blade cutting through the air with a piercing screech. Sweat trickled down his taut muscles, leaving dark marks on the ground. Training camp. Go-En sheathed his blade, took the document handed to him, and his brow gradually furrowed. The list prominently displayed Kuzan Borsellino Sakazuki and himself were to put on an exhibition match for the elite training camp. Go-En tapped his knuckles lightly on the document, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He wasn't foolish. The underlying intent of the document was clear. This was an opportunity to promote all 4 of them to the rank of Vice Admiral. After all, ever since Sengoku and Zifa were promoted to Admiral, there had indeed been a vacuum in combat power at the Vice Admiral level. They couldn't have Admirals handling Vice Admirals' work, could they? As for that guy Garp, though he held the rank of Vice Admiral, he was doing all the work of an Admiral, so he couldn't be counted. Thinking this, Go-En continued scanning downwards. When he reached the match arrangements, his brow slightly furrowed. Akiji versus Akainu. Go-En tapped his finger heavily on the document. Then I have to fight that slacker Kizaru. He stared at the match arrangement on the document, his mouth twitching slightly. Fight Kizaru. Go-En instinctively rubbed his temples, his expression one of utter despair. That guy's glint fruit is a bit troublesome. He had once imitated Kizaru to develop his own fruit abilities, so Go-En was well aware of the scene he might face. Just imagining Borsellino's slow, lazy tone, how terrifying, paired with the afterimage of a lightspeed kick, gave him a headache. Forget it, it's just an exhibition match anyway. Kizaru's a half-hearted worker too. He'll just slack off as well. With that thought, Go-En was about to continue trying to master the Conqueror's haki. But then his observation haki suddenly alerted him. Go-En instinctively jerked his head up, and sure enough, a booming voice exploded from afar. Hey Go-En boy. A black shadow descended from the sky, a massive fist wrapped in terrifying force, hurtling straight down. Vice Admiral Garp. Go-En's pupils contracted. His body reacted instinctively, taking half a step back with his left foot. Buzz. His entire body instantly became elementalized, his figure dissolving into countless dancing white light particles scattering like ripples just before the fist landed. Boom. Garp's iron fist slammed into the ground, causing the entire abandoned shipyard to tremble violently. Web-like cracks spread for dozens of meters in an instant, and dust shot into the sky. Huh. Garp withdrew his fist, raised an eyebrow, and showed a surprised expression. Dodged he. As the dust cleared, Go-En's figure reformed not far away. He patted the dust off his shoulder and said helplessly, Vice Admiral Garp, are you trying to kill me? Ha ha ha. Garp laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Not bad, kid. Your observation haki has improved quite a bit. You can even dodge my fist. If I hadn't dodged, Go-En rolled his eyes. That punch would have put me in bed for half a month. Don't worry about the details. Garp waved his hand, carelessly strode over and threw his arm around Go-En's shoulders. I heard you've awakened Conqueror's haki. Come on, show me. Go-En's mouth twitched. I can't use it right now. Huh. It's been so long. Garp's eyes widened. Conqueror's haki is still unreliable. Have you been slacking off? I just awakened it. I can't control it well yet. Go-En shrugged. Teacher Zifa told me to learn from you. But because of the flying pirates, didn't you go patrol the new world? I forgot. Garp rubbed his chin, then suddenly grinned. Forget it. Perfect timing. I'm on leave and planning to go back to the East Blue. Want to hitch a ride? They'll teach you a few tricks on the way. East Blue. Go-En was taken aback. What, you think the East Blue is a backwater? Garp raised an eyebrow, then glanced at the document in Go-En's hand, snatched it away, and threw it aside. Don't worry about that thing. The other 3 aren't at headquarters anyway. By the time they come back, it'll be 2 or 3 months from now. It's still early. It's not that. Go-En shook his head. But on second thought, the retaliation of the Golden Lion's forces had been thoroughly suppressed in just 2 months under the combined efforts of Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa. The flying pirates suffered heavy losses, and Golden Lion himself had temporarily vanished. Moreover, the Marine headquarters had no major missions at the moment, so it was indeed a good chance to relax. He also had an idea to visit the Sorbet Kingdom in the South Blue. Calculating the time, Kuma and Ginny, who had escaped from God Valley, should be there. Alright, I'll go with you. Go-En nodded, then suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, where's Duo Logia? I haven't seen him for a while. Mentioning his son, Garp's expression instantly fell and veins bulged on his forehead. That worthless brat. He already requested a transfer back to the East Blue branch. With that, Garp shook his fists angrily as if Duo Logia were right in front of him. He said something about defining his own justice and the East Blue needs reform. All that nonsense. An elite of the Marine headquarters, and he insists on going back to that hick town. Didn't you just tell me not to look down on the East Blue as a backwater? Guin thought to himself, but on the surface he nodded in agreement. It is a bit of a shame. Duo Logia's strength could have shined at headquarters. Oomph. Garp snorted heavily. Forget him. Anyway, this time I'm going back to properly educate that brat. He cracked his knuckles, making a sickening sound. Guin silently mourned for Duo Logia for a second, then smiled. Alright, I'll go to the East Blue with you. It's a good chance to see the world, and I can pass through to the South Blue. Ha ha, good. Now that's more like it. Garp's anger turned to joy as he slapped Guin hard on the back. The East Blue may not be as lively as the Grand Line, but the scenery is nice, and the people are simple. Then Garp nudged Guin's shoulder. Especially in my hometown Windmill Village. There's a really nice girl there. I can introduce you. A girl? Isn't Makino not even born yet? Sensing something off, Guin couldn't help but ask, what's her name? Dayton. She's a lively little mushroom-picking girl who lives in the mountains. Guin, Vice Admiral Garp, if you ever get stranded on Pirate Island by the Deserter King in the future, I'm definitely not coming to save you. The author's message has been removed. The sea breeze gently caressed the dog-headed warship as it slowly sailed into the waters of the East Blue. Sunlight dappled the deck, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow. Jern stood by the railing, feeling the calm sea breeze that was so different from the Grand Line. How is it? Garp appeared beside him, seemingly out of nowhere, munching on a bag of some unknown snack. As he spoke indistinctly, the sea breeze in the East Blue is much more soothing, isn't it? Indeed, it is far calmer than the Grand Line. Jern nodded, his gaze sweeping across the distant horizon. But Vice Admiral Garp, you've destroyed quite a few pirate crews along this journey. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed heartily, swinging his fist. Those insignificant small-time pirates, only capable of bullying civilians in the East Blue. I'll punch every single one I see. Jern smiled helplessly. During these past few days of sailing, Garp's vacation seemed even busier than carrying out a mission. Whenever they encountered a pirate ship, regardless of its size, Garp would eagerly charge at it using cannonballs as a human-shaped projectile and having a grand time, causing the dog-headed warship's voyage to be much slower than planned. By the way, kid, Garp suddenly dropped his smile, his expression turning unusually serious. Since I'm bored, there are some things I need to tell you in advance. Things, eh? Jern glanced at him, waiting for him to continue. That's right, the Roger Pirates. Garp's gaze grew profound. Once the elite training camp is over, you and Kuzan, the three of you, should all step into the rank of Vice Admiral to supplement the mid-level combat power. That means the pirates you'll be dealing with from now on are no small fry. Especially that Roger fellow. He loves to stir up trouble in the New World. When you encounter them on missions, you need the Roger Pirates. Jern repeated softly, the image of a smiling face wearing a captain's hat from that 3.7 billion bounty poster surfacing in his mind. I don't need to elaborate on Roger's strength. In a unknown fight, even I have to take him seriously. Garp clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. But there are a few troublesome individuals on his ship. The first mate, Dark King Rayleigh, whose swordsmanship and hockey are at the pinnacle, the combatant Copper Demon Gabon. Garp listed them one by one, his tone carrying a rare note of gravity. Rayleigh Gabon. Jern silently committed this intelligence to memory. I know this. One will lead someone astray in the future, and the other. Back when I was asked who was the strongest on Roger's crew, I would have said Roger, but now it's definitely Gabon. According to the original Giant's height, Gabon couldn't even measure up by entering the situation, but Gabon did it. That is no ordinary person. Gabon is still stronger. How did you even get in there? Muttering to himself, Jern was overheard by Garp, who patted his shoulder. Gabon, the third hand on Roger's ship. He's not that bad. Dark King Rayleigh is far more troublesome. No, Vice Admiral Garp, this man's future is formidable, Jern said with a serious expression. Garp. The most troublesome is still Roger, Garp sighed. After Rox died, Roger's hockey reached a level that surpassed everything. Anyway, if you encounter them, don't be reckless. Garp patted Jern's shoulder. Call for reinforcements immediately, and Sengoku, and I will rush to your aid. Understood. Jern nodded solemnly. Joking aside, although he had confidence in his own strength, caution was always wise when facing the future Pirate King. At most he would deliver one slash, and then leave as a mark of respect for the future Pirate King. The dog-headed warship continued its voyage, finally arriving at the port of the East Blue Navy's 33rd General Branch on the evening of the third day. Vice Admiral Garp. The naval soldiers at the port immediately stood at attention and saluted upon seeing the dog-headed warship, their eyes filled with reverence. Ha ha ha. I'm back. Garp leaped off the warship with a loud laugh, causing the ground to tremble slightly under his feet. Jern followed behind him, his gaze sweeping over the modestly sized naval base. Compared to the grandeur of Marineford, this place was much simpler, but it exuded an air of orderly efficiency. Vice Admiral Garp, Lieutenant Commander Dragon is waiting for you in the office. Oh, that brat knew I was coming. Garp raised an eyebrow, then strode towards the base building. Come on, Jern, let's go see my worthless son. Jern followed Garp's lead, passing through several corridors until they arrived in front of a modest office door. You coward who's been running away. Garp didn't even knock, pushing the door open directly. I've come to see you. Inside the office, Dragon, clad in a naval uniform, looked up at the sound of his voice, revealing a face that bore a striking resemblance to Garp's, only lacking the boisterousness replaced by a composed, fierce demeanor. Father. Dragon rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over Jern behind Garp, and gave a slight nod. Lieutenant Commander Dragon. Jern nodded politely. Jern, I heard you cut down Shiki the Golden Lion with a single slash. Dragon's voice was deep and forceful. The fame of that slash has spread even throughout the East Blue. Hearing Dragon's words, Jern smiled. I did cut him, but look at me now. This is my first time leaving Marine headquarters. A strange glint flickered in Dragon's eyes as he was about to say something, but Garp impatiently interrupted. Enough. Stop talking about that. I'm just here to see you. You always say that every time you come back, Dragon sighed helplessly. And then you end up either drinking at the bar in Fusha Village or going into the mountains to find Dayton. What do you mean by going into the mountains to find Dayton? Garp's face reddened, and he quickly lied. I brought Jern here for special training. This kid's Conqueror's hockey is unreliable. It comes and goes. We need to train it properly. Dragon's gaze fell on Jern once more, a thoughtful expression on his face. Conqueror's hockey. Jern, huh? Is that so? I just hitched a ride. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became subtle. Father, how about I guide Jern instead? Dragon suddenly proposed. Moi. Garp eyed his son suspiciously. Since when have you become so enthusiastic? Dragon remained impassive. I just think that since we are both young, communication might be easier. Jern is much younger than you. Garp rubbed his chin, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he waved his hand generously. Fine. The two of you can chat. With that, Garp bustled out of the office, leaving only Jern and Dragon alone. Silence spread through the room. Jern looked at Dragon, who met his gaze directly. Their eyes locked in the air. Jern, Dragon spoke first, his voice low and powerful. Do you truly believe that the Navy's justice can change this world? Whoa, I knew it. Damn you, rebellious son. Head justice takes many forms. Jern laughed awkwardly. At least our Navy's justice protects civilians from pirate attacks. But what about the civilians oppressed by the celestial dragons? Dragon's gaze sharpened. What about those whose families were destroyed by the world government's policies? Did the Navy's justice protect them? Hey, Dragon. Jern's tone turned serious, his expression stern as he stared intently at Dragon. You wouldn't be. Wouldn't be what? Seeing Jern's expression, Dragon swallowed, nervously, instinctively suspecting that he had seen through his true thoughts. After all, he was the only one in the Navy to whom he had ever expressed his inner feelings. You? After being transferred to the East Blue branch, you haven't been skipping work and slacking off to travel, have you? The sea breeze carrying the salty and damp essence swept through the harbor of Windmill Village as the Doghead warship slowly approached the shore. Jern stood on the deck, gazing at the tranquil little village where the red and white windmills slowly turned atop the roofs, and the sounds of fishmongers and children at play could be faintly heard. We've arrived. Carp's voice boomed like thunder as he leaped off the warship. His military boots thudded heavily on the wooden dock, causing the planks to creak. This is my hometown Windmill Village. Hurry up and get down, Jern. I know. Carp is so eager to show off. Jern jumped off the ship, and just as his feet touched the ground, Carp grabbed his arm. Let's go. He'll show you the world. Windmill Village. Show the world. Can those two words really go together, Vice Admiral Carp? Ha ha ha. Carp laughed heartily without answering, instead dragging Jern toward the village, acting like a child eager to show off his toys, his steps light and lively, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Hey everyone. Carp suddenly waved at a little girl with braided hair by the roadside. Look who I brought back. The little girl timidly looked up, her gaze lingering on Jern for a moment before she quickly hid behind her mother. Jern's lips twitched. Vice Admiral Carp, you scared the poor child. Carp, this is. At this moment, several villagers who knew Carp began to gather around. Ha ha ha. Carp suddenly slapped Jern on the back, the force nearly making him stumble. This is Jern, the Navy's rising star who severed the Golden Lion with a single blow. Hello everyone. Jern managed to steady himself, feeling his ears burn as he faced the crowd, especially with Carp's voice booming loudly enough for half the village to hear. Golden Lion. An old fisherman holding a fishing rod trembled. Carp, is that the notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion? 1 billion. That's ancient history from your youth. Carp laughed heartily, spitting as he spoke. Now it's at least 30 billion or more. As he spoke, he pulled Jern closer, nearly crushing him with the force of his grip. But this kid made him run away with just one slash. Jern. The villagers gradually gathered around, their eyes a mix of awe and curiosity. A few older children even reached out to touch Jern's black blade, the 8 desolations, only to retract their hands in fright from Carp's fierce glare. Don't touch that. Carp feigned seriousness. This blade is a cursed blade. Vice Admiral Carp is joking. This is just an ordinary sword wrapped in bandages. Jern quickly intercepted, winking at the children. Carp pouted, but didn't expose him. Let's go. Carp waved his hand and pulled Jern forward. Let's show that guy Upu the village chief what treasure I brought back. What followed left Jern dumbfounded, or rather he saw an entirely different side of Carp. Carp was like a human loudspeaker boasting from one end of the village to the other. Every time he encountered a villager, he would rush forward, pushing Jern ahead. Do you know him? This is Jern, my half-disciple. The one that was all over the news last time. The Golden Lion is quite a formidable foe, a terrifying presence in the new world. Even I might not be able to defeat him. Jern, my disciple. The one who severed the Golden Lion with a single strike. Even more absurd, Carp would even temporarily commandeer benches by the roadside, stepping up to vividly describe the battle at G3 base to the children even though he hadn't been there. He would get so excited that he would suddenly throw punches, causing the spectators to step back in alarm. At that time the Golden Lion came charging at us, roaring. Carp's saliva flying, made exaggerated motions with his fists in the air, and there was Jern covered in wounds. But at that moment he suddenly recalled all the civilians and relatives he had protected, eventually standing up while shouting about bonds, and slowly slicing down. Crack. The branch used as a prop by Carp snapped with a loud crack. Please don't. This is no different from tying me up and reading my diary. Jern covered his face, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Vice Admiral Carp, Jern tried to interrupt. Humble yourself. Carp suddenly turned around, his large hand thumping heavily on Jern's shoulder again. Young people need to understand humility. After saying this, he turned back and winked at the villagers. This kid is just too low-key, haha. As the sun set, this tour exhibition finally approached its end. Carp smacked his lips, carrying the apple pie gifted by the villagers, leading Jern toward his home on the hillside. So what do you think? Carp suddenly asked. Isn't my hometown nice? Jern looked at the distant turning windmill and softly replied, it's very peaceful. So peaceful that it's hard to imagine that a man who will change the world will emerge from here. A cultured person speaks differently. Carp laughed heartily, startling the birds in the forest. But the East Sea is just like this. That's why I agreed to let that brat Dorag come back. His voice suddenly stopped. Jern keenly noticed that Carp's gaze darkened for a moment. The Navy hero who always laughed heartily revealed a rare hint of fatigue at this moment. Vice Admiral Carp. Jern Dorag. Carp fiddled with the packaging of the apple pie, his voice suddenly low. What did he tell you? Halfway up the mountain the two walked one after the other, and the sea breeze suddenly picked up. Jern recalled Dorag's sharp gaze in the office and the question, can the Navy's justice change the world? It's nothing, just reminiscing, Jern replied with a smile. That brat is just not dependable. Carp suddenly laughed and scolded. His tone was light, but his gaze drifted toward the distant sea. Jern didn't respond. The two walked silently on the mountain road, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. How could Carp not know? The abnormal reports from the East Sea branch, such as Dorag's frequent inspections and the sudden appearance of mysterious aid in certain countries. This naval hero simply chose to play dumb. Because he believed, he indulged. Because he expected, he remained silent. We've arrived. Carp suddenly quickened his pace, pushing open the wooden door of the small house on the hillside. We'll sleep here tonight. Tomorrow I'll take you to meet Dayton. No way. Jern jolted awake. I just remembered I need to make a trip to the South Sea. Carp froze, then burst into laughter. You brat. Dayton is such a wonderful girl. Isn't there a misunderstanding in your definition of a good girl? Besides, Vice Admiral Carp, you're already 40 years old. A girl like Dayton, who's about your age, shouldn't really be referred to as girl at all. You caught me. That night, as the quiet descended, Jern lay on the wooden bed, the 8 desolations resting by his pillow. Outside the window, Carp's thunderous snores could be heard occasionally, mixed with mutterings of Dorag, you little brat, in his dreams. He recalled the villagers' awed gazes from earlier, Carp's exuberant expressions, while boasting, and more importantly, Carp's inner knowledge of his sons. Justice. Jern gently caressed the hilt, the purple-black patterns shimmering under the moonlight. Vice Admiral Carp, you have navigated within the system all your life, yet you have protected all those who overturned the system, the Revolutionary Army pirates. The seemingly carefree, you have upheld a wobbling sense of justice throughout your life. Wobbling justice does not mean Carp's stance is unsteady, but rather his beliefs oscillate violently between systemic responsibilities and human nature. Towards his son Monkey D. Dorag, a permissive revolutionary fire. Towards Ace, an iron fist that cannot be lowered, yet sitting beneath the execution platform, guarding, fulfilling his naval duties. Towards Luffy, a tacit approval of his dream-chasing path, while repeatedly boasting about capturing Luffy in front of Sengoku. In the South Sea, the Kingdom of Swowerbai. A port. The Kingdom of Swowerbai is deeply divided. Half of its territory consists of world government member states where nobles live in luxury and flags flutter in the wind. The other half is lawless land, a tangled mess of chaos and poverty so wretched that even the world government's tendrils hesitate to reach there. Geen arrived on a naval vessel from the East Sea Branch and naturally disembarked at the port of a world government. The officials of Swarby Kingdom were unfazed by this. Naval warships stopping for brief resupply was a common occurrence. As long as they did not interfere in internal affairs, they were happy to turn a blind eye. Lieutenant Geen will be heading back now. The chief petty officer on the ship saluted Geen, who was dressed in black civilian clothes. Go ahead. Geen waved his hand with a smile. When I need to leave later, he'll contact the South Sea Branch directly. Watching the warship slowly depart the harbor, Geen took a deep breath, feeling the humid hot air unique to the South Sea. Then he tugged at the brim of his hat, shading half his face, and strode deeper into the town. For years ago, amidst the chaos of God Valley, the young Basilmio Xiong and Jani had seized the chance to escape, eventually returning to Xiong's homeland, the kingdom of Swarby. According to his vague memories, they should be hiding in some abandoned church. For years. Now Xiong is 14, Jani is 17. I wonder how they're doing now. A faint smile curled at the corner of Geen's mouth, a glint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. The lawless land of Swarby Kingdom was far more desolate than imagined. Crumbling houses, parched earth, residents in rags. This place seemed forgotten by the world. Not knowing exactly which church, Geen had to ask along the way. Finally, he learned from an old woman selling fruit that a young man and woman had recently been caring for the elderly and children in a nearby abandoned church. The boy is very tall with strange hands like bare paws. The old woman squinted, recalling. The girl is always smiling, very lively. Thank you. Following the old woman's directions, Geen crossed several muddy paths and finally arrived before a half-collapsed church. Outside the church, a few elderly people sat in the shade of a tree, while a tall young boy was crouched on the ground, carefully bandaging a wound on an old woman's knee. The boy was none other than Basilmio Xiong. Though only 14, his height was already close to 2 meters. On his head were 2 bear-like features of the Bacania tribe, and his broad shoulders and those distinctive paw-shaped palms were especially striking. At that moment, Xiong treated the elderly woman with gentle movements, as if afraid of causing her pain. His eyes were so warm, unlike someone who had endured the hell of God Valley and the life of a slave. Xiong, thank you. The old woman smiled kindly. You're welcome. After I bandage it, don't let it touch water. If there's any farm work, you can come to me. Xiong's voice was low and tender. Geen stood not far away, quietly watching this scene. His heart stirred. Just as I remember. Unbearably gentle. With that thought, Geen slowly stepped forward. Xiong sensed the movement and raised his head slowly. The man before him wore black civilian clothes, his hat brim pulled low and a cloth-wrapped blade at his waist. Hello, can I help you? Xiong stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow that completely enveloped Geen. A body that should have exuded immense pressure, yet paired with a gentle tone and smile it oddly felt as warm as a spring breeze. Looking at Xiong, Geen paused for a moment, then gave a casual smile. I heard there's a doctor here who can suck away people's pain, so I came to check. Hearing Geen's words, Xiong blinked, then showed a sincere smile. Ah, yes. But you don't look like someone who's sick. Next, Geen lied that he was an ordinary tourist. Xiong, naive and trusting, believed him and warmly chatted with Geen, then led him into the church where he lived. Geen stepped inside the church and looked around. On a crude wooden table lay herbs and bandages. In the corner were a few tattered medical books, though on the walls hung children's crooked drawings, all depicting Xiong's broad, smiling face. Do you live here alone? Geen asked. No. Xiong shook his head, but didn't mention Jani's name. Instead, he continued. This place was originally an abandoned church. Later, we took in some homeless people. Xiong's voice was soft, but Geen knew this was Xiong's true original home. Since Xiong didn't say it, Geen decided to take it as a given. Then Geen swept his gaze over the elderly sleeping in the corner, and the children curled up under blankets, finally settling on Xiong's face. Do you suck away their pain every day? As long as I can. Aren't you tired? Xiong shook his head, offering a gentle smile. Compared to their pain, my fatigue is nothing. Geen stared at him for a few seconds, then let out a low laugh. What a foolish answer. Xiong was startled, but not angry. Instead, he looked puzzled. Mr. Geen, do you know me? Geen didn't answer directly. He walked to the window and looked outside. In the distance, a few ragged children were chasing a lame, stray dog in the mud. Have you never thought of leaving this place? He suddenly asked. Leaving? Xiong looked a bit lost, but still stepped forward to examine Geen. After all, in his mind, Geen was just a patient who had heard of his ability and come to seek him out. Since he was a patient, he must have problems that other doctors couldn't handle. If his devil fruit ability could help this man, he would help. The world is vast. Beyond the South Sea, there are the East Sea, the West Sea, the Grand Line, and even farther places. Geen turned around, meeting his eyes. Xiong's hands paused in their examination. He was silent for a moment, then said softly, but the people here need me. Geen stared at him, suddenly feeling a tightness in his chest. This boy who had gone through the hell of God Valley escaped, and endured slavery with both parents dead, still chose to live in the gentlest way. Even now, facing a complete stranger, he would use his devil fruit ability to help without any concern for how much pain he would have to bear. Xiong was a person so gentle it made one furious. You save them, and then what? Geen's voice was low. Their pain disappears, but this world will keep tormenting them. Hunger, disease, oppression. Can you suck it all away? Xiong's fingertips curled slightly, then relaxed again. Maybe I can't suck it all away. He lifted his head, his gaze calm and firm. But as long as I can do it, I will keep doing it. Geen was left speechless. Sunlight slanted onto Xiong's face, gilding his silhouette with a faint golden edge like some silent declaration. He possessed the power to repel anything, yet chose to bear the suffering of others. Mr. Geen, do you train regularly? Xiong, unaware of Geen's thoughts, continued his examination. Your body has some minor strains, and you had a serious injury not long ago. But don't worry. I can repel this pain. Before Xiong could finish, Geen suddenly spoke. Xiong, if you were to travel, where would you like to go for a trip? This sudden question left Bear stunned, as if he hadn't expected Geen to ask such a thing out of the blue. A trip, eh? He blinked, looking at Geen with a puzzled expression. Well, I've never really thought about it. Is that so? Geen chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the Chuch's simple, yet cozy interior. On the wooden table lay burnt bread in the corner where herbs Bear had gathered from the forest, and on the walls hung a few mended garments. Your home feels warm. You're living with a girl, aren't you? Geen smiled faintly. Bear, who harbored feelings for Janie, avoided Geen's teasing gaze and changed the subject. Mr. Geen, am content with my current life. I have no plans to travel. The pawpaw fruit was a formidable ability. Back then, Geen himself had favored this devil fruit, but unfortunately, whether due to the destined fates of figures in the pirate world or other reasons, he had missed his chance. That said, now that Bear had consumed the pawpaw fruit, he would become a valuable combatant in the future. As Geen steadily rose through the ranks of the Marines, he would eventually need to establish his own faction of justice. Rather than recruiting from within the existing Marine structure, he preferred to build his own strength by drawing talents from outside. Especially now, with his foreknowledge of the plot, he could intercept many promising individuals, like the Bear standing before him. As for Bear joining the Revolutionary Army, Geen believed that was merely a matter of circumstance, due to Ivankov and Janie's influence. Bear himself lacked strong convictions, he only wished to help others. Besides, helping anyone was the same as helping him. At least when Bear needed aid the most, Geen wouldn't just stand by sweating. Darling Bear. Darling Bear. Just then Janie's voice rang out from outside the door. Grandma, you gave me some freshly baked bread. Come and try it. She's back. Geen's lips curled into a slight smile. He could feel Janie's vivacity and cheerfulness even through the wooden door. Darling Bear. I'm home. Janie's footsteps were light, accompanied by the creak of the door as it swung open, revealing her silhouette at the entrance. Her pink hair swayed gently with her movements. At 17, Janie had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her bright eyes and radiant smile brimming with vitality. However, the moment she caught sight of Geen standing beside Bear, her smile froze instantly, and she stopped in her tracks. Janie. Sensing her unease, Bear turned around in confusion. Just as he was about to step forward to greet her, he noticed Janie's face turning pale, with fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. You? Why are you here? Janie's voice trembled as she pointed at Geen, her eyes filled with wariness and Janie. Bear was taken aback. He looked from Janie to Geen, utterly bewildered. Geen, however, maintained a faint smile, as if he had anticipated Janie's reaction. Janie, do you know Mr. Geen? Bear's gentle voice echoed in the church, his broad hand resting lightly on Janie's shoulder. Janie's pupils contracted violently, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably as she stared at Geen's ambiguous smile. Darling Bear, stay away from him. Janie's voice was taut as a drawn bowstring. He's a Marine headquarters lieutenant. Janie swallowed hard. 2 months ago, the one in the newspaper. The Heaven Shaker who severely wounded Golden Lion with a single slash. The air froze instantly. Bear didn't read newspapers, but when he learned of Geen's Marine identity, his body stiffened for a moment. Because he and Janie were escaped slaves of the Celestial Dragons. Haha. Geen casually twirled the brim of his cap, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect my reputation to be so widespread, even in a place like the South Blue. The World Economic News Agency sure knows how to promote. Seeing Geen's gesture, Janie suddenly dashed in front of Bear, her slender arms spread wide, like a protective mother beast, her voice trembling with suppressed fear. What exactly do you want? Does hunting down escaped slaves give you a sense of accomplishment? Geen watched Janie's tense expression and let out a soft chuckle. Then, deliberately taking off his hat to reveal his full face, he said slowly, Relax, I'm currently on. Geen deliberately drew out his tone. Vacation. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the two, and Jenny couldn't help but shiver. It couldn't be helped. All her knowledge of Geen came from those exaggerated news reports. According to the newspaper, Geen had severely wounded Golden Lion with a single slash. In this era, the name Golden Lion represented the pinnacle of combat power. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a dangerous man? Let's start over, shall we? Geen slightly bowed, performing an exaggerated gentleman's bow. The kind Mr. Bartholomew Dacion, and his eyes locked onto Jenny. Miss Jewelry Jenny. Upon hearing Geen say their full names, Jenny's breath caught in her throat. Being able to accurately call out their full names meant this Marine had long mastered their information. Meanwhile, Bear's gaze fell on Jenny's trembling shoulders. The fear in her eyes stabbed into his heart like thorns. I can't let Jenny be afraid. I have to protect her. The thought exploded in his mind, and his body moved instantly. His towering figure leaped past Jenny, his paw-like palm glowing with a faint light as the air compressed within it. Though it's impolite, Bear's voice was low and firm. Please leave. His palm slammed toward Geen's chest, carrying the power to send a person flying for days of travel. But just as the paw was about to touch Geen, a single index finger wrapped in pitch-black armament hockey effortlessly pressed against Bear's palm. The air froze for an instant. Sorry, but I don't feel like taking a trip, you know. Geen's lips curled upward. The armament hockey on his fingertip was as hard as steel, forcefully blocking the transmission of the pop-off fruit's ability. What a... Bear's pupils shrank abruptly. Having never encountered hockey before, he had never faced such a situation. His own ability was being stopped by a single finger. Shockwaves burst between the two, rattling the church's old wooden windows. Jenny's cry came from behind, watch out. Bear instinctively tried to press down his palm, but found Geen's fingertip unmoving like an immovable mountain. What kind of power is this? Bear's voice was filled with disbelief. Geen chuckled softly, slowly withdrawing his finger. Hockey. A power that can counter devil fruits. His gaze swept over Bear's palm. Your ability is strong, but in this world there are many forces you have yet to encounter. Jenny rushed forward, grabbing Bear's arm and staring at Geen warily. What exactly do you want? Geen didn't answer. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze passing over them to the sky outside the church. I just want to tell you. His voice was low and calm. If you can't even break through a single finger of mine, how can you face the real enemy? Or rather, if I had any ill intentions, would you still find Bear here when you return, Jenny? So, Jenny crossed her arms, her fingertips digging deeply into her own arms. What exactly are you here? Realizing that resistance was futile, Jenny dragged Bear heavily onto the wooden chair. Her almond-shaped eyes locked onto Guin as if they would bore 2 holes through him. Didn't I already tell you? Guin leaned lazily against the chair by the window, sunlight casting shadows on his sharply defined profile. I'm here to experience what it's like to see a doctor. His gaze swept over Bear almost imperceptibly. Jenny. Bear gently pressed the tense girl's shoulder. Mr. Guin, he did come to see a doctor at first. I was about to expel his pain. Dear Bear. Jenny spun around abruptly, her very hair ends trembled. This guy. She suddenly rushed in front of Guin, her slender fingers nearly poking his nose. This man, he's a Marine. A Marine. Dear Bear, he admitted it himself, just now. Seeing Jenny's agitation, Bear scratched the back of his head, revealing his signature honest smile. I know you just said it, he admitted it himself. Then you, Dear Bear. Mr. Guin, he has no intention of capturing us. Bear's eyes met Guin's, his voice remarkably steady. Besides, his gaze is very peaceful. Peaceful, eh? Jenny whirled around, scrutinizing Guin's eyes with suspicion. Peaceful? She couldn't see any peacefulness at all. But the desire for her future man, a possessiveness that brooked no refusal, was practically overflowing. Don't ask why. Just say it was a woman's powerful sixth sense screaming alarms in her mind. Hey, Jenny darted back to Bear's side in one swift move, clutching his arm like a cat guarding its food. You don't have to call me Marine. I have a name. Guin rubbed his brow. Guin. I don't care what your name. Jenny buried her face in Bear's arm and shouted in a muffled voice. Humph. I don't care. All I saw in your eyes was desire for Dear Bear. Hey, you can't say things like that, you idiot. Guin shot to his feet in rebuttal. Though he did have other intentions. The pawpaw fruit was out of the question, but he was determined to secure Bear's combat power. For a moment, Guin and Jenny locked horns while Bear stood helplessly between them, looking from one to the other like a lost large breed dog. Enough. Jenny suddenly poked her head out from behind Bear. Confess. What do you really want? I want Bear to join the Marine. Guin paused, his eyes suddenly sharpening. No, to be precise, join my faction. The words hit like a pause button, even causing Jenny's breath to catch. Impossible. Jenny instinctively clutched Bear's clothing. Dear Bear is a Bacanian, and like me. Her voice dropped. A slave. The last 2 words were barely audible. The world government won't agree. You're just deceiving him. Mr. Guin. Bear gently pressed Jenny's trembling hand. I truly have no intention of joining the Marines. As he spoke, taking advantage of being beside Guin, he raised his paw and imperceptibly pressed it against Guin. In an instant, a pink glow flashed, and several tiny red beer paw bubbles floated out from Guin's body. Mr. Guin, your pain is very small. Bear gazed at the cherry-sized bubble in his palm. Such faint pain didn't even require special endurance. Bear simply bore it casually. Guin stared at the bubble symbolizing pain and suddenly smiled. Yes, after all, my real pain is far heavier than this. Is there more pain? Bear was startled. You're saying I have no intention of joining the Marines just now caused me great pain. Ginny. Mr. Guin really loves to joke. Outside the church on the lawn, Guin and Bear stood side by side, while Ginny watched from the church window not far away. You're very happy, aren't you, Bear? Guin smiled faintly. He knew Bear would refuse him. After all, according to the original timeline, this period in the Swarby Kingdom was Bear's happiest time. Yes, Mr. Guin. At Guin's words, Bear nodded unconsciously. I'm very happy with Ginny. I don't want to leave, so I refused. This was his regained home. You answered me so directly. Guin shrugged. Aren't you afraid Mr. Guin won't. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you weren't that kind of person. Being so kind will only bind you for life. Bear didn't answer, but silently lowered his head and clenched his hand gently. Seeing this, Guin looked again at the window where Ginny was glaring at him fiercely, and suddenly asked the same question once more, but this time it was, you all. If one day you could go anywhere freely, where would you want to go? Bear looked up, his eyes a little dazed. He hesitated, then whispered, I want to see the other side of the sea. The other side of the sea. Bear nodded. I heard there's a country where people don't suffer. At this, the eavesdropping Ginny burst out laughing. You idiot, dear Bear. Where in the world is there such a place? Guin laughed, and Bear laughed along, but his smile carried a heavy tenderness that Guin recognized. No one could bear the script of this young man's life. Guin was silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out and gently pressed Bear's shoulder. Bear, if one day someone tells you that by sacrificing yourself you can keep your loved ones from suffering, would you agree? The air seemed to freeze for an instant. Bear's pupils contracted slightly, and Ginny's expression turned wary. Hey, you damn Marine. She jumped up from the window in agitation. Guin ignored Ginny's outburst and simply looked at Bear steadily. It's Ginny. Bear was silent for a long time, then finally spoke slowly with a smile. I am willing to accept any fate. Dear Bear. Ginny, who had just run out of the door, looked at him in disbelief. Guin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As expected, he had known this answer all along. Take this. Guin pulled out a miniature den mushy from his pocket and handed it to Bear. This is... Bear looked at the den mushy, bewildered. If one day you really lose something important. Guin glanced at Ginny. And you can't do anything about it, use this to contact me. But... No buts. This is your payment for expelling my pain. Guin waved his hand, but Mr. Guin, this is different. Bear suddenly raised his voice. I want to know what will be the real price then. Well, Guin frowned, feigning thought. Then you won't be able to refuse me anymore. And Guin suddenly stopped. You have the most freedom-giving fruit in the world. Don't just let yourself be bound so easily. Damn it. Guin left. Bear stood rooted to the spot, staring at the direction he had gone, silently putting away the den mushy. He's gone. Suddenly Ginny came bouncing out. He's gone. Bear nodded, then looked at Ginny, who was frantically sticking out her tongue toward the direction Guin had left, and smiled gently. If possible, I hope I never have to contact you. Mr. Guin, because right now I am really truly happy. At the naval port of the Solbay Kingdom, the support warship from the South Sea branch has already docked. Jern ignored the soldier's greeting, instead taking the Justice cloak and draping it over himself as he slowly ascended the gangway. Now it is the year 1487 of the sea round. Jern murmured to himself, his fingertips gently stroking the black knife 8 desolations at his waist. 3 years later, the 17-year-old Bear will become a priest, overthrowing the rule of Baikili and becoming the king of Solbay. Then Dorag will leave the Navy to form a volunteer army, and shortly after the O'Hara incident will erupt, leading to the official establishment of the Revolutionary Army. Then Baikili will return, and the Bear will personally kill him, joining the Revolutionary Army with Ginny. And then, Ginny will be abducted. Thinking of this, a strange light flashed in Jern's eyes. When Ginny is abducted, that will be the true decisive point where I can truly possess the combat power of the Bear. Because even if the Bear truly agrees to follow him now, Jern cannot directly bring people back to the naval headquarters. After all, he currently lacks the power to shake the rules of the world government. This time it is merely planting a seed. Jern stepped onto the naval deck. By the time this seed truly sprouts, Roger's era will have long since ended, and the era of great pirates will have completely erupted. Although the incident with the Golden Lion has given Jern some fame, what he is truly plotting in his heart which can lead him to firmly step into naval power is. Using his prior knowledge that Roger will surrender to arrest the pirate king Roger. Turning surrender into arrest. Jern's lips curled into a dangerous arc. This plan has already been brewing in his mind. Because this is far more capable of solidifying his future position in the Navy than repelling the Golden Lion or any other feat. Once the matter of arresting the Pirate King is accomplished, his status in the Navy will symbolize invincibility. Compared to the title of Hero of the Navy held by Karp, the symbolism of the man who ended the era is far greater. The enormous influence brought by this title will undoubtedly grant Jern enough voice. At that time, Sengoku will take over as admiral, and the system of 3 admirals will be established, while he will propose the independent rights of Navy generals under his command based on the merit of arresting the Pirate King. With this power, he will cultivate his own strong justice faction, gradually monopolizing and devouring naval power, powerful ministers, usurping power, the tail not falling off. By then, the warships sliced through the waves as Jern gazed at the gradually receding coastline of the Seoul Bay Kingdom, his smile deepening. The interpretation of justice will no longer necessarily rest in the hands of the world government. 2 weeks later at Marin Fanda, the naval port was as busy as ever with warships coming and going. Soldiers busily transported supplies, and the cries of seagulls mixed with the sound of crashing waves. Jern stood on the gangway, taking a deep breath of the salty sea breeze, his gaze sweeping across the port, before finally resting on a naval ship not far away. On the deck of that warship, a tall figure was leisurely walking down, the sunlight shining on his striking green knitted hat, reflecting a dazzling light. Jern squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. It was our king of leisure, Borsalino. I didn't expect that the yellow ape had such a unique taste when he was young. Jern muttered softly. Seemingly sensing Jern's gaze, Borsalino turned his head, and upon seeing Jern, he clearly froze for a moment before revealing his trademark lazy smile. Yo, isn't this Lieutenant Jern? He elongated his tone, slowly walking towards Jern. I didn't expect you to return so late. I thought I was the only one who would drag it to the last moment. Jern shrugged and stepped down the gangway. I took a trip to the East Sea with Mr. Karp during my leave, then went to the South Sea for a while. Oh, I was already in a hurry on the way, but there was nothing I could do. But what about you, Senior Borsalino? Why are you so leisurely? I remember you were on a mission, right? I really envy those on leave. Borsalino shrugged his tone. Frivolous missions always have to be completed, but there's no need to rush. As he spoke, he raised his hand to adjust the green knitted hat on his head, the eyes beneath the brim slightly squinting, as if assessing Jern's reaction. Jern's gaze unconsciously fell back on that hat, unable to resist clicking his tongue. That hat of yours. Quite unique. Borsalino's eyes lit up at his words, as if he had found a kindred spirit, immediately pulling out another identical green knitted hat from his pocket and handing it to Jern. Do you like it? I have another one, or would you like me to give you one? Forget it, forget it. Jern quickly waved his hands, chuckling awkwardly. I don't have the habit of wearing green hats. TSK, today's young people are not fashionable at all. Borsalino shook his head with a feigned regret, tucking the hat back into his pocket, his tone laced with teasing. Jern rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond. The two walked side by side toward the headquarters building, attracting the attention of many naval soldiers along the way. After all, one was the recently famed Tianjin, and the other was the renowned king of leisure of the naval headquarters. Such a combination was indeed rare. I heard you heavily injured and repelled the Golden Lion with a single strike. Borsalino suddenly spoke, his tone still lazy. Jern nodded, his tone flat. It was just luck. The Golden Lion underestimated his opponent. Oh, is that so? Borsalino elongated his tone, looking at Jern with a half-smile. That strike even earned praise from Mr. Sengoku. Jern did not respond, only smiling slightly. By the way, Borsalino suddenly changed the subject. Did you see the battle arrangements for the elite training camp? Jern raised an eyebrow. I saw it. I will have an exhibition match with Senior Borsalino. That's quite terrifying. Borsalino exaggeratedly sighed. I certainly don't want to be shattered by your shock ability. Likewise. Jern glanced at him. Your Pika Pika, no me, is no less formidable. The two exchanged glances and laughed together. Upon reaching the front of the headquarters building, Borsalino stopped, lazily stretching. Alright, I have to report in. If I am late, Sengoku will start nagging again. Jern nodded. See you. Borsalino waved his hand, turning to walk into the building, the green knitted hat especially conspicuous under the sunlight. Jern watched his retreating figure, shaking his head, muttering to himself, what is this guy really thinking? He withdrew his gaze, preparing to leave, when he suddenly felt a gaze. Jern turned to look, and sure enough, standing not far away was a familiar figure, Akainu. Especially since Akainu was currently looking at him with a self-assured smile. No, brother, we really will not have any outcome. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a glow upon the corridor of the headquarters building. Sakazuki's lips curled into a rare faint smile as he still held the document titled 5-Year Development Plan for G3 Base. Gin Sakazuki's voice called out lowly. The restoration of G3 base is nearly complete. He stepped closer, his tone carrying an unyielding resolve. Our last battle together left a deep impression. I truly hope you will consider transferring to G3 base to stand with me on the front lines of the new world. When the two of us join forces, what pirate on the seas could possibly stand against us? Haha, is that so? Captain Sakazuki. Gin waved his hand with a smile. But I still lack experience. I haven't even taken a solo patrol mission yet. If I accepted your promotion like this, wouldn't it be unfair to the other Marines? Indeed, that would be somewhat. Sakazuki, who valued rules, nodded in agreement. At the same time, he noticed that Gin had not directly refused him, but rather worried about the unfairness causing others criticism. Adhering to Marine discipline, possessing immense strength, and sharing a sense of justice. The perfect tool. No, the perfect colleague. For a moment, Sakazuki's approval of Gin grew even stronger. I've said it before, but I still feel you're someone who suits my taste. After this exhibition match is over, as soon as the personnel transfer promotes you to the rank of general, well, quickly complete the necessary procedures. I look forward to the day we work together. As for this exhibition match, Akainu had no objection to promotion through such matches, as his own military merits were already sufficient to elevate him to general in the next transfer. So whether he fought or not didn't matter to him. The main reason he had returned was largely due to Fleet Admiral Kong's direct orders. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Gin raised an eyebrow. Then, in being a bit opportunistic. You are different. Before Gin could finish, Sakazuki interrupted him. You are not being opportunistic. You are simply going where you belong. Gin. Indeed, when faced with someone they like, everyone becomes biased. As Gin was about to respond, a lazy voice suddenly cut in. Hey Sakazuki, you're making him embarrassed. Kazan strolled over with his hands in his pockets, a faint smile on his lips. His gaze swept between Sakazuki and Gin, finally settling on Sakazuki's hardened face. Sakazuki snorted coldly, the warmth in his eyes plummeting to freezing point. Kazan, this is none of... Kazan shrugged, nonchalantly walked up to Gin, and even deliberately took a step closer to Sakazuki. I'm just passing by, but... He drew out his words, his gaze challenging Sakazuki. Forcing someone to accept your invitation is hardly gentlemanly. Sakazuki's brow twitched sharply, and the air around him seemed to heat up with his anger. He shot Kazan a cold glare, then nodded to Gin. Come find me any time after you've made your decision. With that, he turned and strode away, dropping a final remark as he passed Kazan. I won't go easy in the exhibition match. Kazan chuckled softly, exhaling a wisp of cold air. Just what I wanted. Once Sakazuki's figure disappeared around the corner, Gin couldn't help but laugh. Anyone would think you two were about to settle a life-or-death duel. Kazan shrugged helplessly. Can't help it. I just don't like that cold-blooded guy. Then he slung an arm around Gin's shoulder, his smile brightening. Hey, you're amazing. While I was away on patrol for a few months, you pulled off something huge. The man who shattered the sky. Quite a title, huh? Facing Kazan's teasing, Gin sighed and shook his head. That was when Zephyr Sensei Sakazuki and I barely managed to repel Shiki. I didn't expect the newspaper to only feature my photo. Ha ha ha. Kazan laughed heartily. Who can blame Morgans for always chasing the most sensational headline? And besides, he winked, his tone laced with mockery. That photo of you cutting down Shiki's lion is really impressive. Even I'm tempted to get a copy. Heh. Gin rolled his eyes and didn't bother to respond. But Kazan suddenly leaned and, lowering his voice. Seriously, is Sakazuki really that fixated on you? I heard he even wants you to carry out the logistics report for G3 base. Sometimes being charming comes with its own troubles. Gin sighed, massaging his forehead. Huh, you're hilarious. Kazan laughed, even louder, drawing glances from passing soldiers. He patted Gin on the back. Come on, since we rarely meet, let me buy you a drink. And, he winked. Tell me how you made Shiki look so pathetic. Gin shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. At the entrance of a tavern in Marineford, Kazan was about to push the door open eagerly, when Gin suddenly reached out and pressed his shoulder. Wait. Gin stopped him, his expression turning serious. Kazan, I just remembered. Did you get any news on the matter I asked you about last time? Kazan paused, his brow furrowing in thought. You mean the Mink tribe country? He turned around, a hint of confusion in his voice. Why are you interested in that kind of place? Did you read about it in a book? That country rides on the back of Zanesha, constantly moving. I kept an eye out during my patrols, but I found no trace at all. I see. Gin didn't answer directly, instead, thoughtfully rubbing the hilt of his black blade yashiki. He murmured, It's harder to find than I thought. Hey, don't tell me you're planning a vacation there. Kazan stared at him for a few seconds, then laughed in disbelief. That place is beyond even the world government's reach. No. Gin lifted his gaze, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. After I'm promoted to general, I can choose my own subordinate, right? Ah, yeah. Kazan spread his hands, already ordering a bottle from the bartender. By custom, you can pick one of the top graduates from the Marine Academy. He He paused mid-sentence, his eyes widening slightly. Wait. Wait. Kazan took a half-step back, his expression growing odd. Hey Geen, you're not thinking of getting a mink as your subordinate? Geen smiled but said nothing. Kazan gasped, pointing at him. Are you crazy? Forget whether they'd even want to join the Marines. Just finding them is a pipe dream. Zanesha is constantly moving, and I heard the minks are extremely wary of outsiders, and even eat people. Did you get that information from a book? Geen shot him a look. Anyway, Geen interrupted him with a grin. You're already patrolling for Vice Admiral Garp. Just keep an eye out for me. It won't cost you much. Kazan put a hand to his forehead and sighed. You really know how to make trouble for me. Geen patted his shoulder lightly. Don't worry. If you find it, it'll treat you to a month of drinks. Kazan gave him a sidelong glance. The most expensive kind. Deal. The two exchanged smiles and Kazan shook his head helplessly. As Nguyen and the other three swiftly returned to Marineford, Kong, the fleet admiral, made a rare direct announcement: the elite training camp was about to commence. Instantly, the entire headquarters was enveloped in an atmosphere of tense excitement. Soldiers clustered in small groups, murmuring about the upcoming exhibition match. Did you hear? The exhibition match will be held on 2 deserted islands. A young Marine exclaimed excitedly. 2 uninhabited islands as the battlefield. Another Marine widened his eyes. Looks like the fleet admiral is serious. Of course, after all, this is the first public showdown of the Monster Quartet. A spectacled officer pushed up his glasses, his tone fervent. Kazan versus Sakazuki, Nguyen versus Borsellino. This lineup is unprecedented. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Marine cafeteria, a group of young Marine officers who had recently graduated were fiercely debating the upcoming exhibition match. Haha, Doberman growled, cigar in mouth. Captain Sakazuki's Magu Magu no Mi has unparalleled destructive power. Kazan's ice is nothing in front of him. Exactly. Moku beamed, nodding. And Captain Sakazuki's fighting style is clean and decisive, never dragging things out like some people. He shot a meaningful glance at the Kazan faction. Ridiculous fools, Enigmo snorted, his 6 swords clinking at his waist. What do you know? Captain Kazan is a disciple of Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Marines. He's proficient in both hockey types, especially Kenbunchaku. No matter how strong Sakazuki's magma is, it's useless if it can't hit. And there's more. Strawberry folded his arms and added calmly, don't forget Captain Kazan's Ice Age can freeze an entire sea in an instant. Sakazuki's magma might be fierce, but he'd have to melt the ice first. Don't you understand? A tribute counter. Did you skip chemistry and physics at Marine Academy? Boring Mamanga frowned, interrupting the 2 opposing factions. Have you all forgotten about Captain Borsellino? The speed of the Pika Pika no Mi is unrivaled. If he gets serious, who can keep up with his light speed kick? Speed is power. Gaji Shaitan scratched his head and chimed in with a grin. Senior Borsellino's fruit is so troublesome that even Instructor Zephyr once said he relies on it too much. If it weren't strong, who would rely on it? And don't forget, Senior Borsellino's defense is the best among the 3. Heh. As the debate raged on, Gion Momosaji, sitting alone at a table, gently set down her teacup. Her crimson lips parted slightly. Have you all overlooked Lieutenant Nguyen? Silence fell. Lieutenant Nguyen. Doberman scoffed first. Everyone knows that slash that defeated Shiki was only possible because Admiral Zephyr and Captain Sakazuki held him back. Nguyen just got lucky. Moku nodded in agreement. Right. Shiki was already worn down. Nguyen struck last, so of course he... How ridiculous. Gion's gaze sharpened, and she tapped the table with her finger. Did any of you actually witness that battle? The newspaper photo was clear. That wound on Shiki's chest was delivered by Nguyen alone. It was a strike that changed the tide of battle. A single slash that inflicted severe damage. Enigmo frowned. But it was just a sneak attack, wasn't it? Shiki was careless. Gion chuckled coldly. Careless? Who is Shiki? Even if he was careless, who could wound him so gravely in one blow? Wait. Gaji blinked, his expression turning serious. Gion, don't tell me you've fallen for Lieutenant Nguyen. What's so great about him? He's just taller, handsomer, and stronger than me, right? Having been rejected countless times since Marine Academy, Gaji gritted his teeth. Tell me, what other virtues does he have? Can play the role of a husband who pretends to be asleep out of incompetence. Enigmo suddenly laughed. Gaji, I'm just stating facts, Gion replied. Can play the role of a husband who pretends to be asleep out of incompetence. Enigmo suddenly laughed. Gaji, I'm just stating facts, Gion replied, her expression unchanged as she glanced at him. And I believe, no matter how fast light is, the day will come when it shatters. The group exchanged glances, but most still didn't think Nguyen could be compared to the other 3. Meanwhile, at Garp's old training ground, the ship graveyard, Nguyen stood bare-chested, drenched in sweat. Alone before a dilapidated warship, he held the black blade 8 directions, Hachiho diagonally, pointing at the ground. His eyes closed, every muscle taut. He tried to sense the conqueror's haki that had once erupted within him. It was so clear that day. Guin muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. Yet no matter how he concentrated, he couldn't muster the Conqueror's haki. Damn it! Guin swung his blade abruptly. The edge sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. But still no familiar purple-black lightning appeared on the blade. Conqueror's haki simply couldn't be wielded as freely as armament haki. Instead it often triggered the latter. Sigh. After another failure, Guin fell backward onto the ground, staring at the clear blue sky. He raised his right hand, examining the blade of 8 directions. Instructor Zephyr said you were forged by rocks using Conqueror's haki. And back then you guided my Conqueror's haki. But now, why is it so silent? Idiot, Conqueror's haki isn't something you can awaken through brute force. A steady voice came from behind. Guin propped himself up and turned to see Zephyr approaching, a faint smile on his lips. Instructor Zephyr. Guin was startled. Lena is about to give birth. Shouldn't you be at the hospital with her? That's not what a good man does. Zephyr smiled gently, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. As a Marine admiral, staying by her side the whole time made her uncomfortable. No other Marine family gets such treatment, so she kicked me out. TSK. Instructor Zephyr got rejected. Guin couldn't help but laugh. Lena is still as considerate as ever. Zephyr walked over to Guin and looked at the black blade in his hand. Still troubled by the Conqueror's haki. It was so smooth when I cut down Shiki. Guin nodded, his tone tinged with frustration. But now I can only exert the most basic intimidation. I need to master it. Conqueror's haki is the manifestation of a king's disposition, not a skill that can be forced through training, Zephyr said, folding his arms, his voice low and powerful. The state you experienced that day was an eruption of will at the brink of life and death. It can't be replicated immediately. To truly master it, you need time to settle. Guin's fingers gripping the hilt turned white. He nodded silently. Seeing this, Zephyr softened his tone and sat down beside him. Actually, I came to talk about something else. He patted Guin's shoulder. Kazan told me. You're planning to take a mink as your subordinate. Guin's expression froze. Kazan, that big mouth. While personal preferences are understandable, Zephyr cleared his throat. But your sister Lena is worried about your romantic inclinations. Of course I respect your choices. But you're still young. Have you only seen minks in books? Guin, you can't be so isolated. You need to interact with more girls. At this moment, the iron-willed instructor showed a rare look of embarrassment. I mean, young people should get to know women their age. For example, Guion, under Tsuru's command, is quite good. Instructor Zephyr, when did you become a matchmaker? Brat. Zephyr blushed. I'm just saying that girl admires you. When you returned from G3 base last time, wasn't she the first to rush up? I heard she argued fiercely with Doberman and the others about you in the cafeteria. In short. Guin couldn't help but laugh. So you're trying to set me up? I am. Zephyr stood up in exasperation. Forget it. Go find your furry subordinate. He turned and stomped away, but stopped at the door. However, after the exhibition match, remember to attend the mixer your sister Lena has arranged for you. Don't even think of refusing. That's an order. Slacking off. Not a chance. Days later, the Marine Elite Training Camp exhibition match commenced. Near Marineford on the sea between 2 deserted islands, dozens of warships were neatly arranged, forming a spectacular viewing formation. Marine soldiers crowded on the decks, eagerly gazing at the battlefield. At this moment, the first deserted island had been completely split by ice and fire. Half was a burning lava hell, while the other half was a frozen glacial world. The opening match between Kuzan and Sakasi ended in a draw, and even when they were carried off the island by the medical team together, they still glared at each other. On the Marine flagship, Gangu Kong stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the deserted island, gradually returning to calm. Marshal Kong. Zhanghua stood beside Gangu Kong, adjusted his glasses, and said in a deep voice, both Kuzan and Sakasi Jaya's strength already far exceeds the level of ordinary vice admirals, but in terms of personality, I think their future assignments should separate them. Zhanghua, everyone's personality is inherently different. Kapu interjected casually. Young people, it's normal to roughhouse. Your personality and mine don't match, either have we not been fine. Bastard Kapu. That's because I tolerate you. Zhanghua turned and shouted. Is that so? Zhanghua, have you ever tolerated me? Shouldn't I be your little joys? Zhanghua-chan, Kapu. The phrase, Zhanghua-chan, completely broke Zhanghua the strategist. You bastard, if you use that trick you learned from Guin again, ill. Hey. Seeing Zhanghua about to go all out, Gangu Kong quickly raised his hand to stop him. Today's main characters are not you two. Huh. He watched the scene, covered her mouth, and laughed, then turned to Zfa beside her, and said, that disciple of yours taught Kapu some remarkable tricks. Zfa. That was Kapu who asked him himself. Zfa pretended to cough a few times in embarrassment. But Kapu was also shameless to use it. Already over 40, and no shame. Don't you know him? That guy Kapu never cares about his face. He smiled, and continued, next up is your direct disciple versus your student. Guin and Bolu Solinuo. Zfa snorted coldly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. That Bolu Solinuo probably wants to slack off again. His personality is like that. After all, he was once your student. You should know him well, right? Precisely because I know him. Zfa smiled faintly. So I also know how to make that guy serious. Make Bolu Solinuo serious. A flicker of doubt passed through his eyes. Zfa said nothing, just turned and leaned close to Gang Gukong's ear, whispering a few words. Gang Gukong raised an eyebrow slightly, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, let's do it that way. Meanwhile, on another warship, Go-In and Bolu Solinuo stood side by side, gazing at the distant deserted island ravaged by ice and fire. Kuzan, who is still a hot-blooded justice, really fights aggressively. Hearing Go-In's words, Bolu Solinuo lazily stretched his tone, frivolous. How terrifying, why fight so seriously? Even without fighting, you can still be promoted to general. Senior Bolu Solinuo. Go-In withdrew his gaze and looked at him with a half-smile. You're not expecting me to go along with your slacking off, are you? Bolu Solinuo adjusted his green knitted hat, feigning surprise. Oh, my, seen through, he blinked. It's just an exhibition match, anyway, a few casual moves will do. Don't you think so, Go-In? Go-In shook his head, his right hand slowly gripping the hilt of the black blade Bahwang. That won't do. Master Zfa specifically instructed to treat it seriously. He'll write 3 mission reports for you. Master Zfa is my own teacher. He'll cooperate with you, give you a chance to show off. Master Zfa is my beloved friend, my only family. 2 times. Deal. The moment Go-In's words fell, Bolu Solinuo's smile froze for a moment, then he sighed. I didn't expect you. Just then Gang Gukong's deep voice came over the broadcast. Second match, Go-In versus Bolu Solinuo. Both parties please board the island. Bolu Solinuo shrugged his body, gradually turning into golden light. Well then, see you later. Before his words faded, he had transformed into a beam of light and flew toward the second deserted island. Go-In took a deep breath, pushed off with explosive force, and shot toward the island like an arrow from a bow. Midair, his body instantly elementalized into countless dancing white particles, forming a stark contrast with Bolu Solinuo's golden beam. A burst of exclamations erupted from the watching warships, but most were supporting Huang Yuan. Those supporting Go-In were only Ji Yuan and the soldiers who had served with Go-In on missions. On the deserted island, Go-In's figure reformed the black blade Bahwang, already drawn, the white bandages wrapped around its blade fluttering in the wind. Bolu Solinuo stood not far away, hands in pockets, still in that lazy posture. They appeared serious, but both were exchanging glances until Gang Gukong suddenly took out a small private din mushi and slowly said, Bolu Solinuo, if you win, he'll give you 3 months of vacation. All right, begin. After putting away the din mushi with Gang Gukong's command, Bolu Solinuo's figure suddenly vanished. No. Go-In's pupils contracted, his observation hockey fully activated, barely catching a golden trajectory coming from the side. Without hesitation, he raised the unsealed Bahwang to block. The moment the blade met the lightspeed kick, the power of vibration and the flash clashed fiercely. Boom. The shockwave erupted and Go-In was pushed back several steps. Bolu Solinuo landed lightly on the ground, put his foot down, and tilted his head. Nice reaction, Senior Bolu Solinuo. This is not what we agreed, is it? Go-In shook his numb wrist, clearly displeased. Captain Go-In. Bolu Solinuo's expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his sunglasses. Please don't say such misleading things. I think you're right. Master Zfa is a man worthy of our respect. He thinks so highly of you, yet you want to collude with me like this. Do you have any conscience? Captain Go-In, I never expected my junior to be such a person. Hey, Bolu Solinuo, you. The next second, both figures vanished from the spot. On the deserted island, golden light and white shadow wove together, resounding collisions echoing without cease. The watching soldiers were dazzled, only able to gauge the intensity of the battle by the shockwaves of the explosions. Really? On the flagship, Zhangguo frowned. That kid Bolu Solinuo is actually getting serious. Zfa showed a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Kapu laughed heartily. Looks like this exhibition match is more interesting than I imagined. Gang Gukong, however, gazed deeply at Go-In's figure and sighed inwardly. Cultivating both devil fruit and hockey and not neglecting either side. He had thought that with light speed Bolu Solinuo should be able to completely suppress Go-In. Now unexpectedly Go-In could fully defend and keep up. On the watching warships, the soldiers held their breath, afraid to miss a single moment. Ji Yuan clenched her fists, her eyes shining with excitement. Captain Go-In, go. Dao Bo Man and the others wore grim expressions. At this moment they finally realized that Go-In's strength was no accident. Between 2 deserted islands, warships stood like a forest of steel. The soldiers' breaths were nearly frozen, their gazes fixated firmly on island number 2. In the center of the deserted island, Geen and Borisolino clashed once more and then separated. Geen's military boots carved 2 deep grooves in the scorched earth. He then grasped the button of his cloak with his left hand, pulling it gently, and the white cloak fell to the ground like a drooping banner. Looks like I need to get serious. Geen raised his eyes, his fingertips gliding over the bandages entwined around the 8 desolations. The bandages suddenly trembled, spiraling apart from the hilt to the blade, transforming into gray-white fragments suspended in the air. The pitch-black blade was completely exposed, and the dark red patterns shimmered dazzlingly under the sunlight. Borsalino stood 30 meters away. His green knitted cap had long been blown away by the shockwave, revealing his messy curly hair, and for the first time his eyes squinted behind the sunglasses. What a hassle! Borsalino lazily elongated his tone, his hands slowly pulling out from his pockets. Do you really have to force me to get serious? You old salty fish. Geen flicked his wrist and swung his blade. It's best if you stay serious from here on out. Seeing this, Borsalino smiled, slightly golden light exploding at his feet as he transformed into a beam of light soaring into the sky. If that's the case. He hovered 100 meters high, his arms crossed over his chest. Then contribute a bit to my 3-month Jinkin, 8-footed jewel. The sky suddenly flashed. Hundreds of light bullets poured down from the clouds, enveloping the entire deserted island in a golden rain. The Navy on the observing warships collectively fell silent. This was not a performance match at all, but the scale of a massacre. Hee. Geen sneered coldly. The black blade, 8 desolations, suddenly thrust into the ground. Heaven quake, earth sound. Boom, crack. At the moment the blade touched the earth, a white shockwave exploded in a circular pattern. The ground upheaved like a giant beast, turning over, raising a 10-meter-high wave of earth with flying sand and stones, every grain of dust vibrating at a high frequency. The group of light bullets shattered in succession amidst the shockwave, golden fire rain colliding with the gray-white shockwave, and the ground sank 3 inches amidst the roaring. Borsalino floated in midair, his pupils slightly constricted behind the lenses. As the smoke cleared, Geen stood and placed the blade still embedded in the cracked earth. Hearing Borsalino's words, Geen raised his head with a grin. Is it frightening? He then slowly pulled out the black blade, 8 desolations, his right hand slightly spreading as particles began to gather. What's more frightening is yet to come. As he spoke, Geen's right hand suddenly spread wide, brilliant white light erupting from his fingertips. Heaven quake rending. Swish. 5 parallel spatial rifts instantaneously tore through the atmosphere, the shockwave cutting through everything in its path like an invisible blade. Rocks, trees, and even the air disintegrated into dust amidst the high-frequency vibrations. The surface of the deserted island was plowed into 5 trenches several meters deep, extending straight toward Borsalino. Oh no, Borsalino's observation hockey went into overdrive, golden light swirling in his pupils. If you get hit, it will be quite unpleasant. His body transformed into photons in advance, the 5 slashes penetrating the illusion, neatly slicing the massive cliff behind him into 6 segments, causing the collapsed rock wall to kick up clouds of dust. On the observing warship, the 6 swords of Ghost Spider clattered to the ground. This is way more useful than a slash. In the cloud of dust, Geen's figure had already vanished. Whooshed. The sound barrier exploded across the deserted island in succession. Geen transformed into a stream of particles, moving rapidly with each flash, leaving behind an afterimage. As Borsalino reformed his shape 100 meters away, the reflection of cold light coming from the left side appeared in his sunglasses. Compared to light, this is too slow. He chuckled, his body once again becoming photonic, reappearing above Geen, then spinning 360 degrees at his toes, gathering a flash of light. In an instant, the golden light of a lightspeed kick struck from the completely opposite direction. Sorry, my observation hockey is stronger than yours. At the critical moment, Geen pushed upward with one hand, shock wall, flawless sphere. Buzz. Countless white shock rings intertwined to form a spherical barrier. The moment Borsalino's lightspeed kick struck the barrier, the high-frequency vibrations geometrically rebounded the impact. What a fine crack appeared in Borsalino's sunglasses, and he was sent flying backward, the golden suit's sleeve ripping with a sizzle. Wow. The observing Navy stood up collectively, Jiyuan's nails digging deep into his palm. You can even rebound Colonel Borsalino's lightspeed kick. Borsalino adjusted his posture in midair, his toes slightly turning. Does it hurt? He had barely recovered when the ground suddenly echoed Geen's low shout. After all, the force of the action is opposite, especially at light speed. And you didn't just elementalize. The black blade, 8 desolations, swung upward with full force the moment the blade touched Borsalino. Boom, crack. A spherical shockwave lifted the ground within a 50-meter radius into a giant wave. The space under Borsalino's feet twisted violently, sending him floating into the air. Got you now. Geen's figure appeared above him like a ghost. The dark red patterns on the 8 desolations blade had completely turned black, the armed color hockey flashing like lightning along the edge. Not good. Borsalino's pupils shrank suddenly. Heaven quake world collapse. The downward slashing black blade 8 desolations carried the force of shattering space as it struck down. At the critical moment Borsalino's palm glowed with golden light. Heavenly cloud sword clanged. The explosive sound of the sword of light colliding with the black blade echoed through the sky, the shockwave ripping a massive circular hole in the clouds. As they grappled, they rapidly descended, the energy emitted from the point of contact between the blade and sword causing the center of the deserted island to sink into a bowl shape. Clang, clang, clang. In the moment they landed, both had exchanged dozens of blows. Every collision between the sword of light and the black blade exploded into dazzling sparks, the straightforward duel rendering the observing seats utterly silent. Your swordsmanship. The sword created by the ability could not withstand the armed color, so Borsalino suddenly retreated half a step, the heavenly cloud sword horizontally blocking a diagonal slash. Who did you learn it from? Self-taught, commonly known as swinging wildly. Geen grinned, the blade suddenly changing its move, the shockwave pushing the light sword half an inch away. The speed advantage of the flash fruit is strong, but in close-range explosive clashes Geen's Heaven Quake holds the advantage. Vibrations so annoying, Borsalino sighed, but his figure suddenly blurred, creating distance to establish his own advantageous space. Following that, 10 golden beams erupted from his fingertips, forming a net that enveloped Geen's vital point. Seeing this, Geen directly tossed the 8 desolations aside, his hands crossing in front of his chest, forming a triangle, forcibly vibrating the space before him. Mirror fold shock space edge. Crack. The high-frequency vibrations briefly distorted the space, making it impossible for light to travel straight. In just an instant, Borsalino's rays were refracted into a sky full of golden rain. Whooshed. The refracted beams blasted dozens of lava pits along the edge of the deserted island. A mast of an observing warship was grazed, instantly vaporizing into blue smoke. What a joke. The cigar dropped onto his pants as it burned at the mouth of the hill. Even light can be distorted. TSK. Borsalino floated in midair, the lenses on his sunglasses already shattered. At the same time, his suit had turned into a battle-damaged version, yet he smiled even more dangerously. Looks like this 3-month vacation is indeed not easy to obtain. Geen caught the falling 8 desolations, the shockwave turning the dust around him into powder. It's still not too late to admit defeat, senior. That won't do. Borsalino's hands came together, blinding golden light gathered in his palms, his gaze sharpening as he shed his laziness. Jinkin, have you ever been hit by a lightspeed combo? 8-footed mirror lightspeed corridor. Countless mirrors of light formed in the air. Borsalino's figure reflected infinitely among the mirrors. In an instant, hundreds of golden afterimages surged from all directions. In the sky above the deserted island, the figure of Kazuru was crazily refracted among countless mirrors of light. Hundreds of golden afterimages surged from all directions, each carrying the terrifying might propelled by the speed of light. Jern's observation hockey was fully activated, but Kazara's speed was already nearing its limit. The trajectory of his lightspeed movement blurred into indistinct golden lines, making it impossible to lock onto his true form. What a hassle. Jern's pupils constricted after enduring over 10 strikes, and the blade of the black knife 8 desolations trembled slightly. In the next moment his gaze suddenly hardened. Since I can't find him. Jern spread his 5 fingers of his right hand, pressing against the air before him. Then let's destroy everything. Heavenly Tremor domain collapse. Boom, crack. The spatial structure within 1,000 meters centering on Jern suddenly twisted. The ground cracked like fragile glass, countless spiderweb-like fissures spreading wildly, rock, soil, and even space disintegrating into powder under the high-frequency vibrations. The entire deserted island shook violently, the aftermath creating monstrous waves dozens of meters high on the sea, tilting the deck of the observing warship to nearly 45 degrees. Steady the helm. Is this a natural disaster? The soldiers, terrified, clutched the railing, watching helplessly as the island's surface shattered like a cookie, floating and then turning to dust in the shockwave. In an instant, it seemed as if an invisible hand had crumpled space light, refracting into bizarre rainbow-colored ripples in the distorted air. On the main ship, Steelbone's cape was lifted by the shockwave, making a rustling sound, his eyes flashing with rare astonishment. Such destructive power. It's already far beyond what Kazan and the others can handle. Sengoku's expression turned grave as he directly felt Jern's destructive capability. It should be known that he was responsible for restraining Whitebeard, yet Whitebeard couldn't execute such precise and transformative vibrations. Zephas stared intently at the battlefield, his sunglasses reflecting the shattered sky. That kid Borsalino. Looks like he got sent flying by Jern. Carp squinted. In the midst of the smoke and dust on the deserted island, Jern stood up, panting heavily. The collapse of the domain had exhausted him considerably, yet he still couldn't see Kazara's figure in his line of sight. Where did he hide? Jern tightened his grip on the black knife. Suddenly a glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes. Behind. Too late. Kazara's voice whispered close to his ear. Bang! The lightspeed kick struck Jern's back heavily, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing through 3 rock mountains before finally stopping, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Wow! The observing seats erupted in an uproar. What the hell? After such a terrifying situation, just now. The sword of the ghost spider fell to the ground again. Colonel Borsellino. Surprisingly unscathed. As the dust settled, Kazara's body coalesced on a broken rock, and beneath his tattered suit was a body completely unharmed. Such terrifying vibrations. He leisurely dusted off his shoulders. If I had been a moment slower, I might. On the main ship, Steelbone took a deep breath. Jern's destructive power is indeed terrifying, but Borsellino's defense and speed are the most troublesome among the 3. Zifa, who had taught Kizaru, said solemnly. He is also the strongest among them. Sengoku adjusted his glasses. Moreover, that guy should be looking to end the battle soon. As if to confirm Sengoku's words, Kizaru suddenly stopped smiling. Are you done playing? He slowly raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Jern in the ruins far away, the light gathering like a tide at his fingertip. This next move will be quick. A point of bright white light condensed at his fingertip, the air distorting from the intense heat. The observing Shiwan suddenly stood up. Lieutenant Jern. Whoosh! A slender beam of light pierced the sky, vaporizing even the dust in its path. Just as Jern raised his head, the golden light reached his forehead. Clanged. In a critical moment, the black knife, 8 Desolations, was held horizontally in front of him, the black hockey, lightning, clashing fiercely with the golden light. Yet the force of the beam still pushed Jern back his feet, carving out 2 blackened trenches on the rock layers. Not done yet. Kazara's voice echoed from all directions. Jern suddenly looked up. 10 figures appeared in the sky at once, each gathering starlight beams at their fingertips. 10 consecutive shots. The 10 Borsellinos tilted their heads in unison. Can you block this? In an instant, 10 beams of blazing white light intertwined to form a net of destruction, thoroughly obliterating the deserted island amidst the roaring noise. Jern's figure was engulfed in the blinding golden light, and the Navy watching from the seats held their breath. However, a shockwave suddenly erupted, forcing open a domain amidst the storm of beams. Jern was completely covered in thick hockey, the black knife, 8 Desolations held before him. Despite the force of the beam pushing him back, his eyes grew increasingly sharp. Colonel Borsellino. Jern's gaze was calm. Can your light go any faster? In the next second, his figure suddenly vanished. Tremor flash speed of sound. The high-frequency vibrating particle flow enveloped his body, approaching at nearly teleportation speed. Kazara's pupils constricted, not wanting to be distanced. He instantly photoned upwards, and then right into the trap. Heavenly Tremor star ring. Jern suddenly swung his knife, and a circular shockwave violently spread out from him. Wherever the shockwave passed, the air was instantaneously emptied, the clouds shattered into nothingness, and even the light briefly stagnated in the distorted space. The seawater surrounding the deserted island was raised into monstrous waves dozens of meters high, forming a surrounding island effect. Meanwhile, above in the sky, a vacuum zone briefly formed. Although light speed cannot be stopped, Jern did not need to intercept light, only to intercept Kizaru. Sure enough, the sudden difficulty in breathing made the moving Kizaru instinctively slow down. His photonic body slightly hesitated in the vacuum, his speed forced to diminish. Got you. Jern's voice was cold and calm. On the blade of the black knife, 8 Desolations, the hockey and shockwave particles slowly intertwined. But this time the shockwave particles did not vibrate violently. Instead, they were eerily calm. Kazara's observation hockey went haywire with warnings, but he couldn't evade immediately. Thus, he could only cross his arms, covering them with hockey, choosing to defend Hedon. In an instant, as the blade sliced through the air, there were no violent shockwaves, no shattering of space, only a low hum that was almost inaudible. In an instant, the blade light flashed by. Moi. Kazara touched himself, feeling a bit dazed. After all, Jern's fruit had always been filled with powerful destructive force, but now nothing had happened, and there was no reaction of space shattering. Not only was Kizaru confused, but all the observing Navy were also left puzzled. Hey, did Jern-kun decide to surrender? Kizaru smiled slightly. But Jern did not respond. Instead, he slowly retracted the black knife, 8 Desolations, twirling it in a flourish. At the same time, a thought flashed in his mind, recalling something his physics teacher once said: molecule movement is also a form of vibration. But if the vibrations are extremely suppressed or rubbed, could it generate 2 extreme temperatures? According to the third law of thermodynamics, absolute zero cannot be reached through finite steps, only approached infinitely. However, the pirate world is Idealistic. As I can control all vibrations and create vibrational particles, I only need to be meticulous enough to stop vibrations, stop all molecular movement around Kizaru. In that moment of extreme suppression, all molecular movements in that space come to a near halt. Without kinetic energy, there can be no microthermal energy then. The moisture in the air instantly condenses into ice and the temperature plummets to 273.15. Although this can only last for an instant, and such meticulous control will exhaust my stamina greatly, but Jern sneered, a hint of coldness appearing on the blade of the black knife. 8 desolations, I succeeded. At this moment Kizaru also sensed something was off. Hey. What is this? Before he could finish his sentence, a spiderweb-like crack appeared around Kizaru's body, but there was no pain. Instead it was as if a layer of crystalline frost rapidly covered him, spreading across his entire body in the blink of an eye. Crack. The same shattering sound, but it was not the shattering of space. Rather, it was the crisp and cold sound of ice crystals condensing. Confinement absolute zero. Salted fish comment. According to low-temperature physics, it is possible to achieve extreme low temperatures by lowering the vibrational frequency of the system, such as slowing down or stopping molecular movement, or through thermodynamic processes, such as raising the temperature of the burning fruit to the extreme. As one approaches absolute zero, the lattice vibration's phonon's frequency tends to zero, and the internal energy of the system becomes extremely minimal. According to the existing third law of thermodynamics, absolute zero cannot be reached through finite steps, but we are in the pirate world, and the pirate world is an idealistic world. In the center of the deserted island, crystalline frost refracted blinding rays of cold light under the sun. Borsalino's body was completely frozen, resembling a golden ice sculpture suspended in midair. In an instant, the silent, observing warship erupted and gasped, the soldiers widening their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. Colonel Borsalino has been frozen. How is that possible? Isn't Lieutenant Gein's ability? How could he use Colonel Kazan's freezing? On the medical team's ship deck, Kazan, wrapped in bandages, had his hands in his pockets, his originally languid expression now completely frozen. At the same time, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he murmured, "Absolute zero. Gein, how on earth did you accomplish this?" On the other side, aboard the main ship, Steelbone's pupils suddenly constricted, his fists instinctively clenching. His gaze was locked onto the deserted island, his voice deep and shaken. "His fruit can actually freeze too." The lenses of Sengoku's glasses reflected the cold light of ice crystals, his expression more serious than ever. "No." He took a deep breath. "Gein's ability is indeed the natural system of vibration, but I can't determine everything right now. What is certain is that he has indeed frozen Borsalino." "Gein, you rascal." Karp grinned and shouted encouragement, but a rare seriousness flashed in his eyes. "You can even use Kazan's ability. You truly are impressive. Now is the time to blow Borsalino to pieces. It must be the fruit's development." Crane smiled slightly. "That kid must have been planning this step since he started flashing in the air. Fighting requires brainpower. This is what I taught." Zephyr's sunglasses slid slightly down, revealing his. Though he himself was also confused by the situation, the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward, revealing a reassuring smile. "But I didn't expect this either. This kid has developed the tremor fruit to such a detailed extent. However, he shouldn't be able to hold Borsalino for long," Crane said calmly. On the deserted island, Gein's breathing was slightly hurried, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew that although this move was shocking, the physical toll it took was extremely terrifying. Moreover, facing an opponent like Kizaru, this level of stasis could at most last 1 second. Zephyr's voice echoed on the main ship, his gaze piercing as if seeing through everything. "But for a true powerhouse, a 1-second flaw is a fatal mistake." As if to confirm Zephyr's words, Gein's figure had already moved. He turned around and launched a full-force strike, his right fist tightly clenched, dark red, flowing cherry-colored hockey coiling up like lava. The vibrating particles wildly collapsed at the fist's peak, condensing into a pinpoint. "The speed of light is unexceedable." Gein's voice was deep and cold. "But what does it matter how fast it is?" With a sudden swing, the space shattered inch by inch before the fist's edge. As long as there is that moment of pause. The fist's wind tore through the air, the vibrations creating a piercing, high-frequency shriek. Even light. In a split-second gap, Kizaru, who had not fully regained his mobility, could only watch helplessly as Gein flashed a red light, the dark purple lightning-imbued hockey fist rapidly enlarging in his vision and crashing toward his chest. "I will shatter it for you. Black Tremor, God-slaying nail." As the fist touched the ice sculpture, the stasis of space exploded violently. Kizaru's body was directly pierced by the violent shockwave. Boom! The punch sent ice and flesh shattering. In an instant, the space seemed to be torn apart, a shockwave ripple visible to the naked eye spread out. Kizaru's body fell like a cannonball, tracing a golden trajectory through the air almost in the blink of an eye, crashing down from several hundred meters high. It pierced through the entire deserted island, causing the island to sink and raising a 100-meter-high giant wave. As the giant wave receded, the entire area fell into silence. All the Navy personnel on the warships gaped in shock, unable to utter a sound. Even Jiuan stood straight, his pupils trembling, hands covering his slightly parted cherry lips. This kid. Steelbone swallowed hard, truly having managed to take down Light No, rather. He has taken down Borsalino. Sengoku's glasses slipped down his nose, but he forgot to adjust them, shattered. Carp's fists cracked as he clenched them, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented fighting spirit. Ha! Good kid. Ha ha ha. Zephyr slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing a satisfied smile, and rubbed his brow, sighing. Only at this moment did I realize. Gin, you are no longer the second-class soldier I knew at the West Sea Branch. At this moment, you truly can stand on your own. Meanwhile, Steelbone's voice echoed throughout the arena via the broadcast, the winner of the second battle, Gin Reginald Sigma. In an instant, all the warships erupted in deafening cheers. In the central pit of the deserted island, seawater was gushing out from the cracked ground. Borsalino was half reclining in a puddle, his expensive custom suit now reduced to tattered rags. His curly hair was matted with dirt, and the lenses of his sunglasses were shattered, leaving only a crooked frame dangling on his nose. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, raised a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, and suddenly noticed the golden thread embroidery on his cuffs had come undone. Ah, this was handmade by the tailor. Gin trudged over with weary steps, the black blade ate wilderness, carving a thin line in the ground. He then stopped at the edge of the pit, looking down at the disheveled Kizaru, revealing a victorious smile. Senior, your 3-month vacation is over. Borsalino looked up, the sunlight refracting comically on his broken frame. Flashes of Gin's pupils blinking with red light, Conqueror's hockey flickered in his mind. He then slowly raised his right hand and made a surrender gesture. Today's young people are truly frightening. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something and added, by the way, this exhibition match should count as a work-related injury, right? Even if it's free, can the medical expenses be reimbursed? And my clothes, my glasses. Kizaru lamented as he fiddled with the tattered pieces of his suit. Custom orders take 3 months to arrive. Do you think the headquarters will reimburse me? Gin's mouth twitched, then he took a deep breath and suddenly bent down, extending a hand. Do you need me to help you up, senior? What a considerate junior, but you're still too young. Young? Borsalino-senpai, you shouldn't be. What shouldn't I be? I should be lying quietly right now. At this time I can take at least 2 months of sick leave. Gin. Hee. Kizaru forced a playful smile, beads of cold sweat forming on it. Only he knew that the power of Gin's strike far exceeded expectations. This 2-month sick leave might truly need to be taken. Seeing Kizaru could still smile, Gin couldn't help but frown. Thinking that this old hand might really be trying to take a break, he stood up and prepared to leave. Just as Gin took a step, Kizaru suddenly turned his face. Kid, using flowing cherry against the senior is enough, right? Conqueror's hockey or something. Am not that freak like the Golden Lion? Huh? What Conqueror's hockey? Gin turned around abruptly, confusion written all over his face. What are you talking about? Borsalino-senpai. Looking at the bewildered face capable of acting better than himself, the uncertain Kizaru slowly raised his hand to cover his eyes, a hint of helplessness leaking through his fingers. P.S. The protagonist and Kizaru. Gin and Kizaru. In the year 1489 of the Sea Circle calendar, the elite training camp officially commenced, accompanied by a personnel reshuffle at Marine headquarters. Kizaru was promoted from Rear Admiral to Vice Admiral, but reassigned to the Marine Staff Department as Vice Chief of Staff, retaining the rank of Vice Admiral. The following year, 1490, Sakasuki, the workplace overachiever, accumulated the most merits and earned a 3-level promotion, rising from Headquarters Captain to Headquarters Vice Admiral, assuming the post of Commander of G3 Base in the New World, where he was stationed long-term. Kazan received a 2-level promotion from Marine Captain to Headquarters Rear Admiral, assigned to the Headquarters Mobile Force, responsible for major mission support. Borsalino also received a 2-level promotion to Headquarters Rear Admiral, transferred to the Science Defense Force to assist the scientist Vegapunk. Meanwhile, on the last day transitioning from 1489 to 1490, a significant event occurred among the world nobles. Homing Saint of the Don Quixote family decided to relinquish his celestial dragon status and leave Mary Gios with his wife and 2 sons. A year later, in 1491, Goen, due to the G3 Golden Lion attack incident combined with his victory over Borsalino in the training camp exhibition match, became the sole victor. His military merits and background perfectly aligned with the training camp's promotional plan, earning him a special 4-level promotion from Headquarters Captain to Headquarters Rear Admiral, and he was appointed as the New World Cruise Commander. At the age of 20, he became the fastest rising flag officer in Marine headquarters history. Meanwhile, the Roger pirates, having reached the end of the log pose at Waterstar Island, and discovering it was not the final island, continued their search for the poneglyphs. In the same year, the Whitebeard pirates unexpectedly visited the land of Wano, and the samurai Kazuki Odin joined their crew. Upon setting sail, he achieved a terrifying feat of sinking 4 warships and slaying 2 headquarters vice admirals in a single day, earning a bounty of 187 berries. Kaido Big Mom, the Evil King, the Crescent Moon Hunter, the Red Count, and other notorious pirates began to stir, while emerging pirates like Gecko Moria and Sir Crocodile started to make their mark. In the New World on Castle Island, a warship lay quietly moored at the island's edge, the sea breeze carrying a briny scent across the deck. On the island, an eerie silence prevailed. The dense forest was cloaked in grayish-white mycelium, as if the entire island was being silently devoured by some entity. Rustle. Amid the faint sound of mycelium creeping, a figure emerged slowly. Guin, draped in the justice coat, stepped out from the mycelium thicket, dragging a man by the hair with his left hand. The man's body was entwined with mycelium, his skin marked with eerie spore traces, his eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. Tisk tisk tsk. Guin glanced at his left hand, where the mycelium still coiled like living things attempting to invade his skin. The fungus fruit. If you had developed this ability a bit more, I'd have been in trouble. As he spoke, armament hockey flashed like black lightning, reducing the mycelium to ashes under its crushing force, scattering into the air. Rear Admiral Guin. A Marine soldier hurried forward, his voice trembling involuntarily as he recognized the figure being dragged out. The cursed doctor who had struck fear into the New World Marines was now being hauled behind their rear admiral like a dead dog. This is the cursed Dr. Samuel Kronos with a bounty of 114 berries. Guin casually tossed the man onto the sand, raising a cloud of dust. A fungus fruit user, a troublesome fellow. Guin kicked the limp body. Take him back to the nearest Marine base, have Kazan escort him to impel down yourself. And remember to wear sea stone handcuffs so his spores can't spread and escape. As expected of the man who once defeated Rear Admiral Borsellino. The soldiers gazed at Guin, who spoke calmly without a single scratch, and all of them swallowed involuntarily. After all, this was the cursed Dr. Samuel Kronos with a staggering bounty of 114 berries. Following Rear Admiral Guin on missions is our greatest fortune. The most senior private in the unit lowered his voice. You haven't seen how other officers treat their subordinates. Only Rear Admiral Guin would rather face an entire pirate crew alone than see us get hurt. Rear Admiral Guin. Enough, stop with the sentiment. Guin waved his hand. Yes, sir. The Marines quickly fastened sea stone handcuffs on Samuel and dragged him onto the warship. Looks like we can have some peace for a while. A sergeant opened the logbook and wrote in a calm tone, April 1491, see Circle Calendar, Rear Admiral Guin, and captured the pirate curse, Dr. Samuel Kronos, bounty 114 berries. After recording, the officer looked up and asked, Rear Admiral Guin, shall we return to base as planned? Admiral Zephyr called earlier requesting you to return to headquarters for a mixer. Guin twitched his mouth, directly waving his hand to cut in. No thanks, I haven't finished my crew's mission yet. The officer looked troubled. But Admiral Zephyr said this time it's a specially arranged social event for officers of flag and field rank. It's about internal unity in the Marines. As a newly promoted Rear Admiral and the pride of the elite training camp, your absence might. Unity. Guin scoffed, turning to face the sea. Do you think I don't know what Teacher Zephyr is thinking? He certainly understood Zephyr's intention. Ever since his promotion to Rear Admiral, and knowing that Guin was looking for a furry adjutant, Zephyr had been trying to tether him to Marineford in various ways. Not meetings, then mixers, all under the guise of cultivating Guin's command qualities, but in truth, he wanted to keep him from running off. But having a furry adjutant was a great idea, wasn't it? Wouldn't it be wonderful to have Carrot as both a lovely girl and a rabbit? I just want a cute Carrot as my... So Guin volunteered for New World cruises whenever possible. Besides hunting pirates, the more important reason was, I haven't found my furry kingdom yet. Of course, Guin's departure was conditional on Guin not being at headquarters. After all, a mixer with Guin, the current #1 beauty in Marine headquarters, was something he would be quite happy to attend. Seeing their Rear Admiral's attitude, the officer wanted to persuade further, but Guin raised his hand to stop him. Reply to Teacher Zephyr that the pirates in the New World are rampant and the crew's mission brooks no delay. Justice cannot stop. As for the mixer he mentioned, if Guin's not there, I'm not there either. Guin shrugged. Let him go bother Borsellino instead. That guy's got plenty of free time in the science division. No, wait, add this, tell Teacher Zephyr while pirates remain, how can I call it home? The officer hesitated, then finally bowed his head and replied, yes, sir. All right. Guin gazed at the distant horizon. Continue on course, next stop. Report. Before Gu-in could finish, a communications soldier rushed onto the deck, his face grim. Rear Admiral Gu-in, an emergency distress signal has been received from nearby waters. A warship from G-14 base is under attack by the great pirate giant battleship, San Juan Wolf, coordinates 132 east, 28 north. Gu-in raised an eyebrow. San Juan Wolf. San Juan Wolf, now known as the Mobile Disaster, was a monster standing 180 meters tall, lying down like a small island. His bounty exceeded 150 berries, making him one of the most ferocious pirates in the New World. That's correct. The communications soldier added. The G-14 warship is severely damaged. It seems. He is moving toward Castle Island. Coming here. A cold smile curled at the corner of Gu-in's mouth. Interesting. Then he turned and strode to the ship's rail, placing one hand on the hilt of the Black Blade Hachibra. All hands change course to the distress coordinates. Aye, sir. The warship swiftly adjusted its heading, cutting through the waves and racing away. Teacher Zephyr, now you have no excuse to call me back, do you? In a certain near-sea area of the New World at longitude 132 east, latitude 28 north, the sea surface was quivering. It was not wind or waves nor a tsunami, but the natural disturbance caused by the movement of a colossal entity. San Juan Wolf, the moving calamity, with a bounty of 167 billion berries, was striding across the seawater. Having consumed the expand fruit, his body had reached a staggering 180 meters in height, presumably his limit. His bulging muscles layered with fat loomed like mountain ranges, and his skin was coarse. With each step, the sea surface erupted in towering waves dozens of meters high. Before him, the G-14 branch's warship seemed as insignificant as a tiny leaf in a storm. Dereshishishi. This is absolutely terrible. On the warship's deck, Jaguar D. Saul let out his signature hearty laugh, but the cold sweat on his brow betrayed his true emotions. As a giant vice admiral of the Marines, standing 22 meters tall, he now looked up like a child at the shadow that blotted out the sky. Vice Admiral Saul, the main cannon salvo is ineffective. His skin is harder than the warship's armor. And we have no other ammunition, a Marine soldier reported hoarsely. Keep firing. At least. By some time. Saul roared through gritted teeth, gripping his giant axe. And did the support message go out? Any response? A warship from nearby Caspian Island responded, but it's only a patrol vessel. The commander's identity is unknown. Then we're in deep trouble. Looks like we'll be buried at sea today. Meanwhile, San Juan Wolf looked down, a grotesque grin spreading across his face. Little marine insects. So noisy. As he spoke, he slowly raised his foot, the shadow falling like a canopy over the entire warship. It's over. Saul's pupils contracted sharply, his laughter tinged with bitterness for the first time. How can a giant be this huge? This monster. He stared up at the sky-obscuring giant foot, his 22-meter frame seeming like an infant before the 180-meter monstrosity. The warship's deck groaned under the shadow, the Marines' screams swallowed by the deafening roar of the waves. Just as the colossal foot was about to crush the vessel. Shock step, sky stomp. A cold voice sliced through the sky. Before the sound arrived, the attack had already struck. Gu-in's figure plummeted from the sky like a meteor, transforming into a dark red lightning bolt. His right leg, coated with armament hockey and spiraling vibration particles, tore through the air with a piercing screech. The moment it made contact with San Juan Wolf's chest, justice execution. Boom. Space froze for 1,000th of a second. Then, with the point of impact as the center, the space within 100 meters shattered abruptly. Crack. Crack. Spiderweb-like fissures materialized in the air, each one erupting with pale white shock waves. San Juan Wolf's skin rippled like water under the ultra-high frequency vibration, his thick muscles groaning like an anvil struck by an invisible giant hammer, emitting a teeth-grinding whine. Substantial spatial cracks spread across his chest. San Juan Wolf looked down in shock, seeing his once proud body covered in fissures like fragile glass. The shock waves penetrated his skin, shaking his internal organs in resonance. Ugh! Oh! He cried out in pain, his mountainous frame staggering back several steps from the kick. Each step backward blasted 100-meter-high water walls into the sea. The residual force of the shock waves turned the spray into crystalline ice crystals, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. Gu-in used the momentum to backflip, his white figure spinning in midair before landing nimbly on Saul's warship deck. His justice coat fluttered, and the black blade 8 desolations hung at his waist. Seems like it's not just size, but defense is ridiculously strong too. Gu-in narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with eager excitement. Looking at the back before him, Saul froze for a moment, then burst into his iconic laughter. Dereshishishi. I didn't expect the support to be Vice Admiral Gu-in. But Gu-in had no time for pleasantries. He merely glanced at Saul and said, Saul, take your men to a but you'll only be in the way here, slowing me down. Gu-in cut him off, his gaze fixed on San Juan Wolf in the distance. To deal with a monster of this size, you'll need some special measures. Just as the rumors say, Saul thought inwardly hearing Guen's words. When it comes to battle, there's no room for politeness. In that case, I'll leave this to Vice Admiral Guen. At the same time, as if to confirm Guen's words, San Juan Wolf had already steadied himself. He looked down at his chest. There was a faint scar, but it was quickly covered by regenerating muscle. Little Marine. You hurt me. San Juan Wolf's voice rumbled like thunder. Hurt? Guen sneered, gathering vibration particles in his hands. This is just the beginning. To me, you're nothing but. San Juan Wolf's armament hack-coated giant fist slammed down. The air compressed into visible shockwaves before the fist, and the sea surface was gouged into a deep trench by the punch's wind pressure. The spray didn't even have time to rise before it was crushed into white mist by the air pressure. Using the recoil, Guen's form darted like a phantom through the shadow of the giant fist, his speed so fast it nearly left afterimages. Boom. The giant fist crashed into the sea, the terrifying impact. Using the recoil, Guen's form darted like a phantom through the shadow of the giant fist, his speed so fast it nearly left afterimages. Boom. The giant fist crashed into the sea, the terrifying impact directly creating a vacuum crater 100 meters in diameter. The seawater was squeezed into a ring-shaped tsunami, spreading wildly in all directions. The retreating warship shook violently in the waves. On deck, Saul had to grab the mast to steady himself. How can anyone fight such a monster? Many Marines whispered in despair. Others might not, but that man definitely can. Saul said calmly, watching the battle. On the other side, Guen's figure had already appeared on San Juan Wolf's shoulder. Then with a light tap on the giant's collarbone, he flew to the top of his head, a cold smirk curling on his lips. Such a huge size gives terrifying advantages, but also enormous disadvantages. Guen said as he slowly clasped his hands together. For instance, you can't dodge now. The sky suddenly darkened. Sensing the anomaly, San Juan Wolf jerked his head up, his murky pupils reflecting a massive white halo. A ring of energy over 300 meters in diameter expanded high in the sky like a gate to another world. What is that? Saul's jaw dropped. Experience my newly developed technique. The next second, Guen's icy voice rang out. Heaven shake, heaven prison gate. As the words fell, the center of the halo blazed with blinding white light. SHHHH. Hundreds of vibrating light bullets rained down like a storm. Each beam was only as thick as an arm, yet contained high-frequency vibrations capable of shattering mountains. They precisely enveloped San Juan Wolf's entire body. The moment they touched his skin, PSHHH, PSHHH, PSHHH. Countless blood blossoms erupted from the giant's surface. Ow! San Juan Wolf let out a deafening roar of agony. Especially for a giant, such a towering stature meant their armament hockey could never cover every inch complete. In an instant, San Juan Wolf's skin cracked under the vibration, muscle fibers torn apart by the high-frequency waves, and even his bones groaned with unbearable creaking sounds. More terrifyingly, those beams did not vanish after hitting the ground. Instead, they transformed into countless pale white light points embedded in the sea surface. Boom, boom, boom. Within 10 seconds, the entire sea area became a shockwave minefield. Each light point erupted intermittently, sending continuous pillars of water into the air. San Juan Wolf's legs were struck by dozens of shockwaves simultaneously. His knees buckled, and his massive body staggered and fell to its knees, stirring up a colossal wave. Heaven shake. So this is the power called Shatter the Sky. The Marines on the warship cheered, but also marveled. He withstood that move. Guen frowned. As the vibrations subsided, San Juan Wolf slowly lifted his head from the sea. Though covered in blood, his eyes were even more feral. The muscles at the wounds were wriggling and healing at a visible rate. Little brat. No, I remember now. Heaven shake. You're the Marine who cut down Golden Lion with one slash. He grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth. But whoever you are, you've successfully pissed me off now. Now that's more like it. Guen sneered, his right hand drawing the black blade 8 Desolations. As he released the blade, he coated it with armament hockey. That guy called Curse Doctor wasn't even worth me drawing my sword. So let me see, how many slashes can you take? It's just an ant. The roar of Saint Juan the evil wolf shattered the clouds within a 1,000-meter radius. With each step of his 180-meter-tall body, the seawater was violently compressed into solid form, creating temporary land, with a diameter of several hundred meters. But these lands crumbled in the next second, unleashing hundreds of tons of seawater, like countless underwater bombs exploding simultaneously. Boom, boom. The fists of Saint Juan the evil wolf were suddenly enveloped in a pitch-black armed color. Before his fists reached their target, the wind from his punches had already carved a 1,000-meter-long vacuum trench on the sea surface, with the water on both sides rising vertically like cliffs. No wonder teacher ZFA said that the super-large sea kings are terrifying. Just you, this 180-meter-tall guy gives me so much trouble with a mere movement. Gein's black blade 8 Desolation stood in front, its blade wrapped in armed color interwoven with vibrating particles to form a black and white light membrane. At the moment of collision between fist and blade, 100 meter energy sphere erupted at the contact point, filled with high-frequency, vibrating white lightning. As the sphere expanded, the seawater within a 1,000-meter radius was forcibly pushed aside, revealing the rocky seabed and silt. The waves at the edge of the sphere froze into ice crystals before vaporizing into white mist in the next instant. Crack, crack, crack. The seabed rock layers trembled and split. Gein's powerful vibration fruit ability triggered microplate movements, causing an island made of shattered rocks to rise from beneath their feet. Interesting. Gein's military boots sank into the rock layers, yet a hint of excitement curved at the corner of his mouth. The blade of 8 Desolations and the giant fist sparked fiercely, with each spark bursting in the air like small explosions. Meanwhile, Saint One the Evil Wolf, realizing he could no longer advance an inch, felt his pupils quake. He was astonished to find that Gein's strength was not inferior to his own. After all, he was a supergiant. Why does your strength match mine? There's no way around it. I only have this one talent that looks impressive on the surface. And besides, if you can't push me, then it's my turn. Gein suddenly withdrew his blade. Saint One the Evil Wolf had no time to restrain his power and staggered forward with his enormous body. At the same time, Gein's left fist was covered in armed color, with a vortex of vibrations gathering into waves at the fist's edge, causing the surrounding space to begin to distort and collapse. Hey, wait! Saint One the Evil Wolf's expression changed in shock, but his colossal body simply couldn't evade in time. I've wanted to use this move for a long time. Gein revealed an excited smile. Take this Supreme Vibration Fist. As he unleashed the punch, the air along the trajectory was completely vacuumed out, forming a vacuum tunnel. The moment it struck Saint One the Evil Wolf's abdomen, a kilometer-sized cylindrical explosion erupted behind him, tearing apart the sea behind him in two. Saint One the Evil Wolf spewed a waterfall of blood, collapsing onto the temporarily formed island. Gein flicked his wrist, pointing the blade of 8 Desolations at his opponent. Shall we continue? Continue your... Just as Saint One the Evil Wolf was about to curse, a terrifying voice interrupted him. I understand, raising your hand doesn't mean you're apologizing, but rather it's the Supreme Vibration Fist. Supreme Vibration Fist. Supreme Vibration Fist. It's so satisfying. Your physique is practically tailor-made, taking full damage. Supreme Vibration Fist. In an instant, facing the oversized experimental doll Saint One the Evil Wolf, Gein remained silent, solely focusing on the Supreme Vibration Fist. Huff. After a long time, Gein, thoroughly exhilarated, exhaled sharply. You can't even bring me down. Saint One the Evil Wolf's massive body straightened despite the intense pain. His entire body felt weakened, yet he was still stubborn. Shatter the sky. It's nothing more than this. While speaking, he seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. His left palm, carrying the force to shatter mountains and seas, crashed down toward Gein. Before the massive palm arrived, the wind pressure had already compressed the sea into a 1,000-meter-wide depression. The temporarily formed rocky island crumbled under the air pressure, and the splintered stones turned to dust the moment they touched the edge of the palm wind. Gein's righteous cape rustled in the fierce wind as his figure remained still. Just as the massive palm was about to reach the tips of his hair, vibration flash. Gein's body transformed into countless flickering pale particles, vanishing into nothingness at the critical moment. In the next instant, the particles reassembled before the forehead of Saint One the Evil Wolf. It's been a while since I've used this move. Gein's left hand gently brushed over the blade of 8 Desolations. As his fingertips passed the air, began to exhibit unnatural distortions. The vibrating particles converged toward the blade like rivers flowing into the sea, compressing the energy to such an extent that the surrounding space emitted a low-frequency hum. Saint One the Evil Wolf's pupils suddenly constricted. As a powerful being in the new world, even his not-so-strong observation haki instinctively sensed a fatal threat. This is definitely going to be a terrifying Supreme Vibration Fist. However, at this moment, his 180-meter-tall colossal body became the biggest burden, unable to respond effectively. If you have the ability, continue with the Supreme Vibration Fist, you bastard Navy. Just in time to strengthen it a bit casually. He'll use you to test my blade. With that said, Gein's eyes flashed crimson, and the Conqueror's haki erupted like a volcano. Unlike before, this overwhelming pressure did not spread. Rather, what had initially been a mere deterrent, Conqueror's haki transformed in an instant into a subtle aura guided toward the blade of 8 Desolations, enveloping it in armed color, while the crackling lightning flashed a dark purple. When I last fought against Kizaru, I grasped some insights. The black blade emitted a pleasurable tremor, and the dark red patterns at the hilt turned purple-black as it actively guided the hints of Conqueror's haki emanating from Gein. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The low-frequency hum suddenly escalated into a piercing scream, and the space surrounding the blade began to crack massively. Each flickering dark purple lightning tore through the void, creating spiderweb-like black fissures. Now with the cooperation of 8 desolations. Geen gripped the hilt with both hands and slowly raised the black blade. The most basic upward stance caused the seawater within a 100-meter radius to defy gravity and float upward. This strike. He gazed into the horrified eyes of Saint when the evil wolf, his voice eerily calm, will make you forever remember what it means to shatter the sky. Skyquake space split. The moment the slash was unleashed, the world seemed to freeze for an instant. Crack. The crisp sound of shattering resonated through the heavens and earth. Starting from the blade's edge, the entire space cracked like a struck mirror. The spiderweb-like fissures instantly spread up to a kilometer high, with each crack bursting forth with purple-black destructive energy. Under the influence of fear, Saint One, the evil wolf, instinctively raised his massive palm, but the moment he came into contact with the fissures, it crumbled apart. No. It can't be. The expression of Saint One, the evil wolf, whose hand was severed, froze in horror, yet the fissures continued to extend, silently sweeping past his colossal body. Time seemed to stretch. On the 180-meter-tall body of Saint One, the evil wolf, countless fine light traces suddenly appeared. In the next moment, boom! With a thunderous explosion, the giant's body collapsed like a sand sculpture. His chest was sliced open with a massive crack, and every piece of flesh disintegrated into dust within the purple-black lightning, causing a blood mist to erupt a kilometer high above the sea. The shockwave evaporated the seawater across the entire sea area, revealing a seabed hundreds of meters deep. When the blood mist dissipated, Saint One, the evil wolf, shrank to a normal-sized broken body, floating on the sea like a whale washed ashore. Geen stood with his blade sheathed behind Saint One, the evil wolf, as the purple-black flashes on the blade gradually faded. Now can you still stand up? Salty Fish message: this book is rated. Please give Salty Fish a 5-star review. It's very important. When the book circle opens later, Salty Fish will create a topic about the development of the Skyquake fruit, such as the Supreme Vibration Fist, which fits well, or others everyone can discuss together. The sea instantly returned to calm, with only the colossal body of the floating Saint One. The wolf bear witness that the battle just moments ago was no illusion. In the distance, as the warship drew closer, Saul, standing on the deck, gazed at the scene before him, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, his throat dry and almost speechless. Taraha. Saul's voice trembled slightly. Commodore Jern. He forced a faint smile, trying to conceal the shock within. I really owe you this time. Otherwise my men and I would probably have. It's nothing. I just happened to be nearby. Jern didn't look back, merely waving his hand casually to cut him off. Then with a light leap, he returned to his own warship's deck, took a bandage from the sergeant, and skillfully rewound the black blade 8 wastelands. The white bandage spiraled around the blade, quickly concealing the pitch-black sword body and the dark red pattern. Still too weak. Someone like Saint One the wolf, even the nearly 80-year-old Garp, could knock him out with a single punch. Jern had thought his supreme wave punch would finish it, but it took this long due to the opponent's defense. Thinking this, Jern looked at the black blade 8 wastelands on his back and narrowed his eyes. Although the 8 wastelands can actively guide Haki, the amount of Conqueror's Haki I release is still too little and unstable. On the other side, seeing that Jern was about to leave, Saul quickly stepped forward and asked loudly, Commodore Jern, aren't you planning to escort Saint One the wolf to impel down with me? This guy's size will probably require at least 4 warships to drag him. Moi. Hearing this, Jern tightened the bandage without looking up. No need. My patrol mission isn't over yet. When you sent out the request for support, I wasn't the only one who received it. Nearby bases must have already dispatched personnel. So this guy is on you. After all, you're also a Commodore. You can handle this little matter, right? Faced with Jern's reply, Saul gave a wry smile and scratched his head. That's true, but... Just then a commotion broke out on Jern's warship. Several naval soldiers escorted a man bound with seastone handcuffs, the very cursed Dr. Samuel Kronos, whom Jern had captured earlier. No traces of fungal filaments remained on his body. He was utterly listless, having clearly lost all ability to resist. This. Saul's eyes widened as he pointed at Samuel and exclaimed, This isn't the cursed Dr. Samuel Kronos, is it? The wanted pirate with a bounty of 1,140,000,000. Commodore Jern, when did you capture him? Jern glanced at him, his tone flat. Right before I ran into you. This guy's fungi fruit is indeed troublesome, but nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. Saul's jaw dropped at a loss for words. Not to mention Saint One the wolf, even this dispirited cursed Dr. Samuel Kronos alone could single-handedly take down Saul. Both were Commodores, yet Jern's strength and accomplishments left him far behind. Thinking this, Saul looked at Saint One the wolf floating on the sea, then at Samuel being escorted, and a complex feeling welled up inside him. There's a gap, even among Commodores. One might think Jern was an admiral. Commodore Jern, you really are. Saul took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. Compared to you, I feel like a mere placeholder. Jern finally looked up, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Don't overthink it. Everyone has their own duty. Saul shook his head and sighed. No, this is beyond just duty. You've consecutively defeated 2 pirates with bounties over 1 billion. But Taraha, Admiral Zephyr, and Ensign Guion will surely be happy for you when they hear about it at headquarters. Guion. Hearing Saul mention Guion's name, Jern frowned. Taraha, Commodore Jern, I know about your relationship. Saul winked mischievously. Oh, and what do you think you know? Before I left on my mission, I once delivered documents to Commodore Jern's home. Saul said, squinting with a smile. When you're away on missions, Ensign Guion is the one who tidies up your house. And Zephyr Sensius' wife has told many officers and students of Zephyr Sensii about your relationship. But I never expected Ensign Guion to have such a gentle side. Saul continued laughing. When she goes on missions with Vice Admiral Tsuru, she's known as the Ice Queen. Taraha. Jern had completely stopped listening to Saul's words. He just rubbed his temples, helplessly muttering to himself. Zephyr Sensius' act, first explain later strategy, is truly masterful. Meanwhile, the naval soldiers on the warship cast admiring glances at him, whispering among themselves about the defeat of the pirates. Commodore Jern is too strong. That was the moving calamity, Saint won the Wolf. I heard he also defeated Rear Admiral Borsellino before, and now he easily handles enemies of this level. It's our fortune to serve under Commodore Jern. Well, I guess I'll have to see Guion when I get back. Ignoring the chatter, Jern turned to the sergeant and said, Record this, Saint won the Wolf will be escorted by Commodore Saul. We'll continue our patrol mission. The sergeant immediately nodded. Yes, Commodore Jern. Seeing this, Saul didn't insist. He straightened his back and saluted Jern solemnly. Commodore Jern, thank you for your support this time. I will take responsibility for safely escorting Saint won the Wolf and Samuel to Impel Down. Jern nodded casually, then waved his hand. All right, go now. Don't waste time. Saul smiled, turned to his subordinates, and barked orders. Attention all. Prepare to tow Saint won the Wolf. Contact the nearby naval base for reinforcements. With the command, Saul's warships sprang into action. Sailors moved swiftly, some handling communications, others preparing ropes and tools for towing. At the same time, Jern's warship slowly traced an elegant arc toward the distant horizon. The steel behemoth carved a white wake across the sea, gradually fading from Saul's fleet's sight. On the deck, the sea breeze gently brushed the hem of Jern's uniform. His hands clasped behind his back, he gazed calmly at the shrinking silhouette of Saul's warship. Commodore Jern, the sergeant said quietly, appearing at his side, lowering his voice. Should we turn back to Caswin Island? Moi. Jern turned his head slightly, an eyebrow raised. Back to Caswin Island. We discovered the cursed doctor's real ship on the island's flank. Didn't his ship already? Jern's words suddenly stopped, then a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Good one, cursed doctor playing the cunning rabbit with 3 burrows trick. Noticing the change in his superior's expression, the sergeant quickly added, the ship is said to contain the treasure that fellow has hoarded over the years. Treasure. Jern suddenly raised his voice, cutting him off with righteous indignation. Watch your wording, sergeant. That is ill-gotten wealth plundered by pirates. It should be used as military expenses for our naval fleet. Off the coast of Caspian Island, Gen's warship slowly approached a bay. Within the bay, a pirate ship covered in fungal filaments lay quietly at anchor. The ship's hull was rotted, the deck covered in a layer of grayish-white fungal mat, as if the entire vessel had been eroded by some organism. The air was thick with a damp, moldy odor unpleasant to the senses. Rear Admiral, Gen, we have confirmed it. This ship belongs to the plague Dr. Samuel Kronos. The sergeant reported in a low voice, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. No living souls on board, but the filaments are still active. We need to be careful. You all step back a bit. Gen nodded, placing his right hand on the wooden hull. A faint vibration of particles emerged and precisely covered the entire ship. Ripple. As the word fell, all surface filaments on the ship were shattered with precision. Such was the advantage of a Logia-type fruit. Its malleability was extraordinarily high. Having dealt with that, Gen stepped onto the deck, his boots crunching softly on the shattered filaments. Count the treasure and move it out. Hurry up, Gen ordered. Also, I've only shattered the surface filaments. Stay away from the deeper parts of the ship. Yes, sir. The Marines swiftly mobilized, splitting into several teams to begin looting the ship's treasure. Gen walked alone deeper into the ship, passing through dim cabin corridors. The captain's door was tightly shut, with strands of filament seeping through the gaps, as if resisting intrusion. Well hidden. Gen sneered, raising his left hand as a faint vibration wave gathered in his palm. Resonant shatter. Crack. The lock instantly burst, and the entire door shattered into pieces. Inside the captain's quarters, the filaments writhed like living things, but Gen's armament hockey kept them at bay. Gen's gaze swept the room, and quickly locked onto a heavy oak table. Beneath it, 2 delicate wooden chests were wrapped in filaments, seemingly hidden deliberately. Just as I thought. Gin squinted his left hand, gathering vibration waves once more as he gave a light flick. Bang! The chests cracked open, and their contents tumbled out. 2 strangely shaped fruits. One was a golden gourd-like fruit covered in spiral patterns. The other was a fluorescent green cherry with a faint glow on its skin. Devil fruits. Gin's pupils dilated and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That plague doctor actually had these hidden away. Haha, he must have been planning to sell them at Sabati Archipelago. After all, Samuel Kronos was already a user of the spore fruit and could not eat a second devil fruit. These 2 fruits were merely bargaining chips for profit. With that thought, Gin did not hesitate. He reached out and picked up both fruits. Can't tell what they are from the look. You'll need to check the encyclopedia back on the warship. Rear Admiral Gin. The sergeant's voice came from outside the door. All treasure has been loaded onto the warship. Shall we withdraw? Let's go. Gin turned and left the captain's quarters, striding toward the deck. The soldiers had completed their task, and the ship's interior was stripped clean. Standing at the bow, Gin glanced at the fungus-infested vessel and said calmly, "Burn it." "Yes, sir." The Marines quickly lit torches and hurled them at the ship. Flames spread instantly, the filaments sizzling in the heat as if wailing. Gin leaped lightly back onto the warship's deck, greeted by a mountain of spoils, gleaming gold bars, dazzling jewels, priceless artworks, and even several sealed crates of aged rum. Under the sunlight, the treasures shimmered with an enticing glow. Rear Admiral Gin about these treasures. The sergeant hesitated, his eyes shifting between Gin and the loot. "As I recall in the mission report." Gin crossed his arms, his tone indifferent. "Didn't I shatter the plague Dr. Samuel Kronos' ship together with him?" "Yes, exactly." The sergeant paused for a moment, then straightened his back knowingly. "All of us officers and men can testify." He turned to look around. Everyone saw it with their own eyes, didn't they? "Yes." The Marines on deck answered in unison, their voices crisp and uniform. "Oh, you guys." Gin looked embarrassed. "You're making it hard for me." "Rear Admiral Gin, we are your most loyal subordinate," the sergeant said solemnly. Those words came from the heart. Following this officer was the greatest fortune of their Marine careers. Every battle, Gin charged ahead, taking all the danger upon himself, leaving only the final cleanup to them. Such an officer was worth dying for. All right. Gin waved his hand in resignation. "Each of you pick one thing you like." "But Rear Admiral Gin, this. If you don't take it, and I don't take it, will this stuff be safe?" He raised an eyebrow. "Besides, should we let these ill-gotten treasures continue to harm the seas?" The sergeant's eyes lit up with understanding, a joyful smile spreading across his face. "Understood. The rest will be allocated as military funds to improve meals for everyone during the next resupply." After that, Gin ignored the soldiers' distribution and headed straight for his own cabin. Back in his office, he took out the 2 devil fruits from his pocket and placed them on the desk. Then he pulled a thick encyclopedia from the shelf, the complete guide to devil fruits. "Let's see what fruits these are." Gin flipped through quickly, his eyes scanning each page. A golden gourd. A fluorescent green cherry. Suddenly his finger stopped on a page. The illustration there matched the fruits perfectly. Paramecia gold fruit grants the user a body highly compatible with gold, allowing control over any gold they have touched in any state. Paramecia heal fruit allows the user to heal injuries, but using the ultimate ability, complete restoration, shortens the user's lifespan. 2 Paramecia types. Gin's pupils contracted slightly, then he revealed a playful smile. Plague Doctor, you've truly given me a great gift." Gin closed the encyclopedia, leaned back in his chair, and his gaze grew deep. "If I remember correctly, the gold fruit will eventually be taken by the Golden Emperor Tesoro from Doflamingo's auction house, and the heal fruit will be eaten by the princess of the Tontata tribe. But now they're mine. How should I arrange them?" At this thought, a smile tugged at the corner of Gin's mouth. The current Golden Emperor was probably still a gambler. It would be another 2 years before he met Stella at the human slave shop and began to change for the love of his life. And if I want to completely separate the Marines from the world government in the future, many steps are needed, and money is a crucial part. As for the heal fruit, a powerful support ability, it definitely should be given to my adjutant, someone who is always by my side. Ha. Looking at the devil fruits in his hands, Gin couldn't help but laugh out loud. What a present and a surprise. On the Azure Sea, the naval warship of Gu-in sailed slowly. For weeks they had been following the patrol route set by the Navy while searching for traces of Xiangzhou. Rear Admiral Gu-in. Suddenly the lookout on the crow's nest shouted, "Anomaly ahead." Gu-in arched an eyebrow and strode to the bow. At the same time, through the lookout's telescope, a ship flying a pirate flag gradually emerged from the distant horizon. "That's Standard. That flag." The naval soldier on the lookout cried out in shock, nearly dropping his telescope. "Alert! All hands on alert." His voice trembled with barely concealed fear. a ship of the Golden Lion's flying pirate crew spotted ahead. Silence fell upon the deck instantly. Every naval soldier froze, someone's ammunition box clattered onto the deck. Several recruits' legs began to tremble uncontrollably, while veterans instinctively reached for their weapons. Golden Lion. Is it that Golden Lion? A young soldier asked with a quivering voice. Shut up. It's just a pirate crew under the Golden Lion. The sergeant barked, then hurried to Guin's side and lowered his voice. Rear Admiral Guin, the lookout, confirms the flying pirate crew's flag. We. Before the sergeant could finish, Guin interrupted. Besides the pirate ship, did you see anything else? Anything else? Hearing Guin's words, the lookout raised his telescope again, and indeed saw a large, seemingly moving, yet motionless dark silhouette not far away. He reported truthfully, and upon hearing this, Guin grew even more excited than when he heard about the pirate ship. He took the telescope from the sergeant. Through the lens, he saw a massive dark shadow slowly moving near the pirate ship. The silhouette's outline could be discerned as that of an elephant. Finally found you, Xiangzhu, Guin murmured. After confirming the shadow was Xiangzhu, he slightly adjusted the telescope. So it really is the flying pirate crew. The corners of Guin's mouth lifted slightly. What a small world. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared on the deck of the pirate ship in the telescope's view. The man wore a black top hat and a dark red coat, a golden long spear intricately carved with patterns resting on his shoulder, while his other hand toyed with a small pocket watch. If it isn't you. Guin lowered the telescope with a cold laugh. Now with a bounty of 1,090,000,000 berries, the 3rd Division commander of the Golden Lion's flying pirate crew. Death knelled Dai Wei. Meanwhile, on the pirate ship, Dai Wei seemed to sense something. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing the sea, and his Kinbunshiko haki locked firmly onto Guin on the warship. He pressed down his hat, revealing a grim face, and curled his lips into a sinister smile. Dai Wei gently shook the pocket watch in his hand, producing a crisp click sound. Looks like we've run into an old acquaintance. His voice was low but clearly reached the ears of the pirates beside him. Captain Dai Wei, that's. A pirate swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The Navy's heavenly Quake. That's right. Dai Wei's lips curled into a vicious grin, spinning the golden spear gracefully in his hand. That brat who only dared to sneak attack behind Zifa's back when the Admiral attacked the Navy's G3 base. Dai Wei adjusted his grip leisurely, every movement exuding the composure of a cat playing with a mouse. He got away back then, but this time. Dai Wei suddenly lowered his voice, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his eyes. It won't be so easy. In Dai Wei's perception, Guin was merely a lucky newcomer. The Golden Lion himself had told him that the injury that day was clearly inflicted by Black Arm Zifa. That naval brat was at most an opportunist who took advantage of the chaos. Thus, due to the Golden Lion's stubbornness, the officers of the Golden Lion pirate crew also believed that their captain's injury was caused by Black Arm Zifa. Especially since the bounty the Golden Lion had placed on Guin still existed within the flying pirate crew, so Dai Wei completely disregarded Guin. On the deck of the warship, the air seemed to freeze. Rear Admiral Guin. The sergeant's voice trembled noticeably, sweat beading on his forehead. The documents in his hand crumpled from his grip. The lookout has confirmed it's the flying pirate crew's ship. They've locked onto us. He stepped forward and lowered his voice. And according to the latest orders from headquarters, without an admiral present, we must not engage the flying pirate crew in direct conflict. Should we temporarily avoid them? Guin's fingers lightly stroked the hilt of his sword, a dangerous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You want me to? His voice turned icy. Avoid him. His cloak billowed in the sea breeze, and the slow turn of his body carried an oppressive air. The sergeant involuntarily took a half step back, his Adam's apple bobbing. But Rear Admiral Guin headquarters orders explicitly state that without an admiral, we must not engage the flying. So what? Guin interrupted abruptly, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Do you think I follow headquarters orders? Faced with Guin's resolve, the sergeant sighed. Reporting Rear Admiral Guin. Unidentified pirate ship spotted ahead, requesting permission to destroy. Really good. Guin's gaze pierced toward Dai Wei like a sharp blade, memories of their brief encounter flashing through his mind. Then pass the order. Guin's voice suddenly became eerily calm, yet it made everyone's heart tremble. All hands battle stations. He paused, then added, remember, do not let the cannon fire approach Xiangzhu. That creature is far more terrifying when enraged than the Golden Lion. Aye, sir. On the pirate ship, Dai Wei stood like a statue at the prow, the gilded tip of his golden spear rhythmically tapping the deck with a crisp ding-ding. His narrow eyes narrowed, his gaze like a venomous snake, using Kinbunshika haki to lock onto Guin in the distance, a cruel smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Captain Dai Wei, shall we? A pirate began to ask, but was tugged by a companion's sleeve. Shoo, the older pirate whispered, the captain is timing. Dai Weiss' slender fingers elegantly toyed with the silver pocket, watched the chain glinting coldly between his fingers. Suddenly his ominous smile froze, and the watch's lid snapped shut with a crisp click. Time's up, death knell. Before he finished, Dai Weiss' figure had already turned into a blur. The golden spear traced a perfect arc in his hand, and as the spear flower bloomed, a blinding flash erupted from the muzzle. Rings out. The deafening gunshot tore through the sea's calm like a bell. A specially crafted seastone bullet coated with Busashoku hockey shot through the air faster than the eye could follow, aiming straight for Guin's forehead. This shot was so fast that even sound couldn't catch up to the bullet. It was Dai Weiss' signature technique, instant prison snipe. Clang! The piercing metallic clash erupted. David's sea prism stone bullet coated with armament hockey was caught single-handedly by Guin. A ring of air burst from his palm, sparks flew, and the bullet crumbled to dust. B. Blocked, a pirate stammered, his voice thick with disbelief. He caught my instant hell snipe with his bare hands. Dai Weiss' smile froze for an instant, his pupils shrinking slightly. Then his fingers unconsciously stroked the trigger of the golden long rifle, but soon his expression relaxed again. Because Guin had not retaliated. Dai Weiss, assuming that Guin was wary of the flying pirates and the golden lion, curled his lips again, his smile, even more brilliant than before, tinged with a hint of madness. Slowly raising his gun barrel, he pointed the muzzle at Guin, drawling his words. Oh my, why isn't Lord Skyquake making a move? He even deliberately turned his ear, feigning an exaggerated listening pose. Could it be? You're afraid? On the warship, Guin slowly lowered his hand, his brow slightly furrowed, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He turned to the sergeant beside him and asked in a low voice, this guy, has he always been this reckless? The sergeant also looked bewildered, shaking his head. I'm not sure either, sir, but he seems to have no regard for you at all. Dai Weiss' laughter grew more unrestrained. He placed one hand on his hip, hoisted the golden long rifle onto his shoulder, and waved the other hand exaggeratedly. Hey. No way. The man who shattered the sky yet doesn't even have the courage to fire at me. He flung his coat back, revealing the emblem of the flying pirates embroidered on his chest. See this? This is the flag of Admiral Golden Lion. Dai Weiss sneered. I'm giving you the green light. Go ahead and make your move. Life and death are up to fate, huh? On the warship's deck, the Marine's fists clenched with audible cracks, but Guin remained silent. Dai Weiss' grin grew more sinister. What's wrong? Cack out your tongue. He deliberately tapped his temple with the muzzle. Or do you know full well that back then you only managed to wound the Admiral by sheer luck? Then Dai Weiss lowered his voice, his tone icy. You little brat, do you think that by gaining a reputation through a sneak attack, you can truly stand up to the flying pirates? The sea breeze fell still. Guin finally lifted his head, his gaze eerily calm. Are you done? What? Dai Weiss was taken aback, then burst into laughter, finally squeezing out a word. Dai Weiss, do you know why I haven't made a move all this time? Guin slowly raised his right hand palm up as white vibration particles silently coalesced. Dai Weiss snorted. Because you're scared. No, it's just a bit of curiosity. Guin sighed, his gaze returning to Dai Weiss, his tone flat. Because you're merely a sniper, barely proficient in observation hockey. You have neither a devil fruit nor the physical prowess to compensate for your shortcomings. Your bounty of 1,090,000,000 berries is at least half due to Golden Lion's influence. Guin's voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to the pirate ship. Your bounty of 1,090,000,000 berries is at least half due to Golden Lion's influence. Guin's voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to the pirate ship. And most importantly, Guin's fingers suddenly clenched. You dare to provoke another ability user who can unleash a tsunami on the vast open sea. So who's really tired of living? It's not that hard to figure out. As Guin finished, Dai Weiss' smile froze completely. He seemed to have forgotten something terribly important. Anyway, brave of you. Guin shook his head, wasting no more words. He slowly raised his hand palm up as white vibration particles began to gather, cracking the surrounding air. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. On the pirate ship, Dai Weiss' smile finally vanished, replaced by a flicker of panic. Fire. Full fire. He roared, the golden long rifle firing in rapid succession as bullets and cannonballs poured out like a storm. But it was already too late. Guin compressed the vibration particles into an energy sphere with his right hand, then threw a punch directly at Dai Weiss' ship, triggering a seaquake. In an instant, the air shattered. The next moment, the entire sea was lifted by an invisible giant hand. Towering waves surged outward from the warship, spreading madly in all directions. The wave height instantly broke 100 meters, crushing toward the pirate ship like a wall of water. Damn! Dai Weiss' pupils contracted sharply. His bullets were as insignificant as ants before the colossal wave instantly swallowed. The pirate ship groaned under the wave's impact, its hull beginning to break apart. Run! The pirates screamed in terror, but on this sea dominated by vibrations there was no escape. As the wave crashed down, the pirate ship was shredded like paper. Dai Weiss' figure shot upward, his coat drawing a dazzling arc in the sunlight. He moonwalked straight up, the golden long rifle spinning in his hands like a deadly bloom. A sniper's final desperate gambit. Sorry, but this isn't land, and you didn't eat the instant fruit. Guin's hands had already formed a pistol gesture, pale vibration particles at his fingertips, twisting the air into spiral ripples. And when a sniper's observation hockey is weaker than the opponent's, he tilted his head slightly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That means you have no other tricks left. Especially on the vast open sea with no foothold. Am I right, Dai Wei? Bang! With a soft sigh-like sound effect, Guin mimicked 10 spiral shockwaves tore through the sky. Dai Weiss' pupils dilated. The pale rays wrapped in high-frequency vibrations pierced straight through his body. Puffed. The first shockwave tore through his right shoulder, and Dai Wei heard the crisp sound of his collarbone shattering. Then came his left knee, right wrist, lumbar spine. Every joint burst into blood under the precise particle shots. In an instant, Dai Weiss' body convulsed and twisted grotesquely in the air like a puppet manipulated by invisible strings. So this is Quake. The golden long rifle slipped from his spasming fingers. The ornate engravings on the barrel gleamed one last time in the sunlight before being greedily swallowed by the waves. Dai Wei watched his own blood paint a tragic arc against the clear blue sky. Suddenly he recalled a drunken remark from his admiral at a banquet years ago. I don't go to war with Newgate not just because I can't win, but because on the sea challenging the Tremor-Tremor fruit. I can fly, so I'm fine, but you guys, well, you can only jump and feed the fish. And now Quake, damn Logia. As his last trace of consciousness faded, he heard Guin's whispered words drifting on the wind, the bell tolls for thee. After the waves calmed, only wreckage and a few struggling pirates remained on the surface. Guin stood at the bow of the warship, his gaze coldly sweeping over the scene. It's over, he said flatly. Commodore Guin, the sergeant swallowed nervously, asking cautiously, should we capture the survivors? Guin shook his head, no need. He won't survive. With that, he turned and walked toward the cabin as if what had just happened was a trivial matter handled casually. The warship slowly sailed away from the area, leaving behind only shattered debris and the gradually calming sea. Ripples spread across the azure sea beneath the colossal footsteps of the Elephant Lord, its immense shadow looming over Guin's warship like a moving continent. Standing at the bow of the ship, Guin gazed up at the mountain-like behemoth, experiencing a profound sense of awe for the first time. Such was its enormity that each movement of the Elephant Lord was imperceptible to ordinary eyes. It seemed motionless, yet it never ceased. So this is the Elephant Lord, oi? Guin murmured, standing at the bow looking up at the towering colossus that pierced the clouds, a flicker of wonder in his eyes. The Elephant Lord's limbs were like heavenly pillars, churning the flowing seawater into towering waves. Its skin, etched with the ravines of time, seemed to chronicle millennia of history. The petty officer stood beside Guin, equally awestruck. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Commodore, Guin, do you think atop that elephant there really is a nation? Guin nodded, his gaze still fixed on the elephant's cloud-piercing back, the fluffy kingdom, a land secluded from the world. The Marines on the ship exchanged glances, thrilled to learn of an unknown realm, yet regretful they could not set foot upon it. Commodore Guin, if there truly is a nation up there, they must not be a member of the world government. The petty officer hesitated, then spoke. Isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone? Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. Guin chuckled, patting the petty officer on the shoulder. If there's real danger, I'll withdraw immediately. The petty officer wanted to dissuade him further, but Guin had already turned and taken a step toward the Elephant Lord. Pallid vibration particles materialized beneath his feet, and his body slowly rose into the air. I leave the ship to you. Take them to the nearest Marine base for resupply, Guin said, without looking back. Wait for my return. Yes, sir. The petty officer straightened his back and saluted solemnly. Before he could say more, Guin leaped upward, a pale shockwave detonating beneath his feet. Using moonwalk, Guin's figure flickered continuously through the air, each step leaving a faint tremor mark in the void. He ascended as if climbing invisible stairs, racing toward the elephant's back. The petty officer watched Guin's dwindling silhouette against the sky and sighed helplessly. Then he turned and ordered the soldiers, attention, all hands. Change course to the nearest Marine base. But sir, aren't we waiting for Commodore Guin? A young soldier couldn't. We can't anchor here. The petty officer shook his head. This is the waters of the New World. If we stay too long without Commodore Guin's presence, we're sitting ducks. Meanwhile, Guin had already ascended to several hundred meters above the sea. As the altitude increased, the sea wind grew fiercer, yet his steps remained steady. Vibration particles pulsed rhythmically beneath his feet, providing unceasing propulsion. Such a scale, Guin marveled as he ascended. No wonder it has roamed the seas for a millennium. As he drew closer, the view on the elephant's back gradually came into focus. Dense forests covered the vast expanse with outlines of buildings and roads and wisps of cooking smoke rising gently. This nation, established centuries ago, was still untouched by the calamity of drought, thus brimming with harmony. The fluffy kingdom. Geen narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace. Just as Geen descended to land, a dark figure suddenly burst from the forest, charging at him with astonishing speed. Moonwalk. No, this is... Geen's pupils contracted as his observation hockey instantly locked onto the assailant. At that moment, the shadow became clear in the sunlight. A white-haired, golden-furred, rabbit-eared girl somersaulted through the air, her drooping ears dancing in the wind, and her snow-white tail tip tracing an elegant arc. She used the rebound from stepping on the air to change direction 3 times in midair, finally landing gracefully on a branch before Geen, her pink eyes glinting with cunning. "A hairless stranger, you've trespassed into the territory of New Moon Village. Are you here to steal my carrot?" She tilted her head, her left earring chiming, while twirling a short dagger engraved with a carrot pattern. Taken aback, Geen blurted out, "Jayayuot." Hearing Geen's words, the girl's ears instantly perked up, her tail bristled, and she backflipped to a higher branch, glaring down at him. "Who is Jayayuot?" "Libo. Libo Hope, the one who can jump to the moon." She huffed, flinging 3 short daggers that embedded precisely at Geen's feet. "First you steal from my carrot patch, then you get my name wrong. Next time it won't be a warning." Geen raised an eyebrow, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Interesting. So those rabbits aren't all docile." "Carrot thief." Libo snorted, then suddenly dove from the branch, her short dagger aimed straight for Geen's throat. Geen's observation hockey had already predicted her move. He sidestepped slightly, the blade grazing his collar. Missing her strike, Libo's eyes flashed with surprise, but her movements didn't falter. She rebounded upon landing, springing her legs like pistons toward Geen's chest. Impressive speed. Geen chuckled, raising his right hand lightly. Vibration particles coalesced in his palm, forming an invisible barrier. Libo's kick struck the barrier, and the shockwave spread, sending her flying back. Yet she agilely adjusted her posture in midair, landing firmly on a branch. "Mph, you're not bad." Libo shook her slightly numb foot, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Geen didn't pursue. Instead, he regarded her with interest. In the current fluffy kingdom, the young Cat Viper and Duke Dogstorm are probably with Odin on Whitebeard's ship, and Roger hasn't landed yet. That means this kingdom is in a period of pure curiosity, unsworn to anyone. At this thought, Geen paused, his gaze deepening. Their animal nature, especially in loyalty, is truly Libo tilted her head, seemingly not understanding his words, but quickly resumed her fighting stance. "Enough strange talk." Again, Geen smiled and raised his hand to signal a truce. "I'm not here to fight, Libo Hope." "Then why are you here?" Libo watched him warily. "I'm looking for you," Geen said with a gentle smile. Etched. Geen's words, "looking for you," made Libo, who had dashed in front of him, slam her feet on the ground to break. Her 2 long lop ears perked up slightly. "You're looking for me? Are you really here to see me?" Libo asked, a bit confused as she heard that Jin had come for her. She tilted her head, her pink eyes flickering with doubt, while she thought to herself, "If this person really is here to see me, then I must have misunderstood him." The pure-hearted mink tribe was terrifyingly simple. Thinking this, she circled around Jin, her petite 168 centimeters frame appearing especially miniature beside the 221 centimeters Jin. Her long lop ears swayed gently with her movements. When Lipo's gaze fell on the justice cloak behind Jin, her brow furrowed slightly. "I recognize those 2 characters on the cloak. That brat Pedro once mentioned." Lipo pointed at the white cloak, her voice tinged with confusion. "Could it be Justice?" One must know that at this time, aside from a few individuals, most of the mink tribe in the Makomo dukedom knew nothing of the outside world. This was precisely why Cat Viper and Dogstorm had ventured out to sea, only to end up drifting to Wano country and nearly being captured and roasted. "Want to know who I am?" Jin's lips curled slightly at the sight. Lipo nodded frantically. "Watch closely." Jin let out a low cry, then suddenly lowered his body, striking an exaggerated Chinibu pose. He swung his right fist like a Kamen Rider transformation, the justice cloak fluttering in the wind. He shouted, "That's right. I am the hero of justice, Jin." Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the Marine Academy, Zephyr, who had no mission and was teaching new recruits, suddenly sneezed. His brow furrowed and his face darkened as he muttered to himself, "That bastard Jin don't think that catching 2 sea pirates worth over 1 billion will make me approve of you finding some fluffy vice admiral." Back at the Makomo dukedom, Lipo watched Jin's exaggerated pose. The hero of justice, Jin. Suddenly her eyes sparkled, her lop ears standing straight up. "Amazing. So you're not the carrot thief?" "That's right." Jin casually dropped the pose without a hint of embarrassment, spreading his hands and speaking in a relaxed tone. "Besides, with my strength, would I really need to steal your carrots, Lipo?" Lippo recalled the brief clash earlier and realized she had indeed misunderstood him. Embarrassed, she scratched her head, then quickly reverted to her lively personality and with the familiarity of a longtime friend patted Jin's arm. I didn't think I'd make a mistake too, she said with a giggle, then suddenly jumped up and hugged Jin, rubbing her face against him. A special mink greeting, completely devoid of the hostility from before. But since you're a hero of justice, why did you come to the Mikomo dukedom? Because, just as Jin was about to explain the purpose of his visit, his stomach suddenly let out a loud protest. Growling. Lippo's ears immediately perked up, her pink eyes wide. You're hungry. Ahem. Jin coughed lightly, trying to cover his embarrassment. I just jumped all the way up here, so I used up quite a bit of energy. So that's it. Lippo blinked, then suddenly broke into a bright smile. Why didn't you say so earlier? She grabbed Jin's wrist, excitedly shaking it. Come on. They'll take you to get something delicious. Consider it an apology for the misunderstanding. Jin hadn't expected such a rapid change in Lippo's attitude, and couldn't help but laugh. Then ill-gratefully accept. However, the moment he stepped forward, a crisp crack sounded beneath his feet. Jin looked down and found that he had accidentally snapped a carrot half buried in the soil. The air instantly froze. Lippo's smile stiffened on her face, her gaze slowly drifting downward, finally resting on the broken carrot. My carrot. Her voice trembled slightly, her lop ears slowly stood up, and the fur on her tail bristled one by one. Sensing danger, Jin quickly lifted his foot. Sorry, I didn't, Maya. How dare you step on my carrot? Lippo's voice suddenly rose, trembling with rage. The next second, her figure turned into a flash of white lightning, lunging straight at Jin. Wait, I can explain. Before Jin could finish, he was tackled to the ground by Lippo. On the way to Crescent Village. That was too fake. Jin rubbed his neck, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard, muttering to himself. Did my observation, Haki, and elementalization just fail? Damn, I almost got soloed by a rabbit. Recalling the moment Lippo exploded and pounced, he was still shaken. If he hadn't thought quickly and used his vibration ability to make all the carrots in the field jump out, there would probably be a few more strawberry marks on his neck right now. Hey, what are you spacing out about? Lippo's voice pulled him back to reality. She hopped around, turning around and tilting her head to look at Jin, her long lop ears swaying gently with the motion. A bright smile hung on her face, as if her furious outburst earlier had never happened. Seeing her like this, Jin couldn't help but laugh. You minks sure have a volatile temper. It comes and goes in a flash. Of course. Lippo proudly raised her chin, hands on her hips. We're all the most straightforward. Then she patted Jin's arm and said enthusiastically, all right, let's forget about what just happened. They'll take you to the village and let you taste the best food. Good. Jin nodded and was about to follow, but Lippo suddenly pressed against him again, blinking her big eyes and asking with curiosity, by the way, how did you make all those carrots in the field jump out on their own? Well, Jin smiled mysteriously, raising his hand as a faint vibration particle gathered at his fingertip. This is my ability. I can control vibrations. Wow. Lippo's ears instantly stood up, her eyes sparkling. So they were shaken out by you. Something. Jin shrugged. I just made the soil vibrate slightly, and the carrots loosened themselves. Lippo nodded thoughtfully, then leaned in closer with a sly grin. So if I bite you again, next time can you still make the carrots jump out? Jin. This rabbit's mind jumps even faster than her movements. Lippo, I think we can establish a more peaceful way of getting along. Jin tried to guide her. For example, you could just tell me what you want instead of biting. Lippo tilted her head in thought, then grinned. All right. Right now I want you to teach me that ability to make carrots jump. Jin raised an eyebrow. You want to learn the vibration ability? Yes. Lippo nodded excitedly. Then harvesting carrots won't be so much trouble. Jin looked at her expectant eyes and couldn't help but smile. The mink's simplicity and directness were indeed hard to refuse. I can, but... He deliberately dragged out his tone. You'll have to take me to the village first, and let me eat my fill before we talk. Deal. Lippo cheered, grabbing Jin's hand and pulling him forward. Hurry. There's tons of delicious food in the village. Lippo giggled, hopping and skipping ahead as she led the way, her long lop ears swaying gently with her. The two walked along a forest path, the surrounding trees gradually thinning out, giving way to open farmland. Lippo pointed at the distant village and exclaimed, Look, that's Crescent Village. Jin followed her gaze and saw a village composed of stone and wooden buildings nestled there, with curling smoke rising and faint sounds of cheerful laughter and singing. Let's go. Lippo grabbed Jin's wrist and pulled him forward. Jin stumbled a few steps as she dragged him, looking at the lively rabbit-eared girl before him, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifting. Perhaps this trip to the Mikomo dukedom would be far more interesting than he had imagined. In an ordinary restaurant of Shinua Village, Marongrong Kingdom, on the wooden long table, plates piled up like mountains, every dish was swept clean. Gu In's eating speed was terrifying. The fork in his hand almost turned into a blur. A plate of roasted meat had just been served, and in the blink of an eye only bones remained. The chefs in the restaurant were busy beyond measure, sweat dripping from their foreheads, yet they still couldn't keep up with Guin's pace. One more supersized grilled steak. Guin raised his hand, his mouth still stuffed with food, and shouted indistinctly, "Still more." The restaurant owner's eyes widened, and the spatula in his hand almost fell to the floor. "Sir, we've used up all our reserve meat." "Then bring 10 more cakes." Guin grinned, his gaze sweeping over the menu items he hadn't tried yet. All the Maopi tribe members in the restaurant stopped what they were doing, staring dumbfounded at the scene. Whispers rose and fell. Is this guy's stomach a bottomless pit? He ate all the restaurant's food by himself. Where did Li Bo bring this guy from? Could he be here specifically to eat us out of house and home? Meanwhile, Li Bo, sitting at the dining table, tightly clutched her carrot-shaped little purse. The purse, once bulging, was now as deflated as a withered vegetable leaf. Ugh! She tremblingly turned the purse upside down, and a lone coin clinked onto the table. Her drooping ears hung completely limp, and pink pupils shimmered with tears. At the table, Guin was devouring the 27th plate of roasted meat like a whirlwind, while the head chef, panting heavily, handed over the 30th serving of stew. When Guin reached out to take the last piece of carrot cake in front of Li Bo, the lop-eared rabbit girl finally exploded. What? Li Bo leaped onto Guin's back, her legs locked tightly around his waist, and her hands frantically tugged at his collar. No more eating. Li Bo's purse is starving to death. Her tears fell like pearls from a broken string, all smeared onto Guin's navy cloak. Do you know that this money was Li Bo's savings for 3 months to buy new seeds? Li Bo was going bankrupt. Woo. Guin coughed twice from being choked, the cake on his fork wobbling. Wait. No waiting. Li Bo bit Guin's ear, blurting out with a crying voice. Is your stomach connected to the— Li Bo, it's not that serious. How is it not serious? Li Bo jerked her head up, glaring at him with tearful eyes. You ate up all Li Bo's money. Guin was taken aback, then scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I was too hungry. Is an apology? Li Bo, with a swift motion, continued to grab his collar and shake him wildly. Guin, dizzy from the shaking, said helplessly, Stop shaking, I'll compensate you. Compensate? What can you compensate with? Li Bo, furious, let go and plopped back into her chair, crossing her arms with a snort. Li Bo doesn't even have money to buy carrot seeds now. I thought it was just one meal. Just then the restaurant door was pushed open and 2 small figures walked in. One was Wangda of the Dog Maopi tribe with a ponytail, and the other was Pei Luo of the Leopard Cat Maopi tribe, dressed like a ranger. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the scene: empty plates all over the table, exhausted chefs, a delighted owner, and Li Bo sobbing on the table. Sister Li Bo. Wangda blinked, stepped forward curiously. Why are you crying? Moi. Li Bo looked up, saw them, and as if seeing a savior, tearfully reached out her hand. Wangda, Pei Luo. Did you bring money? Wangda and Pei Luo exchanged a glance, and their mouths twitched simultaneously. Sister Li Bo, did you overspend again? Wangda asked, helplessly handing her allowance to Li Bo. No, I didn't. Li Bo pointed at Guin, pouting in grievance. It's him. He ate up all my money. Him. Only then did Wangda and Pei Luo notice Guin, who was smiling. A human. The moment he saw Guin, Pei Luo frowned and asked warily, How did you get here? Why are you in Marangrong Kingdom? Guin wiped his mouth and was about to answer, but Li Bo jumped up first, hands on her hips, and said proudly, He is a hero of justice. Guin. He came specifically to find me. A hero of justice. Wangda, who also had little contact with the outside world, tilted her head and looked at Guin curiously. Upon hearing the word justice, Pei Luo's expression clearly froze. After all, he had been with Malfusha and Quan Lan. When these 2 former bosses set out to adventure, they had gathered quite a bit of information about the outside world. So he knew quite a lot about the outside. Thinking of this, Pei Luo subconsciously moved to stand behind Guin. When his eyes fell on the justice cloak on Guin's back, his pupils contracted slightly, as if he recognized something. You are a Navy? Wangda's sister Li Bo. His cloak. That's the Navy's emblem. Navy. Wangda was stunned. What is that? Of course, Li Bo was no better, equally puzzled, tilting her head and staring at Pei Luo. Pei Luo did not answer them, but looked directly at Guin and asked in a deep voice, Why is the Navy here? Me. Guin put down his utensils, slowly stood up, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, I'm not here to arrest anyone. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and finally landed on Pei Luo. I'm just interested in Marangrong Kingdom. By the way, I'm looking for a suitable partner. Partner? Li Bo blinked, suddenly leaned in. Are you looking for Li Bo to be your partner? Guin looked at her and chuckled. If you're willing. Li Bo's eyes instantly lit up, and she squinted with excitement. Then Li Bo will be the hero's partner. Watching the naive Li Bo, Pei Luo frowned and stepped forward. Sister Li Bo, don't be impulsive. The Navy and us are not the same kind. Guin looked at Pei Luo and said calmly, Pei Luo, right. You seem to know something about the outside world. Petaluo raised his hand and gripped the sword hilt on his back, not denying it. Then Wangda tugged at Petaluo's sleeve and whispered, Petaluo, he doesn't look like a bad person. His smile is so gentle. Wangda, a gentle smile doesn't mean he's a good person. Petaluo replied helplessly. Just then the restaurant owner walked over holding a large bag of coins and said to Li Bo with a beaming smile, Li Bo, this is your money. Li Bo looked at the bag of money and tears welled up again. My money is back. This gentleman gave me several gold coins as soon as he entered, so you don't need to pay at all. However, thanks to you bringing this guest, all our restaurant's ingredients have been sold out. I know how much I can eat. Gu-in patted her shoulder and laughed. Your little carrot purse isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Sister Li Bo, Petaluo wanted to say something, but Li Bo interrupted directly. Petaluo, no need to say anymore. Gu-in is absolutely a good person. In the village of New Moon outside, a restaurant sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Pedro lowered his voice seriously under a large tree. Listen to me, the Navy is not heroic. They are the army of the world government specifically tasked with capturing pirates. Wanda tilted her head, her fluffy tail swaying gently. What exactly is a pirate? They're bad people. Pedro clenched his fist, struggling to recall the information that the Cat Viper and Dog Storm had once mentioned. They burn, kill, and plunder, committing all sorts of atrocities. If the Navy catches bad people, aren't they heroes? Li Bo blinked her pink eyes, innocently asking. Pedro was momentarily at a loss for words, his ears twitching unconsciously. Well, I've heard that adventurers have also been caught. Wanda's expression darkened. You don't like pirates who burn, kill, and plunder, do you? No. Pedro quickly waved his hands. He was momentarily at a loss for words, having gotten himself tangled up. It was clearly Li Bo who treated us, but Jean still paid for the meal in advance. Li Bo placed her hands on her hips, speaking confidently. So he is definitely a good person. You also said that the Navy is just. Sister Li Bo, things aren't that simple. Pedro anxiously scratched his head. The Cat Viper boss said that although the Navy catches pirates, they also what? Wanda coldly pressed, now doubting whether her friend had been led astray. Pedro opened his mouth, but found that his understanding of the Navy was limited to mere fragments. After stammering for quite a while, he finally managed to blurt out, anyway, they are not good people. Oomph. Li Bo puffed her cheeks and gave Pedro's head a light tap. The Cat Viper and Dog Storm went out for adventure themselves. Now their fates are uncertain, and you still listen to them. Do you want to sneak out too? Pedro held his head, which had been tapped, momentarily speechless. And Li Bo suddenly brightened up, jumping with excitement. Jean can make carrots jump out of the ground by themselves. How could someone so amazing possibly be a bad person? Carrots jumping out by themselves? Wanda and Pedro, being children, instinctively exclaimed in disbelief. Really? Li Bo waved her arms, excitedly mimicking Jean's actions. He did it like this. She mimicked the gesture, and suddenly all the carrots jumped out from the ground. Jumped out by themselves? Pedro and Wanda exchanged glances, clearly astonished by this miraculous ability. Wanda's tail wagged excitedly. That's amazing. I want to see it too. Could it be a trick? There are people in the town who do performances like that. Although Pedro still harbored doubts, Li Bo's description piqued his curiosity. It's definitely not a trick. Li Bo insisted firmly. At that time he had no time to prepare, it was spontaneous. Seeing Li Bo so confident, Pedro hesitated for a moment, then finally sighed. All right. But if anything seems off, we must tell the elder immediately. Don't worry. Li Bo patted her chest. Sister Li Bo has a good eye for people. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, Jean leaned against the window, his gaze gently observing the three arguing outside, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, with a glimmer of profound light in his eyes. The Fluffy Kingdom. Indeed, as innocent as rumored. In a nation like this, if I can gain their support. With the Fluffy Kingdom as an external force, leveraging the powerful combat capabilities and loyalty of the Fur Tribe, I can create more possibilities for my actions within the Navy. Especially the Moon Lion form and the ability to conduct electricity universally. They are simply a born warrior race. Rather than being deceived by the Cat Viper and Dog Storm to trust the useless father and son of the Kazuki clan, I would rather side with myself. Especially Momonosuke. Completely rubbish, doing nothing at all, relying entirely on Kinnaman, including begging Luffy, was also Kinnaman kneeling and crying. Even Kinnaman knew that entrusting his country to Luffy was a shameful act. During the war he uttered the words, "We can only surrender." Later, seeing Luffy on the verge of defeat, he lightly dismissed Luffy's efforts with a misjudgment of his strength. If it weren't for Luffy nearly dying to unleash the Gear 5th and liberate Wano, haha. Momonosuke, what gives you the right? Even later, he did nothing and took all the credit for liberating Wano. Haha, Kazuki Oden is already on Whitebeard's ship, and now that I've calculated the time, Momonosuke is probably going to be born in 2 or 3 years. Jean shifted his gaze back, lightly tapping the table. For now I won't think about this troublesome matter. What I need to do is win the trust of the fur tribe, especially straightforward young people like Lebo. Just then the restaurant door swung open and Lebo bounced in, followed by a curious Wanda and a still cautious Jean. Lebo shouted excitedly, Pedro and Wanda also want to see how you make the carrots jump out. Hearing Lebo's words, Jean smiled slightly and stood up. Haha, of course I can. As he spoke, Jean extended his hand, concentrating weak vibrations in his palm, then gently pressed it against the flower pot in the corner by the window. In an instant the roots of several green plants suddenly loosened, and with a poof they bounced out of the soil, landing steadily in Lebo's hands. Wow! Wanda and Lebo exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide open. So amazing. Pedro tried to appear calm, but his trembling ears betrayed his shock. I can do more than just make carrots jump out. Jean then directed his gaze towards the cup on the table, subsequently injecting a small wave into the cup from a distance, causing it to silently disintegrate, but still maintaining the water's form under the influence of the vibrations. This trick was far more impressive than making carrots jump, leaving Pedro, Wanda, Lebo, and the other fur tribe members in the restaurant wide-eyed. This is just a small trick, Jean modestly smiled. If you all like it, I can teach you something even more powerful. As he spoke, Jean activated his armament hockey, and a black sheen flickered in the eyes of the three. Really? As hard as iron? Lebo excitedly grabbed Jean's arm. I want to learn. Sister Lebo. At this moment Pedro, filled with admiration, finally reacted, and couldn't help but remind her, but Lebo was completely immersed in joy and couldn't hear him. Jean looked at Pedro and smiled. Pedro, I know you have concerns about the Navy, but I assure you I'm here only to make friends with no malicious intent. Pedro stared into Jean's eyes, trying to discern any hint of hypocrisy, but Jean's gaze was calm and firm. Finally Pedro nodded slightly. I trust you. Of course. Jean extended his hand. We can start as friends. Pedro decisively shook Jean's hand, then suddenly leaned in and whispered, also, I want to learn that trick too. Meanwhile, other members of the fur tribe in the restaurant approached as well. A sheep member wearing a straw hat suddenly burst out from a corner of the restaurant. Could you help with my potato field? And my carrot patch? An elderly rabbit member shakily raised her hand. It's hard for this old body to bend down. My cabbage. My onions. In an instant the entire fur tribe in the restaurant surrounded them, clamoring with requests. Lebo was pushed to the side, stomping her foot in frustration. Hey, I was the first to meet Jean. Jean looked at the group of furry residents eagerly vying for his attention, unable to suppress a smile as he raised both hands for silence, everyone one at a time. I'm willing to pay. A sheep member took out several shiny metal pieces. I can exchange the best carrots. The elderly rabbit brought out a basket of bright red carrots. Jean shook his head, gently smiling. There's no need for payment. This is a small matter for me. Perhaps. In this innocent kingdom, building true friendships is more important than any plan. On the vast fields outside the New Moon Village, sunlight bathed the emerald green farmland, and a gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of soil. The fur tribe members gathered by the ridges, their gazes fixed uniformly on Gu-in, standing in the center of the field. Go for it. Lip stood in the front row, clenching her fists and waving excitedly. Go Gu-in. We are the heroes of justice. As she spoke, she imitated the Kamen Rider transformation pose that Gu-on had shown her. Her drooping ears swayed gently with the movement, and her pink eyes sparkled with light. Wanda and Pedro, standing by, watched the excited Lip with some hesitation. Wanda tugged at Lip's sleeve and whispered, Sister Lip, can he really manage such a large field? Exactly. Pedro crossed his arms, frowning slightly. A potted plant and a farmland are completely different levels. Meanwhile, Gu-in, standing before the farmland, smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Lip as he made an okay gesture. He then slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt the subtle vibrations of the ground beneath his feet. The air around seemed to freeze at that moment, and all the onlookers unconsciously held their breath. Suddenly Gu-in gently stamped his left foot, causing a slight tremor in the ground. Then he slowly raised his left hand palm upward, as if lifting some invisible force. Rise. The moment the words were spoken, the entire farmland began to tremble violently. The soil seemed to be gently turned by an invisible giant hand. Carrots and potatoes shot out from the ground with a shushishu sound, floating neatly in the air. The emerald green leaves, bright red carrots, and golden potatoes glistened enticingly in the sunlight. Wow! The fur tribe members exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide, mouths agape, as if they could hold an egg. Even the 80-year-old goat's false teeth flew into the 90-year-old gorilla's mouth. See, did you see? Lip jumped up in excitement, her tail held high. She turned to Wanda and Pedro, proudly lifting her chin. See, I told you he could do it. Wanda and Pedro were completely stunned. Pedro's ears stood straight up as he murmured this. What kind of ability is this? It's just like magic. Guin withdrew his hand, and the suspended crops slowly descended, neatly piling up by the field ridges. He patted the dirt off his hands and smiled. So did I disappoint you? The fur tribe members instantly erupted, crowding around and expressing their amazement and gratitude in a flurry of words. Amazing. How did you do that? Now we don't have to bend over to dig vegetables anymore. Guin was surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd, a bit amused and exasperated. He raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. This is just a little trick. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to come to me. Lip squeezed next to Guin grabbed his arm, her eyes sparkling. Guin, you said you would teach me. I want to learn that. Guin ruffled her head and smiled. This ability is a bit special, but I can teach you some other techniques. Lip's ears trembled with excitement. Then let's start now. Seeing Lip's enthusiasm, Guin felt a stir in his heart. Perhaps this was the opportunity to integrate into the furry kingdom. When dealing with simple people, complexity is often unnecessary. Instead, simple and ordinary help earns their trust more easily. However, in this harmonious atmosphere, rustle, rustle, rustle. The bushes at the edge of the farmland suddenly shook violently, leaves rustling, and a fierce aura abruptly approached. Moi. Guin's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his observation haki instantly detected the unusual movement. The next second, boom, boom, boom. 3 massive beasts burst out of the bushes. They resembled wild boars, but were as large as small sea kings, with tusks as sharp as scimitars, blood-red eyes fixed on the crowd, and foul hot breath spewing from their mouths. It's a steel bristle beast. Pedro's face changed drastically. He immediately drew the short sword from his back, channeling lightning. How could they appear here? Damn it. Wanda's tail bristled, and she instinctively stepped back. They usually don't come near the village. Guin. Watch out. Lip's expression changed instantly as she shouted. Electricity sparked in her palm, and she launched herself forward, but it was already too late. The 3 steel bristle beasts let out low growls, their hind legs kicking the ground as they charged straight at Guin like 3 out-of-control chariots. Dust flew, the ground trembled, and their sharp tusks gleamed coldly in the sunlight. However, Guin merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze turning icy. Scram. In an instant, buzz. An invisible pressure erupted like a tsunami. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and then a terrifying conqueror's haki swept out. Thud. Thud. The 3 charging steel bristle beasts instantly froze, their blood-red eyes rolling white. Their massive bodies slid a few more meters under inertia before crashing heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. The dust slowly settled, and the farmland fell into dead silence. Lip, Wanda, and Pedro stood frozen in place, their pupils constricted, their breath almost stopped. Although they were not knocked unconscious by the conqueror's haki, the terrifying pressure still left them stiff, as if an invisible giant hand had gripped their throats. Wah! What was that just now? Wanda's voice trembled slightly, her fear instinct causing her to curl her tail tightly. I think I saw something more terrifying than the steel bristle beasts. Guin, he. Pedro swallowed, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his hand gripping the sword, trembling. Just one look. And Lip, who had been stopped mid-dash, had her drooping ears fully raised, her pink pupils reflecting Guin's back. Her heart pounded wildly, both shocked and puzzled. Guin, you seem like a different person just now. I was already controlling it, but I didn't expect you all to be so close. Guin retracted his aura and turned to look at the 3. Seeing their pale faces, he smiled apologetically. Sorry, I seem to have scared you. Sorry I scared you all. Guin retracted the pressure of his conqueror's haki, and the previously frozen air began to flow again. He then looked around and found Wanda and Pedro frozen in place, their pupils constricted, tails bristling, and even their breathing had become cautious. The other mink tribe members farther away were even paler, some with legs so weak they had to lean on each other to steady themselves. Guin scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Did I overdo it? Libo was the only one not completely immobilized by the intimidation, but she too was stunned by Guin. However, she quickly blinked, her ears twitching slightly, then suddenly snapped out of it, grabbing Guin's arm and shaking it. Guin, what was that just now? That was amazing. Libo wants to learn it too. Guin gave a wry smile. This really can't be taught. Meanwhile, Wanda and Pedro, who were still children, finally recovered from the shock. They exchanged glances and stepped back in unison. Pedro. Wanda lowered her voice, her tail curling involuntarily. Right? He just knocked out the steel bristle beast with just a look. Yeah. Pedro swallowed hard, his hand gripping the short sword, trembling slightly. I've heard Cat Viper say that some powerful outsiders can intimidate enemies with their presence, but this is the first time I've seen it. Guin noticed the nervousness of the 2 little ones, sighed helplessly, and crouched down, trying to make his tone gentle. Sorry for scaring you. That was Conqueror's haki, not directed at you. Conqueror's haki. Pedro repeated the unfamiliar term, his eyes showing both fear and yes. Guin smiled. Since they were children clearly terrified, he said softly, "Don't be afraid. I won't use this on friends." Wanda cautiously looked up at him. "You really won't hurt us." Of course, Guin spread his hands. "I'm a hero of justice, right?" "That's right." Libo immediately nodded vigorously beside him. "Guin is a good person." Seeing Libo's carefree demeanor, Wanda and Pedro's expressions finally relaxed a little. But clearly the power Guin had just displayed was deeply etched in their minds. In the following days, word spread like wildfire through the New Moon village. Guin made carrots pop out of the ground on their own and knocked out 3 steel bristle beasts with just a look. The news spread far and wide, and soon the entire mink tribe kingdom knew that an extraordinary human had arrived at New Moon village. Several days later, at the edge of New Moon village, Libo's little house, the glow of the setting sun spilled onto the wooden roof, painting a warm golden hue. Guin stood by the ridge watching Libo gesticulating in front of her carrot field, trying to mimic his earlier movements. "Rise! Rise! Rise!" Libo shouted, raising her hands high toward the field, her drooping ears bouncing with her movements. But the carrots in the field remained motionless. "Why won't it work?" Libo stomped her foot in frustration, turning to look at Guin with pink eyes full of grievance. "Guin, are you lying to me?" "I'm not lying to you." Watching the airhead bunny, Guin couldn't help but laugh, walked over, and ruffled her head. "I told you this ability comes from my devil fruit. You can't learn it." "Devil fruit ability?" Libo tilted her head, looking confused. "Devil fruits. Eat one and you gain a special power," Guin explained. "But the side effect is you can't swim. So that's why when you soak in the bath every night you're as weak as a 90-year-old goat grandpa." Libo seemed to recall something, stroking her chin. "That's right, actually I can't stay in water for too long." Guin started to explain, then suddenly paused. "Wait, Libo. How do you know I'm weak in the baths?" Libo whistled. "I guessed." "Libo, all right. Libo's face flushed. "I was just curious since I've never seen a human before. Plus you don't have fur like me, so I wondered." I sneaked outside, jumped high, and peeked through the small window. She suddenly turned back with a grin. "But I did confirm that you're not completely hairless." Stop. Guin teleported and clamped his hand over her mouth. "Don't say that." "Fine." Libo stuck out her tongue. "Then teach me." "Making carrots pop out on their own is impossible," Guin said with a smile, then changed the subject. "But I can teach you something even better." "Something even better?" Libo jumped up excitedly. "What is it? Tell me." "Armament hockey." Guin raised his hand, and a black luster instantly covered his palm. "It can make your attacks much stronger." Libo, who had seen it at the restaurant, stared at Guin's hand, her eyes shining with admiration. I want to learn. Learn. No problem, but..." Guin deliberately drew out his tone, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "You have to become my partner first." "Aren't I already your partner, Guin?" Libo blinked. "You?" Her innocent reply caught Guin off guard. "Don't you want to know what being a partner entails?" "No need." Libo put her hands on her hips, striking the same Kamen Rider pose she had when Guin first met her. "Because Guin is a hero of justice." Watching Libo's increasingly familiar pose, Guin was amused by her words. He extended his hand. "Then from today you're my partner." Libo didn't hesitate to lightly high-five him, her smile radiant as sunshine. "Yeah." Libo and Guin partners. The moment their palms met, Libo felt a peculiar sensation in her palm. She looked down and saw a cherry in her palm, its fluorescent green skin shimmering with a faint glow covered in spiral patterns. Libo curiously picked up the cherry, turning it in the setting sun. "Guin, what's this? Did you slip it to me during the high five?" Guin's expression turned serious. He gently held Libo's wrist, raising the cherry between them. "Libo, this is a devil fruit." Libo's eyes widened instantly, her drooping ears perking up. "The one you just mentioned?" "That's right." Guin nodded slightly, a mysterious smile on his lips. "This fruit has a very special ability. Eat it, and you'll gain the power to heal anything. But..." He paused deliberately. "You'll also become a landlover like me." Libo's hands trembled as she held the fruit, the faint glow reflected in her pink eyes. She suddenly looked up, her eyes shining with anticipation. "So if you get hurt, I can save you even without knowing." Guin was taken aback. He hadn't expected that to be her first thought. The setting sun cast a warm golden edge on her serious face, gilding her white fur. "What a silly bunny." Guin chuckled, reaching out to ruffle her head, his voice unconsciously softening. "Shouldn't you be thinking about your own ability first?" "Because Guin is a hero of justice. Heroes always charge ahead." Libo puffed out her cheeks. "Last time with the steel bristle beast, you could have waited for everyone." All right. Guin cut her off with a helpless smile. "But you need to understand, eating this fruit means you can never swim again. As a mink, that cost. I wonder if it tastes different from carrots." Libo bit into it without hesitation. The next second her face turned ashen. "Ugh, what is this taste?" "Guin, you." Watching Libo retch against the tree, Guin bent over laughing. "Guin, you knew all along, didn't you?" Libo wiped her mouth about to say something, when suddenly, she felt a strange power surge within her. She looked at her hands in amazement as a soft green glow emerged from her palms. Huh. Libo noticed the change too, looking down curiously. My hands, they're glowing. Time swiftly passed and 2 weeks went by. The morning light bathed the village of the Fluffy Kingdom. Libby hummed a cheerful tune bouncing joyfully across the cobblestone path. Her palm glowed with a gentle green light, and every time she passed by an elderly member of the fur tribe, she would cheerfully approach them saying, "Grandpa, Grandma, let me see if your waist still hurts." Oh, little Libby is back again. An elderly member of the fur tribe sat in a rocking chair, smiling kindly. "Thanks to you, my old leg pain has improved a lot." Hee of course. Libby proudly gave a thumbs up, gently placing her palm on the elder's knee, the green light flickering slightly. "I am Jern's partner, I can't let him down." Not far away, Jern leaned under the shade of a tree, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched Libby flit about like a busy little bee. He did not stop her, instead he felt this was the best way to familiarize her with the abilities of the fruit. As long as Libby did not use her complete restoration ability that would consume her lifespan, ordinary healing would not impose any burden. "Jern." Libby suddenly turned around and waved at him. "Look, I've healed another one." Jern nodded with a smile saying, "Well done, but don't push yourself too hard." "I won't." Libby stuck out her tongue and ran towards another elderly rabbit tribe grandmother leaning on a cane asking, "Granny, is your rheumatism feeling any better?" Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. In the Marshal's office, the atmosphere was solemn as Steelbone Kong had just concluded a high-level meeting. He crossed his hands in front of his chin, his gaze slowly sweeping across everyone before finally landing on Zephyr. "Zephyr." Steelbone Kong's voice was low and authoritative. "We've received word from the G7 base in the New World that Jern's patrol ship has been docked there for nearly a month now. Even though he recently arrested the cursed Dr. Samuel and the giant warship Saint One, the evil wolf, could it be that his sudden disappearance has made him complacent? Ahem, that is indeed the case." Sengoku adjusted his glasses, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "However, that kid knows how to pick a place to rest. I heard from Kazan that he went to find the fluffy Vice Admiral." Carp, who had recently flattened a green pepper's head, laughed heartily as he tossed a piece of sunbae into his mouth. "Young folks should take a break sometimes. Aren't you going to explain?" "Zephyr." Crane smiled slightly, her gaze warm as she looked at Zephyr. It is known that Crane considers Guion as her own sister, so their relationship is very good. Now Jern, abandoning his beautiful sister, is off to find the fluffy one. Haha. Crane is right, he still has patrol duties. Staying for too long is indeed inappropriate. Faced with Crane's gaze, Zephyr cleared his throat, awkwardly rubbed his nose, and then suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his expression grim beneath his sunglasses. "That bastard." He yanked off the justice cloak and slammed it on the table. "Marshal, please allow me to personally go fetch him back." No need, no need." Steelbone Kong waved his hand. "After all, he is your disciple. Let's first contact him to confirm the situation." "No problem, I will make sure he knows what responsibilities he still has." Zephyr pulled out Jern's exclusive transponder snail from his pocket and dialed the communication. Outside Libby's little house in the Fluffy Kingdom, Jern lazily leaned against a tree trunk watching Pedro and Wanda practice their armament hockey, both sweating profusely. Their claws glimmered faintly with black light, but struggled to stabilize. One must say the fur tribe is truly born to be masters of physical arts. "Focus your attention." Jern yawned. "Imagine the hockey as flowing armor." Suddenly, the exclusive transponder snail in his arms rang with a buru-buru. "Who is Jern instinctively took out the transponder snail. The moment he answered it, Zephyr's furious roar came through. "Jern, how long are you planning to stay up there?" Facing Zephyr's shout, Jern twitched at the corner of his mouth, while beside him Wanda, Libby, and Pedro were startled by the sudden roar. Their ears perked up as they exchanged glances. Jern first looked at the three of them, raised a finger to his lips, and made a shushing gesture. Ahem. Then he cleared his throat, speaking respectfully. "I never expected the busy Zephyr Sensei would personally call. I am truly honored as your disciple." "Don't be flattered. I am asking now, Jern. Do you still have any military discipline in your eyes?" "Zephyr, what do you mean? The last time you asked me to speak on your behalf, you had Guion transferred. You said it would be convenient for you two young ones to get along, but who is Guion? After all, she is Crane's Vice Admiral, and she is also an idealistic girl. Just because of this matter you are sulking with me. Is it worth it?" "Huh? What are you saying, teacher? Is there a misunderstanding?" "What misunderstanding?" Zephyr interrupted, once more his gaze fixed on Crane. "I know you both have feelings for each other, but now you must prioritize responsibility and duty." Sengoku, who understood what Zephyr was hinting at, interjected at the right moment. "Zephyr, watch your blood pressure." "No way, no one is stopping me today." Zephyr yanked off his tie and roared at the transponder snail. "Anyway, you are getting more and more arrogant. I see I can't control you anymore, you've grown wings." "No." The transponder snail perfectly replicated Jern's exasperated expression. Teacher, please calm down. Young people are like this, Zephyr, don't be too serious. At this time, Crane also satisfiedly withdrew her gaze. Seeing this, Zephyr also let out a sigh of relief, but continued, Teacher, do you still see me as your teacher? Jern. On the side of the Fluffy Kingdom, upon hearing this, Jern, even if he was dull, finally realized what Zephyr was hinting at. Suddenly an epiphany struck him, and he paused slightly, his tone becoming solemn. A teacher is always my teacher. Then you. This time it was Zephyr who was interrupted. As a disciple, I was promoted to the headquarters in the year 1486 of the Sea Circle, and the first rank was given to me by you, Zephyr Sensei. If we are talking about mentors, you are my mentor. On the other end of the transponder snail, Zephyr was clearly taken aback, and the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Sengoku adjusted his glasses. Carp's mouth twitched, while Crane shot Zephyr a meaningful glance. Jern's voice continued. In the year 1488 of the Sea Circle, I was appointed as the Vice Admiral under you, later promoted to Second Lieutenant, then to Lieutenant, and finally to Captain. Until the year 1491 of the Sea Circle, I was specially approved to jump 4 ranks, becoming the fastest promoted officer in the history of Marine Headquarters. Every step during this period was due to your promotion. The 12 martial appointment documents from ensign to officer were all stamped by your hand. I am the teacher's disciple. Jern's tone grew increasingly firm. If we are talking about backing the teacher, if we are talking about allies, I can only be the teacher's ally. If we are talking about justice, I only know the teacher's justice. This statement exploded like a bomb in the conference room. Bang! Sengoku's teacup shattered into pieces, his pupils constricting sharply behind his lenses. Cough, cough. This kid really dares to speak up. Carp's senbei got stuck in his throat, causing him to pat his chest. He then leaned closer to Sengoku and whispered, Even I, a political novice, can see that if you want to stage a coup against Steelbone Kong, Zephyr must. Carp's words were cut off as Sengoku used senbei to seal his mouth. Meanwhile, Crane looked at Zephyr with her mouth slightly agape, her expression one of disbelief. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in the conference room changed drastically, and Steelbone Kong shot a sharp glare at Zephyr, as if questioning him. Zephyr, what the hell are you trying to do? It must be known that Zephyr's current position in the Navy is not ordinary. He is the Admiral of Marine Headquarters, the Chief Instructor of the Naval Academy, and the head teacher of the elite training camp. In other words, as long as Zephyr doesn't betray, he will surely have disciples everywhere in the future. Cold sweat beaded on Zephyr's forehead as he quickly shouted into the transponder snail, Jern, what nonsense are you talking about? Jern seemed to have anticipated Zephyr's reaction, chuckling lightly. Teacher, don't be nervous, I'm just stating facts. Rest assured I will continue my patrol duties, but... He glanced at Libby. I need to delay a few more days, there are some matters that must be addressed. Zephyr took a deep breath, suppressing his helplessness. As soon as possible, don't make things difficult for the headquarters. Yes, teacher. Jern replied readily before hanging up the phone. In the marshal's office, Zephyr straightened his collar, instantly regaining the composure of a stable admiral. I apologize for making everyone laugh. It's fine. Sengoku and the others stared at Zephyr, as if to say you are the one hiding the deepest. Meanwhile, our Marine Marshal Steelbone rubbed his forehead. Everyone else may leave. Go and put away the den mushi, and looked up at Li Bo Pei Deluo and Wangda. Sorry, my teacher does have a rather loud voice, ha. Watching Guan laugh, Wangda spoke first, her voice tinged with reluctance. Guan, are you leaving? Hearing Wang Da's words, Guan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was impossible to conceal given how loud Zfa had just been. Still, though he had spent quite a long time in the Fluffy Kingdom, the positive feedback he had gained was well worth it. Thinking this, Guan smiled faintly and said lightly, Sorry, Wangda. A hero of justice cannot stay in one place forever. That's right. Li Bo immediately chimed in, hopping over to Guan's side, her long ears swaying gently with the movement. Guan is going to save the world. Indeed, Guan's justice shall spread across the world. Guan too indulged in rare childishness. Incidentally, during his time in the Fluffy Kingdom, whether in propaganda or actions, he never mentioned the world government, but acted from his own perspective. Thus, the mink tribe of the Fluffy Kingdom only knew of Guan's justice. This led to the future spread of a tale about a hero of justice, and his actions transforming into a masked rider rather than the tales of the Cat Viper and Dogstorm about the Kazuki family's friendship. As Guan and Li Bo transformed into Kamen riders and laughed heartily, Pei Deluo not far away lowered his head, his longsword slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground, his hands clenched into fists. In these past dozen days, he had gone from initial suspicion of Guan to heartfelt admiration. During this time, Guan had not only helped the mink tribe solve many difficulties using his vibration ability to clear land, build roads, etc., but also granted Li Bo the ability to heal others, and even initiated the formation of the so-called King's Guard team, teaching them armament hockey, and building an invisible line of defense against pirates for the Fluffy Kingdom. Just when I had started to like you, you're already leaving. Meanwhile, Guin noticed Pei Deluo's distress and walked slowly over to him, gently placing a hand on his head. What's wrong, Pei Deluo? You are the captain I chose. Guin. Hearing Guin's words, the straightforward Pei Deluo suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shining with determination. Take me with you. Take you with me. Guin was taken aback, then shook his head with a light laugh. Pei Deluo, everyone has their own time to shine. Yours hasn't come yet. He paused, his tone growing solemn. Besides, I will leave, but my justice will not. Saying this, Guin tore off Pei Deluo's Green Ranger cloak, unfastened the justice cloak from his own back, and personally draped it over Pei Deluo's shoulders. The cloak fluttered in the wind, the white characters, Justice, gleaming brightly under the sun. Remember, justice has already arrived in Fluffy Kingdom. Guin's voice was low and firm. Not the justice of the world government, but the justice of the hero Guin. This place, then my absence will be protected by you. Guin's justice. Pei Deluo's pupils trembled slightly. He looked down at the cloak on his shoulder, as if feeling the weight of responsibility. I understand. Pei Deluo took a deep breath, straightened his back, and nodded firmly. You told me that the justice here belongs only to the Fluffy Kingdom. The justice of the Fluffy Kingdom is only for the Mink tribe. I will not let you down. I will study hard the cultivation notes you left behind. I will make everyone see what the hero of justice has brought. As he spoke, Pei Deluo gritted his teeth to keep his tears from falling. 3 days later, the glow of sunset bathed the central square of Crescent Moon Village. The bonfire had already been lit, and the aroma of grilled meat mixed with the sweetness of fruit wine filled the air. The Mink tribe formed a large circle, singing and dancing, laughter and joy rising one after another. Guin sat on a wooden stump in the center, surrounded by a crowd of fluffy little ones. Guin, tell us again the story of how you defeated that giant battleship. A little squirrel mink tugged at his pants leg, eyes sparkling. Yes. And the marine who glowed. Another little reindeer mink hopped and echoed. Guin laughed heartily, reaching out to ruffle their heads. All right, I'll tell it once more. He had just begun when an elderly goat mink tottered over, patting his shoulder with a rough hand. Guin, next time you come, bring some seeds from the outside. This old man wants to plant something new. If I get the chance, no problem. Guin readily agreed, taking the fruit wine handed to him and downing it in one gulp. Guin, try my special carrot cake. Li Bo emerged from the crowd holding a lopsided cake with a crooked carrot candle stuck in it. You made this? Guin raised an eyebrow. Of course. Li Bo puffed out her chest proudly. It may not look great, but the taste is absolutely. Guin took a bite, chewed twice, and his expression froze subtly. How is it? Li Bo looked at him expectantly. Well, it's quite distinctive. Guin swallowed with difficulty, his mouth twitching. Really? Li Bo bounced excitedly. Then have another piece. No thanks. Guin quickly waved his hand, but Li Bo had already turned and run toward the food area, muttering, this time I'll add more honey. Guin shook his head with a wry smile. But when he turned, he found Pei Deluo standing behind him, holding a, this is for you, the medal of the King's Guard. Pei Deluo turned his face away, his ears twitching slightly. You're the founder. Is that so? Guin was startled, then took the medal and gently pinned it to the collar of his shirt. Thanks, Captain. The corners of Pei Deluo's mouth lifted slightly, but he quickly composed himself. Next time, remember to come back and visit. Definitely. Guin nodded earnestly. The banquet lasted until late at night. Guin was pulled by the Mink tribe to dance, drink, and tell stories in turns, even being used as a climbing frame by a group of young mink cubs who hung all over his shoulders and back. Until the early hours, the bonfire gradually died down and the merry noise slowly quieted. Guin gently handed the little fox mink sleeping on his lap to a nearby parent, then stood up and brushed the grass clippings off his clothes. He looked around at the Mink tribe lying scattered on the grass, fast asleep, and couldn't help but smile. Time to go, he murmured to himself, turning and walking out of the village. Under the moonlight, Guin arrived alone at the edge of the Fluffy Kingdom, standing on a cliff and gazing at the pitch-black sea below. The naval warship was already waiting at the agreed location, ready for him to board. On the edge of the Mao Rong Kingdom, the night breeze gently brushed against the colossal form of the Elephant Lord, casting a silver sheen over the land under the starlight. Glenn stood at the cliff's edge, feeling the sea breeze, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly spoke. Where is my comrade of justice? His tone carried a hint of teasing. Didn't expect you to find me, said Li Bo, hopping out from the shadows, whistling, pretending to be nonchalant. She wore a dress and a small backpack adorned with a carrot pattern, her drooping ears swaying gently with her steps. Glenn stood at the cliff's edge, moonlight casting sharp contours on his face. Then, looking down at Li Bo, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He crossed his arms and pretended to be stern. I don't care. Li Bo suddenly shouted, her voice crisp in the silent night. She feared Glenn would reject her, just as he had rejected Pedro. So she leaped up, abruptly grabbing Glenn tightly, her pink eyes wide as if afraid he would disappear the next. You said from the start you were looking for me. And we high-fived. She spoke rapidly, her drooping ears trembling with excitement. I'm already a comrade of justice. And I'm easy to take care of. I only need carrots and carrot juice, and for sleeping I can just squeeze in with you. Lebo grew more anxious, nearly stomping as she shouted, Anyway, you can't drive me away. Oomph. Glenn was stunned. The night breeze swept past, stirring their clothes. Lebo stared at him intently, her chest heaving with rapid breaths, her fingers still clutching his clothes. After 2 seconds of silence, Glenn looked at her finally, unable to hold back a laugh. He reached out and ruffled her head, the softness of her drooping ears lifting his spirits. I never said I was driving you away. Huh? Lebo blinked, her ears instantly perking up. Really? Really? Glenn nodded, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. But I must warn you, things might get a bit exciting from here. Exciting? Lebo tilted her head, not yet understanding. Glenn suddenly bent down, scooped her up in his arms like a bundle, and tucked her under his arm. Then with a leap, he plunged straight down from the 1,000-meter-high edge of the elephant's back. Wow! Lebo's scream instantly pierced the night sky. The gale howled into their ears, Lebo's drooping ears blown straight back. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly, instinctively clinging to Glenn's arm, her heart pounding wildly. The wind roared in their ears, and the sensation of weightlessness made Lebo's body tense. But the anticipated fall didn't last long. She peeked open one eye, and saw pale shockwaves rippling beneath Glenn's feet, as if they were stepping on invisible stairs descending slowly. How about it? Exciting. Glenn looked down at Lebo in his arms, his smile deepening. Glenn, but... Lebo's cheeks flushed with excitement. She let go of her tight grip and waved her arms excitedly. That was so fun. Do it again. Next time, Glenn chuckled, his gaze shifting to the distant sea. A warship was quietly anchored there, its deck lights conspicuously bright in the night. Is that your ship, Ian? Lebo peered curiously. Yes, the place we're going next is far more dangerous than the Mau-Rong-Rong kingdom. Glenn's tone turned serious. Are you sure you want to follow me? Lebo nodded without hesitation, her pink eyes full of determination. Of course. I'm your comrade of justice, Lebo. Glenn looked at her, a warmth surging in his heart. He said no more, leading Lebo to land steadily on the warship's deck. The sergeant who had been waiting stepped forward quickly and saluted respectfully. Rear Admiral Glenn, everything is ready. His gaze swept over Lebo, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly regained composure. This is Lebo Hope, my adjutant, Glenn introduced briefly. Adjutant. The sergeant's eyes widened, but he quickly realized his lapse and bowed his head. Welcome, Miss Lebo. Lebo waved cheerfully. Hello. Please take care of me. The sergeant gave a dry laugh, thinking to himself, Rear Admiral Glenn's adjutant is a rabbit. And Lieutenant Commander Guillaume just adopted the moniker Peach Rabbit. So it's rabbit on top of rabbit. What are you thinking? Glenn patted the sergeant's shoulder, interrupting his stray thoughts. Set sail. Yes, sir. The sergeant immediately turned and bellowed orders. The warship slowly pulled away from the Elephant Lord. The sea breeze brushed against their faces. Lebo stood at the bow, looking around excitedly. This was her first time leaving the Mau-Rong-Rong kingdom, and everything before her filled her with wonder. Glenn, the sea is so vast. She spread her arms as if to embrace the entire world. Yes, it's vast. Glenn stood beside her, his gaze distant, but also dangerous. Lebo turned to him and blinked. It's okay with you here, I'm not afraid. Glenn smiled faintly, offering no reply. He looked toward the distant horizon, his thoughts drifting. Comrade of justice, set sail. Lebo suddenly raised her fist, imitating Glenn's signature gesture, and shouted loudly. The Navy soldiers on deck were infected by her energy, breaking into smiles. Glenn shook his head helplessly, but the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. Meanwhile, not long after Glenn had taken Lebo off the Elephant Lord, a rustling came from a nearby thicket. Wanda and Pedro cautiously poked their heads out. Pedro's sister Lebo has gone with Glenn. Wanda blinked her big eyes, her fluffy tail gently wagging, thinking to herself, be happy, Sister Lebo. It's fine. Because a hero of justice won't let his comrades get hurt. Pedro touched the cloak of justice draped over his shoulder, then pulled out the private den mushy that Glenn had left him, a warm smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thus young Pedro bore an additional burden. Later, when Roger, accompanied by Odin, Cat Viper, and Dogstorm, arrived at the Mau-Rong-Rong kingdom, they encountered resistance. Fortunately, Roger's charm and kindness as the Pirate King resolved the misunderstanding. But afterward, the demand by Cat Viper and Dogstorm for the Mink tribe to pledge allegiance to the Kazuki clan and serve as retainers sparked fierce opposition throughout the Mau-Rong-Rong kingdom. And Pedro was the leading voice of refusal. His banner, the justice of the Mau-Rong-Rong kingdom. New World, the Flying Sky Pirates. The Flying Lion ship hovered tens of thousands of meters above the sky, with clouds flowing beneath its hull like a silver ocean. On the deck, the cadre of the Flying Sky Pirates gathered, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Gold Lion Shiki sat on his golden-laid captain's chair. His golden mane danced wildly in the wind, and the vicious scar on his chest gleamed glaringly under the sunlight. You lot. Your speed. His gaze swept over every cadre present, his brow gradually furrowed. Wait. Shiki's voice was low as he looked at the empty spot among the crowd below, his tone puzzled. Where is that fellow Daiwei? Hearing Shiki's words, the cadres exchanged glances, none daring to respond. After all, the internal structure of the Flying Sky Pirates was not like Whitebeard's family-style camaraderie, nor Roger's partnership. It was a strict hierarchy. Finally, Calvin, the captain of the 1st Division, stepped forward reluctantly and said in a deep voice, Commodore Daiwei has been missing for several dozen days. Missing? Shiki's pupils suddenly contracted. He took a deep drag from the cigar dangling from his lips, then crushed the wine glass in his hand, red wine dripping through his fingers. You mean? My 3rd Division captain has simply vanished for no reason, and you worthless lot don't have even a shred of information. The air on the deck seemed to freeze. The cadres all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Shiki's gaze. The captain of the 2nd Division wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said cautiously, the last time Daiwei contacted us, he said he had found a good place in the New World and planned to capture some special race slaves to sell at Sabeti Archipelago. After that, there was no word from him. Special race slaves. Do you think I care about such trivial matters? Shiki's voice suddenly rose, a flash of brutality in his eyes. Damn it, the truth is that my captain was killed in the New World. And you only tell me now. As he said this, Shiki abruptly stood up, but a sharp sting from the scar on his chest made him involuntarily raise a hand to cover it. That scar was left from the battle at G3 base years ago. Although it had long healed, that strike had nearly cleaved him in two. It left a deep impression on him, especially since then every night when he slept he would dream of that blade. This also caused Shiki's long-healed scar to frequently ache with phantom pain, as if reminding him of that humiliation. Commodore, your injury. Calvin stepped forward with concern. Shut up. Shiki roared, kicking over the table in front of him. The sound of shattering cups and plates echoed across the deck. Investigate. Whether it's the Marines or Roger's men, I want to know who killed Daiwei. The cadres, as if pardoned, turned and left, afraid that staying one more second would make them victims of Shiki's wrath. When Shiki was the only one left on the deck, his anger gradually subsided, replaced by a cold murder. He walked slowly to the ship's railing, looking down at the rolling sea of clouds below, his fingers unconsciously tracing the scar on his chest. Zephyr. Go in. Shiki's voice was low and hoarse, a dangerous glint in his eyes. If it was you this time, he'll make you pay. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the deck of a warship, the sea breeze gently blew. Libo excitedly spun around, then looked down, tugging at her marine uniform and touching her hat, her pink eyes full of novelty. I have clothes just like Guen's. Huh. Guen. Look. Libo hopped over to Guen, spun around. Do I look good in this? Very cute. Guen leaned against the ship's railing, a slight smile on his lips. It suits you too. Really. Libo's uniform was temporarily altered to be smaller, but it still looked loose. The collar of the shirt was slightly open, revealing the white fur at her collarbone. The cuffs were rolled up several times, her slender wrists vaguely visible. The most striking feature was the marine cap on her head. Because of her drooping ears, the cap had 2 holes specially made, which instead added a touch of playfulness. Miss Libo is really cute. The sergeant standing nearby couldn't help smiling and praising. Right. She shook her head proudly, her furry drooping ears swaying along. Am a righteous marine now. No. Suddenly, she put on a stern face and cleared her throat. Sergeant, please address me as Ensign Libo. The sergeant. Huh. Seeing the sergeant's frozen smile, Libo laughed. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she jumped onto Guen's back, shook her head, and blinked her eyes, saying, Guen, where are we going next? Of course, continue the patrol mission. Guen rubbed her head. But before that, report. At that moment, a communication soldier rushed over. Commodore Guen, urgent message from headquarters ordering us to return immediately. Suddenly recall me. Guen's brow furrowed. Did something happen? At this time, the fleet admiral sent an urgent message. The Flying Sky Pirates are making moves. Gold Lion Shiki seems to be gathering forces. Shiki is not under the responsibility of Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp have gone to the waters of the Zayas Kingdom in the New World to deal with the Roger pirates. So headquarters urgently summoned you back. Roger is causing trouble too. Guen's gaze darkened. Libo keenly sensed the change in atmosphere, her ears instantly perking up. What's wrong? Nothing. Guen put away his serious expression and smiled at her. It's just that we might be going home. Guen's home. Libo was excited. You could say that. Guen raised an eyebrow. The house in Malinfanjuo could indeed be called home. Can we plant carrots at Guen's home? You're always thinking about your carrots. Guen poked her puffed cheek. You little greedy bunny, easy to keep. So there aren't any. Libo pursed her lips, her drooping ears immediately drooping. Huh. Seeing her feigned aggrieved look, Gu-in smiled helplessly. How could a comrade of justice let you have no place to plant your carrots? I knew it. Libo instantly revealed a sweet smile, rubbing her furry cheek against his neck, even messing up her cap brim. Gu-in is the best to Libo. Looking at Libo, Gu-in helplessly turned to the sergeant. Full speed ahead, return to Mount Fanjuo. Yes, sir. The sergeant saluted and turned to relay the order. A few days later at the Navy headquarters Marineford, the azure sea reflected the bright sunlight as the warship slowly entered the harbor, cutting through the calm waters and creating ripples. Jern stood at the bow of the ship, spotting a tall figure on the dock from a distance. It was Zephyr, arms crossed, his expression hidden behind sunglasses, but the slight upward curve of his lips hinted at a dangerous intent. TSK. Jern rubbed his temples and muttered to himself. It seems the aftereffects of that last conversation are greater than I imagined. Jern, is that Zephyr Sensei? Libo leaned over from the side, her pink eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes. Jern nodded, a helpless smile just forming on his lips. Suddenly, he looked at Libo, and then at Zephyr, recalling how his teacher had once expressed envy towards the daughters of others before their last mission. After all, the power of a little cotton-padded jacket. Libo, what is it? Libo tilted her head, staring at Jern. Remember to be polite, he is my teacher. Libo patted her chest, grinning as she said, I am the righteous hero Libo, and I understand manners the best. As the warship docked and the gangway was just lowered, Jern. Zephyr's roar erupted instantly, causing nearby soldiers to shrink back. However, before Jern could respond, a white figure leaped off the ship in a flash, landing gracefully in front of Are you Zephyr Sensei? With Zephyr towering nearly 3 meters tall, Libo had to look up, sweetly smiling, her pink eyes crescent-shaped. Seeing Libo's smile, Zephyr momentarily froze, the rage he had been brewing getting stuck in his throat. He looked down at the girl in the naval uniform with 2 holes cut in her hat, for her floppy rabbit ears feeling a bit furry. Furry? Zephyr instinctively asked. It's not furry. Libo immediately struck a pose mimicking a transformation sequence, crossing her hands over her chest and declaring with righteous fervor, I am the righteous hero Libo. Why does it feel completely different when my son and this girl do the same action? Thus Zephyr fell silent for 2 seconds, his gaze slowly shifting from Libo to Jern, his eyes filled with an unspoken demand for explanation. Jern let out an awkward chuckle, about to speak, when Libo bounced over to Zephyr, looking up with a radiant smile. Zephyr Sensei, how did I do? Was it good? Jern told me you were the first righteous hero. Looking at Libo's innocent and adorable expression, Zephyr recalled his own 4-year-old little troublemaker who had just been promoting the Naval Academy yesterday, even boldly stating, Dad is a strong backing and Jern is the future, invincible. If only I had a daughter. Would she be as cute as this? Zephyr's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, fixated on Libo's innocent expression, then glanced at Jern's face, which screamed, I taught her nothing. Soon he realized a fatal issue. He, Zephyr, a vice admiral and iron-blooded instructor known as the Black Arm, couldn't bring himself to be angry at this fluffy rabbit. Especially when Libo's sparkling pink eyes gazed up at him, sweetly calling out, Zephyr Sensei. Zephyr felt his authority crumbling at an observable rate. Ahem. So, you know Libo are Jern's aide. Zephyr struggled to maintain a stern face, trying to uphold his final shred of authority. Yes. Libo nodded vigorously, her floppy ears swaying with emotion. I am Jern's righteous partner, Ensign Libo. Ensign. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping back to Jern. You sure know how to arrange things. Jern shrugged, looking innocent. Teacher, you know the Navy needs fresh blood. Zephyr snorted, but his lips couldn't help but curve upwards. His gaze uncontrollably turned to Libo, and he finally couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle her hair. All right, since you are Jern's aide, then do your best. Zephyr Sensei will help you with your rank. Yes. Zephyr Sensei. Libo immediately saluted, though her posture was a bit awkward. Her spirit was undeniable. Zephyr finally couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. Let's go, we need to return to headquarters. The commander is still waiting. The commander? Jern raised an eyebrow. Admiral Steelbone is looking for me. What else? Zephyr shot him a glance, his tone laden with meaning. Your last statement of the teacher is my backing has shaken the entire Naval High Command. Now the new recruits are shouting. Zephyr rises, the commander falls. Jern. Oh no, I've overstepped. At this moment Libo tilted her head, glancing between Jern and Zephyr with innocence. Zephyr Sensei, Jern said that you are his backing. Does that mean we can walk sideways now? Zephyr. Jern. Libo, some things don't need to be said out loud. Zephyr took a deep breath, finally unable to suppress his laughter. Good kid, your aide. Not bad, really not bad. Thus, under Libo's innocent assistance, the Zephyr-style anger that Jern might have faced was perfect, and the soldiers of Marineford witnessed for the first time that the infamous Black Arm, Zephyr, could also be defeated by a fluffy rabbit. Libo bounced ahead, curiously inspecting the grand architecture of the Navy headquarters. Taking advantage of her distance, Zephyr suddenly grabbed Jern by the neck and whispered through gritted teeth, "It's because of you, kid. I, the esteemed chief instructor of the Navy, have now become a powerful figure with students everywhere. Even that bastard Warring States is privately seeking me out, saying old comrades should support each other. Although Admiral Steelbone hasn't said anything openly, his gaze towards me has been off. Zephyr Sensei, I didn't even know you were in the commander's office at that time." Jern struggled to explain. "You definitely did it on purpose." Just then Zephyr was about to continue his scolding when he suddenly noticed Libo turning around. "Zephyr Sensei, this fountain is so beautiful." Libo excitedly pointed at the fountain in the center of the square. Zephyr's expression changed instantly, releasing Jern and affectionately ruffling his head, his voice softening. "Yes, this is Marineford's iconic building." Jern, taking advantage of Libo's distraction with new things, Jern quickly said, "Zephyr Sensei, Libo is from the Fur Tribe and possesses the ability of the healing fruit with excellent physical talent. The Fur Tribe from the Fluffy Kingdom has been warriors since childhood. I hope you can guide her when you have time." "As if I need you to say that." Zephyr snorted. "She just called me Zephyr Sensei." The implication was clear. Looking at his teacher, who clearly appeared to be disgusted, yet couldn't hide the smile at the corners of his mouth, Jern suddenly felt worried about his junior's future. "You little rascal, your father's love might be shifting." At this moment, Libo ran back and grabbed Zephyr's hand, saying, "Zephyr Sensei, is there a place to buy carrots?" Looking at the small Libo, 168 centimeters, looking up at him, Zephyr suddenly burst out laughing. "Of course there is. There are plenty." Zephyr scooped Libo up onto his shoulder and said, "Let's go. Zephyr Sensei will take you to eat the best carrot cake in Marineford." "Great." The lifted Libo cheered, kicking her feet joyfully, her floppy ears brushing against Zephyr's cheek. The iron-blooded instructor smiled like a doting father, completely forgetting that he had come to seek justice. Jern watched the harmonious figures of the elder and the young, suddenly realizing that not only would his junior lose a father's love, but he as a disciple might be even less favored than a rabbit. Before the headquarters building, Goen was about to enter when Zephyr grabbed him. "Teacher." Goen paused. "Don't think you can just brush this off by coming back." Zephyr snorted coldly, lowering his voice. "Marshal Kong's office isn't so easy to get into. Calling you there isn't just to commend you." Goen smiled faintly. "I know." Zephyr stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out and pressed his shoulder. "Remember, no matter what he says, don't admit anything. Especially about Dai Wei. Don't mention a single word." Hearing Zephyr mention Dai Wei, Goen was visibly startled. "Do you think I don't know your nature?" In any case, because of this, the Fakong pirate crew's influence has thrown the allied nations into chaos, and the world government is pressuring us every day. Goen nodded. "Understood." "Good." Zephyr's gaze softened, and he turned to Libo, who was gnawing on a carrot. "He'll take this girl back. Remember, whatever Kong says, hold your ground. Send my regards to sisterly Na." Goen watched Zephyr leave, and the smile on his face vanished instantly as he turned. He straightened his collar and strode toward the white building that symbolized the highest authority of the Marines. Marine Headquarters Marshal's office. When Goen stepped into the office, Gangu Kong was standing with his back to him, gazing at the panoramic view of Ma Lin Fan Duo through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a cold gleam on his epaulets. "Reporting." Goen stood still, his voice calm. Gangu Kong slowly turned, his sharp eyes scanning Goen's face, then gestured to the sofa. "Sit." Goen nodded, walked straight to the sofa, and sat down, his posture relaxed yet respectful. Gangu Kong picked up a file from the desk, flipped through a few pages, and curled his lips slightly. "It seems our Admiral Zephyr's accomplice has returned." Facing Gangu Kong's teasing, Goen smiled faintly. "That was just a joke." "A joke, huh?" Gangu Kong gave Goen a deep look, then let out a light laugh, and said no more, steering the conversation back to the main topic. "You did quite well this time, effectively crushing the arrogance of the New World pirates. After all, Giant Battleship and Cursed Doctor are troublesome fellows. Just happened to run into them." Goen shrugged, his tone indifferent, and spoke slowly. "So interrupting my mission this time shouldn't be just to have me keep an eye on Golden Lion, right?" "Heh." Gangu Kong chuckled lightly, his tone flat. "What do you think?" Goen turned his gaze and met Gangu Kong's eyes calmly. "Since the Marshal asks, there must be another arrangement." Gangu Kong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked to his desk, picked up a file, and handed it to Goen. "Take a look at this first." Goen took the file, glanced through it quickly, and frowned slightly. "The 3rd Division Captain of the Fakong pirate crew, Death Knell Dai Wei. Need me to capture him?" "Stop pretending." Gangu Kong's voice suddenly turned cold. "You took out Dai Wei, didn't you, Goen?" The air in the office seemed to freeze for a moment. "Heh." Goen gently placed the file on the coffee table, his expression still calm, even carrying a hint of well-timed confusion, as if Gangu Kong were asking about something he knew nothing about. Why would the marshal think that? Go-in even raised a polite arc at the corner of his mouth. My mission report summary doesn't mention anything like this. Gang Kong stared at Go-in for a second. No panic, no hesitation, not even a change in heartbeat. He had to admit that this young man was not only powerful, but also possessed remarkable psychological fortitude. Intelligence shows that near the last location where Dai Wei appeared there were traces of a naval vessel. Gang Kong leaned forward, hands on the desk, closing in on Go-in. And the only ship patrolling those waters at the time was yours. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, you went to the Wool Kingdom right after destroying Dai Wei's ship. Marshal, you can't say things without evidence. Go-in chuckled lightly. The new world is infested with pirates. Dai Wei has plenty of enemies besides the Marines. Maybe it was Whitebeard Roger. Or other great pirates. After all, pirates are competitive by nature. I really have no evidence, but it's all just my speculation. Gang Kong squinted and smiled. After all, every Marine who had gone out with Go-in gave the same account, and turning even one of them would be meaningless. Add to that the vast sea and Dai Wei, who was probably already eaten clean by fish, and there really was no evidence to prove Go-in did it. Gang Kong fell silent for a moment, then suddenly straightened up and sneered. You're clever, but some things can't be hidden. Go-in didn't reply, just gazed quietly at Gang Kong. However, Gang Kong changed the subject, pulling a new file from the drawer and tossing it in front of Go-in. This time I can pretend I didn't see anything. Go-in raised an eyebrow, picked up the file, and opened it to find a new mission order. After all, he was the 3rd Division captain of the Fakong pirate crew. Golden Lion wouldn't just sit idle. Gang Kong walked back to the window, his back to Go-in. Go-in closed the file, his gaze profound. Marshal Kong, this is Golden Lion. Don't you know about me and him? If I go ITLL, only make things worse. I'm not asking you to confront Golden Lion. Just handle the troubles caused by his affiliated pirate crews. But that's still. Go-in was about to continue when Gang Kong interrupted. I believe you have the ability to handle this, and it's a problem you stirred up yourself. In short, you need to end this matter peacefully and properly. Go-in saluted and turned to leave. When he reached the door, Gang Kong suddenly called out, Go-in. Any further orders, Marshal? Go-in turned back. Gang Kong's gaze was deep. Remember, the Marines need loyalty, not personal heroism. Go-in paused slightly at the door, his back to Gang Kong, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Loyalty. You should be saying that to yourselves. Gang Kong's brow furrowed instantly. What did you say? I said I'll handle everything. Go-in waved his hand and pushed open the door to leave. The corridor lights stretched his shadow long as he walked, flipping open the mission file. When he saw the transfer order, his pupils suddenly contracted. The document read, effective immediately, Rear Admiral Go-in is transferred to G3 base in the New World, directly reporting to Vice Admiral Saka CG. G3 base. Vice Admiral Saka CG. Your mother's. Go-in's knuckles turned white from gripping the paper. So this is what your loyalty means. Damn. And me with a Kainu. Us too. Peaceful. Calm. Proper. Huh. Meanwhile, back in the office, Gang Kong took a satisfied sip of tea and murmured to the air, youngsters should learn what discipline means from Saka CG. I believe under Saka CGI's leadership he will properly handle all the issues caused by the Fakong pirate crew's affiliated forces. At that moment, the Marine Marshal had yet to realize just what chaos would ensue from his confident operation of stuffing 2 of the most extreme individuals into the same base. The sunset glow bathed the Marine family quarters in Marineford, and the yard of Zifa's home was filled with a warm atmosphere. Inside, bursts of laughter came from the room where Ribbo was having a great time playing with Zifa's wife Lena and their 4-year-old son. Sister Ribbo, one more time. The little boy who had the same purple hair as Zifa bounced excitedly, tugging at Ribbo's hand, his eyes full of admiration. All right. Ribbo laughed, bending down, placing her hands on the ground, and performing a perfect backflip, her drooping ears gently swaying with the movement. How about that? Amazing, right? Wow. That's awesome. The little boy clapped and cheered, then turned to his mother. Mom, I want to learn too. Lena gently ruffled her son's hair and said with a smile, wait until you're a bit older and your father will. Dad is always busy. The little boy pouted but quickly became excited again. But now I have Sister Ribbo. Ribbo crouched down, pinched his cheek, and said, don't worry, Sister Ribbo will come to play with you often. In stark contrast to the laughter outside the yard, Zifa and Geen sat facing each other at a stone table with the transfer document placed between them, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Zifa's brows were tightly furrowed, his fingers tapping incessantly on the table, clearly incredulous at the arrangement. No, what exactly is Fleet Admiral Kong thinking? Zifa finally couldn't help speaking, his voice laced with unconcealed bewilderment. Transferring you to work under Sakazuki. Having the 2 of you handle the remnants of the Golden Lion's flying pirates together. Seeing Zifa's expression, Geen shrugged, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, Master Zifa, are you doubting my abilities? It's not a matter of ability. Zifa stood up, abruptly pacing back and forth. I know you too well. Maybe the fleet admiral thinks the two of us can spark something. Spark. Zifa snorted coldly. I think it's an explosion. He then picked up the document again and rubbed his temples. That Sakazuki guy, though stubborn, at least follows direct orders from headquarters. And you? He stopped, his gaze fixed on Gin. What about me? Gin raised an eyebrow, looking innocent. I'm also a well-behaved good boy, all right. How well-behaved? Zifa glared at Gin with a cold laugh. You look lazy on the surface, but deep down you're crazier than anyone. Putting the two of you together, I can't imagine it. Master Zifa, you have no faith in me at all. This isn't about faith. It's about you being a lawless troublemaker instigator. Seeing Zifa's complete disbelief, Gin's lips curled into a helpless smile. Master, your words really hurt this disciple's heart. Heh. Zifa snorted coldly, sat down again, and pinched the file. In short, putting the two of you extremes together is absolutely not a choice that should be carried out. It was a direct order from the fleet admiral, so Zifa could only grumble. Gin didn't continue the argument. Instead, he took a sip of tea. Then turning to look at Zifa, he said, Actually, I have another question. That is, logically, shouldn't matters regarding the Golden Lion be under Vice Admiral Garp's responsibility? Although that sea area is directly under G3, shouldn't the admiral-level combat power responsible for support fall within his jurisdiction? Garp. At the mention of Garp, Zifa's expression stiffened slightly. After a moment's silence, he slowly spoke. Garp is in a special situation now. Oh. Gin became interested. What happened? Zifa gave Gin a deep look, as if weighing his words. Dragon left the Navy last month, and even fought Garp in the East Blue. What? Gin was taken aback, clearly not expecting this development. Garp fought his own son. That's... Zifa sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. When Dragon resigned, he said something like can't find justice in the Navy. Even though he himself is a lawless bastard, now he started some kind of self-governed army. Saying that, Zifa shook his head. In short, Garp is emotionally unstable right now. The fleet admiral has him fully focused on chasing Roger to give him an outlet. No wonder. He nodded thoughtfully. He roughly understood the current situation within the Navy. Garp was distracted by family issues. Sengoku and Tsuru were handling other matters, and Kong clearly wanted to use Sakazuki's discipline to restrain himself, this unstable element. So, Gin chuckled. Fleet Admiral Kong really intends to use Sakazuki to suppress me? Suppress you? Zifa snorted disdainfully. He's playing with fire. Sakazuki's extremism and your reckless behavior together will only cause an explosion. In short, keep a low profile when you go to G3. Don't cause too much trouble. Gin grinned. He'll try. Zifa glared at him. Not try, it's a must. Gin pretended not to hear, but his gaze shifted back to the house. This time Ribbo seemed to notice his look, turned around, and waved at him, her smile as bright as the sun. For a moment the wind in the courtyard suddenly fell still. Zifa heard his wife Lina's laughter from inside, along with his son's excited shouts intermingled with Ribbo's light footsteps. He turned his head, and through the half-open window saw Ribbo standing on one foot on the coffee table, her other leg raised high, maintaining perfect balance, while the little boy clumsily imitated her. But he lost his balance and fell straight into Lina's arms, causing mother and son to burst into laughter. Seeing this heartwarming scene, the corners of Zifa's mouth involuntarily lifted, softening his stern features. Gin followed his gaze and chuckled. Master Zifa, Ribbo seems quite talented, doesn't she? Zifa withdrew his gaze and snorted. A perfect candidate for physical arts. Plus her devil fruit ability is support-oriented, so she has great potential. With that he paused, and his tone suddenly turned disdainful. But being your adjutant is a waste. Huh? Gin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by waste? Zifa snorted coldly, crossing his arms. You, my disciple, haven't taken my path of physical arts at all. You're always fiddling with those vibration tricks. He glanced inside the house, and Ribbo smiled slightly. But Ribbo is different. As a mink, her body coordination, explosive power, and even combat instincts are very suitable for orthodox physical arts training. Gin's mouth twitched. So during your time at headquarters, I will personally take charge of Ribbo. Zifa made the final decision, his tone leaving no room for argument. Just in time to lay a solid foundation for her, so she won't be led astray by you. Gin opened his mouth, but ultimately could only shake his head helplessly. You yourself said before that I shouldn't have a furry adjutant, and now? Now what? Zifa narrowed his eyes, his tone dangerous. Nothing. Gin immediately raised his hands, showing an innocent smile. Now you're the famous chief instructor of the Navy. Ribbo will surely make rapid progress learning from you. That's more like it. Zifa nodded with satisfaction, turned, and walked toward the house, muttering, that girl learns fast, she'll probably master the basics soon. With the minx traits, her future achievements. Gin watched his back and couldn't help chuckling softly, a hypocritical old man. Inside, Ribbo was spinning the little boy around. When she looked up and saw Zifa enter, she immediately waved excitedly. Master Zifagin. Come quickly. Sister Lena baked some delicious cookies. A few days later, the morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm golden hue over Gein's bedroom. The once simple bedroom was now filled with numerous carrot-themed elements. Carrot-patterned cushions, curtains adorned with carrot motifs, and even the wall art had been replaced by landscapes of carrot fields by Lebo. On the large bed, Gein slowly opened his eyes, feeling a tingling sensation in his right arm. Turning his head, he saw Lebo curled up beside him, her fluffy ears resting on his chest, breathing steadily and softly. She wore carrot-patterned pajamas, her cheeks slightly flushed from sleep, and a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, as if she were dreaming of nibbling on her favorite carrots. You've climbed onto my bed again. Gein gently nudged her shoulder. Lebo, wake up. 5 more minutes. Lebo mumbled sleepily, turning over and instinctively hugging Gein's arm tighter, as if it were a pillow. Gein couldn't help but smile helplessly. The intense training with Zafa had worn Lebo out. She came home every day and fell asleep immediately. Even her beloved carrot cake was only half eaten. Seeing this, Gein decided not to disturb her further. He carefully withdrew his arm and quietly got out of bed. Before leaving, he playfully ruffled her head, the soft touch of her ears still bringing him joy. After finishing his morning routine, Gein changed his clothes and glanced at the mountain of documents piled on the table, his lips twitching slightly. Zafa truly lived up to his reputation as the Black Arm. Not only was he ruthless in training, but he also turned administrative work upside down for Gein. Taking advantage of the time before his transfer to Base G3, Zafa had dumped all the backlog of reports and approval forms onto Gein. If I had known, I shouldn't have said those things over the phone. Gein sighed as he picked up the top document, glancing at the title. Second approval for material supplementation during the New World cruise. This is just the kind of headache-inducing stuff. Gein rubbed his forehead. Just as he was about to head out, he suddenly heard a muffled thud from the bedroom, followed by Lebo's sleepy complaint, "Ugh, the floor is so hard." Gein couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he pushed the door and left. Meanwhile, at Marin von, the ship of General, he slowly docked, and on the deck Shizuka gazed at the familiar port, a faint smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Upon hearing the news of Gein's return to headquarters, she completed her mission ahead of schedule. Even General, he couldn't help but tease her about her eagerness to return. "Shizuka, I'll handle the report for this mission. You should go rest now," he said beside her, his gaze gentle yet slightly teasing. "After all, someone can hardly wait to see you." "Sister," Shizuka's ears turned red as she instinctively retorted, "I'm just returning according to the plan." He chuckled lightly, not exposing her, and simply patted her shoulder. "Go on." Shizuka hurriedly walked down the ship, her heart racing involuntarily. However, as she stepped into the port square, her footsteps suddenly halted. Before her lay a dazzling sea of roses covering the entire entrance. Kaji, looking shabby yet sharply dressed in a suit, knelt on one knee with a large bouquet of red roses in hand, while a row of Navy soldiers holding banners stood behind him, the banners boldly declaring, "This is the 36th time for love. Shizuka, please accept my heart." The crowd of Navy onlookers erupted into cheers, some even whistling. Watching this scene, Shizuka's face instantly darkened. "Shizuka." Kaji looked up at her passionately, his gaze fervent. "This is my 36th confession since graduating from naval school. This time you must agree to me." Shizuka took a deep breath, her fists clenching tightly. She glanced at the banner, then back at Kaji's expectant face, and coldly uttered 2 words, "Reject." Kaji was struck as if by lightning, the roses in his hand falling to the ground with a thud. "Why, this time I even ignored the advice of a general from the warring states not to do this. Because we have no possibility, we are not suited for each other. Moreover, the most important thing is..." Shizuka narrowed her eyes, her tone dangerous. "You are blocking my path." After saying that, she stepped over the scattered roses and left without looking back, leaving Kaji kneeling in place, frozen like a statue. However, seeing Shizuka turn to leave, Kaji quickly recovered, taking a step forward with outstretched arms to block her, concern written all over his face, as if saying, "For your own good. Shizuka, it's okay if you reject me, but you really cannot go after General Gein." Kaji lowered his voice deliberately, his eyes flickering, as if he held some shocking secret, hesitantly saying, He is not suitable for you." Shizuka frowned, intending to push him aside directly, but Kaji's hesitant demeanor made her pause. "What do you mean?" Shizuka asked coldly. Seeing Shizuka engage, Kaji immediately put on a heartbroken expression, gripping his chest tightly. "There are some things I didn't want to say, but for your happiness I must tell you." He took a deep breath, dramatically shaking his head and shouting, "General Gein, he brought back a rabbit while you were away." "A rabbit?" Shizuka almost laughed in anger. "You stopped me just to say this nonsense." "It's not an ordinary rabbit." "Shizuka," Kaji hurriedly waved his hands, his tone becoming more insidious. "It's a furry girl from the furry tribe named Lebo. She's cute, beautiful, lively, and always clinging to General Gein." He covered his heart midway as if finding it hard to speak. They even lived together. Shizuka, while you were away, those two. At this point, Kaji left it hanging deliberately, giving Shizuka a chance to imagine. Meanwhile, Shizuka's fingers unconsciously tightened around the hilt of her knife, her knuckles turning slightly white. She then cast a cold glance at the few guys leaning against the railing watching the show. You guys, is what he said true? Shizuka directly asked. Hearing her question, the ghost spider with a cigar in his mouth grinned. General Gin did indeed bring back a girl from the furry tribe. It is said she is his aide. That rabbit can fight pretty well. General Zfa personally trained her, Dao Bowman added. The words from the crowd pricked at Shizuka's heart like fine needles. Her expression remained unchanged, but she took a deep breath as the sea breeze carried the scent of roses into her nostrils, yet it made her feel inexplicably nauseous. I understand now, Shizuka said calmly, turning to leave. Kaji panicked and chased after her, fanning the flames. Shizuka, don't be upset. That kind of fickle man isn't worth it. Shut up, Shizuka interrupted without looking back. My matters are not for you to meddle in. Shizuka walked on the path to Gin's residence, the navy cloak billowing slightly behind her, her steps still elegant and steady, yet her heart churned with indescribable emotions. Who is she? What right does she have to stand beside Gin? A furry rabbit, does she even qualify? Shizuka narrowed her eyes slightly, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the hilt of her golden sword at her waist. Peach Rabbit. This title was not given lightly. At the Navy headquarters, Shizuka was recognized as a swordsmanship genius, the most trusted aide of General He, and an existence admired by countless naval officers. She was proud and elegant, never easily allowing anyone to get close except to her idol Gin. And now suddenly a wild rabbit appeared, not only becoming Gin's aide, but even living in his home. Heh. Thinking of this, Shizuka let out a cold laugh, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. She would have to see what this rabbit was truly capable of. Meanwhile, at Gin's home, the rarely resting Libo sat on the sofa swinging her legs as she happily gnawed on. Why hasn't Gin come back yet? She mumbled, her drooping ears hanging down in boredom. Suddenly the doorbell rang. My. Did Gin forget his keys? She hopped over to open the door. When the door opened, a tall, cool-looking female Navy officer stood at the entrance looking down at her. Libo blinked. Who are you? Shizuka slightly curled her lips, her voice calm, yet carrying an invisible sense of pressure. You are the rabbit that General Gin brought back. The duel between the two rabbits officially began. Kaji's little drama. Kaji watched Shizuka's retreating figure suddenly covering his face and sobbing. Shizuka, I just don't want you to get hurt. No. Kaji's expression hardened as his brain rapidly analyzed. What Shizuka meant by reject is actually that she doesn't want to delay my naval duties. This rejection template is exactly the same as when she rejected Gin's help in wiping her mouth, which means I at least rank on par with professionals. Also, did you guys notice? Her frowning expression looks so sacred. Even her anger considers my feelings, afraid that her words might hurt me. In those 3 words, she said we twice. It shows she's subconsciously already treating us as a community. Now she's rejecting me because she hasn't moved on from her past feelings, but once she gets hurt by Gin for the nth time, she'll understand my good intentions. Hearing all this was like hearing Whitebeard claim Roger as his son, leaving Dao Bowman and Ghost Spider stunned. Kaji, you really shouldn't be in the Navy. You guys don't understand at all. Kaji sighed deeply, quietly taking out his camera to post a photo for his naval internal circle captioned the 36th failed love, but I won't give up because love is persistence. Today's progress 1. Successfully stirred emotional fluctuations 2. Obtained exclusive rejection lines 3. Eliminated 1 wrong option. She doesn't like direct approaches. So in a few days I will bring ginger tea to the headquarters and wait. As the gynecologist said, women are most vulnerable during menstruation, especially since Gin is about to trigger a love battlefield. This will be my opportunity to shine as a warm man. Note, I will delete negative comments. At Marineford, in the residential area of the Navy headquarters before the entrance of Gin's home, a gentle breeze swept through, causing Gion's long hair to flutter slightly. She looked down from her height at the rabbit-eared girl before her, her gaze carrying both scrutiny and a faint trace of hostility. Who are you looking for? Libo tilted her head, her pink eyes filled with confusion. Is there something? My name is Gion. Looking at Libo, Gion narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke coldly. So you're the rabbit Gin brought back? I have a name. I am Libo Huapu, not a rabbit. Libo frowned, her lop ears gently swaying, clearly unhappy with the appellation. Libo Huapu. Gion snorted softly, her gaze sweeping over Libo's entire body, lingering especially on her chest. This figure is no less than mine. Looks like Jia Ji missed one thing. She mused, then continued in a harsh tone. So you are Rear Admiral Gin's adjutant? Yes. Libo blinked, seemingly oblivious to the sting in Gion's words, and instead flashed a bright smile. I am Gin's partner of justice, the new adjutant, Lieutenant Junior, grade Libo. Seeing Li Ba's disposition, Guion was momentarily taken aback by her innocence, her brow furrowing deeper. Partner of justice. Has since when did Guion like such childish titles? She remembered very clearly that during the 5th matchmaking dinner Guion had told her himself that he liked her cold and mature demeanor, believing that her charm should be just like that. But then what was this lively, cheerful, adorable, and well-endowed rabbit doing here? Although cuteness pales in comparison to, well, that this one possessed both attributes. She had both cuteness and that. Just as Guion was speculating, Li Ba suddenly stepped closer. Sister Guion, are you also a Marine? We have the same rank, so why don't I have a cape? Sister. Guion was startled, clearly not expecting to be addressed that way. Yes, Li Ba nodded, her expression perfectly natural. Guion said we should be polite to seniors. And it seems you knew Guion before Li Ba did, so it's fine for me to call you sister, right? Li Ba was perfectly matter-of-fact, but Guion's expression stiffened subtly. The cold words she had prepared were now stuck in her throat, blocked by Li Ba's single word, sister. Wait. Guion took a deep breath, trying to regain her rhythm. Do you know what it means when you call me sister? Now it was Li Ba's turn to be stunned. She blinked, stared intently at Guion, thought for a moment, then suddenly understood. Guion and Master Zifa both said that pirates are abominable and cruel. Could it be that Sister Guion's family was killed by pirates? That's why she reacts so strongly when I call her sister. With this thought, a flicker of pity shone in Li Ba's eyes. She continued, don't worry, Sister Guion. I know what I'm saying. From now on you are my sister. Guion. Watching this, Guion suddenly felt that her hostility was like a punch hitting cotton. Just then, seeing Guion silently, Bo thought she was reminded of her deceased family. So she quickly rose on her tiptoes, reached out, and gently patted Guion's head, saying softly, it's okay. You are my sister, and I will always be your younger sister. Always be the little one. Guion abruptly stepped back, her cheeks slightly warm. As the renowned Pink Rabbit of Navy headquarters, when had she ever been treated like this? And by a fluffy rabbit, no less. Yet Li Ba's eyes were pure and flawless, with not a trace of rivalry, instead showing an obedient demeanor of, you take the lead, I'll follow. Does she think she can't compete with me, so she voluntarily takes the back seat? Guion's originally tense nerves relaxed slightly, and for a moment, she even felt a pang of confusion. Had she misunderstood something? Guion took a deep breath, forcing down the strange feeling within her, and said coldly, don't touch me. Li Ba immediately withdrew her hand, her lop ears drooping, looking a little aggrieved. Sorry, sister. Guion. She suddenly felt a sense of guilt for bullying a child. The atmosphere between them fell into an awkward silence. Guion's originally prepared questions and provocations had all been shattered by Li Ba's natural airheadness. She even began to wonder if she had misjudged something. This rabbit didn't seem like she had any ulterior motives. Just then, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Guion walked back, carrying a stack of documents. He paused when he saw the two at the door. Guion, when did you get back? Guion turned to look at Guion, still a little annoyed, and said coldly, it seems I came at a bad time. Guion raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping between them, as if sensing something. A slight smile tugged at his lips. How could that be? It's perfect timing to introduce you two. He walked over to Li Ba and ruffled her hair. Li Ba, this is Captain Guion Mai. Li Ba's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded. We've already met. Right, Sister Guion? Guion's sister. That's right, and the older one. Any objections? Guion coughed lightly, her ears slightly red. Guion looked at Guion, then at the innocent Li Ba. Wait, what exactly had happened? Why did Li Ba's eyes toward Guion hold pity, while Guion's look at Li Ba carried a sense of, I won in the boss? What the hell were these two rabbits up to? Guion was about to say something, but ended up sighing. Never mind. Don't just stand there. Come in and sit down. Guion wanted to refuse, but Li Ba forcefully pulled her inside. Once inside, Li Ba enthusiastically poured Guion a cup of tea, even adding a carrot-shaped stirrer. Sister Guion, try it. Guion brought it from outside. It's delicious. Guion took the cup, staring at the floating carrot decoration with mixed feelings. She took a sip. The cloying sweetness made her frown slightly, but seeing Li Ba's expectant eyes, she reluctantly nodded. Not bad. Li Ba happily shook her lop ears, then turned and ran into the kitchen. I'll get some snacks. As soon as she left, Guion set down the cup and glared coldly at Guion. Explain. Guion spread his hands. As you can see, Li Ba is my adjutant and my partner. Partner? Guion sneered. A partner who lives with you. Guion shrugged helplessly. She's young and just arrived at Marineford, so she's staying with me temporarily for convenience. Guion snorted, clearly unconvinced. But before she could continue her interrogation, Li Ba returned with the snacks. Sister, these are the carrot juice cookies I learned to make from Sister Lena at Master Zifa's place. Li Ba pushed the plate toward Guion, her eyes sparkling. Try them. Guion looked at the crooked carrot-shaped cookies on the plate and paused for a moment. She picked one up and took a bite. The cloying carrot flavor instantly filled her mouth. Not bad, Guion said, still reluctant. Li Ba immediately beamed. Great. I was worried Sister Guion wouldn't like them. Over the next while Li Bo, like an enthusiastic little hostess, kept showing Guion around the house, and even brought out her treasured carrot plushie to show her. Guion, who had started off cold, gradually softened under Li Bo's simplicity, her expression becoming much gentler. In other words, Guion had suddenly, it seemed, she had been completely disarmed by this rabbit. In the days that followed, an eerie storm swept through the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Ziyuan began frequenting Gu In's residence each time with a plausible excuse, either inspecting the training progress of the new adjutant or delivering Vice Admiral his documents. On one occasion, she even carried a stack of books solemnly declaring that the Mink tribe needs supplementary cultural courses. In short, every time Gu In opened the door there, she stood with a cold expression while Li Bo would gleefully pounce on her shouting sister. Then she would drag her inside to eat freshly baked carrot cookies. Ziyuan's originally taut lips gradually softened over the course of these visits. One day she couldn't resist touching Li Bo's lop ears. Realizing what she had done, she immediately stiffened her face, but Li Bo had already snuggled up with a grin, saying, "Sister's hands are so warm." Meanwhile, gossip at Marine headquarters was spreading like wildfire. "Did you hear? Peach Rabbit has been going to Commander Jian's place every day. I heard it's to keep an eye on that Mink Rabbit, afraid she might steal the home. But I saw Ziyuan carrying Li Bo while shopping yesterday. That rabbit even picked out a carrot hairpin for her. Not just that, I saw her combing that rabbit's fur. Impossible. It must be Ensign Ziyuan's plan." The rumors grew increasingly absurd, eventually evolving into the annual drama of Peach Rabbit's jealousy over the fluffy adjutant. At the tavern, Jiaji clutched his bottle, tears streaming down his face. Why? Why does Ziyuan prefer even a rabbit over me? The surrounding Marines silently moved away, and someone secretly pulled out a Den mushie. At the epicenter, Gu In's home, Li Bo was pinning a freshly made sister-style carrot badge onto Ziyuan. Looked down at the crooked metal carrot and murmured, "It's hideous." But she didn't take it off. Marine headquarters, Marineford. The last time was a private order from Kong. Now Gu In's transfer orders were officially issued. The wording, strong with strong, forging the iron wall of the Marines' new world. In 3 days, he would take Li Bo to the G3 base in the new world directly under Vice Admiral Sakasiji's command. As soon as the news broke, the entire headquarters exploded again. "Commander Skyquake, Gu In is going to G3, a recruit shouted excitedly on the training ground, "and he'll be partnering with Vice Admiral Sakasiji." A formidable alliance, an old veteran nearby said, cigarette in mouth, eyes gleaming with excitement. "One can shatter the sky, the other can melt the earth. The New World pirates are in for a world of trouble." In the mess hall, a few officers huddled together in heated discussion. Remember how Commander Gu In sent the giant battleship, San Juan Wolf, crashing into the seabed? Now add Vice Admiral Sakasiji's absolute justice. An absolute suppression combination. Someone slammed the table, rising to his feet. Those arrogant New World pirate crews are about to face the Marines' justice heathen. Commander Guan is going to G3, with Vice Admiral Sakasiji. Some officers who knew both men well, such as Yamakaji and Stainless, graduates of the same term at the Marine Academy, wore grim expressions. Two extremists teamed up. It's over, the New World is going to explode. In the office, Gu In was organizing files while Li Bo sat by the window swinging her legs and nibbling on a carrot cake sent by Zifa's family. "Gu In, what is G3 base like?" She tilted her head and asked. "More serious than headquarters, stricter discipline, and more dangerous." Gu In replied without looking up. "But the scenery is nice, and as a key stronghold in the New World, there are plenty of pirates. So we can capture pirates together." Li Bo's eyes lit up. "Yes," Gu In smiled. "But first you need to learn not to eat carrots during battle. That's my signature move. Every famous Marine has one." Li Bo pouted in protest, then leaned on Gu In's shoulder and continued, Gu In, everyone is saying that your partnership with Vice Admiral Sakasiji will." Gu In shook his head with a wry smile. Just as he was about to say something, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Ziyuan stood at the entrance, her expression calm, holding a document in her hand. "Sister Ziyuan." Li Bo immediately jumped up and trotted over. "Did you come to see us off?" Ziyuan's lips twitched slightly as if not yet fully accustomed to the address, but she nodded, something like that. She walked in and handed the document to Gu In. "Sister, he asked me to pass this on. The latest situation report on G3. Gu In took it and flipped through it casually. The contents were about the pirate crews that needed priority handling there. Ziyuan was silent for a moment, her gaze sweeping over Li Bo, then finally she spoke. "When do you leave?" "In 3 days. Gu In closed the file. "The warship supplies are ready." Ziyuan gave a soft her gaze drifting out the window as if deep in thought. Li Bo blinked, suddenly leaned in, and took Ziyuan's hand. "Sister Ziyuan, why don't you come to G3 too?" Ziyuan was startled. "Yes." Li Bo grinned. "We can catch pirates together, train together, and also..." She lowered her voice, "sleep together." Sister Ziyuan's chest is soft and comfier than a pillow. For the record, ever since Ziyuan returned, Li Bo would be dragged from Jiyan's place to sleep with her every night. Ziyuan. Guin almost laughed out loud, but quickly received a glare from Ziyuan. My duties are not in the new world, and the next phase of my mission is about to begin, Ziyuan said flatly. But, she paused, if you need support you can contact me. Li Bo's eyes sparkled really. Then Sister Ziyuan must come visit us often. Ziyuan didn't answer, but her eyes softened for a moment. 3 days later at the military port, Zifa came personally to see them off, followed by a group of soldiers Guin had trained in. Ziyuan, who was hiding in the distance pretending to pass by, but actually secretly observing. Remember, don't clash Hedon with Sakasiji, Zifa whispered. That guy is stubborn, but not completely impossible to reason with. Guin smiled. Don't worry, master, I know my limits. Zifa snorted. You know your limits. Then the Marine headquarters wouldn't have so many messes. Not at all. And Vice Admiral Sakasiji likes me very much. Guin shrugged. That's what I'm most afraid of. Don't you dare be the instigator. Having said that, Zifa turned to the adorable Li Bo, and rare for him smiled, and ruffled her head. Train hard. Next time we meet, I'll test your armament hockey. Li Bo nodded vigorously. Before boarding, a group of young soldiers gathered up courage and surrounded them. Commander Guin, please give those pirates what they deserve. With you and Vice Admiral Sakasiji, G3 will surely become the strongest fortress. Guin maintained a perfect commander's smile and nodded gently for justice. Then he turned and looked back. Ziyuan still stood in the distance, the sea breeze blowing through her long hair, her expression still cold and proud, but her gaze lingered there. Guin raised his hand, signaling go back, contact me via Den Den Mushi. Is he saying he'll miss me? In front of everyone. Ziyuan was slightly startled, then turned her face away, but a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of her mouth.